Welcome to everybody here to another day of the Eastern European closed qualifiers for the road to the International of 2025. It's another wonderful day for Dota 2, and it's not a wonderful day to be hearing about what Danog did today. So, Danog, before we start, what did you do today, mate?
I smashed some 10-year-olds in Mario Kart. It was absolutely fantastic. They didn't know what was coming to them, and climbing up those leaderboards. So, going to be exciting to see where that can take me. But you know what, the Eastern European qualifiers for TI probably take a little bit more importance for that there, as we're going to have a quick look at the bracket to see the state that we're at now. We had to say goodbye to two teams yesterday in Calmechata as well as E-Spoiled, but it was pretty smooth sailing for the top side of the bracket, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You know, having a look at a lot of these matches, we were probably expecting the top side of the bracket to be a little bit more kind of, I don't want to say super one-sided, but we were expecting them to be smoother. I think it is a good way of saying, you know, Na'Vi as well as Aurora kind of just breezed through their series much like we'd expected them to. I feel like the Liga team in Calmechata as well as the Omega and the One Move series were a little bit more rocky because they are, I would say, much closer teams in comparison to each other. But, you know, again, it is just another day full of eliminations for you and I as we look towards the bottom side of the bracket where, you know, Quantum, fortunately for them, being one of the lower seed teams, having to go up against Aurora was definitely a hard task for them. But now being able to come down and take on the Mega is probably a little bit of a closer task. And, you know, looking through the rest of the day today, Danog, it's going to be a day full of eliminations and also progressions.
I mean, even for Quantum, right? They're no joke of a team. They were, game two went for 64 minutes. They were up by 10K throughout that one, and Aurora are the red hot favorites to be able to take out this whole thing. So I'd say this is probably going to be a really close first series. I'd say Cybergoose probably have the edge over Runa, and then for the latter two series, really anything can happen. So it's going to be a really close day of Dota, which is exciting.
Yeah, and I think that's the best thing as we get deeper and deeper into more of these days. Obviously, this being day number 3 here for these closed qualifiers, this is where the games get much more important. I mean, every game's important, but they get much more tighter. And a lot of these teams have had that extra bit of time to be able to see who's been playing. Aurora and Na'Vi have actually had to play a series now, so teams are starting to get a little bit more information about them. Whereas, you know, a lot of these other teams are really starting to heat up and get that ball rolling. So I feel like as we get in towards, you know, the latter couple of stages, you know, especially on that final day, that's when things are really going to get spicy in this region. And this region is known for, you know, how close a lot of their players can be and how kind of, I don't say topsy-turvy, but it feels like anybody on their day can take down anyone here.
I mean, we've just seen every single time there's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 even Kazakhstani players that are always tipping each other, talking to each other, you know, talk about closeness in terms of level of gameplay, but also just in terms of the bonds, the personal bonds that are between all of these guys. You know, I think at the end of the day, yeah, they all want to get to TI, but they want whoever wins this qualifier to do the region proud.
And that's a big thing. I think there is quite a lot of regional pride, much like Southeast Asia. When it comes to a lot of those players, you know, obviously they've all been playing against each other for a very, very long time. And I think this is probably a very good year for Eastern Europeans as a whole when it comes to Dota 2. So being able to kind of walk into the international is kind of, I don't want to say the big dogs, but definitely a very, very scary region in their own right. I think is going to be a really good boon for a lot of these teams to be able to walk into a TI like that and have the swagger that's behind you of being an Eastern European team.
Yeah, I think it's kind of been that way for the past like 3 or so years, though, right? Like now it's a little different with Paravision being one of those teams at the top, but it was always Spirit and BetBoom there, and like Nine Pandas was the number 3, and then you had Virtus Pro kind of, you know, biting at their heels, I think, is what the term is. Maybe I'm getting that completely wrong, but now you've got another 4th team that could be coming through. And you just talked about Southeast Asia. Yes, they're all very close, but they got 2 spots to compete with. So it's really going to be coming down to the line as to who's going to be able to secure that 1 spot for Eastern Europe, and that's what makes this one so hype.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to that final game with the full best of 5 as well, right? Where you come down to that final match, and that's where everything's going to be laid out on the line for a lot of these teams. And I'm excited for us to be able to see what we're going to get out of a lot of those different games as well. But I feel like we should kind of steer our attention just a little bit here into this first series as we're getting ready for game number 1 draft between Omega and Quantum. So unfortunately, we haven't been able to see Quantum just yet. They were, you know, they were in the starting series on day number 1 when we took the late shift, and they were on the late shift yesterday going up against Aurora. So we've covered a lot of Omega. So we know exactly what we're going to expect from these guys. But I feel like on the other side of the coin, as you were saying a little bit earlier, you know, they kind of put it a little bit to Aurora yesterday, you know, going all the way to 64 minutes, but still not being able to get the chocolates.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they've put a lot of faith into Lucas, their new POS1 carry. I've always been used to seeing Palantimos as the number one. You know, he's one of those players that's always just been pretty stable. But maybe they just feel like, you know what, for this meta in particular, his heroes aren't necessarily at the very top. Like Lifestealer and Wraith King, you know, they're the ones that he does like to play first and foremost. So maybe giving it to someone who the meta suits a little bit better is going to be more suitable for them. And then, of course, they've got Ankrad just holding down the fort in that mid lane. He has just been a stable part of the Eastern European scene for so long now, and good thing Death Prophet's in the meta because I love seeing some Ankrad Death Prophet.
Yeah, Ankrad has been one of those players that we've been seeing floating around quite a lot, and very interesting stat that we just saw there from Quantum. They haven't had first pick yet out of their games that they've had. So they played 5 games in these close qualifiers. They haven't had first pick yet, which I think is quite surprising for me, especially because they would have at least been given priority a bare minimum of 2 of those times out of those 5 games. So I'm very surprised that they haven't decided to go towards that first pick, considering how strong it has been over the games that we've covered personally. And I feel like that's probably going to be the bias I'm going to have for the rest of these qualifiers. But it's a little bit of a weird stat for Quantum.
Yeah, I mean, and the trend's going to continue. They didn't win the coin flip, so they didn't have the choice this time around, but Namiga have gone and chosen first pick for themselves. So Quantum have saying, thank you very much. We'll take the Radiant side. In terms of like the map changes and that sort of thing, I think Radiant is still in a little bit of a better spot than what Dire is, just in terms of being able to time Roshan for yourselves, being able to just have that easier small camp pull as well, in my opinion. There's just multiple avenues for you to be able to pull. It's not just one path, one avenue, and I'd say a slightly favorable jungle as well. So they're just going to take what's familiar to them, and for good reason. And Excess Vampire is not just showing from the nose up this time around. He's getting the guns out.
Yeah, he's been able to lower that camera angle just a little bit more here. Liking the very basic drip coming out from him as well. So props to XX Vampire for showing his lovely face throughout the entirety of today.
The old Uniqlo basics.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not wearing a Uniqlo basic, but I'm wearing a basic tee as well. So can't knock what works. I do like these bands coming out already here from Quantum. I feel like the supports have been such a focal point for a lot of these other teams. If you don't have this very scary kind of core hero, like the very broken kind of versions of a lot of those core heroes, you know, those TAs, those Bristlebacks, those Darkseers. So I feel like when you see a lot of those scary cores get banned out by Nemega, it just means that you can take care of some of the much more annoying supports, and then you've got this much more blanket kind of bans for both of the teams.
Yeah, I wonder, are they going to get rid of the Lina as well, or is that something specific that they just didn't want Kiyotaka to have? Because that was first banned in both of their games yesterday. They also got rid of the Monkey King and the Dark Willow, so there's some consistency coming through there. But I like... Remember, and this is a real boomer thing, but back at TI2, I want to say, Zenith Gaming, where Ice was drafting for them, and he just didn't ban anything, because if there's so many busted heroes there in the pool, you're going to get some of them, you know? And it's just a matter of, like, how comfortable do you feel with being able to, you know, bring a few of these things into your lineup. I think things like the Bristleback need to go. I think AA kind of needs to go, just because it does limit the sort of options that you have to be able to go with. But outside of that, I really do want to see, you know, teams experiment with that, you know, just let through some of the busted stuff and take away the stuff that you personally just don't like playing against.
Yeah, if everything's broken, then nobody's broken, you know? So
yeah, exactly. And that's what's great about Dota, that most of the time that is the case.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, you just kind of bring up the base level of a lot of these heroes. So I'm interested to see what Nemega wants to go for here. They do have the first pick, so they're kind of just umming and ahhing about where they want to go here. I mean, AA? Oh, Nature's. I completely forgot that hero existed. So
I didn't. I'd never forget that this hero exists. Get it out.
That's just staring off into the distance. The
1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, the 1,000-yard stare.
20 yards is way too little for Nature's Prophet. But that Diag's pretty good too. Just lets you secure the lanes. And again, this is Quantum really just wanting to play around Lucas as much as possible. We see the man himself there. And, you know, he hasn't had as much, I guess, top-tier exposure as some of the players like Ankrad, like Palantimos have had. But he's 26, so he's not really a young buck, you know, in the big scheme of things. When you've got people like, I know he's playing in the mid lane, but Kiyotaka, when they were playing against Aurora yesterday, he's still, you know, in his very early 20s, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Satanic coming through.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, not a satanic kind of young prodigy kind of deal, but still has that flair about them. So we'll see what they want to try and work towards here, what they're going to try and give Lucas about how they're going to enable him in this draft again. So get rid of the Bat Rider, another hero that can kind of deal with this Nature's Prophet really well. Also the Terrorblade. I like a lot of those bands just to be kind of enable this Nature's Prophet to be much more of a pest. Like those heroes definitely have a few good answers to him. So we'll see what they want to try and ban out here and see what they want to try and gobble up on the side of Quantum. As we've said a couple of times, there's quite a lot of good combinations you can have with this Undying to really be able to have that very, very strong safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, they could just ban out AA and pick Morphling or something like that. Medusa ends up being the one, which is actually a Lucas hero that he picks fairly often, but I guess just wanting to keep things a little ambiguous for now, really wanting to get into that last phase of bans, perhaps, wanting to see if there's a vulnerability coming through, because I do really like Lucas's Morphling, but maybe they just want AA to be gone or not picked up, or... I mean, very few teams play the Elder Titan, but Namiga actually do. So that's always something that's a little bit of a concern whenever you're considering a morph.
Yeah, there's always going to be those same counters to Morphling throughout the game. So maybe it's just this game of chicken between both of these two teams. And we'll see if that does eventuate with, you know, the Elder Titan into the Morphling or what have you.
Maybe they're just seeing as well, like, what other hero could they be laning into, right? Because let's say it's, you know, Undying is POS 5, because we've seen a few POS 3s, not even just in the series that we've cast. There've been other ones going down that avenue as well. But what if you go another melee hero alongside that for Lucas, just because you are going up against a Nature's Prophet and you want to have Battle Fury Ursa, for example, or Battle Fury PA, you know, just to be able to always be able to chop yourself out of that tree. Because if the game goes late enough, you're going to have some trouble with this Nature's Prophet, right? And I don't think they want to necessarily rely on the 4-staff exclusively.
Yeah, or even just heroes with innate mobility. And that's why I feel like the kind of Morphling chat feels pretty good.
Yeah.
To be able to have that mobility most of the time. So... looks like it's going to be an Axe in the off lane here for Kovas 9. Has really shone quite high on the Pangolier so far. So I'm surprised we have... Okay, it's been out. I was going to say, I'm surprised we haven't seen it be prioritized quite early on for Nemega, but has shown an Axe performance. Unfortunately, didn't get the W when they did play it last time, but unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to get too many of those so far.
I like the Muerta, this one. You know, we've seen a couple of carries, but more so being played as the position 4, just against the Shadow Shaman, right? It's just so nice to be able to have multiple ways to be able to break the shackles and, you know, make yourself hard to kill. You know, that's, I think, the hallmark of good supports these days. Just don't be easily too hittable, basically. You know, we've seen Sven's come through and absolutely clean through a lot of them, but Shadow Shaman, you've got the foul play, so you're not going to instantly die. Undying, bit tankier, you might be able to tombstone yourself, where to pop the Pierce the Veil, and you are much, much tankier. So we'll see what sort of avenue they go down to be able to try and get that quick pick off. In terms of being able to counter the Axe, I mean, Monkey King's already been removed. Don't necessarily know if you want a lifestealer. Okay, they just go as Sven for themselves, sure. But you do run that issue of, right, like if Nature's Prophet gets onto you, do you want to be carrying a Quelling Blade into the later stages of this game? Do you now have 2 melee heroes in your safe lane? Is that exploitable? And honestly, Axe Muerta feels like a pretty damn good lane against an Undying Sven.
Yeah, so this potentially, do you feel like they would move the Shadow Shaman into that lane to have a little bit more of this magic damage, a bit more lockdown against the Axe to try and alleviate a bit of that pressure with the Sven?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, okay, so it's going to be an Undying core. Yeah, so that is one of the other options that I was about to say, right? Where this does become a much better lane now for the Jakiro. Not really anything that you're going to be able to use the double hit on at the moment, just to be able to, you know, be consistently harassing. But I'm not expecting too much. You never want to be too spell reliant, I guess, on the Jakiro, right? So if you can just get away with being able to put more points into the Liquid Fire, the Liquid Frost, then it's a lot more harass for free, basically. And it gives you tower push, and it gives you, like, you've got 2 great 4-staff builders now with the Shadow Shaman and the Jakiro. So I like the fact that they can look to try and play around this, as we do see the facets being brought up there, 50-50, as always, as all facets are. It's either a 50-50 win rate. You either win or you lose.
It's such a reductionist way. Speaking about statistics, that irked me
Just
really
the silence
hard.
was deafening.
that just annoyed me so much. Holy. Anyways, Ursa has in the response here coming in from the Mega. So supports Nature's Prophet plus the Muerta, and the Ursa is going to be the carry to try and go up against the Sven. Something that we've seen a few times has been the Ursa in response to the Sven, just because you don't really care about Warcry all too much, because you can get to that with those Fury swipes, but they don't have that, like, same kind of lockdown. The last time we saw an Ursa was... Oh, who was it? And it was the Primal Beast plus the Bat Rider combination that just enabled this Ursa to go to absolute town on the Sven. So I'm not really seeing that right now for Nemega.
No, and I think the big thing that's lacking for Nemiga right now is just having someone there that's going to be doing the initiations for you. And it just means that, you know, we see a lot of these build-ups. Axe wants to be going the Blade Mail first, then into the Blink Dagger. So we've seen some very quick pickups of both of those things. Like, what was it, 11 minutes for Miero, I think, that he was able to get into it. But it was... I don't know, like, if that lane doesn't go well for you, then what are you supposed to do? You know, you're kind of just sitting back doing nothing, and you're waiting for these big items, and in the meantime, you've got Shadow Shaman pushing with wards, you've got Jakiro pushing with, you know, Liquid Fire, you've got Sven, who's going to be accelerating ahead of the Ursa in net worth, just based on not needing a Battle Fury to get a lot done. And I think that was kind of the discussion that we were having in that particular game, is that at the time, Sven had a Blink Dagger, Ursa didn't, and then once Ursa had a Blink Dagger, Sven had a BKB. Ursa didn't, just because Ursa needed to buy the Battle Fury to be as effective as Sven is naturally.
Yeah.
So you're always going to be like one step ahead, which is why at this point in time, I'm still yet to be sold completely on the Undying Position 3, because I do think they need a little bit of initiation themselves on Quantum. I'm preferring their draft a little bit at this point, despite the fact that Nature's Prophet, most busted hero in the game, is being played on Nemiga.
Yeah, it seems like they've got a lot of really, really good heroes to be able to kind of be good in their own right. And it's much more about the combinations now that I'm looking that are kind of making me scratch my head. I love that Puck Band, though, coming in from Nemiga. That would have been the perfect kind of round-out hero for them. Not crazy amounts of lockdown. The Nature's Prophet, yeah, you can go for an Orchid and all that kind of stuff, but it's mainly only just the calling and the Axe Call are the two things that you can kind of play around with, and Ankrad would have just been able to run complete riot, I think, if he was left alone.
They're banning out a lot of these spirits, though, but I actually quite like Void Spirit for this game. You know, you're going to be able to dodge out any sort of harass that Queen of Pain's doing for you with the Dissimulate. Once you get into an early Aghanim Scepter, which a lot of people do, you're able to get in onto that Muerta, and you can't pop the Pierce the Veil if you're just being, you know, chain silenced off of the back of that Resonant Pulse. So I feel like that is a potential option for them to be able to go here. If you're really quick on the fingers with a Dissimulate as well, you can dodge out Axe Call and all this sort of stuff. So we'll have to wait and see. Certainly not the easiest lane into the co-op for sure. Lena's still in the pool as well if they just wanted to go like the siege route and just say, look, if you're not going to be able to run at us, then we can just kind of take over and have two legitimate big cores.
What about the Invoker?
Possible. Tiny's
Okay.
fine too.
Yeah, I was thinking like maybe you could run this Quasworks Invoker and be really annoying for Bashka. You know, constantly tornadoing off the overpowers, you know, trying to play that lane against the Queen of Pain. Quap is pretty good into the Invoker, but I feel like Quasworks Invoker, you've got a lot of regen with the Ghost Walk, and you can kind of just walk around and try and be a combo breaker. But I don't hate the Tiny either. Gives you a lot of that burst potential to try and take down XX Vampire, as well as the Nature's Prophet. So I think it's a relatively simple draft from Quantum, for being honest. The Undying Core does leave a little bit to desire when it comes to them being able to start fights from different avenues. But I agree with you. You know, it's good. It's simple. It seems pretty straightforward. Whereas Nemiga, once again, they kind of need a lot of things to go kind of right for them, and they are lacking in the stun department, which makes me very concerned in a lot of these games.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of what the Tiny is there to accommodate for, right? Is that if you're lacking in stuns and initiation from the Undying's perspective, Tiny does that amazingly. And hopefully we're going to see a bit more of an aggressive item build coming through from Anchorat as well, compared to some of the past Tinies that we've seen. One other option as well, you know, you mentioned the offensive Dispel that the Invoker might have been able to give you. Well, you can just go Aghanim Scepter on Sven as well to get you outside of the Nature's Prophet Sprout. Gives the offensive Dispel as well against the Overpower. Could be a pretty useful tool just to have multiple avenues to be able to engage into a lot of these team fights. The Superman Sven could be back.
Potentially. I feel like that's probably like a 7th or 8th item down the track kind of
Depends how annoying
with the Ags.
they're being against him, basically.
Yeah, that's true. That is definitely true. I mean, at the end of the day, you've also always got Yule Scepters and things of the like to be able to play around with if you really are desperate to get rid of these overpower stacks. So that's something we'll have to wait and see about whether or not that's what Quantum want to go down as their route of attack, or whether or not they're just going to play it very straightforward, do the simple things right, and hopefully try and get the dub for themselves.
We are seeing the Icebreaker facet coming through as well from Jakiro. So previously we saw the Twin Terror being picked up, just as, you know, a little bit more of that lane harass. But I think any time that you could just get that little bit of extra control, it's going to be a good thing, right? Because they don't exactly have, outside of a tiny Blink Avatos, the follow-up isn't necessarily there until Shadow Shaman gets the Blink Dag, which might be a little bit of time depending on how this top lane goes.
Yeah, and especially against a hero like Queen of Pain as well. Like, just having that little bit of extra lockdown can sometimes mean her blinking away and her dying. So, do like to see that from the boys. So, let's see how this first blood is going to go. Mary's going to walk up. Yayo. We'll see if he can catch anybody. Yayo or Palantimos.
Have you seen Anchorat's just got his backwards name now?
Sometimes that really irks me with players is how they change their names all the time. But
Darkney is not too bad.
Anchorat is not bad. The backwards versions, whatever. Like,
yeah,
it's when they completely change them, and you're like, who's who? I remember it was a big thing in China for a long time, and now it feels like a lot of Eastern European players do it quite a lot.
And Excess Vampire was close with 1 Sentry Ward to being able to deward 2 Observer Wards. It's like very close to being on the edge of both, but won't be able to claim it just for now. Still, I don't expect much to change, even though he hasn't got the Twin Terror facet. He's still just going to be spamming out this Liquid Fire as much as possible against Cobus 9.
Yeah, and that's the problem that Axe has early on. A lot of that early harass can be quite detrimental. So, off to a relatively good start for a lot of these different players here.
The other thing that I'm sort of looking at is that a lot of the time when you're looking to play with a Nature's Prophet, remember this was Nemiga's first pick, it's when you're, you know, getting a stun into a follow-up from a TP through. Don't really have any stuns across the board for them, right? Like, Cobus 9 isn't going to be wanting to level up Berserker's Call for quite a little bit, you know? Like, until there's a bunch of stacks being built up for him, but maybe he's going to be forced to go into it at, like, level 4, let's say, just to give them some of that kill potential that the Nature's Prophet does provide.
We'll see if he is forced to do that, or whether or not, you know, maybe you can be a greedy little goblin and get away with it. We'd like to see some other levels of the Berserker's Call.
Just one.
Thank you
just
so much for Mr. Monodrama. Here's the free heal and the Chewy Nudu Tangos. I was going to say Tamangos. I don't know why I was getting Tangos and Tobacco put together. But unfortunately for Monodrama, that is a big old tombstone in front of his face, and that will be first blood going the way of Yayo.
Yeah.
Yayo.
That's what he's saying. I mean, it's a lot of pressure that they're already putting onto this top lane, right? Ursa's doing an okay job with last hitting, but he's forced to do these weird things when really just see creep, hit creep is what you want to be doing at this stage of the game.
Try and go behind the tower once again here in Abashka, but I think Emptiness is going to be the one that's going to get gone on here. He's going to go in with the foul play, and now Yayo is going to be able to get a second. Monodrama, though, very, very careful here. A lot of these damage is coming from the range creeps.
That's coming out to the Undying. He's already got the Soul Ring, like, less than 3 minutes in. So he's just going to be spamming. And all of that HP that goes away, that's just off the back of your decay after the fact. So he's going to be very happy with how things have started out. I mean, I know it's very early to look at the net worth, but let's have a look at the net worth for the Undying. He is a fair way ahead of everyone else, and yeah, Ursa sitting pretty down low in terms of who's going to be able to combat this. Emptiness, a little surprised that he doesn't have any tangos to be able to play around with, but maybe just looking to rely on Yayo and the pure right-click damage that they're able to have.
Yep. Emptiness goes for the mass serpent ward rather than, or the massive serpent ward, pardon me, instead of the chicken fingers. So interested to see how that fast went. I believe he went it last night as well in their game against Aurora. So I believe the British lads were exacerbating about how good the massive serpent ward is, and I believe I'm in very firmly in Camp T Governor, and I don't think it's good.
You don't think it's good? You're like, why not chicken fingers?
Yeah, it seems like such a...
It depends on the game, I think. Like, if you are actually needing that extra little bit of lockdown, if you are wanting to try and get these slow-ish trades off, then chicken fingers might be better. But against a Nature's Prophet, most of the time in these longer team fights, he's going to come out on top because of multiple sprouts or the regen coming through, bigger attack range. So it really just depends on Monodrama's positioning, in my opinion, to make the chicken fingers a little better. And for this game, don't think it's really all that amazing.
Alright, they're going to try and go again on the top side here. Yayo wants to try and hit the creep instead of hitting the Ursa. So he will just force him to leap away. That's Tombstone down for another 70 seconds.
I wonder if they actually like clicked on some of the creeps that he was hitting as well to see that he had put the second point into the Fury swipes, and knowing that he doesn't have overpower, they were happy to drop the Tombstone because they knew he wasn't going to be able to quickly burst through it. Not really that you get overpowered that often this early into the game, but still, it's a possibility.
Yeah, especially needing the Earth Shock as well to be able to create a bit more of that extra distance. So I feel like my eyes are just glued to top, just because that feels like where a lot of the pressure is going. There's also a lot of stuff that's been happening in the bottom side with Covers 9 and Lucas kind of dancing around each other. But, you know, middle lane is a Queen of Pain lane, so it's just like, okay, like it's Shadow Strikes, and then you just got to try and CS when she doesn't have Shadow Strike on you.
Mary's moving up top as well, trying to make it a 3v2 sort of situation, but I think Lucas needs to be a little careful here. Doesn't really have a big wave to be able to play around with, and it's the siege creep wave as well, so can't afford to be down here on his own, otherwise he's under threat of just being dived.
They are walking forward here. Mary's coming from the back as well, so Emptiness will go in towards that foul play. They miss out on the dual breath though, so Yayo is going to find it quite hard to get away from this Ursa because they don't have that extra slow coming in from the dual breath. And now Monodrama's just sitting in the back, just getting the clicks going, but Bashko eventually will get chased down by the zombie man. So it looks like dual breath was not needed.
Runes up towards the top side. Young G is going to be able to claim it. I mean, that's the other thing as well that we haven't yet talked about. Young G, even in the games that Namiga have lost, he's always looked incredibly impressive. So
yep.
I'm expecting to see another great performance come out from him. He's already about half a level ahead of Ankrad at this point in time, so has the Sonic Wave available, but even with Excess Vampire here, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to... Could be a great TP though.
Here. They really want to try and kill this Ursa, but Yayo, he has just kind of gone in and gone out, and now he gets feared away. They will drop the Sonic Wave as well from Young G with this amplified damage, and just not on the same page there. You could definitely see that Yayo didn't want to have a bar of that because he didn't have the Tombstone, and then Emptiness was definitely pushing the envelope there to try and get the kill onto Bashka, who still lives. Gets some big rotations though. Basically everybody from the Mega is towards the top side except for Covers 9.
No yoinking of Wisdom Runes going on by the Nature's Prophet. Mary is there in position to be able to secure that 7-minute one, and that's exactly what is being pinged out, but it's actually Lucas ending up taking it away from the Nature's Prophet. So there goes the ping, and there goes the thank you very much. And is he going to be okay on Monodrama? Probably not.
He is just not enough to get away. X there from Emptiness. Catches that one. Excess Vampire tried his best. Was that with an illusion?
Which one?
The Lucas being able to get the wisdom.
No, he was just there. He just TP'd back.
Oh, he TP'd back. Okay. So I like as soon as I saw it, and then I saw that he was bottom, and I was like, "What's going on?" It's like, is this guy in two different places at once? Is that a new
many skills. Sven doesn't need to get any stronger than he is right now. Let's be real.
What do you mean? You don't want to fight 2 Svens?
No, 1 Sven's enough. Very keeping that bottom regen rune. Nicely done. I was a little surprised that they made this, they pulled the hard camp on the top side considering how low that tower is, but I think Yayo should be able to get it anyway, so it's not too big of a deal. But when you've got a level 5 Jakiro up there, which is 1 liquid fire, probably would have been enough to be able to take it out, but like I said, not needed. Wanting to play more around that mid lane, realizing that again, Young G is the one that's having a great start to the game for Namiga. Yeah, really just 9 isn't too bad of a one either.
Yeah, I was going to say, really just kind of putting a lot of your eggs in the baskets of the cores who are having the good time. So we're slowly building towards this Blade Mail. It's gone for much more of an early orientated build with the double bracer and the phase boots. So definitely not going to be 11-minute Blade Mail blink, but could start getting this acceleration going, especially with the amount of stacks that XX Vampire is starting to build up now for the axe. Look at them across the other side of the map as well.
Could be a 10-minute Blade Mail off the back of that, but I doubt that the follow-up is going to be there necessarily. That's fine. Again, like the big issue for mine for Namiga's draft was make sure that Kovis 9 doesn't have slow farm, and he doesn't. He doesn't have slow farm at all. It's just has the top lane gone well enough for Quantum that it's going to kind of balance that out, because you know Undying is an amazingly strong hero in these early stages of the game, and he's about 10 seconds away from being able to pick up a halberd before the 10-minute mark, so this is looking real good for them.
Especially with a lot of their damage coming from those clicks, you know, either on the Ursa. Monodrama has some half decent right clicks, and even Young G as well. So we've got a lot of magic damage, but they also do have a decent amount of the clicking damage. So have to be very, very careful about that when you go into these next couple of fights. Just makes that Undying so hard to kill. And even if he has Ceaseless Dirge available too, like, you kill him, you expend quite a lot to have to kill him. If you're in the wrong spot, these TPs can come in and basically like having an Aegis.
So really, to me, it just feels like they're waiting for their level 6 on Quantum. You know, they're playing around potentially these siege creeps now as we see a double rotation. No Macropire just yet, about 30 experience short from being able to pick that one up. Maybe if they're able to get this backstab working onto Kovis 9 before he picks up the Blade Mail, that could be huge. You know, delaying a lot of the timings that he has, making him lose a bunch of unreliable gold. Looks like the Spidey senses are tingling and he's backing off just in time, so good map awareness coming through from him there. Does let them place down a Observer Ward though, aptly named Sentry Ward, the old snaking trick. And they know that there's a lot of big stacks here, but... Okay, I was about to say, got to be careful about revealing yourself underneath that Watcher.
Oh, they're walking towards now. They've been able to catch that XX Vampire. The toss away, though, does get them outside of the ice path, but with Yayo here as well, it's very, very spooky prospect for Young G to be hovering around, so they're just going to leave it be, and they're going to set mid-tier 1 tower as well here at 12 minutes.
Yep.
Keep your catapult alive.
Emptiness is doing a good job. He's tanking the tower hits. Perfectly natural for him to be wanting to do. And yeah, especially when you're considering doing exactly what they just did and yoinking away the vast majority of these. They drop Macropire on the Ancients to be able to claim them, so that's a lot of gold that Axe is now not going to have. I think Quantum are playing this early game perfectly.
Yeah, they're doing a really, really good job at just kind of crunching the map in the correct ways, making sure that they're taking a lot of this extra farming area away from these heroes, especially because you want to play pretty slow for a lot of these calls. Queen of Pain, yeah, she's okay with doing some rotations, but wants to try and get at least an item or two. Same with the Axe, and especially with the Ursa, with considering how horrible of a start that they had, and you know, looking at these massive stacks that are being built up for both these two teams, that if you start getting into the farming mode, it's going to be a very, very spicy prospect. All right, he's going in. Lucas just walks in and just obliterates. What was that, a 4 or 5 stack of Ancients?
4 stack, I think, and it gives him his level 12. Just looking at levels, it just compares Sven and Ursa levels right now. That's the big highlight that I want to be making right now. Not only is he nearly double his net worth, but you've got level 7 Ursa versus level 12, nearly 13 Sven. Like, this is what the difference is in having that inbuilt farming mechanism. It's why TAs can get so farmed so early, just because they're able to get take all these stacks for free and flash farm so effectively, while being good at taking towers, while being good at team fighting. I really feel like Sven is approaching the territory of first ban material.
It really feels like he's got quite a lot of the right bits in his toolkit to really be able to abuse the meta right now, especially with how good teams have gotten in stacking. I remember there were teams that never used to stack. Stacking, never really felt like it was a big thing, and obviously you look at a team like Team Liquid, who were stack gods, and now it feels like every team is just giga stackers.
The big boy is hitting.
The massive ward. I mean, would it have been a much more easy solo kill if it was the regular wards? I'm not going to judge, but I mean, is what it is, I guess.
It is what it is. Let him be. Let him live his life.
Yeah.
Also, they continue to choke out the map, dude. They're doing such a good job of this. Look at the time that they're making this movement. Not only do they get a kill, not only do they take a tower, they're going to take another Wisdom Rune. Monodrama doesn't even have a scan available. Oh no, they just used it, sorry. So now he's going to be TPing through and claiming it. So a little bit slow on Mary, unless he does the ice path up the hill, but doesn't look like he'll be able to do it in time. Still a death for Monodrama.
Yeah. Loses the life, at least takes the shrine, the wisdom shrine away. Doesn't get kind of the double whammy of not getting it, and it just kind of exacerbates that experienced lead. But I think at this point, you're kind of hunting for scraps for anybody on the Mega right now.
I really want to see Lucas just get out of his side of the map now, right? You've taken all the stacks, you've got a siege creep wave coming up shortly, Ursa doesn't even have Battle Fury yet, let alone his next item, and Axe doesn't have Blink Dagger for another 700 gold, so there's really no reason for them to stay back on their side of the map anymore. You just need to continuously choke them out, take away the areas that they can farm, and try and get these key pickoffs on a few of the heroes that are having a decent game, like the Queen of Pain, like the Axe.
That's what he's doing. He's crossed the river. He's found Young G. They're just going to go forward and look at the stuns that they have. Yeah, they don't really have a good way of initiating, but when your Sven is, 3,000 plus gold ahead of everybody, it's pretty easy for him to initiate. They're going to go forward once again onto Monodrama, and it's just another double kill here for the Sven. This is looking dire straits right now. This is, please don't watch. We're very vulnerable right now for Namiga. They're struggling with this one.
And they've got a Blink Dagger coming out from Emptiness now as well, on top of everything else. So you've got other ways to be able to initiate onto these people as well. You might not even be able to pop the Blade Mail, if you've got that Hex. It's that instant cast versus, maybe you can stop yourself from getting hit by the Stormhammer, or at least return some of that damage. Not going to have the same sort of luck versus a Blink Shadow Shaman.
Yeah. Okay. They were at least posturing to try and gank the Undying here in the river, but very hard to kill. Considering he is 1,300 gold, 1,200 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter on Yayo. So the Dirge is going to steal a whole lot more of these stats. Ankrad's gone for Boots of Travel. I feel like in this scenario, I really like these Boots of Travel, whereas I kind of disliked them yesterday, just because they're so far ahead. And it just means that any time that you're seeing Covers 9 trying to cut these creep waves, trying to push these waves in, same with Young G as well, you could be anywhere on the map.
Yayo. He breaks the smoke, drops the tombstone down. They do get a little bit of a nice ball onto the Shaman.
Going to do a lot of work, but with only 2 members from the side of Quantum here in the backside, they're seeing if they can try and continue this fight for as long as they possibly can. The damage is going there onto Covers 9. Yayo, though, he's the one that's going to lose his life early. Lucas wants to go in here with the God Strength as well. Doesn't get onto any more of these heroes. I've already taken down one with Covers 9 going down. But I thought there was going to be a much bigger response there from Quantum, especially with how long that Yayo survived on the Undying. I thought that was definitely the kind of go button for them. Everyone was kind of in the area, and they decided to not.
They were going for a kill on the Ursa at the time, and they were just trying to get a 2-for-nothing trade, basically. But I think when you've got this level of control and you've got this great Observer Ward, and you know, what could they do to stop you from just taking tier 2 mid and top at this point? I think maybe they got a little bit greedy for it. They're going to try and get excess Vampire, and they should succeed. Although Monodrama's going to try
a lot of damage here. Yayo has to be careful. Starting to burn just a little bit. Doesn't get any more of it. 8 HP, 1 HP dead. Yayo eventually cleans it up there.
Oh, Young G blinked in.
Ankrad's going to walk in. Young G has blinked in as well. Now Yayo wants to walk forward. They do get the shackles going out onto the Ursa. He's going to lose a lot of his life. Bashka walks back in, gets some overpower stacks on a Yayo, but that's all it's going to be. Young G is walking away on a sliver of HP. They'll walk forward and they'll catch out Monodrama once again here. Blink Avatos from Ankrad brings it back into the clutches of his buddies, and it's a triple kill for the Dirge. That's Ags on the way, baby.
Without Sven, by the way. So, like, that's a lot more what I was expecting for them to be able to do, right? They've got great vision around this top side of the map. Just get the easy pickoffs. There's no way that Nemiga can contest into, at least until Ursa's got Blink Dagger. And even then, like, who are you actually killing? Can you kill a Jakiro during, you know, a Blink in? I don't think so, because you're going to have a Blink Sven, a Blink Shadow Shaman, a Blink Tiny around just to be able to stop you. Like, until he's got BKB, there's nothing really that much that Bashka can do. He's still bottom of all of the cores in terms of net worth, and you just look at Emptiness just walking out here saying, we're not going to give up this Observer Ward. Didn't have enough mana to be able to drop the Mass Serpent as well as use the Shackles.
They are standing and fighting here as well. They've got a lot of cores that are coming out. Young G just gets donked on. And Yayo eventually will be able to clean up on XX Vampire. They wanted to get rid of the ward. They do get rid of the ward. And unfortunately for them, it will get replenished. And another hero that's going to the fountain is going to be Monodrama. At what point do you just type the cheese, you know?
We know we don't do that anymore in this region, you know? Like, we know that doesn't happen ever since he's spoiled. But, you know, it's approaching that sort of territory. I mean, the thing is, for Nemiga, they haven't had a good team fight yet, is the thing. And maybe that's just what they're waiting for. Like, let's have an actual fight on our terms, and if we lose it, we lose it. But I don't think it makes sense to tap out at this stage, because then that just kind of puts them in a stage of our draft was never good, if that makes sense. And I don't think that's a good mentality to be able to take into a game 2 of an elimination series.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I like the vibes answer there. Keep the vibes high. Or at least not low.
As much as possible, yeah.
Yeah. You know, don't self-sabotage. But I mean, looking at how fat Lucas is right now, he is a chubby boy. And
we don't fat shame here, right?
This is like the good fat, like the pH fat, you know?
Ah, I see.
Yeah. This is like the he fat, you know, like
he OB.
And it's just one of those games where like everybody's had these games, right? Well, I don't know about you, man, but I've definitely had games like this where you just, you know, giga-chatting across the map. You're just feeling very strong in everything you do, and it feels like you can kind of almost not slip up. But they need to make sure that they don't. Because obviously, you know, if they give away a Sven, if they give away a Tiny, it's a lot of net worth that can start going in the hands here of Nemiga. But they've done a really good job at just working across the map in a very clinical way for Quantum. And it's been very impressive to watch.
Yeah. I'm going to let that snarky little comment slide because you have been a trooper with the hours.
I just wanted to drop
this one time.
little droplet in there. You know, I cop a lot. It's time to give back.
You do. That's why I'm like, all right, he deserves it. Will we see the big snaky boy? Drop him down Emptiness. I mean, you probably don't need it, actually. Lucas, level 18, tons of farm. He's just going to be able to 3-hit this tower, essentially.
Yeah, he's getting close to a Chrysalis on top of his Harpoon that he's just picked up, and they just want to try and clear out the edges of these maps for some of the little Nemiga players.
They see you, Vampire.
They have just blinked, though. Ankrad finds him out. Blink Avatar's dead. Unfortunately, that is
Actually,
worth it in a nutshell.
Oh,
Kovas
they understand that Kovas 9 is going to be there. Oh,
they blinked the wrong way. Oh, Ankrad found him. He's sitting there. They're cancelling his cancelling his blink dagger. All right, it's just a massive ward.
Can't blade mail that.
God, this is so depressing to watch. It's so stupid, man. Look at it. Look at it. Why does it do 1,000 damage?
Why not?
What is that? It's so dumb. At least get a skin, Please, emptiness. You're making me feel empty looking at the no-skin serpent ward.
It's the way to play. And they're just able to come on right on back. How long left in the age? It's still a minute and a half. Like, they've just completely dominated this game from start to finish. And, well, they're not happy enough just to be able to go for the easy win. They want to get the cleanups as well onto them, where Ankrad says, thank you very much. I'll yoink a little bit of extra farm for myself. 6-0 and 9 on this Tiny. And yes, he's going a little bit more of that utility-ish style on the Tiny, but the Your Scepter makes sense this game. You're against an Ursa. Not that Ursa's really had any teamfight involvements just yet, and he's still 600 gold away from that BKB, so he's opted to go away from the Blink Dagger, just saying, look, we need to take some kind of fight, but you probably could have lost your base by the time you've picked up this far.
Yeah, I mean, at this point it feels like it's a little bit of a team meeting time. For the Mega. They're just taking this time to
just
sit down
hit the
and
tower,
chat.
Bashko. Just hit the tower. Oh no, not with the glyph. But just hit the tower.
You can
It's
do
a
it,
free
son.
farm.
They found Young G in the top
no, they're
side of the
TPing.
map. Yule's up into the air. Do they have
Oh,
another
no.
bit of lockdown? No, but Emptiness
Ursa's
found
dying.
where he's going to go. Oh.
How is Ursa not dying? I didn't think even... maybe he didn't have God Strength on Lucas, so I thought Ursa was going to die on that bottom side of the map, but able to TP away after taking the tower, so first tower claimed. Let's go. Small miracles.
Alright,
and now they get the
this
BKB,
is-
and now they smoke. This is it.
I was going to say, this is it. Double BKB on your cause. You picked up a Kaya and Sanj on your Queen of Pain. This is the... Let's see if we can kill Lucas.
Who do you even jump? Because I don't think you can jump Yayo. Like, he's too tanky. Two, well, they don't know that Ceaseless Dirge has 30 seconds on cooldown, but you don't want to risk it. And he could just TP back into the outpost.
Yep.
So it's got to be the full backline. Like,
Shadow
Jakira's going to
Shaman?
die,
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman's going to die. One of them.
All right. Let's see. Trying to find them. They don't have a
TPing
scan.
back.
That's
Not
the
wanting
sad
the
part.
full backline, but it's too obvious that they're going for this play with
Yep.
both mid and top pushing in, and I mean that's what happens 25 minutes in when you've lost 2 lanes of racks.
Yeah, makes every move oh so obvious. Well, at least they're going to know where they are now, because they're knocking on your front door. Full
Big
Daedalus
boy.
on the way here for Lucas.
He's in town.
All
They
right.
gotta do something. They gotta somehow get onto the back line. Monodrama dropping the Curse the Old Growth just for that little bit of extra vision, but where's the information?
Oh, they
Where's
found
the
him.
actual initiation?
They found the natures, so he's going to go here. He's going to fight. There is a blink on the sideline here from Young G. They're going to go in the back here for Covus Knight. Goes directly in on top of the Ice Pass. So they take down the Jakiro. Looking now onto
Ankrad too.
Ankrad. They get the double dunk, so that's a nice little start here for Nemega. They're looking to try and see if they can get Bashka into this fight. Lucas, Big Scary, and Golden. Let's leave him be for now. Nice little disengage here from Nemega. They're doing a very, very good job of just carting out these heroes. Now we're trying to see what Bashka can do. Lucas, though, he's the one that's getting very low. This God Strength is about to wear out in about another 10 seconds. Needs to be very careful. That's a one-tap. See you later, XS Vampire. They at least are able to deal with a few more of these members on the sideline, but they just don't have the HP. They don't have the base to be able to stand there and try and take down Lucas.
No, we were talking about E-Spoiled before. We might get a bit of a replay of that one going on with Super Creeps in mid and top just starting to whack into those tier 4 towers. But you could see that the makings of a successful team fight were there, right? Like, they found the good initiation. They were able to take out the Jakiro very, very quickly, take away all of that spell component, and Tiny dies too. You know, even with the Your Scepter, as long as Ursa's got that BKB, it's not going to stop him from having the overpower, and Tiny is still very squishy despite all the armor, despite all the HP against an Ursa that is able to just freely hit against him.
Yep. So, had all the hallmarkings of an ending fight, and unfortunately for Young G, that's an amp damage. The dead shot came just a little bit too late there from XX Vampire, and I mean, you're just trying to get some semblance of farm for Young G, just trying to find anything. And Lucas
That was
just
without
walks in
God
and says,
Strength
"Thank
as
you."
well, by the way. So they've still got that. Whoever shows is going to get picked off.
Very fortuitous rune for them to grab there for that kill.
Yep.
They still did
Playing perfectly inside the fog as well. Lucas still just shows for half a second there on the map, so going to be worried about moving on forward. But yep, just drop the snake. Why not?
You don't really
need to
want
do
to fly
something
back
against
either
it.
on Young G. They're going to try and do something here against Yayo. Monodrama. So they haven't actually taken this last lane of racks just yet. They are starting to kite it around it. Here's some BKBs going off here in the background. It's Cobus Knight. Pops it here on the action. Going to try and see if he can take down a few more of these heroes. They do get the first kill there onto the Jakiro, but look at the damage from the Sven. Lucas goes 1-2. See you later, and Bashka is stuck. It's GG's get dropped, and that is Nemega losing the first game here up against Quantum, who are looking hot. They're looking ready to go. They're looking fat. And they're coming through in this game number 1 with a very dominant victory here. Off the back of...
Morbidly. They need to see a doctor right now. Quantum, they're looking real good, like you were saying. Like, everything from start to finish just looked absolutely amazing. We said, look, this is a simple draft. You don't really need to overcomplicate things that much in Dota. And it just kind of played itself, you know? Like, sure, Tiny died one time at the very end there to an Ursa with the BKB, but... it took too long for Ursa to get into that BKB, the BKB because of the Battle Fury build-up, that the game was basically over by that stage. You know, you didn't need to worry about too much, and, you know, I might be starting to become an undying believer, you know? Like, yeah, you don't want to have that ceaseless dirge just to, like, you know, TP back in and chain feed, but it is a useful tool to be able to just have a core immediately available again, not have to worry about buybacks, be very tanky. Helvin's Halberd, great builder of that, and, I mean... who actually led in damage that game? Wouldn't surprise me if it was Lucas, and it was, but the one putting the most pressure on all throughout the game was Yayo by far.
Yeah, and it definitely did feel like it was kind of just played into their hands a little bit from the Mega Draft. Obviously, they weren't 100% sure when it came to the core Undying until the Jakiro was picked, so... potentially it could be, you know, one of those situations where, you know, you pick this Ursa, you have this Ursa and Entrance Prophet lane, you're expecting it to go a little bit better than it did, but just really kind of came to a point where Yayo was just kind of unstoppable. And there was just so many different scenarios where I don't feel like they won all 3 of their lanes, but it's not like Young G completely took Ankred out of the game. Like, Ankred still had a pretty decently timed Blink Dagger. As soon as he got that Blink Dagger, he just said, see you later to the lane, walked around, helped gank with the Shadow Shaman as well as the Jakiro. They turned that into a couple of towers, and it was just, it felt very clinical coming out from Quantum, and I was actually quite impressed with how methodical they made that look with the heroes that they had, and there was just almost no respite for Nemega.
There's very few lanes that a Quap is going to lose, right? So the fact that Ankrad got out of that with just, I think, a 400 net worth deficit, that's a really good outcome, you know? And they did convincingly win the off lane, like, again, double net worth, essentially, on Yayo. He's my MVP by far. So, yeah, wait, Palantimos, sorry, but he's gone by Yayo in the game. But the switch from POS 1 to POS 3 is going well for him so far.
Yeah, and I feel like when you see a lot of these carry players make that switch to offlane, like offlane as an art form, I feel like I don't want to say is dead, but definitely is has changed its style.
Bring back suicide lanes, the 1v3.
Yeah, it definitely has changed its style, especially with how strong a lot of these position 4s can be. And you've got a position 4 like the Shadow Shaman, and even though that Emptiness likes to play, he likes to play very, very aggressive as well. So if you're a carry player and you give them such a good dominant lane, of course they're going to continue to keep that net worth snowballing. So it's been a very, very good start from both of these two teams, and I'm very, very excited to see what we get as we go deeper into this series. But it is time to see what Nemega can bring back in game number 2, or whether or not Quantum will get their own 2-0 and move forward in the lower bracket. Join us on the other side of this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, gamers. The road to the International is a long and windy one, but we are getting ourselves through it as we get through the Eastern European Regional Qualifiers for 2025. And the first game is already done between Amiga and Quantum, and it was a very straightforward victory for Quantum after their foray with Aurora yesterday. It seems like they've woken up and they've chosen violence, and unfortunately for Amiga, it is the violence that hurts them because they lost the first game.
What was that word you said? Foray? Is that a
Foray.
thing?
Yeah. It means
What
like
is it?
scuffle.
Explain to me what it means. Does it?
Yeah. I think that's what I've been using it
I
as for
don't
like the
know.
last 10 years. Maybe I'm wrong. I could have just said anything. But foray is a word that I've used. Yeah, it's a French word, I guess.
Foray is a French word that translates to screwed up, messed up, or blown it. So I think you've done
Yeah,
a
okay, that's close enough.
No.
They went
It's not a
60 minutes
scuffle.
with Aurora.
It's not like a Rambulan in the SEA region
Yeah,
with Tagalog,
okay.
which is like, street fight. I think you're just trying to shoehorn some words in.
Anyways, we've got a game of Dota to talk about, and the real question is now, Danog, is what changes?
Looks like the vibes are still good on Amiga. I just want to see, again, easy to execute, and there's nothing I hate more other than Nature's Prophet and Earthshaker pickers than a do-nothing draft. And I feel like they really did have a do-nothing draft that time around because you're just waiting so long for Ursa to be able to do anything. Axe needs 2 items before he can do anything. Like, yes, they could have, once it started looking a little out of control, just pivoted and had the Axe go Blink Dagger instead of Blade Mail first item. But if that first few fights don't go well for you, you're just screwed, right? And they were kind of screwed anyway, so maybe that was the avenue to go for. But, like, so much went wrong for them. The lanes, they lost that big Ancient stack, and it just took way too long for them to be able to have any sort of items themselves. So, I do prefer the Terrorblade to a first pick, well, not a first pick Ursa, but, like, Ursa in general as a core.
Yep.
And you've got the flex to be able to put it 3 if you absolutely need to. But I would have to say this is most likely being a 1, considering the bans that we're seeing, Darkseer and Brewmaster in particular.
Yeah, I was going to say, I really feel like the bands are going to paint the picture for you.
But then
for
Shaman
Amiga.
later
Yeah,
into it.
and now it's going to force him to go chicken fingers. And I'm really
No,
happy
not the
about it.
massive war.
Yeah, he's gonna be forced to go chicken fingers now. And if he goes massive ward, then emptiness is just a massive word, massive serpent ward.
It's a pretty
Enjoy
big
that.
word. What would you get in Scrabble with emptiness?
I mean, it doesn't have like any of the crazy letters. Some pretty.
Bro, the last
I think
few
M
Wordles
is-
have been awful. Like, P is
I
pretty
don't
big
do
too. I think
wordles
it's like 4
anymore.
letters.
I just do connections.
It shows with you saying foray. But the connections are good too. That and whatever the
mini
third one
crossword.
is. Yes, love doing those. Add me to friends, bro. We can battle every day.
You think I actually have a login for that? It's free.
You should.
mate.
But yeah, I wonder how they're going to look to try and address this now as well, because we've seen Dooms in response to the Terrorblade as well. Like, good magic damage against it. You know you're only going to have to deal with one, like the actual TB as well, because Shaman's going to be chicken fingering one of the conjure images, and he's going to be, okay, I got that. I won't say it again. He'll be hexing the other one. And you just got to be able to get these reliable kills, right? Sunder, useless when you've got the Doom available. I really would be considering picking it up for Yayo Palantimos himself. Nope, he just goes back to the well, which, fine. I'm fine with it too.
Yeah, I mean, this also could be like a Mary Undying, if they wanted to play
be,
along those
yeah.
lines. But it still is a pretty strong lane, I think, against the TB. Just because trying to cut through a hero that has a lot of armor, what do? Is you put a lot of magic damage and you reduce his HP even further. So that's a good way of trying to take down the Terrorblade. We'll see if that's
Hero,
what Quantum
please.
wants to run again.
For Amiga. Double hit for Tombstone. Double hit for the regular Serpent Wards. Ice Path for Shackles. Good lane presence. Good tower taking potential. Early Storm Spirit and a Silencer. Okay, we've seen the Silencer in response to the Undying and Shaman, actually. Just to be enabling you to play a lot more aggressively. And I think that's the big switch that they were having. When we first went over to the Amiga cams, they were still in pretty good spirits, right? Big smiles on everyone except for Bashka, because he had not a great lane or not a great game. But I do like this change in mentality of, all right, let's just run at them. Sure, they've got an Undying, but if we've got Global Silence, it doesn't really matter.
Yep. can always be on the front foot, and I feel like that's kind of the name of the game for a lot of these different teams, is trying to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to be the trendsetters, and this enables them to do that. So, Monodrama, picking up the silencer this time around. We'll just see what the responses are going to be here from Quantum. It looks like it will be the Ancred Tiny again. I mean, potentially could play it as a position 4, but I think Ancred played well enough to warrant it to be picked again.
Specifically because of the TB, it's not, right? Like, you need the Shadow Shaman there in the 4 role to be able to get rid of the illusions in the lane. So I would say this is almost certainly locked into 2. Maybe 1 is a small possibility, and they pick up the Jakiro for themselves. I mean, if it worked one time, just do it again, right? Like, there's nothing stopping them. They absolutely blitzed that game number 1. Difference is, no Sven this time around. So are you going to have that big one hero? Like, what is the biggest hero that they could possibly have at this point to be able to put all of the eggs into that basket? Is it Muerta? Just to be able to have, like, an answer to the TB if it gets to the later stages. Sven is gone. So, yeah, it's just one of those avenues where if you are going to go this full-on utility-ish style Tiny, you need someone else to be able to pick up the slack. So I don't want to see, like, a meh position 1. Like, it needs to be a hypercore.
Yeah, I agree with you. But that potentially could mean that Ancred does change his tune just a little bit, trying to go for more of that carry style Tiny to try and get those one taps, especially on a hero like Silencer as well. Like, you really want to try and play around that. So, I mean, I could see that the Yules build up again, and then maybe transition into like the Shadow Blade, or maybe you just go BKB and try and be that right clicker for the Tiny. The question is, what's the hero now for Namiga? They need another support hero. They've picked their, I'd imagine, position 1 and their position 2. So what's their position 4 hero that they need here? They need a little bit more stuns to keep people in place for the Terrorblade to start whacking away.
I mean, I'm fine with a Snapfire again. Like, just more stuff to be able to deal with this Tombstone, more stuff to be able to just dish out damage from afar. Because you're going to have dish out damage for a hard. This is still here, right? Like, you can combo together a Storm Spirit and a Wind Ranger and get these quick pickoffs. So I don't mind this. It also just doesn't really reveal a ton about the lane. It's still the position 3 that they're still yet to pick on Namiga's side. So that's really the other avenue that I'm looking at. Like, they need some other form of reliable lockdown and initiation. You can't put it all in onto the Storm Spirit. I think that's just a recipe for disaster, especially considering you're already going up against a Tiny and a Shaman and a Jakiro, all of which, maybe Jakiro not on its own, but the rest of them can just lock down a Storm Spirit prior to that BKB coming out.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe potentially along the lines of like maybe a Mars, something just that big team fighter they can try and fight around. Could even potentially be seeing an Enigma again, because that does mean that some of the carries for Quantum are a little bit limited. Because you want to pick certain carries into something like an Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, the
not
other
really
thing
have
as well
that
is
tanky frontliner though.
They don't, and the thing is, for Quantum, they're going to maintain their record of having second pick the entire duration of the qualifiers up until now. They've got the last pick of the overall draft. So, yes, Ancred played a very good Tiny. There's still a small possibility of Tiny being played as a 1, you know? Like, it is certainly something that's available for themselves to be able to do it if it's an amazing lane for them, and then just pick something else into this Storm Spirit that's going to have a good time. Okay. This can work as well, not necessarily that frontliner, but it's the immediate follow-up, and they're going to have the team fight edge, or at least the pick-off edge, in terms of Storm jumps in, Dawn ulties, Silencer ulties, what can you do?
Saw this yesterday from Aurora. I believe it was Toronto Tokyo that was playing it. So,
5 seconds remaining.
see what the response is now from Quantum. What do you want to pick here? I was going to say, do they pick Ursa? But that feels kind of bad.
No, I don't want that.
Dusa.
Choose your hero.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm fine with it. You know, just something... Again, if it's 50 million TB illusions that you're having to worry about, then, you know, the Deuce matchup is like, it's all right. But if it's just the TB illusion, you're not that worried, you know? Oh, sorry, just the TB, you're not that worried. Deuce is going to be able to outcarry you. Again, you've got that later split shot potential. Interested to see what sort of facet he's going to go into. It looks like the Venomous Volley for him, and it makes a lot of sense going up against this Dawnbreaker as well. So while Yeo made life horrible for Bashka in the previous game, I kind of feel like Lucas is going to be able to do a pretty similar sort of thing with this Dawnbreaker, against this Dawnbreaker with the Venomous Volley.
Especially with Mary on the Jakiro as well. It's going to be pretty painful for this Dawnbreaker to be able to play through this lane. So we'll have to wait and see how these lanes do pan out. Looks like Emptiness did go into the chicken fingers as well. So I'm very, very excited about that, to be able to deal with these TB illusions. But I mean, looking at the drafts here, Danog, I feel like I'm very swayed by recency bias, especially when it comes to Dota and a lot of the series. I'm a very recency bias kind of guy. And I think Quantum, again, I mean, obviously 4 out of the 5 heroes makes it pretty simple for them to win a lot of these lanes and go very straightforward. Whereas for the side of Nemiga, once again, it really does feel like they're kind of relying on Corvus 9 a lot to get a lot of things done for them, and really try and set up Young G on this Storm Spirit. So I'm leaning towards Quantum, if I'm being perfectly honest, and going to be happily surprised if Nemiga come out on top, though.
It's not even just the recency bias, though. It's the fact that they've been able to get 4 out of the 5 same heroes that they just had in the previous game, where they just absolutely stomped. And they've got that hyper carry that I was talking about as well. You know, that was one of the things that I mentioned as really needing that hero to really bring the whole draft together. Yes, it's not the same level of burst that we saw from the Sven, but when you think of hyper carries, there's not much better than a Medusa.
That's very true. She has been...
She has to be careful is what she needs to be. We're seeing a smoke coming across the map and might end up running into 5 heroes. Ooh. Two ships passing in the night. What's he doing out there? That's what I want to know.
I don't know either. Usually there's a little bit of a movement.
Maybe just anticipating that they were going to go for a gank on him once the horn sounds and it turns into daytime, like's happened a few times, so he just wants to get out there before that actually happens.
Who knows? Either way, he's able to at least dodge it for now. You can just see on the other side as well that Quantum are making their way to the bottom side.
Wonder if they're going to do the old Sentry Ward trick underneath the tier 2 tower, just so that the creeps start hitting that instead of quickly getting to the lane. A lot of people are just body blocking these days, but it's still a possibility.
He's close enough.
No. He could always. They were under a smoke.
Yeah, Mary could always just do
up top
creep cut. It's a lot of damage there on a Lucas, but he's okay.
Yeah. Should be fine. No, we've got 6 tangos on the Jakiro, which almost exclusively going to need to be used for himself, but already a mango being ferried out here by the courier and the clarity. That's basically as good as a tango whenever you've got the Deucer.
Really does just need to kind of get to the point where he can get out a few more of these snakes. The Mystic Snake. I was going to call it Serpent, and I was just like, that's not the name of this.
You got Serpent on the brain, that's why. You saw the massive one, and that was all you could think about. Might be rushing a Bassi as well on Mary, just to be able to help out a little bit with the regen in the lane, but
Lucas is in trouble. He's dead. Yeah, a few auto attacks there. Just walked into the Starbreaker from Corvus 9.
Yeah, we were looking down on the bottom side. I don't know why he ventured out of his little hidey hole next to the tier 1 tower. There's no real reason for him to have taken so much of that harassment at the very start of the game. So that's a good start for Nemiga to be able to get an early kill on the board, to get the... Was it Corvus 9 that got it? Yep, he got the first blood. So nice little start for himself there.
Yeah, getting close to that Soul Ring. Big start for the Dawnbreaker to be able to get you that little bit of extra mana.
I'll see some of these other lanes looking. Mid lane should pretty much be a similar sort of story, right? Storm Spirit, especially ever since you brought in that static slide, does a fine enough job against the Tiny. Of course, things do change once the levels do start to ramp up, once you've perhaps got a power rune for Anchorad on his Tiny to be able to just burst him 100 to 0. And then for the bottom lane, really not expecting too much to change here. I mean, he's bringing in a lot of regen for himself on Emptiness, and he likes to play that really aggressive style, but I don't think that's the way. Maybe onto Monodrama they could look to go for some kills, but they're certainly not going to be able to target the TB as much as they did the Ursa in the previous game. There's going to be a lot more damage coming back out the other way.
Yeah, not as straightforward of a lane this time around. The Quantum lads in the off lane. They're going to see if they can try and make it work. They're going to walk out here with the chicken fingers. They do get the Hex there on a Bashka, and they drop the Tombstone.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe
at least got it denied.
some miscommunication perhaps with the Shadow Shaman. He had the shackles available and ready to go. A couple of seconds left on the Metamorphosis, and a little surprised that they even went for that kill when the meta was still up. You know, all they had to do was wait for a few seconds, and maybe they could have even forced a fight around this, around that Lotus Pool. TV would have naturally wanted to walk towards there anyways.
Oh, that's a big shackle and Starbreaker there on the Mary. XX Vampire cleans it up there with a kill shot.
Looking good for him so far. But again, Yayo is really just dominating this bottom lane. To be expected with an Undying, one of the best early game heroes that exist in Dota, whether it be from that 5 or even the position 3 role. But the difference is that TB has those ways to be able to even things out through moving into the jungle, using these illusions to be able to farm a little bit of the creep wave, have some of that ghost push happening eventually, but always going to have a bit of a rough time in these really early stages, especially when the wave is being pushed out like they're forcing the situation to be.
Oh, Ankred, he's in trouble here. The last word in the Arcane Curse doesn't get hit by the Static Remnant. It means that he lives.
Ooh.
Oh, no, he's getting chased by Monodrama. At least gets the Avalanche out. The wand at the final second there for Ankred means that he gets enough distance away from Monodrama, especially with his boots being picked up. So, yes, he survives, but he loses 2 water runes and a whole creep wave and a little bit of damage on his tier 1 tower as well.
Gotta be a little careful here on Bashka as well. You know, you just showed that Silencer was away from the lane. You showed him using a bunch of mana, and Tombstone just come back off cooldown. So I wonder if that's why they're trying to shove this lane in a little bit and force a fight going up against Bashka. Silencer's back, but still feel like they might be looking to go for this sort of dive. There's the chicken fingers coming into the equation. Drop the tomb, yep. But Slow's coming out though.
Word. There is a TP that's coming in here from XX Vampire and Emptiness. They've tried to commit here onto the Terrorblade and they have overcommitted. Again, you can just see that small bit of miscommunication between Yayo as well as Emptiness. Kind of going in and out, back and forth between the two of them. Not fully committing to one way or another.
I mean, he channeled the shackles for about 0.1 seconds. I don't think that was because of the last word. I think it had actually expired by that point. Although, I'm going to be able to get this kill onto Provis as a result of it. Got a few of those one charges. Yeah.
You just don't have that much damage coming in from the Jakira as well as the Medusa just yet, right? You know, Deuces takes a very long time. She's like a steam train. Just kind of takes her time. Build up to speed.
Maybe they might have been able to get something going on there because the Ice Path was available. He's gone the Icebreaker facet once again. TB does eventually end up falling down, and that's the sort of rotation that we want to see, right? Like, it's just a very easy pick-off, not even needing the Tombstone to be able to do it because TB is still quite squish and also reveals a bunch of information about the rest of them moving towards this top side of the map.
In the Power Rune, there is not that much mana left here for Young G. Ankred will have this Illusion Rune to try and play around with here. Monodrama understands this, so he's not going to drop any spells on him just yet. You can see that that high level of bait and switch between both of these two players. So, Young G as well as Curvis9 have to go back to base here.
Do indeed, and Emptiness was soaking up a bit of this. Yeah, he was soaking up a bit of the XP as well, so not too bad. Fine trade going on here, and despite the fact that they've been ahead in kills all throughout, the net worth lead is still going in favor of the Quantum side. So, you know, Dusa dying just the one time in that top lane, but still doing A-OK up here. I think the big difference is going to be just who's going to be hitting that level 6 and who's going to be able to make the most out of some of those early movements coming through. Nice little yoink away of some of the stack there. But yeah, as soon as that Dawn hits level 6, I really want to see a movement come through from Storm Spirit. Is that going to be around like infused raindrops being picked up first before he tries to build towards the treads just to be effective right here, right now? Or is they just going to go, again, a more conservative route? But I have to say conservative didn't work for them last time, and that's why I like that sort of move. 4 heroes in, just straight up kill him as soon as that Solar Guardian's available.
It's a pretty easy 1-2 punch set up with a very simple stun, or even just a slow. And then Cobra's Knight is coming over the top with that Solar Guardian. Looking to try and make a fight towards the bottom side once again here. They will drop the Tombstone though. Bashka, that is a lot of damage that goes towards him. That is 3 levels into the decay. They have to be very, very careful for him. Cannot stun though because he does not have it. And that is just another kill going away here of Mary. As you said, there's no boots on the silencer, so he is just getting slowed to oblivion. And eventually he'll get cleaned up there by Yayo. So it will be a big turnaround kill there for the side of Quantum.
I just got to keep this TB in the grave, essentially. Force him to have to retreat further back to the jungle, and that's exactly the type of gameplay that Quantum are wanting to force out of them. You know, they don't want them on the lanes. They don't want to be forced to defend. They've got a lineup that can very easily push into a bunch of these towers. Dusa, maybe not until she's got like a Manta style for herself, just to be able to have that extra lane pushing ability without putting herself in danger. But certainly once Mass Serpent Wards comes online, Jakira's level 5, only got the 1 point in the Liquid Fire, but it still does its job of slowly ticking that tower down and applying the attack speed slow.
Yeah, it's a nifty little ability to have. And we're looking right now. Fortunately, Bashka's just having a rough series. Having to deal with Dirge twice in a row. Dirge Shadow Shaman lane. I'm sure that's fun. A lot of damage that just went in there onto Lucas.
When you pick a Shaman, a Terrorblade and Shaman's in the pools, kind of what you should expect to be happening. I mean, it's one of the downsides to having that first pick, right? Hold on.
We're going to try and turn it back around. He is quite tanky. It's going to be very hard for them to try and take him down. Does have 21 charges, doing a lot of work to be able to get back into this. Young G is going to turn back around here onto Emptiness. They will drop the Tombstone. They can't really defend it though because Mary doesn't have all too much left, and they will just try and see how much damage they can do. Ankred's going to come here, has the Amplified damage rune as well. They're going to use the Avalanche and the Toss. They don't have the extra damage. He's going to throw out the tree. Will take down the TB. So it's basically a 4v4 or 4v5. With the Dawnbreaker coming in as well. So a lot of members from both of the two teams being in this bottom side of the map.
Yes, indeed. And of course, it ends up being a 3-for-1 trade in favor of them. I'm a little surprised he took that long to be able to drop the Tombstone, to be honest, because, you know, once he drops it, he was already dead.
He's in trouble here. Does have a big wand as well as a Lotus. And now with the TPs coming back in from Emptiness, we'll be okay.
Ends up yoinking away that little, I think it's called a Maidstone bundle or something like that, for Madstone bundle, excuse me. So he ends up getting his team closer and closer to some of those neutral items. Jakira only 1 away. Looking to try and make a move on to the Storm Spirit. I'm not sure if a Shield Runed Storm Spirit is the play here. It might just be looking to get a little bit of that deep vision up, and they'll see Wind Ranger, and is that the kill that you want? I feel like if you're smoking and revealing in that area, yeah, they know that you've dropped something down.
All right. Mary walking in and harassing XX Vampire.
It just feels like a pretty simple D-ward to me.
Yep. We'll see. Oh, does that see that Observer Ward?
Yep. That's why he power shot. So he's just going to bring his courier there. Gives him the tip saying, okay, you tried to kill me, but you just completely revealed your smoke movement. So a tiny bit sloppier here from Quantum, to be honest. Like, Lucas revealing on the lane, giving up that first blood before the 0-minute mark. A few less than ideal Undying plays in the team fights. The lane went amazingly, once again. And then what we just saw in terms of just giving up some information for free when you don't really have any stacks, so I don't think it's the biggest deal, the fact that they're not going to have that full level of information, because we know how much that influenced the outcome of the previous game, right? Being able to steal that quad stack that Axe was looking to try and farm in the Ancients.
It was quite juicy.
Just an Invis rune, but might be looking to join into this smoke and get a pick off onto the backlines here. Not before the Mass Serpent Ward gets dropped, though.
And it will put a lot of pressure on this tier 1 tower, but Pressure release valves are
Gonna run
here.
into Undying first.
Yayo, he wants to try and get this tombstone down, but look at all the damage that they can do here. He does not have enough to keep himself alive, and now eventually Mary will get taken down. Yes, they do have the damage to take down the Takiro as well. So just overstaying their welcome a little bit here for Quantum.
He was mid-cast as well of the Tombstone and the Flesh Golem, but maybe if he Flesh Golemed first, he would have been able to live. I guess he doesn't really have that much in the form of strength, though, at least in terms of his items. So once he gets that Crimson Guard, maybe they're going to choose a different target, but at least for now, the Snowball is being stopped for the Undying, so we're not going to get a similar sort of story to what we got in game number 1. I have to wonder if, like, how low did that tower get? Yeah, about a quarter. So maybe they could just look to do a pretty similar sort of thing. Shadow Shaman doesn't have the Mass Serpent Wards, but you also don't have Global Silence, you don't have Solar Guardian. You just look to try and take that tower off of simple right clicks.
Yeah, and once this T1 tower goes down, it does unlock the jungle for them.
So they're going for a smoke with Tiny's Fresh Blink Dagger, 13 minutes in. So they would love to be able to find the TB again, just to make sure that, at least in terms of the carry-to-carry matchup, it's always going to be Lucas favoured by that.
Dire's top tower is
Young
under
G
attack.
finds out Mary. While they were trying to smoke here for the side of Quantum, Mary was trying to defend that middle tower and just gets caught on.
Yep. They'll still get a tower, though. Wonder, will they be able to get here in time, though? The smoke's got about 5 seconds left. Tiny's coming in with a fresh Avatos available and bottles the Arcane Rune. Is Young G going to get baited in? Or is it even bait?
Inside of the Roche pit.
Oh, the
and
bash!
Young
Roche
G,
bashed him.
No way. Roshan playing for the Radiant there, it seems. Now they're going to see if they can try and keep this fight going. Yayo's going to walk in. Bashkar
Offensive
is getting
Sunder.
very, very low. He needs to try and find a target, and he's not going to get one.
So
Beautiful
where's my
carding
boys?
there coming in from Quantum.
Another toss
Tancred.
in.
It's on to Excess Vampire, and he's very, very low. Ooh, that tree is very spooky.
The homing missile tree for sure. Ending up being able to take him down, but yeah, a little bit of sloppy play from both sides, to be honest, right? Like, Silencer was full HP, had the Global Silence available in a little bit, so maybe was valuing his life over the TBs, but I mean, considering the start to the game that you've had on Bashka, I think you've got to take every single opportunity to try and potentially protect him.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to take the L there for Monodrama, but he's set back once again here. Having a very tough start. Lowest of the cores again on the Terrorblade. Can flash farm though. This hero can build a lot of net worth, but it's all about, will you have the space on the map to build all this net worth? You know, at least you're keeping up these tier 1 towers. You haven't lost your mid lane one just yet. So that's a positive here for the side of Namiga.
But I just saw on the bottom side, like, he starts to walk out to the lane to get a little bit of farm. Undying shows up instantly back into the jungle.
Yep. Can't go anywhere near him.
He doesn't see the Shadow Shaman just yet, so it's exactly where Emptiness is looking to move, and there's one, there's two gone, and there's your farming potential gone. That's the power of Shadow Shaman against this TB.
And Cred setting up here for a fight. Blinks away from XX Vampire. Doesn't want to engage into that Global Silence, as well as Young G, who are doing pretty well so far. Young G and Covus 9. Really starting to hold the fort down for Namiga. Oh,
TB's just got to move away from Shaman. And he's doing his job, though. He's, like, stopping... he's going to get out.
Oh, ha, ha, ha. You hate to see that.
I mean, he's just slowing down the farm so much that Bashka is able to have. Like, he's single-handedly wiped out 5 illusions, while Bashka's just forced to sit back and be farming neutral creeps.
Going on to Mary here, you do have to be very, very careful because you will have Lucas in the area, but they commit a Global Silence for a Jakiro. You're probably not too sad if you're Quantum, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I don't think you're horribly sad for that. I mean, I don't think he goes for that if he doesn't have the regen rune, which just expired now, so...
Radiant's top
He's fine to be able to pick up the kill. 0 deaths now for Young G and 7 kill involvements, so he should be pretty happy with how he's at least tried to right a few of the wrongs of the previous game. And overall, it is a much more even one. Namiga, slight win probability advantage, 57%. And you can only imagine like how that's going to change once TB actually does get some sort of semblance of farm. Once he gets his own Manta style, and you can only get rid of so many of these TB illusions as Shadow Shaman. Like every 15 or so seconds, you'll be able to get rid of 2, but there's just going to be 4 roaming about. So, yeah,
That's true. You're also, committing the chicken fingers plus the actual hex just to take down those illusions. Please do a little work at just keeping the pace of the game nice and slow, and the game cred does realise that. Goes back for a hand of Midas on the Tiny. So playing nice and slowly here. Covis 9's going to get that BKB, so this Dawnbreaker is, I don't want to say becoming a problem, but is very, very spooky in their own right. Can make it hard for Quantum to be able to play a lot of these team fights into that Dawnbreaker, but they want to try and make this rotation here. They want to see if they can take down Covis 9. They miss with the Ice Path, and then we'll just leave him be.
Serverward only sees the Deucer, who they already knew was there. Of course, they know Jakiro's there as well, because of the Ice Path. And Grad doesn't seem like he's been able to... I mean, with the Midas, it does provide him a little bit of that passive net worth coming through when he is going for these frequent ganks, so I don't hate it. And of course, anytime you're playing a really slow attack speed hero like the Tiny, like the Wraith King, you're just going to get much more value out of the Midas there. Also later down the track, he likes to build into the Octarine, so get a little value.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Kind of a hard hero
have to pop everything.
Yeah, kind of a hard hero to gank.
He's got the cloak now and the completed Crimson Guard, so he's going to be A-okay. Yay-okay?
Yeah, okay?
Finding here, trying to go in onto the Tiny, and he is certainly a lot more squishy.
This is the power of the Dawnbreaker, just having that global join the fight ability. Now with no Tiny, do they try and defend this tier 1 tower? It's not really worth them committing too many resources for it, but maybe if they can get it cheaply, Yayo. Going on the back line here is XX Vampire. They will try and commit here. They get the global science coming out as well. The Deuce is going to make her rotation. They want to see if they can try and cancel this TP. No way for Emptiness to get in there. And Young G will dip out as well. So that was a smash and grab, if I've ever seen it.
Could have potentially used Manta and Stonegaze to be able to stop the Dawn TP away, but maybe just thought it was a little bit too close for comfort, not wanting to waste it. But again, big ulti's used, right? No Global Silence, no Solar Guardians, so is now the time to actually look to try and go in. Sure, you used your Tombstone, but I feel like this is the sort of time where you need to try and take away something that the enemy has, or get a big objective for yourself like the Tormentor, which is just spawned up on the top side of the map. And I feel like Amiga know this, and that's why they're starting to make a move up there. Ults or not, they just feel like they can't let it go uncontested.
Yep. Seeing the TV slowly start to creep up now. Up that net worth chart as you see the Undying and the Tiny. Just not being able to get their stranglehold on the rest of the map like they had in game 1. That is pretty spooky. Blink, Avatos gets in onto XX Vampire. They want to try and catch out this Wind Ranger. She will win run as far as she possibly can, and that's a whole lot of distance that she's able to create, and they just don't get anything for it.
Even Blink's away, but again, mission kind of accomplished. I mean, you pushed them away from the Tormentor, which is the big prize that you're wanting anyway. You've got Deucer Illusion still just passively farming incredibly effectively. Be able to even go into that tier 1 tower after the fact, and now it's even harder to be able to kill the Shadow Shaman.
Yep, got the juiced up foul play.
Don't even hate Undying taking this this Wisdom Room for himself as well. Bring him to level 12. Much tankier as a result of the strength multiplier coming through from him, even though he still hasn't gone into basically any strength items outside of the Soul Ring.
that is true. He doesn't have crazy amounts of strength, but I mean, you hit a 2-man decay and you're sitting at an extra +8, so it's not too bad.
All these aura items, more important again. Like we keep talking about the utility, and this is what he's looking to provide. Hopefully Tiny's able to use the Midas. Comes off cooldown for the 2 times.
Come on, Cred. You can do it. Let's get the Arcane Rune. is looking. They're going to go in towards the Roche pit.
Sure.
So
It's a nice freebie to have. I mean, maybe they just feel like Deuce is online enough with this this butterfly. Like, what can they really do to be able to kill her? You've got responses to everything that they're going to be able to throw at you outside of, I guess, Sunder. I do like the fact that Amiga's not letting them get anything for free, though, completely for free. Like, yeah, they give up Roche for free, but Tier 2 tower top's going to be going down as a result of this. TP's coming in from the Undying, but I don't think it's really going to be able to do much.
They're going to be able to hold it, so the global will come down. Kovas9 has to pop that BKB just to run.
Still got the
And
tower, though.
Yayo is eventually going to be able to get here as well. Do they have the extra damage? You've got the Meta side to get away. Kovas9 running deep, trying to get away from any more of these members. Doesn't get it. They're looking to see if they can find more members. They get monodrama. I mean, it feels alright that you got a kill, but you would have loved to have gotten the kill on Kovas9.
Yeah, and they still got the tower, so I don't even know if you need to completely back off here. I mean, it seems like Storm Spirit just wants to shove out other lanes, check for any stacks, look to pick up some of his own farms so that he can look to increase some of his net worth, and Dawn ulti needed? Probably not needed, but he's going to pop it anyway. But that does kind of leave this top area of the map kind of vulnerable. You know, Lucas, with the Aegis for another 4 minutes, is just going to look to take a bunch of these neutral stacks. They're going to shove in this top lane. At the very least, I would want them to be forcing a glyph out from Namiga.
Radiant's top tower
It seems like Lucas is going to continue to stay up here.
Yep, I like it. They've got complete control over the top side. No global, no solar, 2 lives.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Eventually they're going to pop the glyph, but it's not actually going to get rid of any creeps. You've got another creep wave coming in about another 5 seconds.
That was a very mistimed glyph there. And they're just going to leave it. Okay. They just let that tier 2 go
Pretty big
down.
deal.
So you've got this full unlock pretty much here for Quantum. You able to take around that triangle area. They're looking to try and impose themselves in that kind of similar area here for Namiga. Now they've got the pipe up as well. And do you just kind of do you march down with the Medusa now that you've just got all these auras, and you just stick her in front of a tower and you say, for 2.5 minutes, can you try and kill her twice? I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Tiny, he's got the boost to travel, so he can just look to join them at any time. That's kind of why he can just be sitting back here on the sidelines. I think in an ideal world, he didn't want to show on the lane at all, just so that you were under the threat that he could just join in at any time. But you know what? He's still going to be able to fix the lanes. He's still going to be able to farm up that BKB. I think that's really the last thing that they're waiting for, is just get the BKB and then look to start pressuring into that high ground, or again, at the very least, the last tier 2 tower on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to take all those outer towers down where you have this giant power spike of the Medusa where she's got these 2 lives. Getting closer to Disperser as well. Medusa's going to hit hard. She's going to cleave through the entirety of this team, and all of those mana burn hits. It's going to be very spicy for the Storm to try and deal with, and it looks like they're going to try and knock on the front door here.
Even just the movement speed could be really nice when you consider like going up against the Dawn, going up against the...
Oh, they've gotten the Dawnbreaker here. Pops that BKB, pops the Blade Mail as well. Ankred's going to have to try and walk back, but Lucas, though, walks in here with the Stone Gaze. Young G goes out with that Shield Rune. XX Vampire tries to get the Assassinate there onto Ankred, but doesn't get it done. So, a lot of damage going here onto Lucas. He's potentially going to be losing this first life. Have to be very, very careful for the Medusa. They get about half HP on the tier 3 tower, but they've used absolutely everything here.
Got Global and Solar Guardian.
Do you have the Medusa to try and play around with this here? The Shadow Shaman's going to go into the back. He's able to live there thanks to the foul play. Chicken Fingers is going to be able to do some work in this next couple of fights as well. Kovas9 goes down thanks to the toss, but Lucas very low here on the Medusa. Thanks to all that mana burn, Young G... Okay, I thought he was going to try and at least cancel the TP there onto Lucas, but he at least cancels the one onto Yayo. And that will mean now that this Undying really wants to try and run away. He does have the Crimson Guard. Does have the Crimson Guard.
Yeah,
He's not use the Crimson Guard.
He's got the Ceaseless Verge. Maybe he thinks, you know what, I'm going to need it in the next 40 seconds. So
Yeah,
I don't know
guess
why
so.
he dropped the Tombstone, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to waste a bit of time, pop everything. And it just, if you give your Medusa another 20 seconds of hitting creeps and pushing out these lanes while they're still trying to kill you, it's a big positive in and of itself.
So what can both teams look to do now? I mean, you've got this Disperser, which again I really feel like is the slow aspect that they're looking to try and address. So Arcane Curse, Reflection plus Celestial Hammer. So just being able to get out of those, give your team a little bit of a respite. I don't know, I kind of prefer the Skadi though, especially going up against Storm Spirit and the TB in terms of just the raw HP that it's going to provide you over a Disperser. I don't think you're lacking in damage at this stage on Lucas.
Definitely feels like that he is at that, I would say, critical point. He still has a lot of room to grow, potentially 3 items to be able to close it out too, but he's definitely in that damage area, looking to try and just get tankier now. Which is kind of the problem with the Disperser, is the fact that you've obviously got the Reflection that can do quite a lot of damage to you as well. So
Gonna get a free Wisdom Rune, yoink. They're split around pretty effectively across the map on Namiga, so if they were to try and find a pick of it, would be on just one hero, which not the worst. It's always the sort of thing, like when you're playing for a disadvantage, you can't just like... Definition of insanity is just running into the wall over and over and over again, right? You may as well just try and split the map up, and if one person dies, you just hope that it's one of your position 4 or 5s, because the carry is going to be taking the safest farm.
And I think it's getting to the point now where this triple core is going to potentially start to outscale as well. So if you're the side of Namiga, you're more than happy to play nice and slow. And as you said, as long as it's not those big cores that are losing their life, this is a bit of a positive, because it really does feel like that Yayo has kind of been stunted. The entirety of this game, it feels like he got Crimson Guard, and then a little bit after that he got Pipe, and now he's just hasn't done much.
Seen all these TPs come through though off the back of this excess Vampire Ward, so they are able to back off in time to be able to just get away without too many concerns. He is building towards that Aghanim Scepter though, so it should help Yayo in terms of his arming capabilities as well as just survivability in a lot of these team fights.
10 strength steel does feel quite nice, especially when you do that flesh golem. Covers 9, pops the BKB, has to Nightfall out. We'll see you later.
And in terms of Anchorat as well, like, that's the thing that's always been so good about Tiny as with Storm Spirit with the regen rune. It doesn't feel like you have any big weaknesses, like in terms of your timing. There's always something good very close on the horizon. Like early on, massive damage. Level 6, grow, big upgrade, you suddenly don't have 0 armor anymore. You know, level 10, more avalanche cast rate. Like every time there's just something coming up very soon, and for him, level 20, just having that toss requiring no target is going to be enormous. Tossing someone back close enough to a Shadow Shaman that has the blink and the Aether Lens to be able to connect with the shackle.
And also just being able to run in, avalanche toss somebody, and just be able to put them into whatever position you'd like is quite nice. The Storm's getting close to that Shiva's Guard. Actually, not close at all, another 2,000 gold away. I'm used to the old days of a 600 gold recipe.
Radiant's bottom tower is
I'm
under
glad
attack.
it's not anymore. Yeah. It was
Future is
a little
now
bit too
old,
good. Okay, Boomer. Don't mention my age.
Don't do it. It's fine, I'm the
All
one
right,
that's
level 20 on the
feeling
Tiny.
back pain right now.
True. Only 700 gold away from his own Octarine as well, so even more effectiveness in a lot of these team fights. Another big power spike coming through from him. He's even got the Whisper of the Dread, excuse me, neutral item for even more
Emptiness. I mean, he broke a smoke. He was sitting there kind of just waiting for Roche anyways. But now
And it's a
40
long
seconds
Roche
without the
respawn.
Shadow Shaman.
He's just trying to, well, I was about to say keep the regen rune active, but I think he was a little slow to use that mana on Young G, so actually have it continuously ticking up. Does have his level 20 though, so more of an electric vortex duration. He gets a DD rune for his troubles, because of course he does. after the Shivas, I wonder if it does kind of feel like that. They don't have the Wombo combo as the thing for the Aghanim Scepter. Like, it's not the same level of effectiveness as we've seen in previous games. TB still incredibly single target. Dawnbreaker, I guess, but I don't think Corvus 9 is that much of a right-click threat at this point. Maybe once he gets into the Satanic and the overwhelming blink, he will be, just off the back of all the strength that it's going to provide him. But yeah, for now, it just feels like he's kind of playing that supporting role as well. Really long roach respawn.
They don't see these wards. Beautiful ward there from XX Vampire, and they miss another. So they just got all of this information now for Namiga. They know exactly where everybody is for the side of Quantum. They are staring at Roche.
I almost wonder, because he's gone the Whisper of the Dread neutral item on Anchorad, he didn't see the Wind Ranger, and Wind Ranger has a gem. Like, that 15% daytime vision reduction actually, I think, prevented them losing a gem at that stage. Would he have jumped in into the unknown?
Oh, Yayo. He's quite tanky here on the Undying, but it's all about emptiness. He loses a lot of his life here. The Global Silence will go down as well. XX Vampire is going to lose his life, as well as Monodrama. So they get the buyback now out on the Shadow Shaman. They want to try and go in here on Mary. But now with Corvus 9, he's just in the middle of everybody, and he gets stoned up and will lose his life as well. It's just a hard fight when you don't have your TB ready and available. Bashka will just have to walk away with Young G with his tail between his legs.
He just wasn't there. I mean, that's the big difference, as well as it really felt like they were splitting a lot of the damage between the Undying and the Shadow Shaman. Sure, you get the Shaman, but if you're going to commit onto Yayo, he's got to die. You know, he lives long enough to be able to pop Pipe, Wand, Crimson Guard, ults, drops the Tombstone, gets a Decay off, and then he's A-OK.
He does start to walk over, and then he just seems to not be able to commit to the fight. Just throws out a reflection and walks away. Thought this was definitely a fight they wanted to try and keep going in with, especially because Young G is just going to be able to walk in there. Yeah, he just couldn't commit to a fight. Walked in, walked out, walked in, walked out. And just a little bit indecisive there from Bashka. Just
and what you need is decisiveness at this stage. You know, like, that's the hallmark of a great team, is just... I mentioned it when we were talking about the differences between a lot of offlaners and Amar, for example. Amar is... He knows what he wants to do, and he just fully commits with it with the rest of the team, and they follow, essentially.
And that's, yeah, as you said, just the comparison between these two different teams is sometimes you just get that little bit extra out of some of these players when it comes to backs against the wall kind of stuff in these close qualifiers. It looks like Lucas has done a fantastic job so far for Quantum. Put the team on the back.
Save as well off the back of the Tombstone, so... It really feels like it has to be Yayo that you focus down 100-0 in a lot of these fights. He's just got way too much utility, way too much survivability if you give him even a split second to get off any of these abilities. And if it's someone else, he can just save them with Tombstone as well on top of all of that.
And it feels like that is going to be a pretty hard prospect, because if you don't go in him, Jakiro's got Ice Path from Narnia. You've also got everything that Emptiness can do. And Craig can jump onto the back lines, get an Avalanche Toss, do a lot of that extra damage. And then it just leaves that Lucas to completely do whatever he wants. And the question is, can you kill everybody else around Lucas before he's killed you?
Yep. The answer is probably not.
Yep.
Where's the thing going?
Oh no, XX Vampire, he's walked in, he gets chickened up and will lose his life as well. That's 80 seconds without a Wind Ranger.
Is that second Roche or first? Second, right?
Second Roche. Yeah, the banner's on Lucas.
Ah, okay.
Which I don't know why he hasn't given the banner to one of his supports, but here's what it is.
Going
to go forward here. Ankred goes in. No big AB just yet here from Young G. So look at how much damage is going out here from Lucas. So they don't really get any of these extra kills just yet. Global Silence in the background. That's a beautiful Doorbreaker ulti there to be able to go on top of the Shadow Shaman. It's just Lucas versus Bashka in the back lines here as well. Bashka has not used that Sunder, so you have to be very, very careful here on the second life for Lucas. Bashka's going to walk forward, gets that Sunder going in, but with how much mana that Lucas has, it is more than easy for him to just walk away from this. Do they have a way of stopping the TP? Yes, they do from Ankred. side, and they will just take down the Dawnbreaker. It is a buyback from the Tiny, and Bashka did win the fight against Lucas, so the Aegis of the Immortal is gone, so Quantum not being able to make that one a clean fight. They do take down a full lane of racks, but they lose a lot out of it themselves.
I think the big difference there was that Yayo was just way out of position. You know, they made a jump onto people when they were away from this Undying. I think he might have just been looking to try and pick up that Aghanim Scepter at the time, move a bit closer to his courier, and it just meant no pipe, no Crimson Guard, no Tombstone save either. Would have been perfect if he just moved down at this stage, but I think, understandably, his eyes were just on protecting Lucas as much as possible, but when the supporting cast isn't there, you just see how quickly things can fall by the wayside.
Yeah, you can just see in a lot of these different fights that he was sitting behind Lucas, and then he walked up to the high gun on the opposite side. So he didn't really have a good trajectory to get towards his teammates and really be able to put all of the utility for his team. Oh, uh-oh. Still good vibes, though. Still good vibes.
Yep. Yeah. Old emptiness there. It's maybe, I think he cancelled his shackles a little early and thought he would be able to blink away from the Storm Spirit right click, but wasn't able to do it. We do have that Aghanim Scepter, though, picked up by Storm. So I said they don't really have the Wombo combo, but maybe now they're feeling like it's getting to the stage that Dawnbreaker is going to be able to start outputting some of that damage. He's going for a Disperser of his own, just to, you know, potentially slow down this this Dusa when she pops the Stone Gaze. Doesn't have the undulation facet, so it is going to be quite effective onto her. Also, just mana burn in general against the Dusa is going to be great.
Radiant's middle tower.
Rest in peace to Diffusal 2. Long live Disperser.
Oh, he's still got the banner. Give it to someone else.
He dropped it.
Okay.
He hurt. Good guarding moves now for Mary. And this is the reveal of the blue hole. You have to be very, very careful here. They do not pop the BKB just yet here from Young G. They will turn back around with another global stance. With the amplified damage rune, it's a lot of mana that gets lost here by Lucas as well. The Stone Gaze is still rolling out. They'll want to try and walk forward and see if they can take down the Deuce. So they do get rid of Lucas. 100 seconds on the sideline without him. But now look at all the damage. They take down Covis 9. And they lose out on the Dawnbreaker, and everybody else has to fall back. So 80 seconds with no Medusa here. She does have a buyback, and Mary will just lose their life as well.
Tiny's actually pretty beastly.
Wants to walk forward and see what he can get here. Emptiness has to try and blink away from the Storm Spirit, gets himself into the trees, and Tip is away.
Regen rune. Can't pick it up, can't let Storm Spirit have it.
Yayo walks in, gets that regen rune, so it will continue to keep walking forward. Heard the Demon Zeal get used there by Bashko. Wants to try and get in and get this Thunder going. XX Vampire goes forward onto Ankred. Ankred limps away. Continues to keep this walk forward. Yayo will just get sundered. And that is a nice little pick up there from Bashka. And then we'll continue to walk forward. But unfortunately for Emptiness, he just went a little bit too far forward. And it's the save you mate syndrome. Just a little bit too much of that overextension coming in here from Quantum, and they're giving them ego quite a lot of kills.
Quite a big fight recap as well. Lasted for an eternity, it felt. I honestly thought that Tiny had done a lot more than that in the team fight. I mean, he got level 25 mid-team fight, so that extra 8-second reduction on the Avalanche cooldown means that he's throwing it out every 4.5 seconds. Especially now when it's getting to this stage where... Oh, see you later, Mary.
Yeah, just walks forward. I mean, macropying the creep wave. He's probably not the worst end.
It's not connecting on all of them, though.
Yeah, it was, for some reason it was just not hitting those range creeps. I thought it was a little weird.
Time for an egg.
Alright. Ankred. Let me see if he can take down Monodrama here. And unfortunately, they have just squandered this lead. They are trying to get away, but unfortunately for Ankred, that's a BKB piercing stun, mate.
That is a dieback as well.
Yeah.
So they know that there's no Tiny for the next 2 minutes, and what can they do off the back of this? I mean, Deuce is up, Jakira's up in 15 seconds. You've got your big ultimates available again for the Undying, but that Tiny provides so much in the form of initiation and forcing out these BKBs that it's a scary prospect to have to lane into. Right now, I really wouldn't want Emptiness to be buying any sort of item. He needs to save that buyback because he is your initiation. He is the one that's going to force Storm Spirit to use his BKB.
100%. And now it's getting to a very dire time here for Quantum. Disperser's up for the Dawnbreaker and also Disperser up now. He's almost completed it for the Terrorblade. So there's a lot of this mana burn is going to be coming the way here of Lucas, and it's going to be very hard for him to try and hold on to the big lead that they have. So Bashka, let's try and take down this tier 3 tower. He's a very tanky hero here on the front lines. So it looks like they're going to survive for now. I don't know if this whole tier 3 tower is going to survive for 50 seconds. Okay.
I'm just watching, like, the supports are so scared of Young G at this point.
Yep.
And he's got a haste tree, but that's not really going to help him with these team fights. But they're not willing to put themselves on the front lines to be able to even just throw down the macro pyre. We saw what happened previously. Of course, Blink Hex on Shadow Shaman is going to be effective as well, but you just can't run the risk at this stage. He did actually start to buy towards that Lotus Orb. I guess that's just a silencer counter at this stage. You've already got the Guardian Greaves.
You need something.
Sunder as well, I guess. So you're going to have something on Omega.
We're going away here. So Chi is being picked up by Young G. Aegis is going to go on to Bashka. Just means that he can sit in the front and siege. So what are we looking at now?
0 and
for
13
Quantum?
on Young G. That's what we're looking at, for me at least. Like, he is just completely taken over this game. He's holding on to the refresher. He's got the overload attack bounce as well. He's about to have enough money to be able to buy the Parasma. So I really just want to see how much harass and damage and everything that he's going to be able to throw out in these fights, because I keep talking about these things that are going to force BKBs to be popped, but G just damage is what's going to force it to be popped. My career doesn't have anything on it, but could still look to claim it. No, never mind.
It's close. Tried.
Indeed.
33 galvanized stacks though. God damn. Young G.
Yep. Happens when you don't die.
We're at the point now where they're just able to put the Terrorblade in the front. 3600 HP, full Scardy. Doesn't have that BKB yet, but it's going to be hard to take down the Terrorblade. They're going to try here. The Global Silence will come out. Young G goes in towards Lucas now, but look at how much mana burn that is going through this. They got stuck out. Young G's oh so low. They are trying to clean up on the Storm Spirit. They don't get it just yet, but a lot of ultimates being used, and they will just back out.
Can go back in, though. It's only Covis 9 that backs off, and they do still have the cheese, but no, Storm Spirit decides against it. Gonna back off completely. Not even popping the refresher as well on Monodrama, so they might even just be able to hope that the next team fight comes in 60 plus seconds, so that they're going to have the double global again, and he's working his way towards the Aghanim Scepter for himself as well. So that'll be really nice, applying to everyone. Ends up being a little bit of a saving mechanism for himself as well, right? He's got the Suffer in Silence facet, so it means that he's going to be able to have 20% reduced damage coming his way.
He's quite big, able to survive just a little bit longer. But where these fights are going, it'll take a few very specific things to go the way of Quantum for them to be able to survive the way this goes. And Lucas
walking maybe a bit too far forward under the vision.
Monodrama. They've been able to find him out, but now they're just going to go in here with the blue hole. Look at the damage that he's doing here. Out onto Emptiness. It's getting very, very low here on the Shadow Shaman. But look at the damage that turns back around here from Lucas with no Terrorblade here. This means this is a fight where they can start to win. Now he's gone in on the sideline as well. Bashka's getting very, very low. They want to try and turn it around here for Lucas. He does a lot of damage back onto the TV, but there is so much that he is trying to fight through. They will buy back now onto XX Vampire. They will all just get out and everybody will shake hands and say thank you very much for that fight. We'll take the lead right now for Quantum.
Thing is, the net worth lead is kind of continuing to grow still for Namiga, despite all of this happening. It was XS Vampire using the buyback, but They get out of there, out of dodge. That's the difference maker, right? Like, I was... He just went way too far forward on Monodrama. No need to walk down to the low ground there after placing that that Observer Ward. It never really should be him that's putting himself in harm's way.
Yeah, he definitely... I mean, he, pretty much at this point, he can almost just sit in base. We've seen that before.
It's getting close
Very,
to
very
that
long
point.
time ago.
Yeah, he's basically an alternate Glimmer Cape is all that he's providing at this stage.
You can see the fact that it's literally Glimmer Cape from the pressure.
Still wants to hold that buyback money, though. Want to run the risk of losing a bunch, although it looks like they're trying to go for a bit of a wraparound here, perhaps, or even just playing around that vision that they've got. It's Tiny going for E-Blade, just really trying to go for the 100-0 burst, huh?
The one tap. I was gonna question about whether or not he wanted to try and start to transition a little bit to a bit more of this right-click damage from Ankred and try and go for like Ags plus a Daedalus build. But
It is nice to
like
have.
the E-Blade.
Once you're level 25 with the Avalanche having 4.5 second cooldown, toss 8 seconds, it's good enough to be able to go full magic, I think. Of course, you'd love to be able to do physical damage as well, but I think this avenue feels really nice too.
I agree.
Nearly able to Manta dodge the Sunder in the last fight as well was Lucas. Well, he did, but there wasn't enough follow-up damage to kill TB before the Sunder still happened.
Yeah. So they at least now know that the TB versus Medusa matchup is a bit of a spicy one. Especially now with a lot of the different items that are coming up. Going to get this Aghanim's Blessing coming out for Lucas. Doesn't have anything to replace it with just yet, so it's either these...
He'll get a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, I guess he's waiting for Blessing plus Dagger. So what? 3,800. It's getting close. 700 gold away from having that and buyback.
Correct. What are we getting close to? Level 3 ulti on Shadow Shaman still not claimed at the 49-minute mark, but looks like this Wisdom Rune will be able to secure that for him. Will mean that he doesn't have buyback, but could go and buy the completed Lotus Orb now if you really wanted to. It's also gotten late enough that I think these are the buffed up versions of the Healing Lotuses as well, so single one gives him a great Healing Lotus. This is very ballsy to be going that deep into the lane and instantly able to blink away and still dies. Okay.
Yeah. So, being a little bit too far out.
A lot too far out. And this high ground ward is still here, by the way. How have they not dewarded this?
Another fight here that's going to be breaking out. XX Vampire is one that goes in, but that is
That's
a
a blue
massive blue hole coming in from Young G, and they just delete the entirety of Quantum, and it's Lucas that's
No
the next on
buyback.
the chopping block, and he is dead as well. Emptiness will lose his life after a buyback, and Quantum, they just walk into the meat grinder, and Young G puts the team on his back and says, thank you very much.
What did he buy?
Oh,
Did he
Ankred.
buy it?
He's just dead.
Kind of what he was forced to do. I mean, he's got the buyback, so they're just trying to slow this push down, but the one that's doing the majority of the pushing, and Vashka is still in the bottom side of the map. He's still pushing in to that tier 3 tower, and even though Metamorphosis is just about to wear off, they should be able to have enough to be able to at least get a tier 3? Maybe, maybe not. Double buyback, maybe he'll be forced to back off. Yeah, I'm not sure why Dusa doesn't have buyback. She bought the Blessing, but you still had enough. Was it upgrading a Crystallis to a Daedalus after that? I'm not sure.
It was the BKB.
Everything else. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, buying the full BKB there.
Not able to pop it.
Yeah. I mean, at that point as well, it just felt like that everyone just got deleted. Yayo really didn't get to utilize anything here, so they're just going to go forward once again. 29 seconds till they have the Medusa. One letter Rax has gone down. We're going to see if they can try and make this a second. So basically, even when it comes to the creeps,
They have to just cut their losses and hope to try and protect before Mega Creeps are coming out.
G. We're going to try and force a bit of this back here from Yayo. So much of this mana burn comes in from the TB illusions. It's like playing up against that Phantom Lancer, but now they're going to use the Global Silence once again. Deuce is going to get the TP going forward. Windmaker comes in from Anchored, misses out with the Avalanche, and they have no way of stopping the BKB TP away. So Kova's Knight, ooh, Bashka. He's going to go again.
He's going to be thinking about it, but maybe just feeling like the rest of the boys aren't there, and that middle lane pushing in is always a little bit of a cause for concern. E-Blade finished up, Lotus Orb finished up. You don't need to worry about buyback at this stage. Really is the all or nothing sort of style that they're going for on Quantum. Going for a Daedalus next on Lucas. Wonder what he's even going to drop. I mean, pop the BKB, swap the MKB in.
Yep, potentially.
Nope, he sells the... What did he sell? God damn.
What was it?
5-second memory.
Radiant are scared.
Never mind, he sells all the other components of the MKB and he's like, alright, rapier time. No, never mind. What did he sell? Butterfly.
Oh.
I mean,
Okay.
maybe he's just saying, look, this MKB on the TB is doing enough, let's just do our own damage. Could be a
Now,
big
a
deal.
fight's going to break out once again. The Blue Hole goes in the background. Jakiro down. Monodrama down as well. Same with the Shadow Shaman. Losing his HP. Wants to try and stay alive, so Emptiness is able to live just for a little bit longer. Now, they're going to try and go into Bashka in the backlines here. It's Lucas and Ankred versus that Terror Blade. You have to be very, very careful here, though. He does pop that BKB. Young G is going to go into the backlines as well. Getting relatively low on the mana. Ankred's going to turn back around with his own BKB. How much damage can they do here from Lucas? Beautiful shackle from
Lucas
Echo's
getting
Vampire.
low.
It provides all of that extra
Yeah.
space, and just look at all of the drama that goes in onto Lucas off the back of Monodrama doing his thing, and that is going to be another dead hero. And let's
That's gonna be
make it
game.
2 more. It looks like Quantum aren't going to be able to hold on. They'll drop the GGs, and that is a big comeback from Namiga to be able to take this all the way to a 3rd Danog. That has been a nice little turnaround for them in this game number 2.
Completely, and it's just a night and day difference in terms of the mentality throughout all of them. I mean, Young G is just like, yeah, just a standard day on my Storm Spirit, 15, 0, and 19. What a play coming through from him. He was everywhere. He was the only one having a really good time in the start of the game, and I love the fact that they were just so much more decisive whenever they were looking to try and make a few of those plays instantly, as soon as Covis 9 had, even just going all the way back to his first Solar Guardian. It was literally the second that he leveled up to level 6 that they went for it, and maybe just getting a little bit too overconfident. The old Roshan's banner in the backpack, was that the difference? Probably not, but honestly, this could have been a big difference in the fight, right? This is the one where they were kind of grouped away from the Undying, so they didn't get the pipe, they didn't get the Crimson Guard, they didn't get the grab ally save, and it was a divide and conquer sort of situation, but it didn't really feel like Namiga divided them. It just felt like Quantum kind of played into their hands perfectly.
Yeah, it really did feel like that as the game got a little bit further on, and a couple of these earlier fights not being as decisive for Quantum, that it just got to a point where there was just a triple core lineup, and eventually the Undying just wasn't able to do the damage. And you can just see with the way that these fights go, this was such a clinical fight for the side of Namiga that they just absolutely eviscerated Quantum, and this is where the kind of wheels fell off. This is probably the first blunder that I saw from Lucas in the entirety of the game, right? I felt like he played a pretty good game most of the time, but, not having the buyback there on the Medusa, they lost 2 lanes of racks, and there was kind of backs against the wall kind of stuff. I thought this potentially could have been a really big fight for them to win, but they just got kited. It was just no way for them to try and deal with the Terrorblade's BKB, and then eventually just get themselves stuck in an awkward corner. The buybacks come out from the supports, and it is just
That was
all
even
she
just
wrote.
there was even just the disperser on the TB as well, right? Like, not even necessarily for the mana burn aspect, which we've seen can rip through the Medusa, but the thing that got him back to safety, 1, the BKB, 2, the extra 40% movement speed for 5 seconds. Like, that could not be understated to any stretch, and it just meant, like you said, they were able to kite them out oh so effectively, and gets them a pretty decisive victory in this game number 2. So the region of 3-game series continues on, but it can't be anyone but Young G for me for MVP. By far, he was number 1.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think this game, especially with how the side lanes were going, it was definitely on Young G to have a good game, and really look towards him to be the leader for this team as well, and really be able to come out on top. And there was a lot of fights that, if he wasn't playing pixel perfect, they potentially could have lost there for Namiga. So the fact that he stood up in this game number 2 and backed against the wall, pure elimination, that's a good sign for the Amiga boys. So we are at a point now where we are looking towards Quantum to see what they can pick up in that game number 3 down on. Because I think for me, maybe going away from this Dirge could be a big positive for them going to game number 3.
I mean, the thing is, yes, they obviously have shown things in previous games, but in this series, they've only shown 6 heroes, right, across 2 games. So it's not like they've revealed their entire hand to Namiga. So I wonder if this will be them going towards a different style of draft altogether. I don't think the Undying is the issue. Like, it still did a great job against Bashka. It was just what were they able to achieve beyond that? And we saw the difference in Lucas being 5, 4, and 5 versus his Sven, which it felt like he was in everything. So maybe just bumping up the priority of the Sven and seeing how we go from there. But we'll have to wait and see. They'll be given about 10 or so minutes to be able to regroup, recoup, and rehydrate as well. And you should be doing that too, because we're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with game number 3 shortly.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's heating up once again here in Eastern Europe, with the series going all the way to 3 here between Omega as well as Quantum. They have pushed us all the way to a 3rd game here in our first series of the night, Mr. Danog. That means that backs against the wall, it's technically a best of 1 to stay inside of these Eastern European closed qualifiers.
What a foray that game 2 was, for sure. I mean, it's gotten close. And again, Quantum, they got 2nd pick. They've chosen it again this time, by the way. So they love the 2nd pick. They love being able to round out the draft. But again, I feel like I don't want to call Quantum a bad team because they were dominant in game number 1. But how many of these teams are being carried by the Sven pick? We've seen it with Kalmachata. We've seen it with Quantum. It really felt like a big difference with the Dusa versus the Sven, and being able to be that initiator that is just dealing the damage before you're even able to react to it.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing as well, to be able to have a hero that farms so fast, is a very good laner, scales really, really well, and is actually quite hard to deal with for a lot of these heroes. It's not so much the fact that, he's a strength hero or what have you. It feels like he's got everything. He's got lots of armor. He's got lots of move speed. He deals a lot of damage, and he has a lot of HP. So it's like
and natural farming.
Yeah, and it's just this combination of all these things creating this perfect storm where this hero can just take over a game. Have half an even lane, and you just take over the game so quickly.
Well, Young G played the perfect storm last game. That's the real thing that I'm looking at. And honestly, he kind of played the role that we've seen a lot of these dominant Svens play. You know, you talk about that ability to just jump in onto the backlines and wipe out the enemy team before they're even able to react. That's exactly what he did. You know, he had the Parasma. He had the level 25 overload bounce talent. He had, so much damage just coming through from raw stats. All the galvanize that he had meant that he had so much mana regen to constantly just be zipping around back and forth, and it honestly wasn't even TB killing anyone other than Dusa at the very end of the fights. It was basically all Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it really did feel like that game was very much Young G's to dominate, and that's what he did. So looking across at more and more of this.
They'll take more time to be able to make this pick just because the TB is banned out, right? So that's something that I think Nemiga would have still gone back to the well for. I wonder if they're considering, well, whatever we pick, do we just want to get rid of the Undying now and not have to worry about it? Or do we want to pick it ourselves, potentially? It is something that Monodrama can play, but, I wouldn't want to see Cobus 9 on something like an Undying. I feel like he's at his best when he's doing the initiation / counter initiation, and that really isn't what Undying's main strength is.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I think they got rid of the Pangolier. That has been kind of one of his top tier heroes. I mean, I really enjoyed his Dawnbreaker in that previous game. So potentially that's something you look towards. Definitely not going to be a first pick material. I think maybe you might even just be looking towards here for Nemega. Do you tempt yourself with a Templar Assassin here? Do you try and play that fast kind of style? Do you try and look towards the Shadow Shaman? Okay. I was going to say Shadow Shaman AA, Nature's Prophet, TA, all still in the pool.
Yeah. So what do you do now? Like, is this? I'd be kind of happy with a TA at this point, to be honest. Like,
10 seconds.
There are a few bad TA games, and I think ever since it's just so much damage that you're able to output. The lack of Gossamer Cape is so good. The ability to take Tormentor almost solo is pretty good. It's just so good at so many different things. Even the flex between 1 and 2 is still there if they try and puck against you. You just throw it mid. But Doom, another really high priority hero. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it during these qualifiers, to be honest, and we can see the win rate when it does get picked up 2 out of 3 games. The one game that it didn't win was the one where it was just heavily focused down in, I think it was Rinsik playing it in the position 1 role, where it just felt like he didn't want to join into any fights at all. And I think you've got to be a little bit more active. I think this is the patch of being active. You can be the old school Spirit or Tundra as much as you want and try and, manipulate the lanes, drag out the game. But that's when the game's already in a rough spot. You want to be on the front foot at the start of a lot of these games so that it's being played on your terms.
I was really depressed that the rounding of the first decimal place was up rather than down. The Doom win rate would have been 666. Feels bad, man.
That's just how maths works. I know it's not how they teach it in the Wollongong school system.
No, I just would have liked the rounding to be down just at 666 to do, and then we could round up for everything else. Okay.
Okay. For Doom
that's just-
specifically, okay.
Yeah, just
Production, can you
Doom
please change that to
specifically.
666?
I don't know how much of a coding headache that's going to be for that, but let's get it sorted, okay?
If Doom 666, there we go.
Bro, that hurt me more than the 50% you either win or you lose.
Bro, I've got half a year of first year uni Python. Like, that's my level of coding knowledge at this point.
Yep. So, seems like right now, Quantum, they saw the prowess of the Silencer in that previous game. You know, just being able to hit the Global Silence and just kind of what it can do against the Shadow Shaman and what it can do against these teams as well. Just gives you those couple of seconds, and even if you do break out of it with like a Manta or a BKB or whatever, it still gives you those extra couple of seconds for everybody else to have to try and deal with it.
I wonder how much of this is like a semi-dawn counter as well, just because Silencer is one of those heroes that can ruin its ultimate. Or honestly, any hero that can look to try and connect across the map. Like, yes, it's great against the Shadow Shaman, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, it just feels like nice to be able to be as a bit of a block pick, and wouldn't you know it, busted heroes come to the fore, and it just feels like such a solid combo.
This also against the Silencer as well. I feel like Sven is such a strong hero into that because you pre-pop God Strength in most of these fights. So the Global Silence doesn't really matter for you because you're going to be using Blink, Harpoon, BKB to try and get on top of people anyways. So I'm really liking this draft here from Nemega, and they just have such strong heroes. Like these heroes, like if I look at all three of them, like yes, Doom and Silencer I feel like are strong as well. Like Doom is very, very good, but I just look at these three heroes across the last couple of days of these qualifiers that we've been covering, Matt, and it just feels like whenever I see these three heroes, something good's going to happen.
So are you basically saying what you want to see is something more reactive to the Sven, as in like you can pop Global Silence, but that's not going to change anything. You can pop Doom, but that's not going to change anything because he's already kind of used everything. So like, how do you actually respond to the Sven? Like,
I think you have to pick Shadow Demon.
Sure, I could see that working. I'd be down for it, although it might lead you to be a little too passive with your supports.
Yeah.
But I totally get where you're coming from. Oracle, you can get a tiny bit more aggressive with the Oracle.
Oh, okay.
Bane, okay. Nightmare,
Yeah.
sure.
Nightmare
Bane's Grip for the BKB.
Yeah. That's mainly what I was thinking around, is trying to make that time during God Strength as not as useful as Sven would like. Yes, God Strength can last a little while, but I feel like those initial couple of seconds is so important for the Sven. Like that before you can react factor, right? Like where you were talking about a little bit earlier on with the Sven, where it's like in those first couple of seconds of you popping God Strength and BKB, it feels like you're getting 2 or 3 kills. And if you're able to mitigate those first couple of seconds and make it so you can actually have time to react, that's when Sven really starts to struggle. But so Lifestealer gets the return.
Lifestealer. Also, a lot of the Svens that we're seeing join into a lot of these team fights, they'll have Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, and Blink Dagger, and then they'll look to join in. What I don't see there is BKB, and so even something like Enfeeble is going to be very effective against the Sven. Like, you've got the Nightmare as a response, and then the Enfeeble for after the fact, so to be able to change things around. So really interested to see how this is going to be as a response, because there aren't many as a response to the Sven jump in, but I'm just a little worried that there's not going to be, like, who do you dangle out there to get jumped is my issue at this point.
Yeah.
Like we've been saying, the Global Silence isn't going to do jack. The Bane, I'm not sure if they're going to play it as a 4 or a 5, but I feel like you kind of need to get into your own Blink Dagger or Aether Lens as quickly as possible, just so that you are able to stay far enough back that you're not going to be the one that gets picked off by the Sven,
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe you start looking
towards see them
towards
Storm or Puck at this stage. Like just Storm with the Shivas just to find someone. Okay. Good enough in the lane, I suppose.
It is that response to the Lifestealer. A lot of Midas armor. You're able to stand and fight him in the lane most of the time. We saw this. It was Kamachada that had this full Midas armor
Mid-lane.
draft.
Yes. Reality Rift. This.
Yep.
I think he had a Blightstone as well on it, plus the Sven, I believe.
Yeah, there was another Midas armor thing that was in there too. What was the offlane?
Oh well, she'll be right. Not sure off the top.
Oh, that was the Timber game.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways,
So
good hero versus lifestealer.
I mean, that still screams to me Storm Spirit though, like getting rid of Puck.
5 seconds remaining.
I think that
Just a good
combination
sword
of the blue hole plus Ice Blast is just. I mean, I know it's very deep into the game, but I mean, it feels like
Blue
such a
Holes
late
plus
game
Sven
ender.
Cleave, even,
Yeah.
you know.
You just catch multiple heroes and you just say, "See you later" to you. So they get rid of 2 spirits here for Quantum. Oh, what's the last one that you're looking towards here?
I think Void Spirit's still okay.
Tiny?
It's all right, but like, again, what I want to see is just someone that's going to be able to find the Bane,
5
and
seconds remaining.
Bane specifically, right? Because Bane's the only one that once you've got the BKB there, that's going to be able to stop you from killing the other support. So Bane is priority number 1.
Team pick.
Is there anything left? I mean, they banned the Void Spirit, huh? Maybe they're trying to...
Okay.
Okay, I mean, that's a little bit of minus armor as well. I was thinking, like, do you go mid Slardar and go that Night Stalker that I've kind of been wanting, but into the Lifesteal, that's probably not why you look to pick it up.
Yeah, I think for me, with the Dragonite, another transformation hero, you press Elder Dragon form. Yes, the Doom's going to hurt, but Global Silence doesn't matter. Kind of gives you another target to be able to walk around with the Slardar while the Sven's trying to still farm up those 3 core items that he wants. So they've got a lot of pressure
Doom,
for Namega.
Doom is very good this game, and the Lifesteal. Like, the
Yeah.
percent damage that you're going to be doing is really nice. Do they need more? Like, are they going to consider the Timbersaw as well this game as an option? I think it's possible. Can't Necro because of the AA. Underlord, maybe. It's not the worst, but then maybe run Doom mid.
I'm a big Underlord fan, so anytime I can see him, I'm very excited for the big old slug.
Just that Atrophy aura feels so nice.
A lot of percent-based damage as well. A lot of area denial for the Sven pre-BKB, which can be quite annoying for him.
Okay, more percent. Mid Phoenix. I like it.
Okay, all right.
I like it a lot. It's a lot of tempo. It's a lot of playmaking. It's a lot of damage onto these supposedly beefy heroes.
They are lacking stuns, though. Like, lacking stuns. For the
They
Silent
are.
Quantum.
They are. So they're probably going to look to try and finish this one ASAP.
Very quickly,
Yeah, I'm interested to see the item build that Anchorad goes for. Like, can you afford to go Orchid on this Phoenix? Do you need to try and rush a Hex as quickly as possible? Is it just Vessel and try and use that percent damage before the BKB start to come out? I'd probably be leaning more towards like Vessel, Shiva's Hex as my item build for Anchorad, just to be able to really be that effective frontliner, because they are heavily lacking in stuns. They're heavily lacking in frontline if Anchorad isn't the one being there and landing the perfect fiery spirits. And it's not like they even have AoE control either to be able to stop people from hitting the egg, you know? Like, Emptiness can nightmare someone and grip the other, but most of the time people are going to be able to just right-click. So, I don't know. This is not the simple draft that we're saying wins the majority of games, but I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to execute it effectively, because if they do, I think it'll be very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what Anchorad's going to be able to do here on the Phoenix, about what kind of item build he wants to go for, how he wants to play this hero, about whether or not they're just going to constantly try and team fight all the time. But, you know, circling back to your comment about simple drafts, I think the Mega, pretty straightforward, man. Like, very straightforward support duo, pretty straightforward lanes. Slidar's going to do well. The Dragonite potentially could have a bit of a rough time, but Young G has been such a consistent force for Nemega that I'm kind of happy with him just playing whatever. And we've just seen Sven. And this is something I think I touched on yesterday. I think Bashka's best hero has been the Sven so far. It's been the one hero that I've actually been impressed with for Bashka. So
I think
we'll
a lot of players' best hero has been the Sven, though, is the thing. How much of it is
Yeah.
the player, how much of it is the hero?
I like to give credit
Sure.
most of the time.
I see it. I guess the one small thing that I have an issue with Namiga's draft is that you've got 3 cores that all essentially do very similar things. Like, big beefy hero that gets into melee range-ish and right-clicks for big damage, you know? And so if you're able to get around that somehow with building into a bunch of plus armor, getting something like the Shivas, having multiple sources of percent damage, which you can, use from afar-ish, it's going to be pretty effective. So I don't know, like this is going to be an interesting one to see how it all turns out. My eyes are firmly on Ankrat though. For honestly, even from like level 3 onwards, I think he could potentially be looking to go for dives onto Youngji.
Yeah, I think this middle lane, I don't want to say it's going to make or break the game for Quantum, but very much can set them up for...
I'll say that.
Okay, can very much set them up for a very easy mid game or a very hard mid game. If you have a Phoenix at 15 minutes, that's basically another position 4, then pack her up, boys. It's time to go home, I think. But if they're a nuisance and are really, really hard to deal with and enables this Lifestealer to be able to sit back and farm until they get, maybe Radiance +1 or maybe like, Armlet, S&Y, all that kind of stuff. And that's when things can really start to open up here for Quantum.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I'm really interested to see how this one is going to turn out. It's all on the back of Ankrat for me. You're a little hesitant. You're on the fence, and that's pretty standard with you. But I'm happy to put my money where my mouth is. Ankrat will win or lose the game for Quantic here. Quantic?
Yeah, see, you've got the nice shiny Immortal badge. I'm unranked, so for me, I don't really have much street cred to lose. So I'll try and keep the small amount that I have. Okay.
Acceptable. Quantum. Why did I keep saying Quantic? I'm just remembering old school Dota over and over again. I was referencing Ice 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 TI2 for God's sake.
There's nothing like the Dota boomers being like, I remember back in my day. Well, I mean, I was referencing old parts of Heroes before as well. So.
I mean, TI is going back to Germany, like TI1, so...
Yeah, that's true. Let's bring it back. Let's have a show match of TI1 Dota.
Of course,
that grand final.
Oh.
Make it free to play too.
Nearly ended up dying there, but a Fairy Fire at the very end ends up keeping Emptiness alive.
Solid start for all the calls here from Quantum, from the Mega, pardon me.
Oh,
just living.
Just living, but can't really look to join back with too much ease. Again, I keep harping on about the attack range difference, and it's a big one. 275 attack range difference between AA and Bane.
Oh, emptiness.
And that's what happens. Most of the
I'm
time,
not sure.
You get a more favorable trade with Bane, just because you've got the brain sap to be able to come back. But not against AA. You just slowly chip him down.
Just donk. I was expecting maybe he would have returned back to base, but maybe he wanted to trade some life. And now Mary gets bashed up there by Covis 9. He's looking to see if they could try and bash up Lucas as well. Doesn't get the bash of the deep. And Ankrat, as you said, level 3, dives underneath the tower, gets the kill on the Dragon Knight.
Occasionally I'm right, and I'm happy that that's still the case.
I heard the small little fist bump to yourself.
Yes!
That's a Reddit clip.
Not even.
Danog predicts Ankrat killing Young G at level 3.
Whoa! I mean...
Whoa!
Dendy playing LOL because he didn't get to a certain MMR was on the front page, so...
Yeah, you ain't beating that, brother. Sorry.
Nah.
It's a good start, though, for Ankrat. Obviously, solo kill is huge, but means now that getting a lot of these early levels for Phoenix, I think, is a big thing. Not so much about the gold. The gold will come. It's all about the experience and levels here. Just trying to make sure that he builds towards a lot of those deep levels of the fiery spirits, gets towards that egg as quickly as possible, trying to get those hits up and the cooldown down, just so they can fight.
Yep. And it's also just helped so much with... I know he's only got 3 so far, but denying against the DK becomes so much easier if he's got less of that... see that one going on. Up on the top side, Curvis 9 able to get another kill onto Mary. Yeah, it's really just about trying to get into that Urn of Shadows as quickly as possible, and... I mean, even honestly, the innate from Phoenix is pretty good, right? The Blinding Sun against 3 melee heroes. Melee physical damage heroes is going to be amazing.
Yeah, I think that'll be big thing for a lot of these heroes to try and contend with from Ankred. And a bit blind.
Yep.
So, we'll see as we go.
Well, indeed.
So,
Wonder if he's going to, like, as soon as this Urn of Shadows comes out, make that rotation. He's got it brought up already, but looks like he wants to have the full magic wand first. Probably just anticipating having his supernova at that point. I think you can instantly go for a rotation. Actually goes on mid. Oh, gets stunned up.
he does have the level 6. He wants to see if he can get the kill here onto Young G.
Not worth. Oh, AA.
He does have the egg available. He's going to have to pop it at a very inopportune time. I'm not going to be able to commit for it, so Monodrama's just going to leave it be. But, I mean, Supernova's on cooldown for 2 minutes.
It is. Yeah, I was wondering, like, do you wait for your Urn of Shadows? Like, that is a kill if he doesn't get that stun off. So again, Young G just showing his prowess in that mid lane, literally the difference maker between a really massively snowballed Phoenix and one that has to sit back a little bit further.
Just giving him the tip there from Ankred. Well done, mate. Bottom side, though, they're putting a lot of pressure here onto Bashka. Yayo's going to go underneath the tower here with level 3 of that Scorched Earth. Oh, that's slow coming in from the Chilling Touch. Could potentially save Bashka's life, but it looks like no. With the Scorched Earth, it's a little bit too far. Oh, it does survive. Because it does pan out. And now Bashka, oh! If he'd got that auto attack on the neutrals, that was going to be a deny every day of the week.
Mm-hmm. It's got a shield rune to be able to play around with on Ankrat as well, so I'm still fine for him to go for these dives, Supernova or not. Just try and keep Young G pressured back as much as possible. Although the shield runes can be kind of counterintuitive to the Phoenix, considering he's got the dying light facet, so he kind of wants to be missing health so that he's doing more of that damage.
Could you imagine if the shield rune carried on into the Phoenix egg?
Oof. Bro, it's already busted enough. Why does it last, like, an hour? It feels like.
6 seconds is a long time.
Level 7 versus level 5. I mean, you gotta go for it. Seems like he's going to rotate up towards the top side, but it'll be over a... Actually, I think the Watcher just expired after it got vision. So, he's going to be making this rotation while they see that he's coming. Will it matter, though? 2 seconds on the Supernova.
He has the egg available.
I think
there's a lot of people that are coming over here.
He still kills them, in my opinion.
He's going to look to see if he can take down Corvus 9. This is basically a 1v3. Monodrama. Ooh, okay. Egg in an awkward spot.
Could have been a lot better, I'll be honest. A lot of these early rotations, or the couple first uses of the Supernova, but still does put them in a decent spot to be able to get some damage in onto this tower. The level 6 on Young G, is that going to be the difference? Quick fingers on the Rage. Gets him away from excess Vampire.
Still does have the dive, but look at the damage that comes in there onto Ankred. Beautiful save there from Lucas, and it's just not going to be enough. He thought it was going to be enough to be able to jump inside of the Phoenix and keep him alive for a little bit longer, but yeah, Ankred just overstepping his bounds a little bit there. It was a big rotation from the Mega. They sent 4 heroes at him.
Got to run away, Bashka. Just go back to not the most efficient farm, but any farm will do at this stage, just to make sure that you're not completely falling behind, because Doom has Doom available, and he has got Bashka in his sights. I don't think he stepped into the range of that Observer Ward, but he'll see him now.
He does want to try and find him out. Drop that first Doom. TP's coming in here from the Shadow Shaman, though. XX Vampire wants to see if he can get this far. He threw the hands up into the air. He's quite tanky here, but there's a lot of stuns that goes forward. Yayo's going to turn back around. They will throw the Doom out, so at least he's going to be able to walk away from this one. He won't die to the Doom, but he lives from a gank, and now Doom's on cooldown.
3 in mid lane, Young G.
Yeah, he's definitely dead with this one. That Fiery Spirits hits, and -1 to the sanity.
I mean, the thing is, even without a lot of the kills that Ankrat could have been getting, they've still been doing a good job of just pressuring them away from being able to farm at all on Namiga's side. Even the Doom, right? Like, yeah, you don't kill the Sven, but he had to back off and just not farm, and denied away, I think, a wave and a half of creeps at the same time. So that's what's led into this 3k net worth lead. It's just
monodrama.
a bunch of anti-carries, basically.
Wow. They just brain sapped him, hit him with an urn, drove by and hit him with like 2 fiery spirits, and they just left him, and he just died.
Yep.
Dire are scanning.
That was
Phoenix
so funny
is
to watch.
pretty busted in the right hands. Potentially go for more.
So much damage.
250 gold away
Ashka?
from being able to... Oh, hold on. That is a
They've got
very
the
deep
sleep.
dive.
Oh, no. Ankred. Not a good set of auto attacks there. He does pop the Phoenix egg.
It's a good one. It just forces them to back off entirely and gives them an avenue to be able to escape.
Provis 9. Now standing here trying to fight as well. They got a few more of these fiery spirits going forward. We don't do Mavel for another 40 seconds. They will just leave them be. All the meanwhile, Lucas is freely hitting creeps.
Yep. Again, this is one of the things that I'm talking about, right? Like, yeah, you might not be getting the most kills that you probably could have. Like, that's 3 separate mess-ups by Ankred, and I'm sure he's kicking himself because he could easily be, like, 7-1-1 at this stage. But
Yeah.
he's pushed back a little bit further. Means that he's going to be further away from that Spirit Vessel. Doesn't, again, have the Supernova to make plays around, but they should be able to get this kill up on the top side onto Excess Vampire. Even the Siege Creep is going to stay alive because of the tower hitting into the Lifestealer, so this is just going to be another fresh morsel for him.
Yeah, amplify damage rune, and he just ticks down so far. Shang-Chi is able to at least get rid of Mary. And that's one of the beauties of the Phoenix. You do have that damage over time. So the foul play is not as annoying as what it used to be.
Yep. Again, should get a tier 1 tower off the back of this as well. Don't think you're really in a position on Covis 9 to be contesting this all that much. Just wants to give a little bit of vision onto Lucas. He's not trying anything too sneaky.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
That is... Oh, that is the vessel already completed up, actually.
Getting this last couple of kills really pushed him towards it. Gonna try and get this kill here onto Covis 9. Not so much of a kill, more of a nuisance.
Yep, he's just saying, you ain't farming, pretty much.
Yep.
But it's just about being able to find that right balance between, keeping yourself alive completely or, not getting any farm. You can see the net worth lead continuing to grow. But again, it's just going to even out more and more once you start getting these blink daggers and once you start making a few counter punches of your own.
Ankred.
Invest? Oh, no, it's not on cooldown.
It's on cooldown.
That would have been the kill, yeah.
Almost at Radiance now as well for Lucas.
Yep.
Up on a gold away. Oh, and they're stealing this Ancient Stack too. Well, not stealing, but creating an Ancient Stack and taking.
Dude.
Global Silence does come out here. He's actually able to survive, yeah.
They're going to go for a counterplay. They got the Fiend's Grip available. I'm not sure if Monodrama is the one that you want to be using it onto, though.
Yeah, probably not. They're looking towards Young G here in the top side. Lucas and Ankred are here as well. They don't have any Spirit Vessel charges, so Ankred using those out, just pumping them out willy-nilly. Don't have any left for another kill. Excess Vampire takes down Emptiness on the bottom side of the map as well, so it seems like the Bane just hovered around a little bit too long.
Yeah, with the Doom not available, there really wasn't that follow-up damage anyway to be able to secure the kill, so not really the best place to be sitting at that point in time. But again, net worth lead slowly creeping up. 100 gold away from the Radiance for Lucas, so that's going to be nice and useful. Again, against a lot of this physical damage as well. Just that evasion component and the mischance. But
Yeah, pre-BKB, it's going to be rough for the Sven to hit people.
yes, and you've got the Blink Dagger to contend with as well on Young G. So this is the first potential counterpunch. Maybe they're going to wait for Slardar to have his, because he's got it potentially coming out on the career right now. To me, it seems like the perfect time to go for a bit of a movement, right? You secure the Wisdom Rune for yourself, you get a little bit of that extra experience, you go for a group up smoke, you look to try and get a kill onto probably the Lifestealer, because again, Phoenix you're worried about now, Lifestealer you're worried about later, so it's just about controlling him at this stage of the game.
Making sure he doesn't continue that snowball to buy that time for the Lifestealer. So it's smoke on smoke action here.
find the
Smoke
Phoenix.
does get popped here.
Oh, the Invisor in
They've
though.
gone onto the silencer here, but Mary's
That's
going to be able
not
to
a
turn it
great
around here. That
supernova.
is a very bad egg from Ankred, who is in front of 4 heroes, and there was nobody that was left available for him. The Ice Blast is going to go wide as well. So Mary,
Spirited 1 only.
thanks to the help of the... Okay, doesn't get the save there as well. So the drums were able to at least get them a little bit far away. Nice little sleep there that comes in onto Cobus 9. They're going to try and walk forward here with the God Strength, and they catch out Emptiness as well. And Quantum, that was a blunder.
That was a big blunder.
Not fighting on
Blunder
their own
after
terms.
blunder after blunder. Not fighting on their own terms. They popped the smoke perfectly. They didn't have any detection to see him, and then he just says, "You know what? I could 1v4 with only one person attack speed slowed." It's a really winning position that they were in, and giving it up thick and fast.
Dire's bottom tower. Dire's
Yeah, it was a potential for that to be a really big gank breaker. You know, if that doesn't work out there, maybe they lose Young G, maybe they lose Cobus 9. That could have been a really big fight for the side of Quantum, and they just weren't able to connect together, and now they have to sit back and wait for a little bit longer as well.
So
But
a lot of
luckily,
our
Lucas
focus
is still hitting creeps.
Yeah, a lot of our focus has been on Ankrad for this first little bit of the game, but I think he's going to take a bit of a backseat, maybe go for one more play, but the Boots of Travel is the item that I'm really looking for from him. Like, any time that you see a Bane, it's just about playing around that, as Cobus 9 will die.
Or the save there on Emptiness, that was actually huge there from Lucas. They're able to try and get away from the Ice Blast. Look at the amount of damage they're able to do. Emptiness turns back around. How much damage can they do onto Young G? Not enough. Especially with the help of the Shadow Shaman. Xerxes Vampire walks his way over there to help out his buddy, and that potentially could have been a turnaround if Lucas was able to stay a little bit longer and not get clipped by that Ice Blast.
I mean, we're in the Eastern European region. Anytime I think of Bane and what you're able to potentially do with it, I just think of Spirit, right? Like, they just play amazingly around that hero. You're able to use something like the Boots of Travel to be able to set up in a really... You just need to read the enemy team. You need to be better at reading them than they are at reading where you could potentially be. Nightmare into TP and into most people will die from a full Phoenix combination.
Especially with the Fiend's Grip on top of it as well.
Yep.
Just such a long duration.
has been killed.
CC. I think G's Courier does lose the Cornucopia.
Mage Slayer is going for, so that would be huge at being able to stop a lot of this damage coming out from the Phoenix in particular. He's now level 12, so Supernova a little bit harder to be able to take out, but he's got to be a lot better with his usages of it. Laning, never in doubt. It's just these skirmishes haven't been ideal, and level, or almost level, with the DK is not the position that you want to be in.
Definitely want to be leading from the front if you are some of these much more unorthodox mid laners. Something like a Phoenix as well, which can potentially drop off as the game does go on. So you really want to try and abuse it while it's strong. Right now, Lucas is doing a really, really good job here on the lifestealer, just constantly staying in the top side of this map. Imagine if you saw his heat map, it would just be literally top left corner.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nice little movement coming through there from Emptiness as well. He ends up walking all the way just into that tiny little sliver of forest.
Oh no, they found out the Doom. They are just going to go directly on top of Yayo. They will turn around with the Doom, at least there onto the Slardar. He wants to try and get away. They don't hit the sleep. He will eventually die in the fountain though anyways. Now they're turning back around, seeing if they can try and take down Lucas in the top side as well.
Had way too much damage over time there, but the downside is because he died inside the fountain, they don't get the Spirit Vessel charges. It was the Doom that ended up getting the kill and not the Phoenix, so it does, lessen his output for the next little bit, but while he's playing with such low HP as see you later Monodrama, he is going to be dealing a lot of damage again through that dying light, right? And as he continues to look to scale up on the Phoenix, it'll just get more and more severe.
Dire are scanning.
Let's try and make sure he completes that usefulness pre-BKBs. Does have the BKB piercings done in the Supernova though, so. Boots Travel up now, it's much like what you were talking about before, Mr. Danog, about the Boots Travel being able to set up with the Bane sleeps, especially with the Sleepwalk facet.
And my eyes are on Emptiness on his Bane here. Is he going to go for like a solo smoke to try and just set himself up in a position to be able to go on. And I really wonder if it's... Does the lack of Spirit Vessel charges change their attitude towards that sort of thing? Does he now feel like he needs the Sheep's Guard to be able to have that extra little bit of oomph? Or at least information about where others could potentially be coming in to assist whoever does get jumped on?
Yeah, I definitely feel like with, you know, if you catch any of these cores kind of lacking, even the solo smoke should be fine. Got the Veil of Discord as well as all the percent-based damage that can come through. Emptiness is trying to poke his head out onto the lane. Gets spotted out there by XX Vampire.
Amp damage as well coming up here from Lucas, and I'm sure that's going to be pinged out by Monodrama, which he does. They're going to have to back off. Do they want to fight into this Tormentor is my main question, because you've got the AA Blast, you've got multiple Blink Daggers to be able to play around with, but still yet to pick up your BKBs. And if I'm Nemiga, I'm just cutting my losses with this Tormentor and saying, let him have it. Our BKBs are so much more important. Once we've got them, we don't need to worry about Global. We don't need to worry about Phoenix at all. We're not really as worried about the Radiance on the Lifestealer either, so it just gets to that point where it's like, how much can you afford to give up? But I think for now it's okay. CSL, maybe. I think he dies.
Sleep? No, it didn't. Alright. Hold on, Monodrama. Snipe across the map.
Dire's middle
In the tree line, but it is
Try to make a
daytime.
fight here towards Lucas. They will go forward with the Blink Dagger. They've got the jump forward as well, but the Global Silence. Now Lucas is going to turn back around here onto Cover's 9. And they will just TP away. Actually, no. Emptiness is able to catch that one out. So now, eventually, when the sleep does wear away, it will just walk forward and try and take him down. Was that a smoke?
It was, yes.
He
He
pressed the
smoked.
button.
He sure did.
Ah, well, happens to the best of us.
Bit of a bummer though. I mean, again, you need to be playing this more ganky style. Even like for the game, probably the Blinding Sun Mischance. Ooh, not the greatest egg once more. The level 10 talent on the Phoenix, the Blinding Sun Mischance, probably would have been better for the later stages of the game, especially once those BKBs start wearing off a little bit more. But it's clear that they were playing for early game around this Phoenix. It's just nothing really seems to have been connecting in a significant enough way. It sounds so weird to say when you've got a 6k net worth lead, but honestly, it could have been 15k easily if even like one or two of those gank attempts have paid off.
Yeah, it could have been very reminiscent of Game 1, right?
Yep.
Where they were just kind of running around the map doing whatever they wanted. Whereas now, it is much more of... Yes, it is a net worth lead for the Lifestealer, but it doesn't feel like there's a big stranglehold on the map, which is a big positive for Nemiga. They definitely have a few avenues to be able to walk through now, especially now with the BKBs up and available. Surprising that Bashka went for the BKB pre-Blink Dagger, because they haven't really fought in time. But, I mean, hitting that timing with all three BKBs is definitely going to feel quite nice.
I think that's exactly what they're going for, right? Like, they just don't want to give anything up for free. We're seeing TPs come through towards this mid lane, but it's going to be a little bit too slow to be able to stop them from taking this Roshan completely. So, a big deal for them to be able to get it that quickly, and they still, I feel, should be making this move. I mean, Supernova's got 25 seconds cooldown, but I don't think you should really care at this point. Like, you've still got a lot of damage to be outputting. You're level 15, you're buffed up your Fiery Spirits, you should be getting a Spirit Vessel charge pretty soon into the fight if you can find the correct target. And it's whoever doesn't have a BKB, essentially, but that's Dragon Knight and Shadow Shaman and AA. They're keeping themselves hidden pretty well.
Well, they know exactly what's going on now. They saw that ward go up on the high ground with the sentry ward position. So Quantum, unfortunately, they will have to just say goodbye for that one.
They see Slardar.
Actually, a little tip.
Or just about to wear off, so I wonder if he's going to see that or went for the Blink Dagger and the Fiend's Grip onto him, but just wasn't able to nail it. Should still get a tier 2 though.
Yeah, I don't really see them wanting to fight without God Strength here for Bashka.
Glyph though. Alright, okay. Glyph's on 19 health on the tower.
Just click it, Lucas. Surprising that he walked out of the tower range and then walked back into it.
You never know. I mean, they've got Aegis, so he's in danger of being jumped. Now you've got a Blink Dagger on the Sven as well. And BKB on DK after this wave as well. So this is the time for Nemiga. This is what they've been waiting for the first 24.5 minutes of this game, is all of these timings to come together. Mage Slayer, triple Blink Dagger, triple BKB, Aegis. You've got everything you could possibly want to take a successful team fight. You just need to find the right hero. Is Bane that hero? Maybe not, but they'll take it just to be able to get another objective. They've still, tier 1 tower is still standing, and that's exactly what's getting pinged out right now from Bashka.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Might not be, you know, such a large scalp to get, but it at least gives them enough space to take these tier 1 towers. They can start to spread across the map. They can push in these mid in the top lane, and they can start heading towards potentially these tier 2 towers. They are looking to see if they can try and convert this into something else. Covers 9.
No Sven's not there.
Yayo just yet, and he's getting very, very close. Now they will. They go in with the corrosive haze. Dragon Tail on top as well. Not really much that you can do. They're going to pop the global science, turn back around here onto Cover's 9. He wants to see if he can try and get this TP out. They have no way of stopping this TP. Now Blink Forward comes in from the Bane, walks forward once again. They're at the BKB. XS Vampire wants to try and just save this for his boys. Everybody walks away from the Ice Blast except for the Bane. Emptiness, though, takes a lot of damage from that. The Brief Fire will be able to finish him off, and they walk towards Mary, where Bashka will just take him through with a few more swipes of the God Strength. So,
dude, Anchorite
I mean, they saved the Doom.
He cancelled the TP onto the outpost. Like, he was there. He was ready to join in onto the rest of them, and by not being there, yeah, he's got his boots of travel, but you lose a team fight, you don't lose the Aegis, you shove in the mid lane, you lose a bunch of XP, Doom's expended. I don't know. I'd say pretty worth still if you're an Amiga.
Yeah, definitely a good trade for them. Just the fact that, yeah, they don't get any cores, but it really does feel like it was just, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say confidence, but it just means they're able to get a little bit more of a stranglehold on the map. They take they put a lot of pressure on a tier 2 tower. They don't exactly take it just yet, but it's all about the map movements for them now.
And even now, like, when you're hitting a bunch of these big timings on the Phoenix, you even got lucky enough with getting Whisper of the Dread. It's into triple BKB, so it's not really going to be that useful to be able to have all of that. Same sort of thing with level 18 Supernova, level 20 Max Health Sunray. Like, all this sort of stuff sounds nice in isolation, but only if you can catch people without their BKBs. And Amiga's a good enough team that they're not just going to walk into dangerous positions with no BKB.
Exactly. So, fortunately there for Monodrama, he does just walk into a life stealer. So I guess the question is now, with only 30 seconds left on this Aegis, who feels more confident on the map potentially with this gank? Oh, does just miss out on Ancred there. They don't see him. They do want to try and just play around a bit of this vision, see if anybody from the Dire side wants to walk into their own jungle.
Would have been nice to be able to pick that one up, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to land it. Although now that the DK's here...
Oh, they found him. They're just going to keep going forward and look for the stuns they have. They have the Hex, they have the Chicken Fingers, they have everything. And Young G takes down Ancred. I feel like even if he popped the Supernova, he would have had to have gotten out the quickest Fiery Spirit, Shivas, and ulti.
Yeah.
Known to man.
I really feel like if it was just Shaman and Sven, I think he might actually live. But the fact that the DK, like, the fact that he wasn't caught previously when we were seeing into the right-hand side of that tier 2 tower was actually a little bit unfortunate for Ancred. I think he could have survived through all that, but not with the DK there.
Yeah, now they're just going to walk up onto the high ground.
Look at this, even body blocking the creep wave so they're not getting hit by as many of the multi-shot hits from the tower.
Yeah.
Done.
30 seconds left here on Ancred to come back in, so they will clean up the Serpent Wards here off the back of Lucas, but look at the damage they've done here on the tier 3 tower. It's nice little start for them. They can push their way towards this tier 2 tower off the back end of the Elder Dragon form. And that is just more eyes and more T's being dots and crossed. Oh, they found another. I mean, it's just emptiness. It's not the end of the world. It is.
He's just
annoying
shoving out waves.
Hero,
he's just shoving out waves right now. Like, he wants to use his Aghanim Shard to be able to just AoE brain sap a lot of these waves and force them back. You do now have Aghanim Scepter though for Lucas, so that's another way to be able to combat the all these like BKBs that they've got on the enemy team.
Oh, that's a very early rage. Let's get the early bash, but now they walk back in. They've got the Dragon Tail as well. Can they try and get their life stealer out of dodge? No, they do not.
Couldn't invest
And
in time.
Lucas, he was very trigger happy on pressing that rage. That meant they were able to wait it out. And now Mary, couple of clicks from Kovas 9. Eventually they do get him. Now they're looking in towards the backline here. Oh, that's a massive Stormhammer. They found out two cores holding hands on the high ground. And the Ice Blast misses out, so Yayo will be able to at least regen, but that was a big Stormhammer that came in, found two cores, and it is all crumbling away here for Quantum.
It really feels like a big missed opportunity for them as well. They were in the driver's seat with this great last pick, and just nothing's working out for them. They used the glyph there as well, so going to be able to force them back outside of the base. Now just doing his best to try and drag the creeps away, hope that backdrop protection kicks back in, but the damage coming out is just way too much for them to stop.
Yeah. Full Anorax is gone now as well. Elder Dragon form
See you later,
is
Monodrama.
still here for a little bit.
Maybe not. Maybe yes. Maybe not. They've got 3 Blink Daggers, remember. You can't just walk in, Yayo.
You need to be very, very careful here. They want to see if they can take down the A. They will just leave him. With the respawn coming in from the life stealer.
Walking in very confidently as Yayo with no Doom, no BKB. No two position 1 or 2 joining in.
So they're going to smoke out. Feeling like this is a good opportunity for them to try and catch out a few members of the Mega. Shield Rune up on Bashka though. He will be able to break this smoke there on.
They know it.
Oh my god, there was a bait. There is not anymore. Now, big egg up on the high ground, but they just BKB and they kill the egg in time. There is no way for them to try and keep this fight going. And now Lucas gets clipped by the Ice Blast as well. The Global Silence feels like it's a little bit too little too late there from Mary. And eventually they will lose out more and more members. It's the godlike double kill for Young G. Looking for Yayo. Seeing if they can catch out this Doom and take the last straggler from Quantum, but they set their sights on the base. They will just be able to walk through this middle lane, walk towards the top side, and take another lane.
Oh, it's just, they're collapsing. There's no better term for it, right? Like, you mentioned the Global Silence being a little too late. By the time they walked up onto that high ground, it had like 5 seconds on the cooldown. So you just see the difference. Like, what if you had a Bane at the very start of these team fights? What if this, the Fiery Spirits hit a few more than one hero, which they all had BKBs anyway. I mean, it all started as well because the Observer Ward that was placed down by Monodrama clipped that smoke when it was happening as well. So they knew exactly where it was. They put the Sven on the front lines who had the shield rune. Sure, you end up killing the Sven, but it's such a big price to pay.
Especially when there's all these other multi-calls as well. You know, yeah, you lose a Sven, but this feels like this draft is kind of centered around both the Sven and the Dragon Knight. Usually we're used to the Sven being the guy, but as you said, it's just these small little disconnects from every piece of the puzzle coming in here from Quantum. And that's kind of what you need. You need that 100% execution to be able to win some of these games here. And unfortunately for them, they are behind the 8-ball. Lucas,
See the back line.
he popped the early rage here, so he's not going to have this for the fight. At least the safe will go forward. Now, Sven on the background. This is bad for them. They actually get the stop onto the Fiend's Grip, so Emptiness will lose his life as well. Yayo's just going to walk back into the base, and both their supports are in the grave now for Quantum.
EKBs are all used though, so that Supernova, it's up in 1 second. This is the time where you want to be looking to try and re-engage, but they're going to back off. I suppose he used his own BKB as well, but they've got an Urn Charge. I would be going in right now if I'm Bankrat. This is your last opportunity, but his mighty senses were tingling and they're going to back off.
Yep. They just leave it for now. Another awkward interaction there with Lucas picking up his Aghanim Scepter. He jumped inside of the Sven, and then the Sven got Fiend's Grip. And then so Lucas jumped out of the Sven because he's like, oh, it's Fiend's Grip. I don't need to be, infesting inside of him, like, do more damage outside of it. And then the Fiend's Grip instantly got stopped.
Yeah.
So he infested into him, infested out, and then was like, oh, I don't have my anti-Sven ability anymore. So we're going to get an Aegis going on Kovas 9.
Yeah. Maybe they just wanted to get anyone because they, again, another one of these Observer Wards clipped that smoke attempt, so they knew that just whoever could grab it.
They at least get the
didn't even
TP
get
out
the
there
Sven.
on the Sven. Oh, they don't even get the ice cream cone.
He could have gotten out. Like he could have got his BKB ended like with a second left after it. So a nightmare would have done it. I don't think they have anything else. I guess an Infernal Blade from the Doom would have done it. It's getting to the point where you mentioned that being a little trigger happy on the Rage previously. Lifesteal is going for a BKB.
Yeah, I think he needs it. I honestly think he needs it. He's getting really kind of hammered by this Orchid that's coming out here from Young G. Well, it's actually a Bloodborne. Like, it just feels like there's just so many of these different stuns and stuff that he needs to try and play around with. A lot of them do pierce BKB, though, so I don't think it's really an end-all, be-all solution for him.
Yep. But you just need to be able to just stand there and man fight. He's got all the right items so far, in my opinion. The AC to help not just himself, but the team. Aghanim Scepter, good way to respond to the BKBs, and then BKB of his own to be able to, again, just use that potential to be dealing all of that that damage to the enemy team through the Feast innate.
Yeah. I also, unfortunately, have not felt the power of the Silencer here. I really don't feel like that Quantum kind of drafted around it. In the previous game, yes, the Silencer looked very strong because he was playing around with the Storm Spirit. A hero that can really abuse those couple of seconds of being like, oh, you have to pop an item here for you to be able to try and deal with me, or I will run rampant. Whereas for the side of Quantum, like, is it supposed to be the Phoenix Egg? And then you look on the other side of it for Namiga, they've just got heroes that don't really care. Sven, Transformation Hero. Dragonite, Transformation Hero. Slider, Punch Hero.
See you later, Bane.
What are you supposed to do?
Ooh, maybe not.
That's cool.
I think the difference is, hold on, they might look to re-engage on this. Very ballsy as Bane. He doesn't have the Blink Dagger this time.
Neither does Cobus 9, though.
It's not just him that has the Blink, though. It's DK and Sven are around, too. I think the difference is, like, when Phoenix is going in and you're popping the Global Silence, it's just into BKBs.
Yeah. Oh, Lucas is going to go forward here. That's a beautiful Lotus Orb there. They do get the Doom out before the God Strength. So this Sven is in trouble. He will lose his life. So that's a big initiation for them. Young G in the backline, though, takes down the Silencer. So they will not have this position 5. The Ice Blast actually does wear up there on Yayo. So now they're able to use the work of the Laser Beam. And eventually, Ankrat's going to sit in the backline, see if he can try and keep this fight going here for Lucas. And they will be able to take down the Dragonite. So a big fight victory here for the side of Quantum. And it all came off the back of a massive Lotus Orb into a big Doom, and they're able to take down these cores with no God Strength and BKB from the Sven. XX Vampire, he's pretty quick here.
Yeah, he's still got that Enfeeble tick in though, so it's disabling the Blink Dagger right now, and just a little bit too slow. He's got the Blink of his own on the Bane, just trying to see if he can find him, blinking off into the Fog of War, but won't be able to land it. But you just see the difference in being able to finally get the initiation onto the right targets. You know, Lifestealer just through existing for the majority of the time was able to deal so much damage for the entire team, and finally, again, an egg doesn't die at the very start of a team fight, so you're able to block off an area of effect, and he's even got the Dazoon Blood Ride as well, which is a perfect combination. As we look at the replay here, Doom onto the correct target. Ice Blast doesn't mean jack. You know, he was inside of the Sven at the time. And then this is the time for Phoenix to really start having that level of impact is, you know, 1, the healing comes through for the Doom. 2, he's able to disable further blinks. And then once these BKBs start to wear off, his Spirit Vessel can really start to kick into the equation. So it's not completely beyond them to be able to come back into this game. It's just going to be a lot harder than what they initially thought based on how well they came out of that laning stage.
Yeah. Big team fight for them to win. Off the back of Sven doing a total of 200 damage in that team fight.
So what you were saying before about like the difference between the Storm Silencer combination and the Phoenix Silencer is that Storm was always able to jump onto the area of the supports, and they didn't have a BKB. They didn't have a way to be able to withstand that. Every single time it feels like they're initiating, it's onto cores. So you need to catch at least one of these supports on the backline when you're popping the Global Silence, just so that they're actually impacted by this, because neither of them have Guardian Greaves. Neither of them have a way to be able to break out of the Global Silence, at least at this point. They're both going into a Lotus Orb to eventually have it for that, plus the Doom. But for right now, it just means that these are the people that you need to be focusing on.
They're walking towards this base here as well, and now they've got the Ags Fiend script, but they've been able to find out the real one here. The Global Science will go down. They take down one of the supports. That's 100 seconds without a Shadow Shaman there for XS Vampire. Corvus 9 walks back in, bashes up Lucas. You have to be careful here, though. There's no Global Silence, and Crad is still waiting in the wings here with the egg. BKB is still at the ready for both of these two teams. Everyone's ready and available to fight.
And Doom has Doom. Don't forget about that as well. Even Lifestealer holding on to a magnifying monocle. Not sure how I feel about that. Like, it acts like Blink, right? Where if you take damage, it's disabled. And I think most of the time it's going to be pretty rare that you're... Hold on. Speaking of...
Oh, he's taken a lot here. He's able to turn around with his own BKB, but he doesn't get the lifesteal back in. He's able to at least jump inside of Yayo. So he will survive the Ice Blast 4 now. How long is he going to stay inside of the Doom, though? And he comes out and he gets cleaved down. And that's the problem with the Doom. Yes, you are dooming out onto the Sven, but the Sven has already transformed into the God Amongst Men, and that will just be 2 cores going goodbye.
Popping out into an amp damage, Sven is certainly a ballsy move to make. And I mean, honestly, he nearly did die as well. He got down to 500 HP, but with the Satanic being popped all the way back up to full now that he is capable and outside of that Doom duration. Is that going to be enough? I mean, no Supernova, no Lifestealer, no Doom, no Tier 2 towers remaining. All they have is a Fiend's Grip, really, to be able to try and make something happen. Refresher actually just got popped by Anchoret.
Wants to see if he can try and fight. Massive Fiend's Grip now onto the Sven. They've got nothing to keep him alive, and he will go down. The egg eventually will get dealt with as well by the 2 cores coming out here from the Mega. They will get a buyback out here of the Bane, but I don't think it's going to matter. It's just Young G on the high ground who is just deleting players of Quantum. And this is going to be Mega Creeps. Actually, it's going to be the end of the game. The GGs are called. Anchorad will disappear out of the server. And unfortunately for Quantum, this is them bowing out here. They do put up a good fight up against the side of Omega, but they will just eventually fall at the final hurdle. And it was such a good start for them. They played so well in that opening game. Game 2 was within their grasp as well, and just some small things, just not going their way, just some small inconsistencies that they had in their game and in their team play just really kind of unraveled it for them. And props to Omega. After that game number 1, they rallied, they got themselves back together. It was a hard-fought game number 2, and this game number 3, very, very simple game plan from them. They got all their cores to hum, they got all their cores to come together and win this game and go forward in the series as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just having a look at... Well, we'll have a look at the highlights. And how about you talk over these highlights? Because I got something to look at as well in the scoreboard.
Right. I think for me, a lot of these highlights really came down to the fact that it was, again, a multi-core. You could just see a couple of times where these fights didn't go straight in the way of Quantum. Was mainly Lucas just wasn't able to stick on a lot of these targets. And just in the backline, just multiple times, just being able to get these blinks come off cooldown and come back in and really be able to get these fights going was a big boon for Omega. And I mean, it was a great pick coming in from the Phoenix, but I just didn't feel its power in that mid game. And there was a couple of times there where the Doom, I don't know, I just didn't feel the power out of a lot of these other heroes, and potentially a bit of recency bias for them picking the Silencer here and not really having the same kind of game plan that we saw coming out of the Mega. And you're going to see a lot of this damage that the Sven does. This hero is absolutely bonkers. Dragon Knight still 100% win rate, by the way. In the closed qualifiers, so that potentially could be a hero that we look towards more and more for a lot of these different teams.
Again, there were just so many little things that just didn't go Quantum's way, right? Like, this particular play ended up happening because they smoked underneath a ward, because the Phoenix went in and tried to Supernova with 3 BKB cores, you know, and they were just able to take out the egg. Even just this play, it's a little unfortunate that an amp damage happens to spawn right now, and they're able to get it in the lead up to all of this, but you know what, that's just sometimes luck of the draw, baiting out, whatever you want to call it. But it just shows, again, the strength of that Sven. Even a Phoenix without those BKBs being popped is just way too good. The thing that I was looking at in the post game was when it really started to move up in Namiga's favor. And you can even see on the graph, it's at like the 22, 23 minute mark. Once you've got basically all of your blinks, all of your BKBs, and then suddenly it goes from being quantum favored and never once leaves beyond that point. It's just what they were waiting for the entire time. They did a good job of splitting up the map, and I think props need to be given to Quantum as well, because they did try to catch these people that were being very elusive. You know, Emptiness was perfect with some of his movements inside the fog of war to place down some really deep observer wards. They were able to catch out Bashka a few times, so his acceleration in terms of his net worth probably wasn't as quick as it would have liked to be. Again, though, as we see on the screen, Young G, he has to be the standout player. Even just going back to when level 6 on the Phoenix versus level 5 on the Dragon Knight, if he doesn't Dragon Tail him as he goes for that dive in, he dies, and then the tower dies, and then you get another vessel charge, and then you go for more and more and more. It's just, this snowball effect would have been so much more impactful. It probably would have given them another at least 5 minutes to be able to try and really get a stranglehold on the game. But by that point, Namiga were able to come back with it. So we'll say goodbye to Quantum. We'll say hello to Namiga continuing forward in this lower bracket. And we got another series, just the second of the day. We're going the distance with all of these timings. So in about 10 or so minutes, we'll be back from our break. Hopefully you can get a drink of water, get another snack, because we got another one coming. Who we got taking on each other, Luke?
It's Runa Team versus the Cyber Geese. So ladies and gentlemen, join us on the start of this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
One series down, one to go for Matt and I before the British boys take over for the late shift here in the regional qualifiers of the road to the international for Eastern Europe of 2025. And it was a good series. It was a banger series, I feel like, of what we had. The Mega being able to clutch it out there over Quantum. But now we get to set our sights on Runa Team versus Cyber Goose. Another elimination, Danog.
Honk honk. I am ready for the Cyber Geese boys to be able to make it happen. I mean, we liked the way that they played, didn't we?
Yeah.
Like, very surprised that they were even in this lower bracket position to begin with. It was Quantum that sent them down in the first instance, right? And so we've seen the highs and the potential of Quantum, and that's probably just what happened to Cyber Goose on day one of these qualifiers. And I don't know. I just feel like their floor is probably higher than what Quantum's is, but Quantum's ceiling has the potential to be that much higher. So it's just a question of stability versus that X factor, I guess you can call it. So it probably would be enough for them to get to the next stage of these qualifiers, just to have that high floor, just to be able to bank on the skill. But honestly, beyond this point, that's when you really need to start making the big plays, because we're going to start seeing more teams from the upper bracket start to come down. You know, they're going to be playing up against, I believe, the loser of Liga and Navi, and that's certainly a much rougher prospect, regardless of which team wins this series.
Yeah, and that's, you know, as you start getting to the tippity top, the pointy end of a lot of these tournaments, that's when you really have to kind of put up or shut up. And unfortunately for Cyber Goose, they lost their extra life a little earlier than they had hoped. And so it kind of puts them in this do or die scenario a lot earlier than what they had anticipated. But they're here to game and they're here to play. So we're very excited to see what they can do here. I was looking back at that series against Quantum, and it looked like it was kind of mainly just a Ankred kind of masterclass throughout those games they did win. So maybe Cyber Goose just weren't ready for that. So we'll see what they bring out today. Looks like Notice is in quite high spirits here, just goofing with the boys as they get themselves into this first draft. And being on the first pick here for Runa Team, it's like, what do they want?
With his forearm sleeves on, don't forget about that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, what is left in the pool? NP's left in the pool, TA's left in the pool, AA's left in the pool. Everything's left.
SS.
Everything's left right now. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you could still opt to. Beastmaster is still in the pool. I know Notice loves a Beastmaster to be able to go down that route, and we haven't seen it yet throughout these quals. Another one of these players, kind of like what we saw from Palantimos in that previous series, Alberca, another one of these people that have gone from the position 1 to the position 3 role. So I'm interested to see how well he's going to be able to adjust to it. You know, Shigetsu, Nikki Cole, Queasy, he's gone by till the end now, but I know him as H-Duo, is, you know, having a much better time, I think, than a lot of other people at adjusting to the current POS 5 meta, just because it really suits the style that he likes to play. You know, he's one of the few people, kind of like what we saw from Ike on Kalmichata, who still plays like even the DP position 5. You can look to try and make it work, and yeah, I'm interested to see how this one is going to end up resulting. But I don't know, the Bristle, maybe this seems more calculated from Cyber Goose because it's an instant Shaman pick. Like, Shaman's good in its own right, but that level 15 Hex talent feels nice against it. And maybe they feel like they've got other heroes to be able to deal with it as well.
Yeah. So that's going to be the question on the lips of everybody watching along at home is, how do you deal with this Bristleback for Cyber Goose? And it looks like they're trying to get rid of some of these heroes that can kind of have that play rolling. Shadow Shaman is obviously one of them that can deal with it. There's not really much natural break in the game, is there, anymore? I feel like that's kind of one of the reasons why Bristle has that natural prowess. Obviously, Hex is not like straight up breaking anymore, which they haven't done for like 5 years now, but you know what I mean?
I mean, Kanda has it, but it's just for like very brief amount of time, and it's dispellable. So it's like a little bit rougher, especially, well, maybe against a Bristleback. You don't always like to go a super early BKB. You want to get a few other items, but I think it's a fair ways in when you're getting the Kanda as well. So it's not like, you know, the be all and end all either. I don't know. I think this is one of these heroes that you got to get rid of. It's way too much to have to deal with. It's got way too much synergy with too many other different heroes. We saw how great it was together with the Medusa, just with the AoE AoE minus armor and slows, and then the split shot was just ripping through everyone. It was noticed, right, that did this, so they know exactly what they're going to be going into if they allow it to happen again.
We'll see what they want to try and utilize here on the side of Cybergoose to try and take down the Bristleback. Maybe they just don't have those natural counters and they just put a lot of emphasis on his lane. And they just throw some heroes at him for a little bit and try and put him behind the 8-ball. So that's the real question that we've got going on here. We'll see who's going to do what. I really like that Runa team right now. They're just getting rid of some more of these much more annoying heroes to try and play around with. The Abaddon as well as the Oracle are two other heroes that you're trying to look towards now that can just keep people alive for a lot longer and potentially win that fight out against the Bristleback. So not wanting to deal with those.
I mean, it's most likely going to be the Shaman into it. I always thought, like, maybe it's not as big of an issue now, considering Bristle's most likely going to be played as a position 3, and it's actually why I quite like this TB pick. You know, anything that's just got high armor is going to be great against the Bristleback. So one of the supports that I was just about to mention that I'm surprised wasn't picked up more was the Bounty Hunter, just because it slows down a lot of those early timings. You are able to withstand a bunch of the Quill Spray hits, because basically everything in Bristleback's pool is physical, and Bounty's fast, has a lot of armor, doesn't need to stay in to right click as well. You just want to kind of get in and out and use the Janata to be able to yoink away some of that gold.
So here they can utilize the little bits of minus armor being thrown out by the Snot Rockets. Also just another hero that kind of has that, well, obviously the assassination facet, the kill shot. To be able to stop a lot of this, but it's also kind of long range stun to be able to stop the shackles. Whether or not you hit the shackle doesn't matter. You can at least stop it for your Bristleback if he's turned the wrong way.
I wonder if Runa team is going to pivot this into being like a POS 1 Bristle, just so that the lane is better set up for it. I wouldn't be picking their POS 3 anytime soon, and I quite like this. Just having the flexibility of Naga being able to be position 4, position 3 doesn't really matter. Again, another one of these heroes that TB doesn't necessarily deal with that well. So Naga Siren is another one of those heroes that can be played across multiple roles, not just like 4 or 5. I'm talking 1 or 4 or 5. And I do quite like it. It's actually one of the other heroes that, at least at pro level, 100% of the time you go the Deluge facet, basically never going Riptide, just because it is much more reliable and you're able to split up your illusions and deal out, I think it's 280 damage to 50 million different camps at once. So you can really get out of control if you go down this avenue. So I do like the fact that they're going down a slightly different route now with the Dazzle, but also the Kunkka just to be able to deal with AoE, deal AoE damage, just covering the fact that this Naga might be played as a core. So 1, you can use the Aghanim Shard to be able to instantly wipe out all the illusions. 2, you can go Aghanim Scepter on the Dazzle as well to be able to, turn those against them in terms of using the Shadow Wave. Just feels pretty good.
Yeah. Interesting that you're going for these heroes when there is an AA still in the pool, especially with the flexibility that you've got here from Runa team. So maybe they want to try and go with like an AA. I mean, I guess you'd have to pivot the Naga or the Wind Ranger to being a core. Maybe Wind Ranger as a core might not be too bad. Or you just go the Naga POS 1 and you just go Wind Ranger plus AA and you just play around this kind of combo. You just get rid of a lot of these pesky healing heroes.
I don't know how I feel about it, right? Like, it also pretty heavily, like, if this Dazzle is going to be played as a mid, you could have it. Like, it really limits the sort of heroes that you can opt to go for, right? Like, I think there's very few that you could still look to pick, like a Lena or... They're going to pick Timber, but, like, Sniper was another option for mine. Just something that's going to stay way the hell back, because they don't really have any great form of initiation at this point on Cybergoose. So I think if they went for something that was more of that backline assassin and just banned out, your Pucks, your Storms, etc., that could have been pretty effective to be able to have that tool.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like Sniper is kind of underutilized at this point. for a lot of these teams. Maybe it's just not fast enough as a mid laner. Maybe it doesn't provide enough. But I do agree with you, especially when you're getting rid of a lot of these heroes that don't just naturally jump the backline. It is kind of one of those heroes who can just sit away and do quite a lot of work. Can farm quite fast with the shrapnels. So Queasy, maybe feeling it right now. Trying to lock in. See what these next couple of heroes are. They get rid of the cheese in the Huskar. So they're not going to have Chira Jr. Huskaring them just yet.
No. I mean, it does lead me to believe that this is going to be a mid Timbersaw for Nikki Cool, right? Like,
yep.
Timber's probably one of the few heroes that actually does have a decent time against the Conquer and the Dazzle. So you just wanted to take away that direct counter, I suppose, to this sort of situation. What do they opt to go now? Like, is it too single target focused to go like OD or something like that, just to have to deal with this? Who has the last pick overall?
Cybergoose picked second. It was Cybergoose, yeah.
Okay, I think they could go OD, like in a sort of niche scenario, just to be able to A, counter the Timber, B, you're going to have enough answers to the Naga Siren if she is a core, but if she's not, you'll know that at that point because Runa Team would have picked by that stage. So I could see it working for sure.
Wouldn't hate to see it. I'm going to be real with you. Got no clue what the hero does anymore. I feel like they've changed him 6 times and I stopped giving a crap after the 3rd time.
The old outhouse demolisher.
Yeah. Does he still have the mana allergy thing?
Sure, let's go with that. I agree. Right. Like, it's honestly, I almost never see it being picked up.
I don't even know what Sanity's Eclipse does anymore. Is it like
it's just burst?
Okay, I was like, is it based on missing mana again? Do you have the mana allergy tied to it? What do you got?
Mana diff.
I don't know. Do you feel like OD should get the OD staff as well for his neutral item? That'd be fun.
True, double. Just get it to start the game with, you reckon?
Yeah, like Monkey King should start with an MKB.
True.
Yeah.
Satanic should start with a Satanic. There we go.
So, yeah.
Although it could still be a 1. It could still be a 1 is the thing. You've got a Naga Siren that could be being played as a position 5 in this sort of scenario. Could be a mid Timber. Could be a 3 Bristle with a win range of 4. Makes a lot of sense to me. They just...
Too.
Could be, yes.
5 seconds.
I'd be on board with that. I just want to be avoiding the TB if I was the Bristleback.
Yeah.
And it's not like there's great Snot Rocket synergy. All right, this is good because I wanted some sort of backline dive to be able to attack the Lina specifically. But it's going to be Shigetsu playing it, which means that it's going to be a position 1. It's going to be a H duo Naga Siren, mid Timber, and Alberca on the offlane Bristleback. So kind of like what we were expecting. I just don't know how it's actually going to result, because again, it's going to be pretty nice for TA2000 to be laning into this. Not really going to be suffering too much, I don't think. I think Noticed will have a fine enough time going up against the Naga Illusions, going up against the Lina in that lane. Chira Jr. and Nikki Cool should just be trading farm. So I don't know. I think in terms of lanes, I would give it a slight edge to Cybergoose at this point in time. But beyond that, I am still seeing a couple of issues with how they're going to be able to deal with Shigetsu if he is allowed to just sit back and do whatever he wants. They're going to need to get active. Tier 2000 specifically is going to need to get active because he is the main tower taker on this team outside of the Shadow Shaman. So I'm going to need to see him making a lot of rotations through the Twin Gate to be able to try and put some additional pressure onto Lina so that she can't just get into that Maelstrom really early on.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big problem for me as well, right? Just what happens to Shigetsu once we get towards that middle portion of the game. Who's going to be the one that's going to try and get into their face, especially if they get off to a rip-roar of a start. It's going to be hard to try and wrangle that Lina back into the game, especially without a lot of these heroes try and get in her face. So it's going to be a lot of emphasis, I feel like, on Chira Jr. to be able to create a lot of that chaos in the mid game for them, to really just enable them to have this good start against a lot of these other heroes. So we'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of things that we can look forward to for both of these two teams.
He's got a lot to live up to after the performance of Storm Spirit that we just saw, right? Like, it was pretty impressive, but Chira Jr.'s got the stuff to be able to match that.
Very true. It is also good seeing Solo back on the Dazzle. Brings back some old memories.
You blew it! You blew it!
All right. They're going to crank the smoke 40 seconds into the game. See if they're able to find anybody just yet. Queasy gets a nice little ward in the middle lane here, and same with Chira Jr.
30 seconds to battle.
But
did he use the Light Strike Array on a specific tree on Shigetsu? Because he's already leveled it up. Some people put just the 1 point into the Dragon Slave as well, particularly when you're playing the position 1. So I'm interested to see if his attitude is going to be similar to Satanix in that way, just using it as a Fiery Soul reapplicator.
So that's probably a good way of doing it. I mean, the Dragon Slave will be able to get rid of a lot of these TB illusions quite quickly. So I wouldn't hate to see it.
Sure, but maybe they think the Maelstrom procs will be able to do that too, and you just want to make sure that you're living a little better off the back of leveling stats instead.
Yes, to me, it all kind of depends on how the game's going. Do you need the stats? Do you want to try and get that extra burst with Dragon Slave? Wait and see. I feel like a lot of carry players are much more... There is very few spells in the game that they actually want to level. And I feel like if they can level stats from level 1, I feel like a lot of carry players would.
Yeah. Yeah, they're sick in the head, I agree.
Carry players.
I mean, I still remember like watching Sing Sing back in the day, playing with friends, and then he would level up stats and then swap hero with a friend just to ruin their day.
So right now we're just starting off with a big intro to this first wave for Chira Jr. 5-1. So got every creep so far, looking to try and get a few more. So that one as well. So nice little start to these first couple of waves here for Chira Jr. Whereas Nicky Cool's just copping a licking.
Wonder how chill this start of the game is going to be. Like, they're just going to be going back and forth. Both of them kind of need to be spamming out their spells pretty frequently. So, in terms of the race to the bottle, Chira Jr. is going to get that one. Come out on top in that one, excuse me. But beyond that, like, how well are they going to be able to, just get that magic stick up really quickly? How well are they going to be able to trade? Who's the better team as well at being able to make a rotation to be able to get that first blood in the mid lane? Because I really feel like the ultimate's going to be pretty vital at the very start of this game. That's going to be at the stage where TA 2000 still won't have a ton of mana to be able to play around, HP to be able to play around with. So an early rotation coming through from Timber could be enormous.
Yeah. And being able to put the pressure on the Terrorblade just kind of sets back the tempo for the side of Cyber Goose. So if that's where you want to lean, if you are the Runa team, it's a good place to start. So we'll see where these first couple of moves come from. I'd imagine it's probably looking towards the side of Cyber Goose. Just having Problem walk around on the Shadow Shaman, I'd imagine, is where you're going to be looking. Solo's not really going to be able to do much on a Dazzle, but much conversely for Runa team, Naga Siren's probably not going to make too many rotations. It's mainly just going to be on the Wind Ranger for them to walk around. So see how it ends up.
Yeah, for sure. Straight up rushing a Falcon Blade, it seems, as well on Shigetsu, realizing that he's not really in a position to be under too much distress, although H2OB, see how strong the Naga Siren actually is. Plenty of armor to be able to play around with. 330 base movement speed must be nice to be able to have something like that. Only wish.
It seems like a few too many years playing Crystal Maiden. Yeah.
Wyvern's not great either. It's like 285.
Now for TA 2000, wants to try and get a little bit of a fight going here against Alberca, but all this damage is starting to come back towards him on TA 2000. He's getting booed up, he's getting clicked up as well. Does have a lot of these stick charges, so it seems like he's okay for now.
think he would have actually died there if the power shot ended up hitting onto him. It was the heal came just a split second after the fact as well. And, I mean, if they are going to make those attempts, it's a really risky situation to be in, because even with all of TB's armor, he was still brought down to 2 off the back of all of those viscous nasals goo stacks that built up onto him.
It just makes it really hard for him to even get close to trying to contest with the amount of minus armor that comes in from Alberca. And if you're Dazzle, you go anywhere close to that, you get 1 or 2 snots, and it's kind of negative city for you.
Yep. Alberca as well, though, isn't exactly having the best time overall. I mean, he's behind the TB on net worth. He's still level 2, not yet level 3, so these quill sprays aren't actually doing all that much damage, and it's making it quite hard for him to last hit. Doing his best to try and disrupt any way possible, but even though TA2000 doesn't necessarily have the highest net worth himself, he's still in an awful spot.
Yeah, till the end, gets brought back, and the first blood will go the way of the Kunkka. So notice starting out with a nice little intro to this top lane back at the 9 Sirens.
Will be okay. Be careful about where he's running. I mean, the TB Morphosis illusion that was just hitting into Queasy, wanting to get rid of that that clarity that he had on himself, but would have potentially turned his attention towards Alberca instead and a kill on towards him.
Wasn't close enough just yet to be able to get that, but we're going to see now going on to Shigetsu. So notice we'll get that Tidebringer as well. They're going to come in with the Shackle. So Big Stick comes in there once again from Shigetsu. Maybe with another Tidebringer. No, it's still off cooldown. So they do a lot of damage there to the Shigetsu. And with Till the End coming in with that Deluge, it's very hard for them to try and fight back into the Naga Siren.
Pretty good Kunkka game the more I look at it, right? Like, you've got the ability to be left alone in this lane and have a bunch of stacks be made up for you. Blade Mail, amazing item this game, just in terms of turning back a lot of the damage that Shigetsu is going to be putting it onto you. Timber has a lot of unavoidable damage, Bristle has a lot of unavoidable damage, and then straight into the Radiance after that. Just helps you deal with the Naga illusions, does a little bit of that extra damage to the Timber as well, helps you farm, and they're just going to have such a rough time taking him down that it's going to give him so much value this game.
They're looking to try and see if they can make this rotation to TA2000. It's what you touched on just before with the Timbersaw for Nicky Cool. We'll just leave it be for now, so he's just going to walk away. Didn't want to put the emphasis on it. And early level 6 now for the Timbersaw means that there is potential for them to get that kill.
Spotted out by the Observer Ward that he'd placed down previously, but no kill on the TB, but no significant damage onto the mid tier 1 tower as well. Really does just feel like Alberca, his main role is just live for as long as possible. You are the Lina enabler at this stage. You're not going to be doing too much killing in your own right. It's just a matter of what can the rest of the team get done when they try and go for you. So, wonder if there might be some baiting going on so far this, well, not so far this game, but eventually this game. As he gets the, wonder if he's even going to go for a halberd this game, or if it's going to be more of a Crimson Guard that he's leaning towards.
It's a good question. The illusions probably leans me towards the Crimson Guard. Halberd being Halberd leans me towards the Halberd. I feel like Crimson's probably the better way to do it. Just provide that enablement to the rest of the team. Amplify damage.
There's that rotation.
And that is just Nicky Cool just getting the freest to a TA2000 kill I've ever seen in my life. And Solo will be able to at least get out of that one.
That's the other aspect as well that I didn't quite think of, is up top. They're actually making a bit of a play here onto Shigetsu, and they should be able to secure it.
Yeah, on the tower, they get the kill.
Yep. Thought Queasy was actually TPing up there, but instead TPs to mid to get a bit of this free farm. Gets a shield rune from himself as well, denying it away from Chira Jr. Going up against the Dazzle, they do have the kill shot as well, so works like an axe execute. We'll actually look to be able to take him out even with the Shattered Rave. So,
right, Chira Jr. goes in there on the Nicky Cool, but that's a lot of burst damage that goes forward on from the Timbersaw. Now Chira Jr. looking to try and get this kill onto the Timbersaw. They do. Now once again looking to try and set their sights on Till the End. And they take down the Naga. So a big rotation there from the Storm Spirit. Much like the Timber, his counterpart. Turn around and get a kill on a big call.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
yeah, I'm really going to be interested to see, like, once these team fights really start breaking out in earnest, how is Queasy going to be using that power shot? Because 9-second cooldown, still pretty significant early on into the team fight. So is he actually just going to hold it entirely for any sort of, Shallow Grave TP escape potential?
Good question. I feel like that's going to be a lot of finesse. And notice they don't have damage.
Not in range.
Oh, that
Legolas.
on my screen. I've got a little bit of packet loss on my end, so that looked like the animation was nowhere near noticed. But
it's just one of those things where you're coming up or down a stairs that it's just all wonky. Yeah.
But good snipe there from Queasy. Ooh, solo. Oh, solo. An awkward spot here for the Dazzle. They will just be able to power shot away and take him down.
Queasy getting involved. That's 2 kills in the game. Extra harassment in onto this tower. Doesn't look like Shigetsu should be in any sort of danger. Oh, very nicely done. Timing of the electric vortex to be able to stop the Timbersaw from escaping, and they should be able to go for more as well on top of this. Still not yet level 6 on into the end.
There's a lot of mana that Chira Jr. is still be able to walk around with here. Doesn't get the next static remnant. Looking to try and convert it. And it is a triple kill for Chira Jr. 4-0-1 right now. 2 of those kills being on the enemy Timber. He is starting out red hot. And this is exactly what you want if you are the Cyber Geese.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's just been... Again, something about these Eastern European Storm players, man. Even, we haven't seen him play it, but Kiyotaka plays a mean Storm as well. Seen Lyle do it as well from that mid lane, so... Nutty.
I mean, you've even got the OG Goku one.
True.
Been one of those players for a long time. Been able to whip him out. Question is for you, Matt. What noise does a Cyber Goose make?
Like a dial-up modem. All the Zoomers in chat will be like, what's a dial-up? But I actually had a friend, so... Hold on. Let's wait for this guy.
Well, I mean, Chira Jr. is just going to get a free kill.
Yes. The galvanizing out of control. I've told you this, but no one else knows. I played an online version of Survivor, and one of the people that I ended up playing with, he was like 18, and he was, on the other side. I ended up voting him out, get wrecked. He didn't know what dial-up was, and I'm like, oh, goddamn no.
Yep. Makes you feel
I ended up getting second, by the way, lost by 1 vote at the very end.
Feels bad, man. Matt, the Ultimate Survivor, online.
The best loser.
Well, again, it is a good start here from the Cyber Geese. Building up a few more of these stacks here as well for Noticed, who's just going to start cleaving through them. And it's kind of, I don't want to say it's go time for the Storm, but, they've taken that tier 1 tower. They've taken the tier 1 tower top as well. This kind of unlocks him for a little bit here for Chiro Jr. Got the Kaya built up. He's going to go directly into the Kaya Sanj. It's going to be a bit of a menace. Let's play around this map.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it's just anything that's going to amp up that regen for himself is going to feel amazing. Sometimes I feel horrible for these supports just because I've been there before. Like, they literally had no idea that Nagasiren was coming to place an Observer Ward, and the second after they placed a Sentry. So you just got 0 value out of it. It's like, man, why do I even bother sometimes?
Does feel really bad when that happens, but sometimes you just end up playing a better position and you just play offlane instead and you don't have to worry about that. Let's go.
Yeah, you're an offlane Wraith King player though, so your opinion is invalid.
True. Build auras, walk forward. That is the mantra of the offlane. Right, so smoke up here. They're going to see if they can try and get a core kill under a tier 1 tower and see if they can turn that into another tower. They're going to go here onto Alberca. They do have Queasy here available as well, but it's a lot of damage they can go out here onto that Bristleback. But you can just see how many of these Goose stacks go out when the Snock Rockets come down. TA 2000 is still able to hold up here, and the Dazzle is just trying to keep them up with the Weave armor.
So he did end up going the halberd, huh? Doesn't really matter if you're getting chained 100 to 0. Then again, doesn't really matter if you go Crimson Guard in that sort of scenario either, but it's just one of those things where it's like, what would actually save you in that position other than like a really quick Naga TP and Song of the Siren? Speaking of Naga, able to dodge out the torrent, very nicely done with a mirror image, but only just hit her level 6. So at least now that you've got that press in case of emergency ability to be able to play around with, but I have to wonder how they're going to be able to make up this net worth deficit because it's already at 4K. I'm about to say almost exclusively off the back of Chira Jr., but everyone's doing a pretty good job. And noticed again, like, how are they going to kill him with any consistency?
Solo is able to get in onto the party, and they get another kill by taking down till the end, the bottom side. Now they're looking to try and see if they can get some damage onto Alberca. He continues to walk away for free. TA2000 takes the rest of the Tier 2 tower, and the Cyber Geese continue to march forward. That was something that I looked at roughly around about the 10-minute mark. Oh, that Shadow Wave damage, damn.
Yep.
I was pretty much in the same boat as you, right? You know, basically just being like, oh, this net worth lead is mainly just Chira Jr. Nope. But it's actually just everyone just doing such a good time. Obviously noticed getting that first blood. TA2000 really didn't get pressed too hard in that lane either. So, I mean, Cyber Goose just were able to stay in a good spot.
This is the thing, like, it really just does go back to what I was talking about in terms of who's going to lane where. And I feel like the Bristleback laying into the TB was a mistake, you know? Like, you just weren't able to get too much done of anything. And look at what it's resulted in, like more than a 2k net worth lead just in that lane specifically, because if you only do physical damage and you're against the highest armor hero in the game, what are you expecting to happen?
That's a good question. Chira Jr. just on the aggressive. Just sees out Nicky Cool and just goes, yep, I'm just going to walk in. Oh, I mean, this is the problem with Storm. Is just like, it's so hard to lock them down. And I mean, I hadn't even touched on it, but look at the heroes for Runa Team. How do they catch a Storm Spirit?
The Atos that Queasy's buying.
Yeah, I guess so.
Basically it. Atos into Light Strike, into Shackle, into Ensnare. Like, it's all very, very slow to come out. A lot of these lockdowns. I mean, even the Atos, right? You basically need to be on top of him already.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard task, I feel like, especially with the BKB. That's why I'm really enjoying this Kai Assange pickup from Chira Jr. He's able to just constantly walk around the map and be basically at no threat of losing their life. Potentially could find Queasy.
I feel like we're going to remember why Poor Man's Shield was taken out of the game pretty quickly, because it's only just been pretty recently re-added in, and it's like, oh, see you later, Queasy. Maybe not.
Didn't want to overextend with till the end around.
But I mean, you just go on a hero like Kunkka, right? The Poor Man's Shield. And he's got a bunch of lifesteal and spell lifesteal, and he's got a blade mail, and he's got Admiral's Rum. Like, how are you supposed to actually kill this guy? And it just means that he's pretty unopposed going to be able to get into this 18-minute radiance on an off lane with a blade mail as well. Like, it's just, it's too much.
And especially with the Admiral's Rum as well, as he's like innate. So he takes less damage already, and then he has all this block and all this auto attack damage. Just doesn't really do anything for you. Then he builds armor naturally because he likes playing blade mail because of Admiral's Rum. So yeah, I mean, there is very obvious reasons as to why things are taken out. Shigetsu put out here by Chira Jr. This is the potential for them to actually get the kill. Light Strike Array, Laguna Blade, kill shot. So that is the...
Not the hero you want it to go on to, though. Oh, maybe it is. It'll give him his Atos.
I was going to say, that's the overstep that Chira Jr. didn't want to do earlier. But unfortunately, he did it this time around. Alberca. I mean, a lot of these boost stacks are going to go forward here. Comes in with the boat. They get a lot of this extra damage. They do get the shackles going forward as well here from Problems. Alberca getting very, very low. They're seeing if they can try and get this kill onto him. They do. So executed there by Solo. But look at all the goose stacks, man. That's the funny part, is they all end up with like 7 to 8 goose stacks on them by the time he's dead.
Yeah. It takes a lot to be able to kill him. He waited until he was about 10% HP to even use his halberd as well. Wasn't the perfect stun combination either. Could have potentially lowered a little bit of the damage coming out from Noticed, but yeah, no, it's not been the greatest game so far for Alberto. Maybe it could change, although this would hurt if your core ends up getting killed up on the top side, having gone basically 0 stats as well. Like Falcon Blade gives a little stats, but outside of that, she's still squishy as hell. Mjolnir not really going to change things either.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time until she becomes hard to kill. So TA2000 is going to dump the boys off at the pool and see if they can take a tier 2 tower.
They'll be able to get this Naga Siren who's just trying to cut waves as well.
So again, just beautiful execution coming in from the Cyber Geese. Just feels like they're splitting their resources in the correct ways, you know, making sure, okay, we only need Problems plus Chiro Jr. to be able to take down Shigetsu. All right, TA2000, you can solo push for a tier 2 tower. What? Meanwhile, we've got Solo and Notice who are returning back to this tier 2 to try and get this Naga Siren while she's cutting waves, and then the TB comes back. And it just feels like their resource allocation is really on point. And again, just kind of circling back to, you know, day number 1 of these qualifiers. That's when things start to get really, really scary because what's kind of happening with them? It seems like they've locked it in going into
How
these
quickly are they
next
going to be able to take this? Quick enough, it seems, before the Song of the Siren is available. It could have been a potential for them to try and contest this, but still had about 10 seconds left on the duration, and they're all just going to get out of dodge together through the Twin Gate. I mean, technically, this is where they want to be playing anyway, right? 21 minutes, Wisdom Rune coming up in about 25 seconds from now. You mentioned hitting the tier 2 tower previously. They don't have the glyph available, so why not just position yourself down here on the bottom side of the map? It doesn't really feel like Runa Team is responding effectively enough either to be able to stop them. I mean, Timbersaw's doing it, but I don't think they needed to back off.
You may be feeling like they're close enough to a few more of these extra items coming up.
I don't know. Free XP, free tier 2 tower while the glyph's on cooldown. Metamorphosis was available as well. Maybe just fearing the Song of the Siren after what happened previously to Chiro Jr.
That's true. There's a lot of respect being given out there by the Cyber Goose. They understand they're in a quite commanding position right now, especially with the Terror Blade as well as the Conquer just kind of constantly streaming forward, and then the Storm's just going to get to the point where he becomes a much larger menace on the map than they can actually handle.
He's got his BKB as well, so he's going to be feeling very confident to be able to dive in, but they probably want someone to be able to assist. They will get Queasy off the back of Nice Shackle.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, didn't see Problems in the bottom side of the map, and I was like, oh, maybe with the Shackle he's able to live, but no, Problems joins the fray. That means 5.
Do that one.
I learned that one.
They also
from
sing
French class.
How to Save a Life. What's your karaoke go-to song? I feel like
It's Untouched by the Veronicas.
oh, I love it.
Yeah. Just gets everyone pumped up, you know.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's many different Veronica songs that I could easily say for that.
Yeah. But that one's like, yeah. I just
like,
really enjoy the ah la 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 part of it. Yeah.
It was like FIFA 09 as well. Which one of the tracks
Yes.
on that?
It's very funny. I feel like a lot of people following along at home with the amount of references we make, they tend to increase when the games are looking rather static.
Or one-sided.
Yeah.
Cool. You'll be okay, and so we'll notice. Even disabling his Radiance Aura. Making sure that he wasn't revealing himself on the side lanes.
Yeah, only very specific heroes could have stopped him from making that TP, but still didn't want to put himself in harm's way, did Mr. Notice, so they're just going to walk into the Roche pit here. I mean, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, the Cyber Goose, and this is exactly what we'd expect from a team with the players that are on it. a lot of them have been at the top of Dota in one way, shape, or form, if you like.
Yeah, for sure. And you've even got like more items coming out now. BKB, double BKB, so both Storms and Conquer have it. You've got an Aegis for TA2000, which is essentially as good as a BKB, with how long it's going to take to be able to kill him. With, you know, the Dazzle sitting behind, with the mech that he's got available, Shadow Wave, Weave for all the additional
Thunder.
armor.
So there's a lot of different avenues for TA2000 to survive a lot of these ganks, and they are looking towards somebody here, so they will be able to stop the TP here onto the Bristleback. So Alberca, yes, he will get the halberd, but now TA2000 is able to freely go to the front. It's a lot of these goo stacks, but it's not the damage that you're afraid of, because everybody else has already gotten out of dodge. Is that Problems in the middle of nowhere? It looks like it's Problems and Notice, who are inside of the base looking to try and get themselves a Naga Siren kill. So the
Still with Mass
fish.
Serpent Wards, by the way.
Uma coisa.
TA2000, he literally force-staffed the flag bearer creep, just so that the creep wave would get there a little bit faster on the top side. Acting as a bodyguard a little bit, but also just wanting to disable that backdoor protection. And here we go, Problems. Level 2, Mass Serpent Ward, I would imagine. He's about to drop down. He does. Aggressive Glyph as well.
It just seems very simple, very straightforward for the Cyber Geese. And right now, the avenue is probably the BKB on the Lina, correct? We're going to try and at least get them out of their house, but they've already taken what they wanted and they will just leave.
Lina does have that BKB available for herself, as well as level 18, so lots of burst potential available. A decent amount of movement speed as well. It's going to need to be the perfect setup. I mean, this is really just off the back of H2O till the end, landing the perfect Song of the Siren to be able to set up onto it. But who do you actually focus is the question. Like, you can't get these perfect stun combinations. It's not like you have a Black Hole or an RP to be able to follow up onto the BKB cores.
And you can just see that Chira Jr. just perfectly says, see you guys off an Naga. We have this fight going. The Nothal projection is getting themselves forward. TA2000 gets about half HP, gets the Sunder going till the end. Who needed to have the perfect song. Unfortunately, can't sing any more from the grave. They will walk forward into an Light Striker raid. TA2000 gets about half HP, doesn't have the Sunder to play around with. Still does have 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis though, and they will be able to be kept alive thanks to Mr. Solo.
Yeah,
And
he's got Solo
with that,
backing him up. That's
it
just as
is-
good, honestly, as
Exactly.
the Aegis or a Sunder. They're doing a phenomenal job so far. Looks like they will get the tower. So it does open up the map a tiny bit more. Back coming through from the Naga Siren. We haven't felt too much of the impact come from till the end so far this game. Not necessarily anything to do with him. It's just how well they've been playing around it in the draft in terms of being able to pick these heroes that just don't care about all the illusions, that are able to even counter them when you pop the Nothal protection and the poison touch. And always seems to be priority number one for the Cyber Geeks to be able to just take out this Naga that can look to reset a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the game plan for them, right? Is walk forward, take down the Naga Siren, they don't have to worry about the song. And then at that point, it's like, how do they really team fight if you're the side of Runa team? You would have hoped it would have been off the back of a Lina with a BKB, or maybe Nikki Cool can kind of create a bit of chaos for you, but they've just been so far ahead for all these different heroes from the side of the Cyber Geese. They can just freely do whatever they want. TA2000 goes about half HP. Queasy though. Oh my god, that is so much damage from Shira Jr. 2 attempts to get to the low ground. 2 of them failed.
Last glyph too, so better be making something out of this team fight. I mean, you've still got 50 seconds left on that Aegis though, and they're not exactly doing a great job of dealing with these Mass Serpent wards either.
Yeah, they're getting through a few of them now, so they will be able to get through the majority of it, not without the tier 3 tower going down though, so they will be losing another lane of racks here, it seems like momentarily. On the
Found the
TA2000,
Lina.
30 seconds left, they come back in once again. She gets to about half HP, has to pop that BKB, so on the Siren, but there's BKBs once again here from Notice. They want to see if they can try and wait out TA2000 with this Aegis. But there's 25 seconds left for him to do whatever he wants. Just goes for a nice early Sunder to try and get a little bit of tempo in this fight. But now with TA2000, pops a Demon's Hill, wants to try and go in and hit some creeps. 15 seconds
zone,
left on the Aegis. Have to be careful for that if you're TA2000.
They're going to back
8
off.
seconds left. They're going to back off.
Alright. It's somewhat of a defense, I suppose. Didn't have to buy back on anyone. You had to use the Song of the Siren, though, which... It's so rough, because it's like, it's your initiation and it's your defense, and you need it for healing. And like, how are you supposed to actually utilize something that just now got leveled up to level 2, so it's still got a 2-minute, 10-second cooldown on it?
Noticed is sitting in a very forward position. Solo to sit behind him as well, though, so you have to be very, very careful about going the high ground here. So Notice will be okay. Half HP on the Conquer, but as we're starting to look towards the rest of this map, they have just sent TA2000's Illusions to go deal with the bottom side, walking towards that Tier 2 tower and start knocking on the door again.
I'm honestly a little surprised that we haven't seen more of Till the End's Illusions looking to try and cut waves, right? I mentioned it before with the Deluge facet, just being able to split them up across the map, get the Deluge going, and 377 damage being done to multiple waves should at least be able to stop every single wave from pushing into your base at once. That's really where Cyber Geese are overwhelming Arena team, it seems.
Yeah, they're just being able to choke out the map, right? They've just been locked inside their base for probably the last 5-10 minutes. And it's a bit of an exponential gold lead where it's just, you're getting so much more gold, they're getting so much less gold. It's hard for them to try and fight. Notice, they found it till the end, caught outside of the base. 12 for the level, and unfortunately for her, she will lose the life of the Naga Siren. It's Chira Jr. gets another galvanized stack, and 67 seconds on the sideline without your Naga Siren. At least get the kill there onto Solo, but now Alberca,
Nice shot.
fortunately, is starting to face towards TA2000. Look at all the damage that comes in from this Terrorblade standing on the high ground, takes down Queasy as well. It's a double kill for TA2000, and potentially the end of the game here at the 30-minute mark. Shigetsu, not going to try and do something, but a Shigetsu defense with just a Timbersaw, it's looking likely that this is going to be another full lane of racks, and the Cyber Geese marching towards a map 1 victory.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it was Problems that was drawing on the minimap, basically saying, hey, this is where they're looking to set up, this is how they're trying to cut the waves, let's kill this Naga Siren, let's try and finish off the game. Problems again. He's the one. Yep.
Nikki Cool, unfortunately, is not going to be able to stand for much longer. Shigetsu, yes, with the BKB, is able to get away from the X-Master spot, but it's all the damage coming in from TA2000, and we're going to have Mega Creeps in just a moment here for Cyber Goose.
That's not what you wanted to use that BKB for. You want to use it for that uninterrupted right click. Even the Manta dodge coming through there from TA2000, avoiding the shackle.
He's starting to feel it now, and they're starting to feel the pain on the side of Runa team. They will get shackled up here on Nikki Cool. Chira Jr. is low on mana, so he does not have that little bit of extra damage to be able to go through the rest of this fight. So I'm going to Siren, though. Double BKB from the side of the Cyber Goose, and we'll get the Light Strike Array here out onto the top. He's going to walk forward. Oh, that's Alina. She gets caught out. She has no BKB, but the disarm's big there onto the Terrorblade. TA2000 forced us in towards the backside of this team fight. Wants to try and get it going, but the GGs have been dropped already, and that will be a first victory here for the Cyber Geese in their lower bracket run to tomorrow. They need to win another map to continue their fight here in the road to the International, but looking nice and clean and concise in his first game here, Matt.
There's something about Storm Spirits, Luke, that today they're just putting in work, and I don't know, like Chira Jr., yes, he did a ton of work. Problems as well, though, was problematic for Runa team. Like multiple early towers being taken off the back of his ultimate, those blink hexes being able to catch people out pretty frequently. I think he actually got his blink dagger really early on into the game as well. We'll have to see whenabouts it was. Actually, it was kind of late. It's 19 minutes. But you just see like the impact in a lot of these fights is not only being able to burst down a lot of these squishier heroes, but I don't know, it just felt like because of when specifically they drafted the Naga Siren, it was just addressed really early on in the draft by Cyber Geese. And even though this was one of Shigetsu's only deaths, I think it was one of his 2 deaths, he finished the game 0, 2, and 3. And that's not really what we're wanting to see. You know, you compare it to what you see from TA2000. He, again, even though he only finished 4, 1, and 7, he was still involved with moving across the map. He was still making rotations to be able to kill people. He was still being a big part of those early tower pushes and just reducing the space that Runa team had to be able to farm.
Yeah, and it was kind of felt like a big effort from everybody on the side of Cybergoose. There were a couple of moments for Runa team, but you know, as we said, like it was just Chira Jr. doing a whole lot of work and putting the emphasis onto the right heroes. And unfortunately, like with this Lena last pick, it was kind of what they wanted, but they just didn't come out on top of the lanes. It was just way too hard for them to try and play this game, where you've got Chira Jr. who's just constantly running around the map. This Bristleback doesn't feel like he's really able to do a whole lot because you don't have any of this other extra damage. The Timbersaw pick really didn't really work out either for Nikki Cool. It was just a rough trot for the entirety of Runa team. And it was just a big standout performance from Cybergoose. Like it's just, this is having a look at the bracket when it was day number one. This is what I was expecting Cybergoose to do day number one. To the open qualifier teams, and just kind of not walk through this upper bracket, but definitely be pretty much a top 3 team. Looking at these guys on paper, like you're expecting these guys to be getting towards that final day and really trying to potentially challenge for a slot. So these guys can do it. And if they're starting 92%. to get to the point where they are, leveling up here in the lower bracket, then it's very scary for everybody else.
92 kill participation, 10 wards destroyed, 33 wards placed. Like, what more could you possibly want from your position 4, by the way? He bought a gem and 21 sentry wards on problems and didn't die a single time and was great lockdown for all of these heroes. Like, he's my MVP. I don't care. Chira Jr., you did great, but let's give it to the supports every now and then. And, yeah, well, we'll have to see what the response is going to be from Runa team, because I really wasn't feeling it. Like you were mentioning in the draft, it was maybe not ideal allocation of which hero goes to which lane, just because of what Cybergoose had to be able to contend into it. So let's see if it's time for the coach to reflect on things, to see how everything ended up, and if they're able to fix things before they are knocked out as the second team to go home today on this day of the qualifiers. We'll have a short break before we're back for game number 2. See you soon.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The road to the international is getting close to the halfway point. I don't want to be a betting man and say that it's close to halfway. It's close. It's close. It's either there before it or after it. Either way, that's where we're at when it comes to the road to the international for Eastern Europe. And we're also close to the end of this series, potentially, if Cybergoose keep playing the way that they have been playing, if there's going to be no answer here from Runa team. So it's been a pretty dominant display from them ever since they got into the lower bracket. So I'm excited to see what Runa team has to respond to such a dominant team in this game.
For sure. For sure. I really think it does come back to the draft. I think, yes, you got your bristle back, but it was very clearly a by design for Cybergoose. I think they know that they've got the answers to it. You could see Runa team is already going ahead and banning out the Shadow Shaman just because of what it was able to provide. You know, strong laning presence, denies away illusion heroes, tower pushing, break mechanic, even if it gets late enough into the game. So yeah, it's a scary hero to have to face up into. And I mean, early days we were seeing a lot of like Tusk, but in terms of what it actually means for the whole game, you'd have to put Shadow Shaman towards the very top.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think so. And I think he was kind of one of those fringies to start out the tournament. And I feel like this is the way that these tournament metas do develop is you have these heroes that are fringe good, that are really good, but they're not that like kind of broken good that they get like kind of first banned in the first couple of 5 or 6 bans, and so they get picked quite a lot, and then they end up being the first bans, and then you get those real kind of broken heroes kind of to stumble back, and you have this ebb and flow all throughout the draft. So seems like teams are finally starting to figure out the source. That is the Shadow Shaman. Look at that, 63% win rate with 11 picks. Same with the Ancient Apparition. Like these heroes are looking very, very strong so far. And also I think the Conquer is another one that is a big ban coming out here for Runa team.
For sure. You want to be able to kill things. It's as simple as that. And you can't with a Conquer a lot of the time, especially if you've got, a more passive style of position 1 player, let's say. I didn't really sense that Shigetsu ever really was wanting to go for a kill. Maybe with like old Naga Siren, you could do it when the status resistance was reduced as well by the Deluge, but they're still going to go back to the well for it. But maybe this time around, I was about to say feel like they can run it as a position 1 just to be able to deal with the TB. Again, if you're very, very single target, it's going to be good. So are they going to ban out the Dazzle is my big question, because that is the best answer to the Naga Siren in my eyes. Core Naga Siren.
Yeah, potentially. I feel like Solo did a good job. They had tried some answers with the Wind Ranger, with the kill shot, but it just felt like
No one
the game
got low
was so
enough.
fast.
one
Yeah,
got
it
low
felt like
enough
the
to-
game was just so fast that even if you're trying to kill this Dazzle, there was just so many of these other cores that could keep themselves alive for a lot of these fights that it wasn't too scary.
I don't know. I'm gonna be happy enough to just sit back and see what they pick up, because again, lots of busted heroes still left. TA is still in the pool.
Yeah.
AA is still in the pool. Basically, the only hero that we've seen almost every single game ban out is Darkseer, I believe. Everything else is slipped through.
I don't think we've even seen Darkseer be allowed out of the first bans. So
I'd still be picking Dazzle if I'm Cybergoose. Like, even the Axe ban is just like, okay, we want to get rid of ways to be able to deal with multiple different Naga illusions. That's one of them. Bristle is another. Conquer is another. Just feels pretty good to me, and there was nothing wrong with the Dazzle gameplay in the previous game. May as well just cover your bases, and you can still flex it mid or 3 if you really want to.
John Notice wouldn't care having to pick that up. Really trying to mitigate Notice's hero pool to deal with this position 5 Naga, because I think a big thing for them as well as for Tildian is the Axe and the Conquer. Like, you can't harass them because they kind of just win out the fight against a lot of your illusions as well, and even, as you said, with the mid game, trying to deal with a lot of those different illusions. So these heroes in that lane just give Notice such a free start.
Sure. Totally.
So do they just pick the Centaur here then, or something along those lines? The Wind Ranger themselves.
Okay, it's all right. Again, it's just one of those heroes that most games it's good, you know, like you want a way to be able to harass against a Dark Willow. You can play it as a 1, you can play it as a play it as a 4, as a 5, not really a 1 anymore. And yeah, just it makes sense. Just go down the Dazzle route. Cover your CYA is the the acronym that I'm going to be using here, because it's just one hero and you've shown that you can make it work. So why not continue going down that route?
10 seconds remaining.
Ooh, Solo's getting a snack while the draft's on.
5
Let's go.
seconds remaining.
Hungry.
Mars bar?
Look like a Snickers, I think.
Okay. You're not you when you're hungry.
I like how in the green room we're talking about the amount of references we make, and you make one of the oldest references we've probably had on the cast so far.
All right, at least this is a little more like you're incentivized to get more active with a Drow Ranger, just because you've got that consistent damage output in the lane. You've got that way to be able to, you know, if people are trying to run away through the tree line, you can still multi-shot them. You've got more of this tower damage. Even don't hate the Tide Hunter as much. You know, you're a very much like a Aura bot style still, probably. But you have ways to be able to withstand against the poison touch when it's being applied to you. You know, you just
10 seconds remaining.
it's not crack and shell it off anymore, but Tide Hunter is able to just get away from it a lot easier through the blubber. There we go, the blubber innate ability.
You just walk in, you ball up, and off you go. Does give them a few more avenues here to try and mitigate all the stuff that's coming towards them from Cyber Goose. What's the noticed hero here? Do you just pick Centaur?
Into the Drow.
Or Mars?
Mars is alright. Just something that's able
Enigma?
to... And yeah. Not against the Drow. Not against the Drow.
Yeah, I
Drow
was
can
going to
deal
say
with
the
it.
Drow lane feels pretty bad, actually.
And the Naga illusions as well, to be honest. Could be able to deal with them. What is the hero? I mean, even a Brew,
like Centaur's the-
honestly?
Best bet?
Brew's okay. You can get rid of the Naga illusions, which can be annoying. You can just toss up the Tide Hunter. All right. Must not be a good Brew player. No, I'm kidding. But no, it's a fine Centaur game, to be sure. But it's like, again, I'm going to ask, where is the initiation coming from? Of course, it's coming with the last pick overall, but now you've got the potential to be able to ban out, you know, some of the biggest ones. I would be shocked if we don't see a Puck or a Storm ban come through from Runa Team.
Team ban.
This is kind of the scenario that you're in now for Cyber Gooses. Do you ban Dragon Knight?
Team ban. Dire team ban.
Well, they banned the
Because?
Storm themselves. Now you ban the Dragon Knight. Well, I mean, I feel like he's done a lot of good work so far in the mid lane. Very straightforward hero. You can be in the front lines for the Drow. Gives you that blink initiator that you would like. Maybe not online as quickly as the Storm, but it's already been banned out by Runa Team.
5 seconds remaining.
That's my thought process. Is it just gives you another one of these blink initiators. Quite hard to kill. Can deal with the poison touch. You know, the Wind Ranger really doesn't do much to it. Has a lot of mix of magic and physical damage to deal with the Terror Blade.
I'm still looking at what Cyber Goose are going to pick with their last one overall. Like, they're just deciding like what lane matchup I think they want to have. Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, not Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, the two that are still left in the pool. Like, how are you going to reliably make these power shots work? How are you going to be able to disable the backline more effectively? So for me, Void Spirit's probably the one for me for Cyber Goose to be able to go for.
Yeah, they definitely need something that just gets on top of Drow.
Remaining. Radiant team pick.
Monkey, okay, does get on top of Drow.
Deals with the Tide Hunter as well, to an extent. Wukong's is very scary for them to be stuck inside of. With the Gale Force. Gale Force, is that what it's called?
The Wind Ranger Shard,
Ranger
yeah.
Shard? Gale Force, yeah.
Remaining. 5 seconds.
Is this the Invoker game? It gives you 0 initiation, Quap. Okay.
Choose your hero.
Sure. Sonic Wave can be useful to being able to stop the Stampede, I suppose, and going to be able to contest relatively alright against Chira Jr., but I don't know. It does it. where's the stuns? Where's the setup for a lot of these team fights? Can you really rely on Alberca? Because he's going to not have the easiest time. He's not going to be going for a super fast blink dagger as well.
Mm-hmm.
So where is all of your initiation going to be coming from? And it's not like Shigetsu wants to just be sitting in place, right-clicking a tower for ages and ages and ages either. So it's going to need to be win a team fight into take a tower, but I don't know. I just feel like the tower pressure that's going to be coming from Cybergoose is going to be far and away more than Runa teams.
Yeah, and that's why I feel like maybe the Invoker was going to be able to alleviate a bit of that pressure, but maybe feeling like for Nikki Cool that wasn't the best lane matchup against the Monkey King. Who knows? Maybe the hero is just kind of in the dumps right now. So we'll have to wait for another day till we get that Invoker pick for us. But I do agree with you. It feels like there's kind of a lot of emphasis put once again on Runa team to come out on top of their lanes. I feel like if they have a little bit of an advantage coming out of this laning phase, then Nikki Cool can not so much be their initiator, but be kind of the guy who's walking in front for them until they can get that big kind of ravage, and that's how they win their team fights and take those towers. So have to wait and see here for Runa team. It's a very stock standard draft for Cybergoose. It feels like they've picked 5 heroes that all 5 of them have played quite a lot throughout these qualifiers themselves. So it is going to be a nice little draft here for the Cybergoose, and it's going to be on, I feel like, Runa team to prove us wrong here in this second game, to try and push us to a third and see if we can continue the trend in Eastern Europe of 3-game series.
Something tells me that might not be the case this time around. I mean, I'm very confident with how Chira Jr. was able to play that game number 1. And yes, you don't have the... God, such an old guy. I keep forgetting the names. The old facet where you can just boundless something, jumping between trees.
Oh, Simeon Stride.
That's the one. Where you're just able to really get on top of the Drow Ranger and make her life hell. And then if that's the case, then TB is just going to be able to take over the game.
Yeah.
So he's gone the... changing of the guard facet instead, which really useful for a lot of these team fights. And if you're on point, you might even be able to dodge out a Ravage or two. But I just think that it's way too... You might get one use out of the Sonic Wave from the Quap, and then by the time it's up again, you need to set up with Song of the Siren into Ravage into Quap ulti. And that's going to be the case for pretty much every single team fight, you know? So it just comes a matter of, all right, well, don't clump up right on top of each other and we're not going to lose these fights.
And I feel like there's also just those big windows in between all of those ultimates being back up again, that there is quite a lot of room to move for the Cybergoose. So we'll see. It seems like there's an uphill battle already here for Runa team to be able to overcome this very strong team in the lower bracket. And this will be something they'll have to look towards here. So they are starting out to try and win out these lanes for the opener and get themselves off to a good start. So far, haven't really seen anything crazy. There was no real shenanigans in the opening couple of minutes. So I guess the question is now, for the heroes on the side of Cybergoose, are you just expecting a very straightforward kind of tri-core coming in from them with, Chira Jr. just going this straightforward kind of build BKB into maybe like an Echo Saber, maybe a farming item? Or would you like to see him be a little bit more aggressive with things like a Mage Slayer, etc.?
I wouldn't hate the Mage Slayer. I think it's just one of those items that it reduces the damage quite heavily, but also gives you a lot of protection, in the form of what it passively has, and considering a lot of the stuff that you're up against, the Dark Willow, the Quap, sure, not the Sonic Wave, but everything else that she's got in her toolkit, plus the Dagon. It's going to be nice just to be able to keep yourself alive.
It's true. So we'll see what the builds are going to be for a lot of these different players. I'm definitely looking at Alberca as well to see what kind of build he wants to go for, whether or not he's going to rush towards that Blink Dagger or feeling like a lot more of this Guardian Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard is the way to go. And then you get the Blink Dagger as kind of like a secondary or tertiary even item as they get deeper into the game.
Doesn't really feel like a pipe game to me. Ooh. I'm just able to get away, and Solo doing a decent job of trading as well. It doesn't feel like a great pipe game for the Tidehunter, because look at all the damage that you've got coming through. Where is the magic? It's basically just Power Shot and double edge. That's about it. You know, everything else is going to be physical.
Oh,
coming your way.
TA. TA 2000 is dead here. Walks into a bramble and cops at Alberca with the first blood. So we said they needed to start fast, and it's exactly what they do. TA 2000 just copped a couple of clicks there. I think he copped like one too many anchor smashes, and that was it. Yeah, it's just auto attacks in the Dark Willow.
It's caught in place a little bit too much, slowed down by the gush. Dark Willow isn't a bad right clicker as well by any stretch. You know, she's able to pretty frequently win out on a lot of trades just due to a good attack animation, and you know, goes from good to better, being able to get this pull off. You get the Lotus Rune.
Problems. This is a deluge.
Yeah, they do, but he's going to be able to back off in time. He has the healing Lotus to be able to play around with too.
It's true. What are they? Tango regen. So first blood going the way here of Runa team, and looking to see if they can continue the rest of this for their lanes. Just having a quick little check in here. Mid lane, Chira Jr. is putting the smackdown on Nikki Cool. 20 and 10 against 11 and 2. This is not a start that you want for your Queen of Pain, considering this is your last overall pick.
Definitely not, but I don't know. I think they just wanted, a response to the Stampede. He's even got the Orb of Frost to be able to really not right-click a few of these creeps. And, yeah, getting a little bit too antsy with that Orb of Frost in the mid lane. As we look up top, Solo, he's getting focused down as well. No.
Oh, he got around the corner. Queasy.
Bot lane, though.
Shadow Realm. And as you said, bottom lane, they take down notice. Chira Jr. had a 10 stick or 9 stick charge. And he had Jingu stacks.
Yep. He'd already used his Boundless, but
It was going off cooldown though.
I don't know.
That was interesting. Anyways, I was singing his praises and when he dies in a 1v1. So maybe I should have shut my mouth. TA 2000. Copping it now. It's a big shadow wave though from Solo. Alberca is doing a really, really good job here in this top lane on the Tidehunter. Him and Queasy are just putting a smackdown on TA 2000. It's just so much of this HP just keeps swinging away from him.
I think no one's died under the effects of Anchor Smash, so he hasn't got any of this Kraken Swell bonuses coming through. Would be very useful to have, as once again noticed is a fair amount of right clicks just coming his way. He is off the back of the turnaround potential though. They went for their own aggressive attempt first, but also meant that you were losing a lot of creeps underneath this bottom tier 1 tower. Ooh, Shiketsu, gotta be a little careful here. Lucky he had the infused raindrops, otherwise that would have been a kill.
Sometimes raindrops remind me that they are potentially one of the strongest items in the game, especially this early on. So the side step will come in here from Shigetsu, and notice now with the hoof stomp, the kill shot isn't there in time. Oh, the dodge there with the mirror image as well till the end. He's going to be able to just get far enough away. I thought he was going to be able to live here. Problems.
Good
Yeah,
micro.
Shigetsu's just got the frost arrows, and that's going to be it.
I find it easy.
Monkey King's here though, although they see it. Never mind. Maybe
Junior.
yes. Oh,
Orban Frost, the side step. 1, 2. Nikki Fool's here as well. 3. Chira Jr.
oof.
Ooh, that's a
Heal.
lot of damage. I feel like he's just getting a little bit too overzealous with Boundless striking to get the Jingus instead of Boundless striking after the Jingu.
It's a lot of vision down on this bottom side as well. 2 observer wards pretty damn close to each other. He's still hungry for more.
That kill shot was getting close.
Primal Spring about to come through from the monkey.
Queasy. Stuck in an awkward spot here, so they're just going to drop the Wukong's command. The kill shot is enough to at least bring them in range for Chira Jr. to get that kill. It looks like there's a lot of emphasis being put towards the bottom side of this map till the end, though. Still gets nice and healthy off of that stick, Chira Jr. with a nice little dodge there to be able to get away from the Scream of Pain. And it is just Chira Jr.
Denied.
going to lose his life once again. And as you said, a deny and Shigetsu now wanting to come forward and get that kill onto the Monkey King is going to turn around and give the kill to Notice. And it looks like the Cyber Goose were starting to get cooked, but they've turned around and now they've honked.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
Untitled Goose
tower is
Game.
under attack.
Oh no, this
I
is.
feel like they're just like a cybernetic goose from like Cyberpunk set 2076 and just being like,
Is that the noise that you wanted me to make
Yeah.
before? Okay.
goose locked in, honk, honk. Like rocket arms or something.
Oh, that would be sick.
That would be my ultimate upgrade. Just be like Barrett from Final Fantasy VII.
Could 100 of those geese kill a gorilla, a silverback gorilla?
Yes, if they had rocket arms, yes. Undoubtedly so.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, geese are ferocious for their like size. So,
That's true, they got little teeth as well.
do they actually?
Yeah, they got backwards facing teeth. Look it up. Actually, don't look it up.
Okay.
It's going to be gross. Problems? Wants to try and get the deny, but it's the Shadow Realm.
A lot more action this game though, compared to previous. A lot of it, not necessarily what they were wanting to receive from Runa Team, but Shigetsu is still already part of more kills than he was the entire previous game, just 8 minutes in, so that's a good sign.
Dire's top
Big
tower
start
is
for
under
Runa
attack.
Team. They started out nice and quick here. Be able to put some pressure back onto Cyber Goose, and I feel like that's a good showing for this team to get themselves back into this series. You need to show this team that you're not afraid of them. You're not going to go into your shell. You're not going to just fall back here. So Alberca is going to try and go for an early Vlad. Solo loses his courier, which just has a TP on it.
Man, they actually pinged exactly where Drow was farming as well. They know on point. This comes from just frequent playing of pubs where this man is going to be. Overlaying their stuns a little bit, so might get gusted out of the Wukongs. No, not going to be enough to be able to save him.
Yeah, so being able to take down the Drow Ranger is a big start here. So it means now that they can put the pressure on the tier 1 tower, thanks to Noticed, who's got that Vanguard up and available. They will be losing their mid tier 1 tower here, but I think they're more than happy with taking the tower trades. I think he'd only killing Shigetsu, but
Top side,
Solo. Yeah, he's trying to get his level 6, and Alberca's going to be able to chase him down here. Doesn't want to pop the Ravage. Doesn't have the extra kind of damage either. So the Bramble Maze, Solo will dodge that up for now, but walks into Queasy, who hits him with the Shadow Realm, and that will be another kill going away here of the Tidehunter.
Thought he could live for another second or two, was holding on to the Shallow Grave, but oh well. Still, he didn't really delay much of anything either, right? Like the creep wave's still coming in pretty strong. Yeah, they did lose the tier 1 tower bot on Runa Team while this was happening, but they got mid like we were saying, and they're going to get their own tier 1 tower top as well. So you'd have to say that's a far better trade for Runa Team at this stage. Remember how important it is if you are going to have a few of these heroes that just like to, you know, sit in the side lanes, pick up a little bit more of this quote-unquote safe farm, in particular the TB with the real hero, and just let the illusions do a lot of the lane cutting. So the fact that they've already taken away that top tower just 10 minutes in without the siege creep. Nice.
Being found out here, but yeah, notice with the correct usage there of the Stampede, being able to get Chira Jr. away from all of the pesky stuns that keep him in place, especially the reel in.
Not the real in. It's not getting
we'll
greedy
see.
either with going full. Never mind. He is with getting one of those creeps, so won't really have the tools to be able to get away. Just gets away in time as the Scream of Pain is about to reach him, drops the Mischief. But very easily, death for him. Wonder if they do want to give till the end just a little bit of this farm in the lane. Not farm, but XP. Having that combination available is huge.
Ooh, I thought they were going to try and go there onto the Tidehunter. Bit of a hard kill. I think they're going to definitely need more than just 3 heroes. Even with the Centaur, can they kill him? I don't know. Feels like it needs to be TB plus meta to try and kill the Tidehunter at this point. TA2000 loses his courier there to Queasy.
Not ideal, and neither is getting caught out.
He's going to lose a lot of his life here to the Dark Willow.
Uses meta, but Willow's getting away.
Yeah. Now Burke is here as well, cutting that creep wave, and he doesn't want to have any of the snacks that the Tidehunter's trying to bring in.
Even just TP's back to this tier 2 tower on the top side, so not moving across the map. Doesn't have the Yasha completed because of the courier going down. Doesn't get a kill. Doesn't have TP now to be able to move around freely, so A little restrictive as a result of this, and Alberca sees where he's looking to try and pick up some of this farm. So not the worst past few minutes for Runa team. Now they've also got the Song of the Sirens, so if they wanted to start making a bit of a smoke move up towards the top side, it could work out really well for them.
Especially if they connect onto TA2000, like you were saying. It's a big injection of gold. Could be the potential.
Just
So
on the hunt
he
right
goes
now
through
is this
here.
soul tree. Just a tree. Nothing to worry about. You don't want to go on to them when Naga Siren is right there, having shown on the lane.
You can't dive a tier 2 tower. All it takes is Titan on a TP and Ravage and everybody's dead.
Depends if Centaur's there, though. If Centaur's there, I think you have enough damage to kill the Drow.
Radiant's middle
And then you just stand here.
Oh, he tried to walk away there with the gauntlet. Go forward here, does pop the blade mail, does have the Stampede to try and play around with as well, but with the reel in, they're able to finish it off. So, cheer up, please don't. Glad that he
Wants to.
thought secondly about that.
Hasn't really been achieving too much, though, off the back of a lot of these early rotations. Like, yeah, the one onto the Drow was really nice, but he's fallen a full level behind the Queen of Pain now. He's not doing anything to be able to help with taking a lot of these towers, and yeah, you just have a compare with Runa team. All tier 1 towers gone now, so a lot less space for TV to be able to farm. Monkey King isn't prioritizing farm, he's prioritizing just getting objectives or getting gank kills, but really nice TP movements coming through from Runa team to be able to stop this.
Gonna try there on Alberca.
I don't know about this. You're
Wants to see if he
quickly
can
trying to come
with
up
the
problems.
Wisdom Rune, but even inside of the entirety of this Wukong's command, he at least gets himself out thanks to the changing of the guard.
He's just going to get further and further behind, though. He's straight up hasn't accomplished anything in terms of his net worth in the past, like, 2 minutes, which only 14 minutes into the game is a pretty big deal.
Well, Nicky Cool finds out another by being able to take down problems. And this game is slowly starting to slip away here from the Cyber Geese. We said that Runa team needed to have a good start and continue to do that ball rolling. They've been able to do that.
Pinging out tier 2000 as well, exactly where he's looking to farm. Got Alberca nearby, still yet to use a Ravage, but doing a great job regardless. The thing is, though, for Cyber Goose, they've got a bunch of items just about to come. You're going to have the Aghanim Shard shortly. You're going to have Blink Dagger on Centaur shortly. You're going to have Maelstrom on Monkey King shortly. You're going to have Manta Style shortly. So it's a bunch of stuff that you're going to be able to, A, either more effectively push out a lot of these lanes, or B, take a few more team fights with a much higher level of success.
are scanning.
That is true. A lot more of these farming items are starting to come up, and I think Notice is just quietly achieving in the sidelines as well. Getting himself a Vanguard as well as his Blade Mail, getting close towards that Blink Dagger. He's about, what, 500 gold away from that now? A little bit more than that, 600 gold. So, once that picks up, then probably looking to try and go a little bit further into the other side of the map here for Cyber Goose.
Really complimenting Shigetsu getting a whole lot more active, but honestly, kind of wants to dodge fights now.
Finding Chira Jr. and they're just going to dump everything on him.
Is under attack.
They didn't even use the Ravage, they just jumped in, Sonic Waves, took down the Monkey King.
They're going to go for more. See
They still have
them
the
farming
Ravage.
roughly around the top side. Yep, still having the Ravage. Will they have the damage to be able to pick this up? Dagon's got about 10 seconds left on it.
Radiant are scanning.
We're going to find him.
And the real one.
Solo is very far out, but look at how quick he is thanks to the Stampede. Did just walk in towards Nicky Cool though. Does have the Arcane Rune available. They want to see if they can try and get this fight going. They catch out Solo as well. Out comes the Ravage, seeing if they can get on top of anyone. They just don't have the damage. They Ravage and nothing happened. Now we're trying to see this fight work out. They're getting a lot of these members coming forward, walking in towards a lot of these different heroes. The kill shot, though, takes down the Nagasara, and Chiro Jr. will stun the rest of his teammates thanks to that Cursed Crown, and now Notice is here as well. The Centaur War Runner wants to try and avenge his buddies. The first Ravage of the game doesn't really work out for much. They know exactly where Nicky Cool went. They saw him in the area. They've been able to find the Queen of Pain. They get the stun out one more time here. Does have this Arcane Rune to try and stand here and fight as well. The Dark Ruler wants to come in and see if she can try and take this out. The Stomp does stop onto the TP away. So unfortunately for Queasy, it was a nice little attempt, but it was thwarted by the center.
Just getting a little bit too deep. I was really surprised that they would continue to dive there, considering, you know, again, no Sonic Wave. Yeah, you had the Dagon, but it's not the damage that you needed to be able to contest up against that. And now you've also got a Blink Dagger on noticed as well. So they choose to stick around thinking, you know what, no Metamorphosis, we could take this fight. Might be sorely mistaken.
Yeah, it really did kind of start to scratch my head when they hit the Ravage, and it didn't feel like they did anything. It was kind of just like a Ravage, and they went, okay, cool. Now what?
Yeah, needs to be Ravage into Sonic Wave, into... I mean, just Drow being there as well would have been the difference, but that's not what Shigetsu is focused on at this point in the game. He's only 600 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, so absolutely could look to change at that stage, but for now, he's just continuing to play his regular farm-heavy style.
Which is a good insurance policy for when those ganks don't go their way for the side of Runa team.
True.
So, nice little
Kinda like
injection
what
of
we were
gold
talking about.
going back the way of the Cyber Geese. Chira Jr. gets feared away directly out of his Wukong's command. He wants to see if he can try and fight, but unfortunately for him, too many calls going into his face. And ooh. Right.
Well, problems is okay, no problems. Chira Jr.'s got a few, though. I mean, he's nearly built up into the BKB, so at least he's going to be able to stand his ground a lot more reliably, but could still get pushed out of the Wukongs off the back of a Sonic Wave. Mm-hmm. Alright, here we go. Drow's got Ags up. Tide has Ravage. Tide has Blink Dagger. Go time is now.
Head's working a bit. They're supposed to contest you. I think they can. I mean, maybe Notice can try and jump in and see if they can do some sneakies, but without Chira Jr. having this BKB, I don't see anything happening.
It's far more important to just secure his own scaling, which, I mean, he has caught up a little bit, which is nice, compared to the Queen of Pain. He's not where this net worth is coming from. It's really just banking on TA2000 to be able to get a job done.
And that's been the issue that we've seen here from Chira with his Monkey King, is it really does feel like that sometimes a lot of the games that we've watched with Cyber Goose, it just feels like with the Monkey King he does kind of focus a little bit too much on being that ganking hero rather than getting those early couple of items and then being able to use that to gank across the map. So gonna have to play catch up this time around here and really rely on TA2000, but they've got another couple of minutes before they can start thinking about a fight with Shigetsu having this Aegis of the Immortal.
Really like the Ghost Scepter purchase that our workers got queued up as well. I mean, he just wants to get in the thick of things. They're nowhere near going a Nullifier or anything like that, and he's going to be able to continuously use the Anchor Smash even in that ethereal form, so a lot of damage reduction with none of the downsides.
Especially now that he has Dead in the Water as well. So just being able to blink in Dead in the Water someone and then just pop that Ghost Scepter and run around, and how they're supposed to deal with him once he comes out of it. They have the damage to take him down. So Tormentors are up and available. On the bottom side of the map, though, you can see that TA2000 is just constantly trying to push out these waves. I think it's going to be another couple of items until he's going to be more than ready to try and fight. All right, Chira. Okay. All right.
Not willing to pop the Sonic Wave that time. Probably wouldn't have killed him, to be fair, but... This is the sort of ballsy play that you need to be making, though, right? Like, you need to be shoving out lanes. You need to be forcing them to stop just getting objectives for free. They had an idea that they weren't in the Tormentor area because of a Observe Ward placed down there previously by Problems.
Shigetsu? He's stuck in no man's land. He's by himself. There is nobody here. They are leaving him. This is two deaths.
Aegis
They're coming.
does have... No, they're not.
No, they're not. He's just dead twice. That's a massive blunder by Runa Team and Shigetsu. Now they're going to leave out for the Tormentor. That was... that's a punishment. That's a big punishment. It looks like it potentially could have been a big call coming in from TA2000 with the tips that were coming in there as well. And they found out Shigetsu. They get 2 kills on him. And they get the entire Tormentor. And now they get to gank towards the bottom side of the map as well.
Do indeed, or at the very least, just fix the lanes nice and easily, which seems like will be the case for Shira Jr. Got his BKB picked up now, and at level 12, again, not the worst. Only 1 level behind the Queen of Pain at this stage versus the 2 or 3 that he was previously. Yeah, like, that is just overconfidence coming off the back of an Aegis. If a tier 1 tower was still there, totally understand it from Drow Ranger, right? But it was just no way for the rest of his team to be able to join in. It's not like they had Stampede. To potentially provide the reinforcements.
Especially because I believe that Alberca either didn't have a TP or was still on cooldown. And he's not within touching distance to be able to respond to that. To at least be able to respond to the second life. It's just, you have no right to be where you were. And big punish though from the Geese, Cyber Goose. Now let's kick them into gear here for Runa Team. So it looks like they are posturing up to get themselves a full 5-man smoke. Looking to see if they can get a team fight going. Ravage at the ready. Amplified damage rune as well here on Nikki Cool.
I see problems.
Deal with the mid lane.
Backing off. Not the target that you want, but you're just hoping that he's going to lead you to someone else. And he does, kind of, sort of. Gush in range.
He's buying so much time, man.
Yep.
This is just all this time. They're not hitting creeps. They're not pushing for an objective. Shigetsu's just walking around them. You're definitely happy with that if you're the side of Cyber Goose. All the meanwhile, Shira Jr. has been able to hit creeps. He's slowly starting to catch up to everybody here. Same thing with Notice. He's got a full BKB now as well. TA2000 getting close towards that Skadi.
I mean, the thing with Shira Jr. is he just has no farming items, right? Like, not even the Maelstrom. He opted to go for the BKB, just assuming that there would be team fights coming sooner rather than later, and it really has hindered him in terms of his ability to keep up with the rest of these other cores. So, let's see if he's able to pick that one up shortly. He's not too far away, only about 600 gold, so could be the case that he's able to yoink that one in pretty quickly. Depends what his priority is, right? Going for that, or just being a bit more of this utility style and just getting on top of the Drow Ranger and staying there. But you have to imagine that now that Noticed has his own Blink Dagger, that's something that he can be responsible for.
Yeah. Really get up in her face, pop that blade mail, just stand on top of it, just have all of this armor and just stare her in the face and see what she can do. Force her to reposition, force her to pop these BKBs early. Just have the Ags though, so the hypothermia can be a bit of a problem for the Centaur, but the way the game is starting to pan out now, they're really starting to get those catch-up mechanics coming in here for Cyber Goose, whereas for the side of Runa Team, they took a lot of these outer towers and now they just haven't really done much for the last couple of minutes. Outside of that blunder from Shigetsu in the top side of the map, there really hasn't been much to write home about here for Runa Team.
It might just be the case of wanting BKBs, you know, like you've just got Song of the Siren upgraded with the Aghanim Shard. Not too much yet to come for the Tide Hunter. He's going for a Shiva's Guard, which, you know, I guess pretty decent against the Dazzle, considering he's got the Guardian Greaves, he's got the Shadow Wave, of course. I don't know, though. It still does feel like they should be in a more commanding position just because of how relatively weak this Monkey King has been, but he's not anymore. Like, this is the basic stuff that he needs to be able to really be a threat in a lot of these team fights.
Problems got caught out being a nuisance in the jungle, trying to get some vision up, trying to figure out some safe and not so safe places. Found that there by the Dark Willow. So Skadi's at the ready now for Mr. TA2000. Has this final ulti orb coming his way, so this is where he's able to be a little bit more annoying for Alberca.
Interested to see what he gets at level 20 for his talent. You know, does he go the Conjure Image duration just to play a little bit more of this rat style, feeling like they need the Monkey King to be a legitimate core, just create some more space? Or does he go the stats and being like, right, we want to do something right here, right now?
Yeah. To wait and see what he wants to do. Smoke's up now, though. Shigetsu, he's up here on the high ground. Doesn't have that BKB just yet. They just walk in. Blink on top of the Drow Ranger. So much damage. She's certainly dead. Gale Force will be able to bring her back into the clutches of the Cyber Geese. And again, being able to find out this Drow Ranger completely on her own is just a big kill now for the side of Cyber Goose. So fixing these lanes is what they'll be able to do. Got like, what?
Can't really...
A couple of minutes until the Tormentor's back up? 3-4 minutes?
Yeah, through 4 minutes, I believe. Can't really blame Shigetsu about that one in particular, right? Like, he was farming in a safe-ish place. They just didn't realize the ward position that they had that was basically covering the fact that all of Runa team was away from them. So as soon as they see a high priority target like the Drow Ranger, sometimes you might think, oh, are they standing behind him? I do need to be a little bit concerned, but they knew that the entire Runa team was just completely away from that Drow.
The 80,000 has walked towards the bottom here. Nikki Cool does blink in. Song of the Siren has to reset. So if you use the Song of the Siren now, the Gale Force isn't going to hold anybody back. That was a nice little stun there. They were able to at least catch out the Knight of Siren, so they will get till the end. For one, they don't get the Queen of Pain of Nikki Cool, so they at least get something out of this, but this is where it's starting to balloon back out here for Cyber Goose. They're getting their Stranglehold back on this map here, Matt, and it is very hard for Runa team to try and find the right place to go. Could have potentially missed their window here with Shira Jr. starting to creep back up the net worth.
Well, he's even able to just one-shot creep waves now, much more effectively now that he's got a few more of these items, level 15, so the Roshan roaming around. We got the Tree Dance cast range. It's just about finding this Drow, right? Like, she does have the BKB out for her, though, so couple of cards. Something to consider. They found her.
Oh, they just found her in the back line here. This is just before she gets off her BKB, but now they're going to try and chase her down with the Stampede as well. The Hypothermia is doing a good job of just keeping them at bay for now. So notice, we'll be able to walk away from this. Again, we're looking to try and see how this fight goes. Everybody splooged out these ultimate abilities, and nobody's really died just yet. Now the Boundless Strike goes forward. Massive Hoostomp comes in there from Notice once again. This Centaur is doing so much work for the Cyber Geese.
Buyback.
They will get the buyback here from Nikki Cool. They go in towards the shallow grave here for Chira Jr., trying to see if he can keep this fight going and stay alive. Does go into the mischief, doesn't dodge out the final bits of damage. On the backside here, we've got the Drow standing here all alone, stunned up to a tree, but they aren't able to get past the big beefy boys in the front line for Runa team. Again, the Gale Force is keeping them at bay for now. They want to try and re-engage here with Notice, but doing such a good job for Nikki Cool to just keep this Notice away from anybody with this Blink Dagger. TA2000 though is getting very, very careful, trying to make sure that he goes into the right position, seeing if he can stand and fight, but it's not going to be enough for them. The Runa team have been able to hold on for just long enough and take down these cores. The fact that Alberca didn't die, the big buyback from Nikki Cool to keep this fight going, meant that Runa team were able to hold on.
He's going to try and get himself away, maybe get the kill onto the Tide Hunter. Won't be the case. No TP to be able to even get away from this aggression, and you just see the impact of that Drow Ranger being able to just sit back on the back lines, completely unopposed to the Terrorblade. She just rips through him.
Yeah, I thought they were able to get the kill there, but it was, I believe it was a double Force-Staff to be able to get him out of dodge there. No, it's just a single Force-Staff and just speedy boots to get out of there. Drow Ranger being found in the back with the Boundless Strike, getting on top from Chira Jr. And there was just a lot of stuff that went on. There was a lot of ultimates that got used, by multiple people. And there was almost nobody that died, but just having to overcommit to try and get on top of the Drow Ranger, not being able to get the kill on Shigetsu, meant that they just stayed far too long, and then the Hypothermia stacks just built up. Like, looking at this, they walk in, TA2000 finds everybody, they go directly onto the Drow. They pop everything, but the fact that TA2000 got hit by the Ravage meant that they didn't have that extra bit of physical burst damage, and as soon as she turns around, with this 800 HP, it's a bit of a hard fight, but now they're going to go in. Noticed is able to snatch the Aegis, so it's good enough time for them to be able to go through that. Shingetsu isn't able to get that BKB off during the Song of the Siren, and now they will be able to walk through once again. Coming forward, seeing if they try and take down Nikki Cool. Oh, the shackle shot there from Problems. Latches into the tree. I was too busy walking through the replay with everybody in Twitch chat that I forgot to look at the real game.
I was like, well, hold on a minute. They've taken Roshan and no one's taken the Aegis. There was even a Song of the Siren used there, but still, no one on Runa team able to pick it up in time. Yeah, very well worth the tip for Noticed. Not necessarily the MVP so far this game, but very impactful. And that is a dieback that you know about from this Queen of Pain. A huge portion of their damage is gone now, so very surprised if they didn't look to try and commit up onto this high ground, which they do, especially with that Roshan's banner, not just the Aegis that they were able to play.
I was going to say, Notice seemed to walk out with everything here, and having the Roche banner means that it is just going to be push city for these creeps. They're able to walk in and just do everything they can to this melee barracks, and that is a full lane. They're going to go directly in on the
drow.
though. They're going to try and throw the fear out. TA2000 though, he's able to walk away from Alberca. He does get leashed up as well himself thanks to the Lotus Orb, so he has to be very, very careful for this, but a lot of those crack and shell stacks means that it is very easy for him to just tank out TA2000 for now. So a lane of racks is what they get here for Cyber Goose, and they can't get any more because of these tier 2 towers, so they're just going to walk away.
They are going to walk away. I wonder... I guess Crop's coming up in 10 seconds. All of their vision is on the Runa team side of the map, right? And this is obviously the most clear... Hold on, surely they de-ward it. Thing to be walking past, but they're just leaving it up here, even with a gem on till the end. Walks past one of those clear high ground observer wards, and they haven't removed it. They're going to go past... Actually, they're probably not even going to see this observer ward to the left-hand side of the Ancients, but it's expired anyway. But yeah, all of the vision, essentially, that's been placed down is just in super aggressive spots on the Runa team side of the map.
And it just enables them to be able to play this aggressive style that they want to. That's why they're trying to smoke up here as well. They see that the gem is out and about.
Hello.
They can try and see ya.
No buyback.
That was queasy.
What's the old death summary say?
They want to see if they can pressure this tier 2 tower here, Danog. They've gotten into such a good position where they've been able to really wrangle this game back, and TA2000 is becoming the man on the map.
Oh, sure. It just comes down to, like... So he did go the Conjure Image duration as well. So I feel like that's just so much more versatile, right? One, for continuously sieging. Two, you don't need to use it just to, like, rat in a losing situation, right? You could just say, be, like you said, the man on the map. Like, you're always having to contend against these freaking TB illusions, and you don't have any instant ways to be able to get rid of them outside of the Quap Dagon.
Alright, they're looking to try and fight here on the left-hand side. Notice goes in, gets the 2 stomp. Now they have to be careful of the backline. Go directly under Solo. He loses his life straight away. TA2000 though turns back around. Big Sunder there onto the Tide Hunter. And they're going to try and get the reset button here from till the end. So they at least keep the Naga Siren at bay for now. BKB is still available for a lot of these other heroes, and Naga Siren goes down. Once again, Notice getting very, very low here. He has to be careful of the hypothermia stacks. He's going to go into the backup.
Good shackle.
Shackle there on the Drow and the Dark Willow in the background, and bang goes the Boundless Strike, taking the Dark Willow out of this map. TA2000 though has to be careful. Notice wants to try and get on top of Shingetsu. Isn't able to take down the Drow Ranger. Now with a few more of these buybacks, TA2000 he's getting oh so low. How long till he has this Sunder up and available? 4 seconds, and he goes in from Nicky Cool. He wants to get this fight going. They take him down. So they lose TA2000, and Chira Jr. isn't able to stand and fight and take down the Naga, but they do lose the Drow in the backline, as you said. Thank you for problems. And he's been able to take more of this damage. They go back in towards the backlines here between Notice as well as till the end. And not really many of these calls are left available for all this damage. And it is mainly just the wet noodles that try and have the fight at the end and see who comes out on top. But massive fight there for the Cyber Geese.
I want to just have a look at the Drow death, right? Like at the very end, it was a power shot. It was just all of that pure damage coming through, and a few unfortunate hits into the Centaur Blade Mail that end up taking her out. Power of that power shot, man. Like 550 damage, half of it magic, half of it pure towards the very end. I mean, that is pretty hard to have to contend into. And even just going the level 15 talent with a power shot reduction, it really does amp up in the middle of these team fights with all the illusions how effective it's going to be. The drop off is nowhere near as severe as what it used to be.
Well, have a look at it here. You can see Notice starts out on the Dark Willow, and they're not able to convert that straight away. But the fact that TA2000 was able to get off that first Sunder means that he's just able to reset the fight. They did use a lot of the BKBs.
Yeah.
To try
That's
and
the big
keep it
thing.
going.
That's the big thing that I was seeing. Like, I was clicking through at this point. Drow still hasn't used the BKB. So, you know, they're going in. They're still able to get the kill somehow onto Alberca off the back of all of this. And a great shackle on the sidelines to kind of take them out, get the quick kill onto the Dark Willow. And only now does the BKB get used. So it was really good patience coming through from Shigetsu so that that doesn't happen. But still, despite all of this, you're still able to contribute towards the latter end of the fight. You can come through with problems and, yeah, able to get that kill onto the Drow Ranger. It's just such a clutch blink shackle that he's able to get like 3 separate times in that team fight and get away with the gem.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing for me from Problems was just being able to constantly find the Drow. Like, not so much about the damage that he was doing. Obviously, he got the kill on her thanks to the power shot, but it was more so the fact that he was just getting himself in positions in such a narrow corridor on that left-hand side of the map to just constantly keep getting these shackles going. And there was never really a good opportunity for Shigetsu to get into that fight, and that just meant that it was basically a 4 versus 5 just off the back of a lot of the CC coming in from Problems. So big showing here for them.
It's going to become even harder moving forward as well, right? Because now he's level 20. He's got a longer shackle shot duration, and he's about 200 gold away from the Scythe of Vice. So blink, Scythe of Vice, get a power shot in, shackle after the fact. It's just way too much damage that they're going to have to contend with. So BKB or not, Drow Ranger has some damage issues coming, and I wonder if they're going to show it all.
2000. They found out Shigetsu. They are trying to do as much damage as they possibly can. They freshly picked up Ag. Scepter has been able to keep Shigetsu alive. But the BKBs have been used. Now the Nullify going directly in onto the Titan. Trying to see if they can get through the Ethereal. They do get the Moonstop coming out. He at least gets himself away. Has to Ravage to stay alive because he doesn't have buyback. So Alberca, no Ravage! They get him anyways. Oh, the snipe from Problems. Give him the tips, give him the high fives, give him the whatever he wants. So 100 seconds now with no Tide Hunter. To be fair, it was no Ravage either. Takes those auras off the field. Go. Notice goes into the background. Shigetsu doesn't have the BKB. All he has is the Shadow Blade, and it doesn't matter. It's too much damage. And the Cyber Geese have been able to pull this game back from what looked like a very dominant start for the side of Runa team. It is all about now looking at the Cyber Gooses and seeing how they come into this game and really show why these guys are a very good contender in this Eastern European qualifier. And also showing that potentially they are down
another
so
shot
early on. Does a lot of damage there up against Nikki Cool. Has to pop the BKB here on the Queen of Pain. So the rule of thumb in Eastern Europe is do not GG until your ancient does die. That's what we're going to get here from the Runa team. It is also back against the wall kind of stuff. Lose this game, you are out of the tournament. And you can just see right now that the Cyber Geese, they are focusing directly on this Ancient. We've got 30 seconds left until we have 2 more members back to the side of the Runa team. Nikki Cool goes down. And in comes the Nullifier and the Hoof Stomp. That's another hero dead without buyback. And it is the GGs get called. And it's just going to be TA2000 hitting the Ancient and making sure of this one. But there is no doubt in my mind that the Cyber Geese have leveled up here in this lower bracket. It was dicey, very, very dicey to get themselves into a position like that, and they got themselves out of it just as quickly as they went into it.
Just a simple sip, congratulatory drink coming through from Problems because he was the man this game. I mean, we gave him MVP last game for his Shadow Shaman gameplay, and he deserves it again for that Wind Ranger performance. He was everywhere, you know, just blinking around, getting the shackles onto the right target, getting a couple of heroes, 1 core for the damage, 1 support for the saving potential, and even just the Gale Forces in the middle of a lot of this. This is really where it came unstuck, right? 22 minutes into the game, Tormentor not taken, you have the Aegis, you have a 3k net worth lead, but you don't have a tier 1 tower. So very, very odd decision to be farming this deep out onto the map, and it really was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was one of those scenarios where you can understand the kind of godhood that you're feeling. You're feeling pretty strong at that point if you're Shingetsu, and just being caught out. And this is why, you know, you're looking at this team here for Cyber Goose, and these guys have a lot of experience on the big stage and being able to understand how to come back in these kind of games and be able to punish that kind of scenario as well. And it was just you know, all it takes is one wrong step, and the game's going to go your way. You also want to put a special shout out to TA2000, obviously a fantastic carry player, but I think the way that he played the Terrorblade this game really kind of just kept them in it. He was one of the only cores that was kind of having a very good time. Obviously Notice was as well, but it was just the way that TA2000 was constantly able to keep the lanes out and get everything done. And then obviously Problems having the highlight reel towards the end is a big shining light for
Dude.
Cyber.
We talked about everything Problems did in this team fight. Like, he got multiple double shackles, he got kills onto 2 different people, he placed a ward down, he picked up the gem, he de-warded. Like, what more could you possibly want from a support in the middle of a team fight? Like, what an amazing performance from him. A lot of people have 99 problems. Runa team just had 1, and that was enough for them.
It was a Wind Ranger by the name of Problems, and I think this is a good showing for this team to be able to learn a lot from an early game like that, where they had a lot of issues with their lanes, especially with Chiro Jr. not really being able to lock in for the kind of early to mid game and really try and get himself to a solid spot with the Monkey King. But I mean, for me, Matt, I'm looking at Cybergeese to tear through this lower bracket until potentially they run into maybe even just Na'Vi or Aurora, whatever that's going to be.
Yeah, I'd say one move.
Like, obviously,
probably.
Liga and One Move are great teams as well, but just if they're playing the Dota they are right now for Cybergoose, I feel like it's going to be very hard for these other teams to try and fight them.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see who is going to end up facing them, because lower bracket for the day is done. Lower bracket round 2 is what we just went through. One Move taking on Aurora, and then Liga team taking on Na'Vi. Loser of those will come down into the lower bracket, and that's going to be the next 2 series that we've got on. That is it for the Aussie duo, and we've got the British duo coming very shortly after about a 10 or so minute break. Any last words, Fluke?
I can't believe you did it to him, but oi, governor. We'll see you guys for the next one. All right, bye-bye.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to a brand new afternoon. And I guess you guys weren't expecting to see me again. I definitely wasn't expecting to be back on the casting couch once again here. But T-Gov, mate, I've decided to take Nomad's shoes, put them on, and decided to jump in the casting couch for you today. How's it going, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. Have we actually ever worked together?
No, I don't think we have.
I don't think we
Especially
have.
not directly.
No, never directly. Not on a panel, not on a cast or anything. So yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see how this goes. Maybe we hate each other. You know, maybe this is going to be the hardest hour of our lives. You know, this is gonna be great. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know. To be fair, a lot of people have said that I'm a bit of a dick, so I can be a bit hard to work with. So if you're able to work with me, then you're just as good as Danog. So I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's fine. How was your games this morning? That's more important. Is there any wind of a team creating upset potential? Because like the way that Nomad and I talk about it, of course, like most people, Aurora is 1, Na'Vi is 2. Good luck everyone else. If you get it to the grand finals, that's going to be incredible. But that's like how we're taking this qualifier at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's kind of the vein that Danog and I are on. I feel like Cybergoose potentially could be, I don't want to say a dark horse, if they play as consistently good as they have in the game ones that we've covered over the last couple of days. I think they can have a crack at Aurora and Na'Vi, but I'm not 100% sure about them taking a full series against them, especially because it's one slot, full best of 5T, going up against these teams like Na'Vi and Aurora. It's going to be a bit hard.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. And unfortunately, again, we are trying to start, but there was a little bit of a lobby crash. I don't know who to blame there. Fluke. No, I'm joking.
Guys, I swear it's not me. I swear it's not the Australian internet. I swear to God.
It's the first time I've seen it in the qualifier. I was like, there's an Australian now joining into the mix. So it might be him.
It's very funny.
Well,
But,
but yeah, look at the bracket, mate. That is a stellar bracket. Loving the visuals, by the way. Purple to gold, beautiful theme. Super unrelated. But yeah, I think when I look at a bracket like this and see Liga team going 2-1 against an open qualifier team, one move going 2-1 against an Amiga, like it really doesn't give me much hope. I'll be honest. Like I want to see 2-0s. I want to see like dominating the round one, get to the the top 1 seed, showcase everything. But yeah, I think one move though, you can't really doubt them too much based on the fact that their players, they have experience within them, right? They've got like high ranked players. They've got experience like playing so many qualifiers in the region. Sure, they don't qualify, but at some point it may click. And with the magic of TI, like you can never knock out a team because when you don't respect a team, suddenly they beat you and it's like they're the hype of the whole season, right? So I'm sure major likelihood Aurora wins this, but let's give them the 10-20% hope and spirit of TI in the series.
Yeah, especially when it comes to a lot of these players as well. Danog and I covered a few of the games from one move, and I feel like Corrupted is one of those players that if he kind of stands tall, he can try and take some scalps. But I do agree with you, right? Like it's, potentially you can try and get a roll on for some of these teams, especially in a closed qualifier where momentum can be a big thing for a lot of these teams that have been grinding for a long time. But you're going up against some pretty big juggernauts in Aurora here. So I think it's going to take something special from one move to take them down. Maybe we get 3 maps. Maybe that's just the hope that we can have for today, T, is just getting 3 maps.
To be honest, I'll be real. It's possible if Aurora play like they did last night, right? I'm kind of stuttering saying it because, I'm sure there's some Aurora fanboy out there that's like, how dare you slander our team, But it's like, yesterday, I'll be honest, mate, 64 minutes of Aurora gameplay. I didn't really want to watch 63 minutes of it, right? The last minute was all I cared about because finally, like, the spell started connecting. The hype of Aurora was true, but the rest of it should have been Quantum. The issue for Quantum was they were just, like... But, open qualifiers stack. If there was a team playing against them, Aurora lose that second game. Because it was like a stack that hadn't really had the same motions throughout the year, hadn't really crafted their identity, they did struggle a little bit, but Aurora should have lost that second game. They are very, very lucky to have won that game. So the fact that even happened does, again, motivate me to thinking, maybe there is a chance we could go to 3 games.
Yeah. And I feel like, watching a lot of Quantum today as well in the series that we covered, that was definitely the sentiment that we had, was just those finer bits of polish just weren't there. And, potentially as we get a little bit deeper, maybe that's what we're looking for some of these teams to put towards Aurora if they're not extremely polished as they need to be to try and close out this qualifier. It is only one slot. Like, to be fair, they do have 2 lives being in a double elimination bracket, but if they slip up in one series, much like we saw Cyber Goose on day number 1, then things can start to get spicy for them if they start to not get everything going their way and being extremely clean. So that's what we can hope and pray for. But a draft's on our screen here, T-Gov. We're seeing basically the same stuff that we've seen all throughout the tournament so far. No real big surprises for me. I think the big surprise that I've seen is mainly just the TA love has kind of petered off a little bit.
Yeah,
Aurora Gaming.
it's one of those heroes where it has an incredibly high win rate in competitions it gets picked in. But to first pick it, you do show your hand very early on. Like, it's going to be in carry, you know what build it's going to do. Like, everything that you expect from a TA, it's like, it's not as if there's versatility in the hero. So I think that alone, when teams get really good and not scared of the hero, they don't care about it as much. Sure, maybe in the second phase they'll regret it, but I think, yeah, I like the fact that we aren't seeing it first phase ban. Like, it is beatable, you just need to have a really good game plan.
10 seconds remaining.
It seems like teams are really trying to move towards that. I'm glad that we're seeing a bit more Tusker coming through in this region as well. I was talking to Matt about it, I believe, yesterday. It's just one of those, I feel like, really skill expressive heroes, and being able to see like a really top tier mechanical Tusk is a joy to behold. Much like Rubik's, I feel like, is kind of just those heroes that position fours kind of hover around quite a lot. And obviously, having Miro being able to float around, he's one of the guys that I think of when I think of a hero like Tusk.
Yeah, Tusk is
5 seconds.
a really kind of beautiful map playing hero, because once you get an early lead, you're always reading the mini-map. You see an opportunity to TP to the side lane, run down the river, you get a hero, you pick them off, you can snowball stun them, hold the punch for the BKB TP, someone else comes in to make that play, you get a kill. Like, it really is just so oppressive throughout the entire game. And yeah, I'm a big fan of watching Tusk. The sad thing for Tusk is when you don't have like a stamp on the game, you do just kind of become I will wait for a snowball save at some point and maybe I'll turn around and fight. It's not as explosive as other heroes, but yeah, I like watching the hero, especially paired with heroes like Death Prophet. Death Prophet, it's all about the big siphon, stand your ground. You throw a snowball into the mix, maybe a Naga song, and this Death Prophet, Ags BKB, close to unkillable when we enter the mid game.
Yeah, especially when you're going up against heroes from one move so far that they don't really have that crazy a burst damage for something like a Death Prophet. And if she's able to, as you said, stand her ground, get a lot of these soul siphons going out, then she can be a very disruptive hero. But Terrorblade comes out now for one move. We're seeing a lot more of him be able to make through a lot of these different drafts. And I didn't even look at the fact that Darkseer had made it through this far. I believe he was almost 100% contested throughout the entirety of this tournament so far.
I can check that. I do not have my Dota buff open. It's amateur hour over here. This delay really. I didn't open up any notes. I was more just.
He's
more
all at
excited.
sea. Doesn't
Yeah,
have
I'm like-
Nomad around. Has to cast with an Australian. Doesn't know what's going on. His tabs are everywhere.
Will he be here? Will he not? Oh. Okay, he's the 5th most. There we go. I was like, I'm pretty sure he wasn't 100%. That's why. But yeah, he's very, very, very good, of course. And especially, again, like you said, why is TA not getting first phase banned? Well, to pick a TA, you need to ban a Darkseer. Do I want to ban a Darkseer every game just to play TA? Like, there's like layers to the draft that means heroes kind of come in and out of favor. But yeah, Aurora, so much aggression. Right, Darkseer, Death Prophet. This is like an Eastern European classic that goes back so many years. Right, you have the Surge to give the Death Prophet the entry to the fight. You then have the Iron Shell for additional damage because she kind of gets into melee range, right, based on the Siphon. Like, yeah. All of their heroes so explosive, and I'm a little worried for one move. You already mentioned it, the fact that they don't have burst damage. Their damage against Aurora comes over time, right? You want the Terrorblade to eventually get like a Skadi. You want the Tidehunter to have like Vlad's +1 to be able to stand his ground. The Willow maybe buys a Vessel, or probably the Prophet, sorry, but still, it's like they all need items. And Darkseer, Death Prophet, Tusk, they just need levels. So that already is a big fear. When one team wants levels, they often do better than the team that needs items.
especially because it feels like they've just got so like it feels like the Darkseid just enables so many more of their other heroes as well. Like even with the Naga Siren as well, just being able to have a lot of these different synergies across this this draft really kind of puts them in a good spot, and really looking to try and shore up a few of those issues here for one move. They're going to get rid of the pesky little long-ranged heroes because, again, they don't really have anybody that can jump on the back lines, really, right now. They've kind of got a Tidehunter with a Blink Dagger, but that, you know, potentially might not even be in the build for them. So they're trying to not have this kind of full 5-0 draft, I feel like, coming in from Aurora.
You cast one move yesterday, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yes.
Yeah, against the Amiga, yeah. Did they have this many water bottles behind them? Like, what is this?
Oh yeah, it's like a
unhealthy-
whole stack of random things that are just in there. I believe also, what was one of the other teams as well? They had a random assortment of not only water bottles, but it was like energy drinks and all
Oh my
kinds of weird
God,
random
yeah.
stuff.
Turn to play.
Like you can see
Eyesight
they're
just
behind
moved out of the way,
eyesight.
yeah.
Are they
Yeah.
bananas?
Yeah, they are. They're stocked
God.
up. Oof.
Well, you got to
Not even
stay
trying to play.
fed and hydrated, I guess, in these
I mean,
long tournaments.
The manager wants to prove themselves, clearly. Like, they're really overperforming.
10 seconds.
My salary is justified. I brought 300 water bottles to the closed qualifiers, guys, and 7
5
bananas.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Trying to negotiate a bit of that TI pay cut, you know? It's like, look at my performance, one move management. Look, I'm doing great.
Give you an extra
Don't look at the
couple
Dota,
of
though. Yeah. What do they
we
need,
here
though?
for Aurora?
Yeah. Carry. A Nightfall carry. Pick a litter. You see Tidehunter in your lane. You pick Ursa.
Yep.
Look at that little cheeky smile as well from me. Like, yes, I got my Ursa. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
So,
Alright.
funny enough, I actually just played a ranked game with Difference about an hour ago. And he did last pick Necrophos. And we did win. So, my guy has been cooking in the pub. And he had just brought it straight away into the into his official within, what, 12 hours? No, 1 hour, sorry. That's how time works.
Yeah, that's a pretty tight turnaround for you
Yeah.
know, picking pubs into the pro game, especially game number one against a team like Aurora. I appreciate the gonads to be able to come into it and do that. They still are kind of lacking a bit of their problems they had before. No burst damage still coming out from the Necrophos. They have a lot of sustain of them being able to stay around with the Nature's Prophet plus the Tidehunter as well as the Necro. So maybe that enables them to try and out sustain the Death Prophet, but I mean, still the questions for me is how you're supposed to kill Kiyotaka if he has even a half decent start to this game.
Yeah, I think the nice thing with the Necrophos is you provide a brick wall to deal with the Death Prophet, right? A big problem, and why Death Prophet is very good in the mid lane, is when you go up against Embers and heroes that don't really, protect your tower too efficiently, you just lose it. And now your map state's kind of screwed, because you're just following a Death Prophet around the map and she does everything she wants. So Necrophos, with the supports behind of a Prophet and a Willow, you kill her once, maybe twice, that will buy enough time for everyone else to feel like they can enter the game. Because that was like the question, like, can they deal with the Death Prophet and also shut down an Ursa and shut down every other kind of problem that Aurora's bringing to the game? So at least now it's like if they execute on the early rotations, they do have a solution, but it comes down to like their own performance that doing it. They have the heroes, they just now need to find a way to just outplay Aurora.
Yeah, and that's where, kind of looking at a game like this where you're hoping for a team to out-execute a team that is, on paper, a much higher skilled team. So that's where, you start to look at these closed qualifier games where you're starting to get towards, I feel like the mid part of a lot of these closed qualifiers is really where you start to separate the teams that are going to make a challenge for the title and teams that are kind of just being able to make their way through those open qualifiers and kind of challenge for a couple of these maps, because it really comes down to execution for a lot of these different teams as we go forward, because the meta's starting to develop, the meta's starting to figure out its own things. So we're going to be jumping into game number one here of Aurora versus One Move. No, not a moving company. Yes, they are an esports team. Here to see if they can try and make qualifiers. Aurora, though, I think for me, after echoing your sentiment of watching them play yesterday, I think for me this is kind of crunch time for them to figure their stuff out. Really try and make sure that things are looking nice and clean going into these last couple of days for the closed qualifier.
Yeah, it kind of helps as well when you get to play Aurora in like the early phase of the tournament, because they are seed 1. If you are One Move, let's say they are to lose the series, right? They're going to go into the lower bracket, playing against the best team. If they turn this like learning lesson, this moment where maybe they haven't scrimmed them, right? This is like the start of a make your run. So that's the beauty of double elim. You can never really count out a team. It's more on the team to show their maturity and ability to learn no matter what, win or loss.
Yeah. All right. It's not about losing; it's about learning. For a lot of these teams,
Well,
especially playing up against.
At some point, it's about winning. But for now, we can be PMA.
I'm trying to be positive here, T. All right. I'm trying to
Okay,
bring
all right.
something. All right.
The smokes in the early game, it's always the same thing, so I don't mind going on a tangent. I hate the phrase "trust the process." That's like the biggest excuse I hear from from any team. It's like they lose a tournament, it's like trust the process. Like, brother, it's your 7th qualifier. Mate, the process was out the window in qualifier number 2. Like, come on, get good.
Yeah,
That's unrelated.
That's a big thing in sports. My current my sports team that I've barracked for since I was like a very small child. That is definitely a phrase that our current coach, who should be out the door, is using. Is saying, "Trust the process, guys." No, fix it. It's been 5 years in a row. Okay, the process is over.
Yeah, exactly. The process is allowed to live. I respect it. Of course, but at some point, you gotta chill out. But anyway, we started the game. We expect to see aggression, of course, in pretty much all lanes. I feel like Tusk, Darkseid always has kill potential. Ursa and Naga Siren, if you step up in the wrong place, you are going to get chased down the lane. So the side lanes are to hopefully be where the action's at.
Yeah, a whole lot more aggression than what we've seen over some of the series that Jen and I have had. It's been relatively slow starts for us, so I'm hoping to see if we get a little bit more of this kill threat going. And I think, kind of circling back to what I was saying, to feeling like it's crunch time for Aurora to kind of tighten things up. I feel like if they become the aggressors and really just kind of put the pedal to the metal, that kind of shakes out any of the nerves that they potentially could have had from yesterday. We'll see how these first couple of minutes are going to pan out.
Aurora. Oh, whoopsie. My bad. This synergy's real good for our first ever cast.
That's how it works, mate.
Yeah. No, it's all right. I can feel it. I feel like a little elbow in the side. It's like, hey, mate, I was talking about Aurora. That's all right. I got you.
Got him. All right, so it's a good start already here for difference on this Necro. He started out nice and well here in this middle lane. 10-1 up against the 8-1 now of Kiyotaka. BB3 and Miro. I'll throw hands a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if either of them were to die at level 1. I think, of course, at level 2, when Tusk gets the shards, and you can... Already Gilga having to TP on the top lane with the Shadow Realm. He has a salve available. If he's going to starve, he's just going to return to the lane very quickly.
It shouldn't be too bad for a lot of these side lanes. I guess the question is, at what point do you feel comfortable leaving Toronto Tokyo down here if you're Mira up against the Nature's Prophet and the Terrorblade to try and alleviate a bit of the pressure in that mid lane, try and get the Death Prophet off to a good start?
It's always going to be the race to Vanguard with that one. As soon as the Darkseid picks up the item, he can then play behind the tower. Even if he is to die, it's going to be multiple heroes rotating in on him, eating up some of those valuable teleports in the early game. As soon as the Darkseid gets to that item, we expect to see Mira on the Tusk be very, very active. Interesting enough, actually, one move to top lane, it's just always been in front of their tower for now. They've finally had access to the pool, but actually spawns at 3 minutes. So yeah, it's Headhunter relishing the fact that Ursa has none of the lane to actually chase him down to build up the Fury swipes on.
You can see they're at least trying to attempt to go on strong. They're going to try again here as well. The Gush is going to come forward. TP up in the top lane from BB3. Nightfall though, getting very, very low here on the Ursa. Doesn't get the clicks on to Corrupted, and now it's going to be Panther who's going to get chased down here by BB3 as well. The Blood Grenade, and finally the Gush gets another kill for Corrupted.
Yeah, I mean, lane position was massive advantage to one move, and for Aurora they had access to the pool camp. They didn't go for it. They opted to go for a bit of a fight, and that fight just didn't work out. Nature's Prophet, the reason why we see it in what feels like every other game, again probably statistically that's incorrect, but doesn't matter, we're casting, don't fact check me, is because of that global presence early on. Especially with a Sprout being leveled, you always have impact any lane you go to. It's not like you're throwing down some treant and awkwardly trying to click them. Damage and
yeah, and I feel like it has had such an emphasis in a lot of these fights. Toronto Tokyo, oh, the shards just bought enough time for Toronto Tokyo to be able to get away from the Terrorblade.
good damage. That damage, he yet to get Vanguard, right? So this is the window where you can apply the pressure. Keep going. They're poking each other
Going
mid.
into everything that he wants to. They did almost run down eyesight, but with PB3 being able to make the rotation back towards the bottom side meant that Mira and Tontra Tokyo couldn't get that connection. And Mira now trying to win the
He had
fight
the
here
Lotus.
against BB3 with the reflection as well. Needs a few more clicks with the tag team, and it's just not going to work out. So eyesight gets a kill on this bottom side as well, and Aurora starting 0-3. Not a good start for them.
No, they're often the team that we praise for being like the lane winners, the aggression of Mira and Nightfall. I could list all 5 players to be honest, but like they are so good at their laning prowess. To see them down on CS, down on kills already, it's a very good sign for one move.
I have seen this tale before though.
Okay.
A lot of these closed qualifiers is you start hot and sometimes you make a few iffy decisions.
It happens. We are talking about a consistent top 8 finishing team on the side of Aurora versus they live within the qualifier one move, right? It's a night and day difference in regards to the season's results.
See if they can continue this hot start or if there will be some issues in the mid game here. Been seeing a really good start to this
We're going
laning
to
phase,
Nightfall.
especially now as they're going towards Nightfall. Curse Crown goes down with Ursa, but we've run out of lane.
the route.
On Ursa.
Yeah, missed the route, so that was a bit of a struggle. But again, critically, Nightfall is feeling the pressure. Often, when Aurora is doing well, it's the fact that he's left by himself and free farming to then enable supports to make moves on the map. The fact that at 6 minutes, Panto's dragging a creep wave, trying to do something, to get scythed as well, sent back to her base, like a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it's obviously not the start that they'd wanted here for Aurora, but it just feels like it's kind of compacting in and of itself. You know, they're trying to overplay their hand to try and claw back this early lead. You know, as you said, Panto just being able to kind of pull this awkward creep wave, trying to give Nightfall any semblance of bit of freedom in that top lane. And it's really just starting to work into the hands of one move. So Toronto Tokyo finally has that Vanguard finished up now on the Darkseer. So
Instantly behind the
expecting
tower.
Mira to make those rotations.
Like the,
Taka
we're
is
just-
here as well, trying to use that first use of the exorcism.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They don't defend towers too well on one move, unless they have access to the Scythe, the Ravage, like some earlier the spells. Because of course with Scythe, Death Prophet early on, you're not super tanky. Prophet did try to go for this. Nice, yeah.
Bottom tower is under
Thought that was potentially going to be a neutral deny there, but Mira holding on to the snowball. Did the right damage. But I agree with you, right? Like, they don't really have good heroes at defending towers until, you know, it kind of gets to the point where the Titan or the Necro are at least strong enough to stand in front. Dangle for a little bit.
Like, once you have Ravage, it's like you can tank it. Of course, we're talking in the lens of because of Exorcism. Like, if you change the mid lane to another hero, then Titan Necro, even without ult, will be so strong at the tower. This is just putting a lot of respect towards why Death Prophet is getting played more. And when you go to an objective, you own it, right? Nightfall again shows himself in the top lane. For Gilga, he is not hitting his brambles at the moment, but it doesn't matter. They do have a Ravage.
They at least make the trade in the middle lane.
Oh, mid,
Takedown
yeah.
difference here on the Necro with the exorcism. So going to take this mid tier 1 as well as getting the kill on the mid laner. Is I guess the one positive of Nightfall going down and then using the Ravage. Panto.
That's it.
Hold this 2-1 tower here. Panto's walked in, been able to live just a little bit there with the wand, but eventually does go down. They want to see if they can try and take down Corrupted though. Nightfall with TP back in as well, and then look for the respite back. Grip though is the one that gets stuck inside of these ice shards here from Mira. So without the Shadow Realm, I'd imagine Grip is going to be the next one. Ooh, that's a nice little use of the GG branch, but it's not going to be enough. Nightfall is able to get another kill.
I actually just feel so wrong. You calling him Grip. I know that's what he's tagged up as, but he's Gilga. You know, I used to coach him on Hellburst smashes with, you know, Misery, Stormstormer, Ace
Matt
and
was saying
Tofu,
the
like,
exact same thing to me. He's like, he's not
Yeah.
Grip, he's Gilga. He's
Gilga. Yeah, exactly.
And I'm just
I used
reading
to-
off the
oh,
screen, guys.
I get that. I get that. I'm just looking at him. Of course, actually,
My
technically.
boy, look how they butchered my boy.
Yeah, exactly. I also butchered the players in the team, but it's fine. I meant the listing. Oh, that sounded terrible out of context. Anyway,
Yeah,
moving
it did.
on. Segue, please. Oh, play-by-play. Take us to a new conversation. Thank you very
All
much.
right, let's start talking about your favorite foods now. We'll keep talking about this mid-tier one because...
Oh, I was right. Phew, we're in the clear. All right. No, all right. I panicked.
Sometimes you just freak out. At least you didn't say he was chicken fingering the illusions. That's what
Oh,
Matt
no,
said today.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well,
Yeah,
again,
so-
at least he said chicken. That's normalizes it a little bit. That keeps it within the vein of Dota.
But again, Dota out of context. But definitely could want to watch this somewhere.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, Tarka. Looking at mid. Taking no excess for 17 seconds. And with the scythe, you don't want to put yourself into the only vulnerable state of HP.
There's a fight towards the top side. Mira does cop a Shadow Urn, and now with difference walking forward, does have the recent side. Not within kill range just yet. Mira goes for the punch up in the air. Try and dodge a bit more of this damage, but they eventually get it done, and another stack for the Necro.
Yeah, it's good to get the early stacks, right? Because especially as the game progresses, when Mira picks up a Blink Dagger, the likelihood of Scythe connecting on the kill is going to dwindle, especially when Mira hits the snowball saves, right? You just snowball, boom, Scythe does no damage, thank you very much, you wasted your ultimate. So it's something to keep note of. In the early game, a lot easier to use this. As it progresses, you need to respect the positioning of the tusk.
100% can become a bit of a problem for them. We've got 2 stacks so far, so 2 uses, 2 stacks feels quite nice. Going to go in towards the back part of this tier 1. They pop the exorcism for it, but Toronto Tokyo not connecting there on the vacuum. Means that they just have to walk in towards these big old stacks up in the triangle. Try and pressure this tier 1 tower as well.
Maybe a little bit of
The
both.
stacks. I want to try and get the kill here on interrupted.
Like 0.1 second, very, very close. Taking all the early towers, right? Bottom tower's taken quite early on, mid falls, and bringing the creep wave into the top. They want to try and progress the map. They are punishing the fact that Tide, Terrorblade, and Necrophos all have very, very greedy cores, right? Like, a Tide wants a pipe, a Terrorblade wants a Manta +1, a Necrophos wants... He's got Boots of Travel, he's looking at Radiance, right? It's not as if there's any cheap items coming into play there. Tokyo with a Ravage as well. I think caught up for 7 seconds.
They can take him down. That's a big scalp to take. Now with Kiyotaka, does have another Soul Siphon to be able to
Oh, he doesn't. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no. It's the Scythe that gets the 3rd stack, and difference claims another on Kiyotaka.
I panicked for a second. I looked at him. He was like, he used the spell, lost mana. He had one, but he didn't use it for a second. They're like, all right, brother, we're gonna press this or what? And then, poof. We're in the clear. He used the scythe. DP goes down 2 big core kills, and yeah, one move just ensuring that they keep themselves present in the game, right? Even though Aurora are the ones making all the moves, taking the early towers, one move was all right. Sure, you might be taking our objectives, but we'll farm. We'll get the odd kill here and there, but we're not gonna like buckle under the pressure. We're not gonna overreact to try and defend every tower. They seem to be conceding the map quite nicely to ensure that they take a good move soon after. And,
Yeah, I think that's
commendable Dota at the moment.
Yeah, step in the right direction for one move, right? Obviously, they're in the upper bracket for a reason. They're able to win their first series here coming into this closed qualifier. That now they're going up against the big dogs, and if they want to have the chance of getting towards the international, they need to take down some big scalps. So starting to move around the map now is different. Trying to see if he can put a little bit more pressure back onto Nightfall. There's quite a lot of stacks here for the side of Aurora as well that have been found out for a few years. Been able to find out Kanto here. Going to see if he can try and win the fight of the support duos. Kiyotaka's made their way over as well, going into the Shadow Realm with the Dark Willow. And it's just a disengage for now.
What is that? Really kill the Naga Siren, just because Mirror Image soaks up all of the Bedlam damage.
He's trying to take this big stack. At least Kiyotaka gets some of them, but able to remove quite a lot of that is a good start here for one move to just be able to kind of slow down Nightfall much more than it already has been.
Yes, Battle
Yeah, slow
Fury.
down
14
Kiyotaka
minutes. And he's ready. Like, the fact that he had 2 deaths in lane, he had immense pressure, constant ganks, the 3 tier 1 towers falling, and the fact that he didn't continue dying after the laning pressure. He's going to be pretty happy. 6,400 net worth. Very quickly will now overtake the Necrophos and be able to contest the complete free farm Terrorblade.
Battle Fury online already here for Nightfall. It's going to enable him, especially if there's going to be a lot more of this emphasis put on the other sides of the map. You can just see that Kiyotaka in the game really want to try and pull up and put those to the other side. Nightfall, though, is getting stuck in some trees. We'll have to cut away from that. Gets the surge coming in from Toronto Tokyo. They're going to turn back around with the Ravage here. Does not have the Enrage, has to chop through another tree, but with that Spirit Vessel as well as the Reflection now, Nightfall is most likely going to lose his life. They eventually get it done there thanks to the Gush. Another Reaper side takes down Toronto Tokyo. BB3, he's going to lose his life on the side thanks to Mira. But again, there's just so many members from one move that are here and ready to take the tower and take the lives of the Aurora members.
Know what Nightfall was doing. Not going to try and analyze it too much. I think everyone in Twitch chat also sees it. He picked up a Battle Fury. His game was a bit rough, and he opted to instantly, with Battle Fury, go, you know what? I'm going to call my Darkseer top and try and run down a Tide Hunter. It's okay, but normally you need to have like some type of advantage, right? When the lane goes even, there's always going to be kiting, especially because great position from the Nature's Prophet, also holding his own top, which kind of put this just a bit more distance between Nightfall and the Ursa, and the Tide Hunter, sorry. But yeah, to commit so quickly onto a hero that in an even game isn't the easiest to kill, even though you are an Ursa. Giving one move even greater entry to this game, and a good reaction as well. Willow, Terrorblade also turning up to help get the kind of the killing blow on the hero.
Potentially just getting a false sense of security with the fact that they had that tier 1 tower down, right? Just being like, okay, well, and they can't have those TP rotations, but with Corrupted sitting in the tree line, meant that it was going to be all too hard for Aurora to go. So Curse Crown now on Toronto Tokyo. Gilgi is going to see if he can do anything. Okay. Exorcism is popped here, trying to catch up to Difference, but he just walks out and says, see you later to Kiyotaka. Okay.
Some scary
Axe is
items
available now
damage.
for the DP though, so big increase to her damage.
Yep. The Axe is just nice with the fact that you don't always, like, yes, you can use Exo, but having the spirits also get applied to your spells, it feels nice. You can skirmish without relying on the ultimate. But critically, the items from one move, they're coming out in full force. You've got a Radiance about to be complete on the Necrophos. Of course, you've had the Vessel for some time on Prophet. Manta is complete on Terrorblade. Yules is complete on Willow. Pipe is complete on Titan. Like, every hero on one move is like entertaining the idea of, hey, you want to go smoke? You want to go kill them? Compare that to Aurora. Just isn't really that kind of sync of itemization at the moment. Like, the Ursa might get a Blink Dagger. You just mentioned the Death of having Aghanims, but everyone else is still hoping to get towards their next item. So we'll see if one move can find a fight here to capitalize on the fact that all 5 of their heroes are ready to go in instantly into Roshan. Okay, using the Gush, negative armor on the Roshan with the meta. They do not want to allow Ursa and the Tusk, great Roshan taken, to get into the pit first. So yeah, nice little read.
Yeah. Being able to utilize a lot of the sustain that they have as well as the team with that as well as Nature's Prophet. So nice little early Rosh here, 17, about 18 minutes now. Be able to get that. Imagine it's going to go on my site, so he will be able to be their sieger for the next 5 minutes. Let's see what kind of map pressure they're going to be able to pick out here. And this has been kind of one of the things that I've been seeing throughout these closed qualifiers is the difference between some of these teams is really just kind of identifying when you have that item timing and really being able to abuse it, especially in comparison to teams that just haven't hit theirs just yet. And we'll see if one move can really start to abuse that. They've done a good job so far by taking Roche. Just now being able to put that back in the map pressure.
Nice little tip there from Mira. He respects the fact that the Terrorblade was trying to get the Centaur stomp on the TP. Always cool when you try to play with the jungle there. Didn't work out this time, but he tried. Real respect, real.
Okay, Toronto Tokyo found out that Pipe is his own now with the Reaper's Scythe on top. Oh, they don't get the stack, but they get the kill. So just as good. And Difference will continue to keep this early game rolling for the Necrophos, getting very, very close to that Aghanim shard as well.
He's kind of owning. Doesn't really care, just running through the map and Is he ever really going to die? I think until Nullifier comes out on Ursa, Necrophos is close to unkillable. Of course, there is the option of finding him by himself, 5 heroes killing him, sure, but in the team fight, it is unlikely. It's corrupted, throws his body in the front of all of Aurora, and Kiyotaka blinks in.
Double blink comes out from both of these members of Aurora, so they're doing a lot of damage here to Corrupted. Kiyotaka wants to continue this fight, wants to keep going and pressing his advantage that he has so far on the Death Prophet. TP coming out here from Difference. They will be able to get away. Gilgear, Mira, 1 second on the slope.
Oh, so close.
Very close.
Cooldown was what's stopping him there, but yeah. Some discipline getting showed though from one move. Often I think some teams in that position, they'd see their Titan get impressions, like, you know what, they're clumped up, there is a Ravage opportunity, but they opt to just full disengage, let him die, they run away. We'll see if they can now turn this into something. You have one team with a big ultimate on cooldown, the other team having Ravages available. Of course, Mira does get the shards, or the shard for his shards from the Tormentor. But because of his skill build, going for Max and Snowball to play on the tempo of the game, the saves required, how critical it is, he doesn't have the Max shards to really utilize it, but that's fine. Max Snowball is very, very good this game.
Yeah, good work. Nice to get it on Panto, but he's what it is. Tormentor give it, Tormentor take it away.
Using the meta actually, just straight away from mid tower. Sure, they did try to kill off the Ursa, but this is an entire game built around timings, right? Is Wall available? Is Exorcism available? That's the side of Aurora, and then maybe even Song, right? So that's 3 big spells. And then for one move, it's like, do you have a Scythe? Do you have Meta? Do you have Ravage? It is really a battle of wits and where they want to take the fight, how they want to take it. If you waste your spell, the other team's going to have so many available.
And I think also trying to get as much out of each one of those spell usages, as you just said as well, right? You know,
Yep.
if you misuse it, then there's just such a big opportunity for either team to be able to take back the map. So we'll see if they're able to utilize it here for one move. They're doing a good job at pressuring this tier 2 tower, trying to close off a bit more of the map here for Nightfall, who is building towards his next couple of items. That Blink Dagger already built up here for the Ursa. So only really one lane left to go here for one move. They want to try and head towards that dire off lane, so they can start knocking on the front door. I'd imagine would be the next Aegis, with only 1:50 left on this one.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, it's take the tier 2, reset, take bomb tower, and you kind of want the game to breathe for a little bit. You don't want to kind of create this tempo that's too quick for you, because at any minute, if you play too quickly, you start running around the map without respecting your vision, not dewarding correctly, etc., then you are going to fall victim to the fight. And we mentioned it during the draft, right? They have the Naga Siren in the Dark Zone. At any minute, if you're out of position, that's going to be a Song into a 3-4 man vacuum into a wall. Heroes will get deleted. So in the back of one move's mind, they need to make sure that if they ever do feel like they are the aggressor of the game, they still need good positioning. The comeback potential in Aurora is very, very strong.
Yeah, a lot of teamfight potential coming in from Aurora. With a lot of good execution. We're going to try and go on Nightfall again on the bottom side. Gilgear will just throw out the Bramble Maze. And as soon as Nightfall notices Titan is there, he's going to dip. They're looking to see if they can try and get a kill here. They do. They get it on Difference. So big little spike there for the side of Aurora. Didn't use the Exorcism for that as well. So nice little pick off there for Aurora, keeping themselves in it.
Yeah, massive kill. Because the Necrophos doesn't have any form of Dispel, the Death Prophet, if you ever get the silence pre-Ghost Shroud, you're going to be dying. The positioning of Necrophos needs to be a little bit more defensive. Right? He can't farm out all by himself. There is this like bait of the Nightfall. It's like, oh, you see him, oh, let's go kill him, right? But you need to just make sure we're on the same page. Respect Aurora, they are a very, very good team. If they see a window of opportunity, even though their early game has been very underwhelming, they aren't going to allow that to affect their kind of their mid-game execution.
Especially for them as well. Not making this a 2-0 will be a failure of today.
I'll be honest, boss. I do want to see Aurora in the lower bracket. Let's be real. All right. Like they're meant to qualify. I fully expect them to qualify, but it would be hilarious for them to go like have one bad day and then go, you know what? We cannot mess around anymore and just obliterate everyone through the lower bracket, right? Like it would be hilarious. Again, we're talking about a
it's like
seed
a
one
lower
team.
bracket power up.
Yeah.
That would be
At
fun
the
to
mo-
watch.
Especially because like eliminations on the line. Like maybe Aurora with no elimination, their players are maybe a little bit a smidge more relaxed, just a smidge. Like maybe I'm talking like 5%. You put them in the lower bracket, they are not relaxed at all.
Yeah.
Keeping them to the profit. Song to save them for now, but it's a little whittle song, not a big one. Of course, Naga only has 1 point in the ultimate.
So they at least get away here for Mira. Eventually going to try and go for a fight. Oh, difference has gone in. That's a little bit too deep on the Necrophos. Now it's going to be a full-blown fight. BKB is being popped for both these teams. Now, trying to get on top of the Necrophos. Big wall that comes forward once again. Mira goes in. They take down the Necro. So, overextension comes in, number one, from one move. Massive Ravage hits in from Corrupted, though. Now they're able to turn around for one side. Just be able to take down Kiyotaka. They aren't able to stand and fight against the big old Terror Blade. And Mira will snowball in and jump out with the Blink Dagger. So, Aurora able to punish a little bit of the overaggression there from one move. But Kiyotaka losing his life is not how they wanted to end that fight, but still a good fight nonetheless.
Yeah, killing the Necrophos, right? They killed him in the top lane, a beautiful pickoff inside their own jungle. They bait him in a little bit deeper, and Mira, with the Essence Ring, is able to get that additional burst of HP, doesn't care about the Scythe, and yeah, we're going to see the replay here. The song, it kind of feels like, you know what, that's a dead Tusk. Look at the Necrophos, he just used it as shard, he repositions, he thinks, all right, boys, we have an entry to the fight, but yeah, like I said, they keep him alive, and now they're not ready. They're terribly, look at the minimap. He only just entered the dire jungle to now get to the high ground, and it's, sure, they get a return on Death Rocket, but it's all because the Necrophos got a little bit too baited, and that is kind of the theme, at least for the last 3 minutes of gameplay. One move, dying top on the Necrophos. Now dying in the jungle because he's overextending. He cannot take this lead and throw it away for his team. If he just calms down a little bit, stabilizes his own game, they can see how Aurora can't fight. When Terrorblade turned up, everyone on Aurora ran away, right? Like the game isn't that complicated for them, unless they make it for themselves.
Mira
Yeah, he TP'd, he's chilling. Yep.
has no way to snowball through on that one for Mira, so wasn't able to stop the Shadow Realm TP. But yeah, I completely agree with you, right? Like it kind of feels like that difference is kind of overplaying his hand just ever so slightly. And if they just pull back, just as you said, just a couple of percent, it is very hard for Aurora to actually keep those fights going. Yes, they've got a couple of BKBs that are up now for their cause, but all it takes is a Terrorblade to kind of rock up, press that meta button, and it's going to be very hard for them to stand and fight.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see, Yeah, I was just double checking as well with the Tusk. Did he get the Dormant Courier to then go for the Essence Ring? 'Cause I think that's my favorite combination at the moment for initiating supports. When you get the additional, buff up on the HP from the Essence Ring, it kind of makes a difference. You go from like 240 HP to like, I think it's like 310 or something. It really is.
Yeah, it looks like he's got the base one.
Yeah. But it is very nice when you... any bit of HP is very critical.
He did have the greater healing lotus as well in that previous fight for Mira, so it was just
nice,
a good bait all in. So
Very good.
now it's slowed down a little bit here for the side of one move. Obviously, they've most likely understood that the over-aggression is starting to get them to lose a few more of these fights and just trying to pull this game back a little bit. And to be fair, not really too many of these objectives left on the map for them, with Roche down as well as the Tormentor. So can't only really have this tier 2 tower they're trying to build towards here. Just need to make sure that they don't lose any more of this map control back to Aurora as they continue to try and claw back into this game.
They're pretty ready to fight them. Like clicking around the heroes and like, oh, wipe them out. So you've now got a Basher. You've got the Crimson the Pipe, of course, he's had that for multiple fights on Darkseid, but the fact that your Ursa has the Basher it's a big enough time to go for a kill. The real question is, will they find a team? Yeah, will they find anyone? Or okay, they just go Roshan.
This is Roche just spawning now that Aurora, they're going to be able to sneak a nice little early one here and be able to get this second Roche at 27 minutes.
That's gonna feel so bad for one move. Like Roshan was ooh. Okay, maybe. Any
Terrorize
blinks?
out of the
Nothing?
pit.
Oh, I beat him.
Oh, pops the BKB. And now he's going to try and TP out. They have the snowball. Oh, he moved them forward. I don't know if that was intentional, but the fact that the Treants moved just far enough in front of Gilgear meant that the snowball didn't cancel his TP.
That was very, very good. Let's assume he did it. That's our
Yep.
job. Incredible micro
the
from the
props.
Nature's Prophet. It's always a fun one, right? It's like when you go back in like the history of Dota, like how many Dota players have actually been spun in a way just because the caster perceived it to be like a great play instead of it actually being so, you know.
I could imagine that there would be so many different individual plays or potential.
Yeah.
Like the one that comes to mind is the Ana buyback thing where he goes and like he obviously intentionally did it, but he was just like, yeah, I was just selling stuff to hope. Like I was just hoping. And now we're seeing Corrupted hoping to see if he can get away from Nightfall here. Haven't got any bashes just yet. He's turn around with the Ravage, so looking to go back in on
That's another
Tusk
BKB.
Mirror. He's going to go back in with the Essence Ring absorber Kiyotaka in the back lines, trying to take down a few more of these heroes. They're just going to song and disengage. Gilgear has gone forward. They don't have the BKB just yet here for Nightfall. He's going to get chopped down by the Reaper's sight, so the second life is going to be available now for the Ursa. Seeing how much damage they can do though, he wants to blink away. Looks like they want to try and keep this fight going. He has to re-engage now by getting back in on top in Kiyotaka. He's going to lose his life to the Terrorblade. A little bit of a disconnect there from Kiyotaka and Nightfall. Nightfall wanted to get out. Kiyotaka stayed and fought. Didn't really have a good way of getting out either, to be fair.
But at no point was the Terrorblade pressured, right? They're jumping onto the Tidehunter once again with the Ursa. He'd already used the BKB, you know, in a different engagement, so that wasn't available. And then Terrorblade just walks up and goes, oh, lads, you've got this front line already secured, no pressure to the back line. Let me just A-click down the entire fight. And it's Nightfall
Really
and jumping
hoping for a
Tidehunter.
bash
Yeah.
at least.
Oh, okay, he got one bash, but it was at the same time where his blubber procced and he forced stuff.
Yeah.
Look
So
at
it's
this.
just-
This is not a fight though, right? Like again, look at the mini map. Look at the Darkseer. He just entered the triangle. He's rocking up late. Not saying that Toronto Tokyo is late. It's more, if anything, Nightfall went too early, right? That's probably the better way of describing that one. One move, they're playing as a team. They're always present. And Necros nearly dies, but he uses the shard to get away from some additional right clicks, get another burst of heal. Imagine if Aurora just were together. Imagine if they made a jump as 5. It really could be different. And as time progresses, the Terrorblade is going to get close to untouchable. He has the butterfly complete. We just saw, of course, they did take the Tormentor during the replay. But damn.
Yeah, it's just as you said, just needing just that little bit of extra team coordination coming in from Aurora, and you know, potentially maybe the lower bracket is kicking the butt that they're going to need. Toronto Tokyo trying to run away here. Nightfall's going to try and just buy a bit of space with his body. Gilgear will just shatter realm with 2P away. So we've seen that plenty of times, and just forcing a bit of these movements coming out of Aurora. But yeah, it really
Look
does
at the
feel like
graph.
that. That's,
It's a fun
that's
graph,
so
eh?
funny.
That's really good. It's like, yep, see ya. Back to us.
It's
The
like,
difficult
oh,
thing-
okay, we're starting to lose. All right, another team fight goes Aurora's way. Okay, back the other way, guys. All right, see you later.
At least for Nightfall, he is going to have an MKB for the next fight. So in his mind, it's like, I can now jump the Terrorblade because I have the damage. The problem there, it's like, when he jumps, he needs his Darkseer to wall and the Tusk to be with him. If you don't jump in conjunction with your team, there will be a Hurricane Pike disengage from Terrorblade that you are going to die. One move though, they find the Tusk and...
Gets in trouble, isn't able to get away from the Reaper's Scythe that time around, and just isn't able to snowball himself out of there, just thanks to the Terror in the Deep. In the back lines though, Kiyotaka is just BKB TP'd. Alright.
Yeah.
Popped the XL as well, so that is just
Oh.
running in the fountain.
Yeah, but he popped... I also just had MKB delivered on the Kuret mid-tier 2. Mira dies at the tier 1. Sure. Again, maybe I didn't really pay attention to where Death Prophet was, but either way, wild to see that he also had to use the EXO in some capacity there. One move.
He
Really
was down in
controlling
the like towards the Radiant tier 1. He was fighting
yeah.
far away. It was a
Okay.
1v4.
Oh, nice. Well, technically,
He almost
you could
got the kill on
argue
Gilgear,
he
to be
did
fair.
win because he lived, right? Do you want to try?
I mean, who's being the positive guy now? You know,
Yeah, no.
That's a pretty good spin on it, T. All right, I'll give you that one.
The problem is, when I cast, I obviously hold teams to like the standards of what they've done in the year, right? So me watching Aurora play like this, I'm just shocked, right? Because Aurora on LAN, they're like so disciplined, breaking stuff. Sure, they have like the meme moments of like a TP out or Kiyotaka, blah blah blah, right? But fundamentally, they are a strong team that makes their way. Watching them here, I'm like, they just don't look like the team that was on LAN. Right? That's the reason why I'm kind of shocked. But then they're gonna make some like insane play in 10 minutes time, win the game, and it's like haha, Aurora, you know. But it's like the journey there is just, it is a bit weird. Oh, there you go. There's a Willow Death. Yeah. So it begins, I guess.
It was just the very quick overpower bash into Gilgear. Unfortunately, couldn't react to that one. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, you know, when you cover these teams throughout the entirety of the year, and especially a team like Aurora, and you know you've covered them quite a lot over the year, and especially when they're getting top 8s, like you kind of expect them to come into a closed qualifier and kind of dunk on some kids and then walk home with the TI spot, right? Whereas,
especially because there's no
kind of serving up is not exactly that.
Yeah, there's no BB, there's no Spirit, there's no Paravision, right? It's like there really isn't like a contender other than maybe the new Na'Vi that in my mind should even be close. So the fact that I watched a 64-minute game against Quantum yesterday where Aurora could have lost it, we're watching a 35-minute game now where one move, they have all the cards to be able to take this game. It's like, whew, it's really given me hope that there is upset potential inside the region, especially because coming into the qualifier, I'm not going to lie, I sat here and went, I can't wait to work Aurora wins the qualifier event. You know, it's kind of the it's the equivalent to, you know, Nigma in when they have to play, you know, their qualifier in different tournament in a different, you know, setup. It's like, all right, here we go, boys. But no, this is great. I'm all down for this. And Shiva's of course picked up on the Necrophos as I've been blabbing for about a minute or two.
And I enjoy that as well. I enjoy when there's upset potential and be able to actually go into a day of casting and not have it basically pre-written for you. But I'm also very excited to see Aurora at their best as well, because that is some top tier Dota. So hopefully we get a little bit of both. I know beggars can't be choosers, but we're here trying to choose. All right, so big smoke coming out here for one move. I want to see if they can try and win this next team fight. Full Hex available now for Corrupted as well.
Yeah. Don't forget, Nature Prophet did pick up the Dagon, so you can kill the illusion from the Dark Side of the Terrorblade. So they've found a way to counter the Dark Side, at least in this next fight.
So Corrupted looking at the angle to see if he can try and find anybody here. Wants to try and see if he can take down Kiyotaka before the Exorcism comes in. But smoke already here from Aurora. They're just going to run the Hex onto the background here as well. See if they can take down Panto. Gets a nice little bit away with the mirror image. And Reaper's Scythe not really going to do much though. Kiyotaka's just going to go TP back to that tier 3 tower. Wants to get in the better positioning here thanks to his BKB. Everybody's just disengaging. BKB's galore from everybody here on Aurora. That's a big terrorize there. Hits on the Kiyotaka. They want to see if they can take down the Death Prophet. This Exorcism is really starting to run low. They get the Hex out as well, but now they just turn back around and Nightfall absolutely deletes the Tidehunter. Corrupted was there, but he is no more. Kiyotaka once again is able to blink back to the tier 3 tower, and Aurora doing a beautiful job with this team fight to disengage. Panther will hit the song. They'll get a bit of regen off the back of it as well, seeing if they can take down Gilgear, but he will just go up in the air thanks to the Yule. So Aurora waiting out to see if they have to re-engage, but at least they come out of that without losing anybody.
Whoa, so many little things that went wrong for one move there, right? They get the initiation, they see the Naga sign, but then the Scythe doesn't connect. And then after that, the fight progresses to the right-hand side, and Terrorblade, he sticks to the mid lane. He doesn't follow his team, which you lose so much damage. Deathrow arguably could have maybe died if the Terrorblade was able to join over, but yeah, Aurora kiting back away from that fight. Lucky to not lose their Naga Siren to the Scythe and then capitalizing it nicely, getting the Tide kill with the Ursa. The spells all have been used for one move. They need to go back to reset. 40 seconds for Meta, 80 seconds for Ravage. And Roshan, it is going to be up soon. One move could be upset if it's a quick spawn.
It was relatively quick spawn last time, so...
Yeah, it's going to be... The spells will be back up. I've just checked the timer. They're in the clear. They survived. But that is the mistake that Aurora capitalized. Get Roshan, and the game's back in their favor. The jump needs to be better for one move in the next time. Aurora will punish you. when you don't execute on your fight.
Yeah, it just has to be clean and concise, right? Like if you're blink axing someone, you need to get that kill straight away, especially if Difference is going to commit their entire body for that as well, trying to get these really precise kills. So if they're not clean, there's a lot of kite potential here from Aurora, obviously being able to surge, get everybody to reset. They've got the Song of the Siren to reset as well. They've got blink daggers on both their mid laner and their safe laner. So there's lots of avenues here for Aurora to continue to keep resetting those fights, and especially if the Terrorblade's not in the vicinity just yet. Wait and see now. Both teams are just kind of keeping an eye on the map. Or it should be up in a couple of seconds, guys. And it is here now, so they are well aware of it if they are one move. There's a scan that came out on the Radiant side there. We're able to catch out a few of these members, so at least now Aurora will understand that the Roche is up as well. So everybody's ready and raring to go with all of their ultimates and all of their abilities. Let's see who executes the best in this fight. The waves are relatively pushed up now for the side of Aurora, so they do have to be careful of that. Panto's trying their best to push this one out, but Mira, he's the one that's caught out. Reaper Scythe down as well. Does have buyback on the Tusk, though. But look at this forward position coming in here from one move. Kiyotaka's going to try and be the body in the front. See if you can try and take a little bit of this pressure away as well. Looking to see what Nightfall's able to do. He's able to get this quick assassination. They want to try and go forward here onto Gilgear. Gets very, very low. Goes up into the end. Set the buying a little bit more time. Now they're going to have the buyback coming out here from Mira. So they will lose both of their supports. Both of them buyback. So Gilgear will be able to buy a little bit more time. No BKB on the Ursa, though. So this is big for this next fight. Okay, let's see who captures who. Exorcism's popped here by Kiyotaka, walking in onto Difference. Does pop that Ghost Shroud as well. He's going to sit inside the ethereal form. Then the BKB, TP away, they get the bash. That's what you need here from Nightfall. But now they've overcommitted. They get all the saves in the snowball as well. They will be able to walk back in. Will Panto. Panto's going to have to turn off that song in just a moment. The big wall comes down as well. The vacuum on top of it to keep all of these illusions in place. Corrupted though, still trying to stand tall in front of Aurora. They will start to disengage. They're losing a lot of their life thanks to all of this damage from Kiyotaka. Takes down Corrupted there on the Tidehunter as well, but it's Eyesight. Turns around, takes down Mira. The vacuum cancels the TP there on the Terrorblade. Kiyotaka's standing and fighting, but look at all the damage that comes in from the TP. The bash comes in once more. The Sunder was almost there for Nightfall, but he's able to get away from that cast animation, and he will eventually look for more as well. And one move. Yes, they kill Kiyotaka, but it's Nightfall who survives, and they take down the big cause. The only remaining member is Gilgear.
Getting so close to winning the fight, but then critical spells are just not getting in, right? The fact that the Tidehunter jumps in, the snowball's already in play, he then ravages, so it's not like the snowball's dodging the ravage, he just used ravage, and that then goes kind of wrong. And then Terrorblade, he goes to Sunder, a full HP Ursa. He's about to turn around, clutch up the fight, doesn't matter if you miss ravage, I'm gonna kill the Ursa. Guess what? He gets the bash. Terrorblade, boom, you're now dead as well. And yeah, you see here, it's like, he's already, I believe, yeah, he's already snowballed. So the Tidehunter has critical information of, I can't ravage them. But in the heat of the fight, in the moment, he commits, and it's just not a good place for one move to engage in there. Under the wall already, they're having to try and like move to the left-hand side. Corrupted, he can't get out, but yeah, one move. If they were a little bit cleaner in the engagement, these fights would be going their way, and the vacuum cancelling the TP. You're going to see it here. Maybe slow motion, maybe not. We'll see. But one bash. Bah. See ya. The bash is all that matters, right?
Through the animation, yeah.
Or it's like he gets bashed, and then then he has to turn around. Like, if he doesn't get bashed, he turns. He's going to Sunder no matter what. Like, basically, in that moment, it's like all that matters is, does a bash occur from any point on Terrorblade? If no bash happens, Terrorblade will Sunder you. He didn't actually cancel the animation. It's kind of pre-animation. He bashed him, but still, it's the fact he bashed saved his own life. Good old RNG clutch moment there. Yeah,
sometimes make your own luck. Nightfall being able to play around that entire fight really, really well. And this is what you were talking about, right? Where this is just kind of what we're expecting from Aurora, them to kind of just clutch up and just play those fights just a little bit better than what one move are. And unfortunately for them, sometimes a little bit of a rush of blood from Corrupted hitting that Ravage onto absolutely nobody. I mean, seeing Kiyotaka and Nightfall kind of holding hands in the trees, like, it's a pretty juicy Ravage target. I don't blame him for that, but, you know, Mira was one step ahead.
The value of Snowball. It's always, I mean, you said it during the draft, you like watching in Tusk because of the ability to kind of showcase your skill, right? And here it is. Snowball saves, constant pressure. He has a BKB to ensure that he can stand his ground. Again, I'm a big fan of going Blink BKB. It means you're never affected by a random Bramble Maze or Ravage or anything like that. You know you're going to make that save if you want to make it.
Also building towards a Nullifier as well on Mira. So I like that.
Does.
They obviously need a Nullifier. And if he's able to build it, then frees up the space for Nightfall.
Yeah, Nightfall's build is let me kill Terrorblade, which then means he really doesn't touch the Necrophos. So yeah, I like the fact that someone else is kind of picking up the pieces for us having to respect Terrorblade. Of course, Nightfall did have the refresher. He picked it up after the kill on the Terrorblade. So post Aegis, 2 BKBs, 2 Enrages. Very, very hard to kill.
Very hard to kill him.
Yeah. And Abyssal
Doing a good
complete.
job
Oof.
at least killing Kiyotaka in a lot of these fights.
Sure, but that's like the MO though for Aurora. It's like Kiyotaka is so like in your face as a player that killing him often means it's a good fight for Aurora. Because eventually you'll kill. You got to go through a Shiva's BKB, you know, quad Siphon Death Prophet, and then Toronto Tokyo's gonna hit a 3-4 man vacuum. Ursa's gonna kill a hero for free with Abyssal Blade, right? Like at this stage of the game, you need to find a way to not fall for the bait, right? It's you need clean kills, not the I got me a Kiyotaka.
So fall for the Kiyotaka bait. Bait every time. We'll see if they can continue to play like this for Aurora. They are definitely in the driver's seat now, 45 minutes into the game. Whereas one move, they're the ones that need to have these very clean fights to try and get this game going. I feel like, unfortunately for Difference, just a couple of those fights in the mid game where he got caught out. What was it in a top lane and then towards the dire jungle as well. Felt like those 2 deaths were so pivotal for his game, really just slowing down and not enabling him to snowball like he was starting to at the beginning of the game.
And look top, if he shows on the wave, Nightfall, he's hunting. They're smoked up. He doesn't even need to show on the wave. He's just going to bump into them.
Yeah.
First
down
bash,
him.
yep, into Abyssal, and dead.
Yeah. Just seems like it's all coming up Aurora here, and it's taken them the long way around to get this, but seems like this is still the expected outcome for this game number 1.
One move when they respawn. Oh, okay, B on the Death Prophet. Okay, he also wants to try and kill the Terrorblade.
I mean, he's got a lot of attack speed in combination with the Ags. Like,
He's cooking.
he also has the Hurricane Pike as well, so alright. He got the alert version of Outward Self as well, so big right-click build here from the Death Prophet. You like to see it from Kiyotaka. Alright, they're going to go forward. They found Kiyotaka, but Nightfall goes in the back line here. Uses the Abyssal Blade there onto Eyesight. Gets this under at least, but now with the refresher on, the Terrorblade's going to go down. Nightfall's just been able to delete him in the back lines. And Eyesight is gone now for 90 seconds. Corrupted is going to be very, very low as well, and it looks like one move. They have eventually lost everything here in the 47th minute. They have no Terrorblade for 82 seconds. They do have buyback out on Corrupted as well, but up in the air goes a couple more of these heroes. Nightfall with the double kill and the godlike spree. That is 4 dead. Lid's going to make it 5. The Gs have been dropped, and this time around, Aurora get it done in 47 minutes. I mean, if you're an Aurora fan, a win's a win, but at the end of the day, you're expecting this to be a little quicker here for you, and unfortunately, for one move team, they fumbled the bag. They got a little overzealous, and they weren't able to close that one out.
No, for sure. I think this is a game where you need to look towards, first of all, yes, Aurora showcasing their experience to be able to close out a game like this, to itemize correctly, to make the clutch plays, be it Tusk with a snowball save or Darkseid with a vacuum to then open up an engagement. But for one move, they had the big moments in this game. It was their failures that enabled Aurora to take the game, right? They take the fight at the enemy tier 3, the Terrorblades mid, they make the chase, they don't get the kill. Then they do another move at the where Tidehunter then gets the Ravage, but you could argue, does he miss it? Does Mira do the snowball dodge? It really is a 50-50 how you want to look at it, right? But if one move get the kill at the tier 3s, they might get a Rax. If they don't miss the Ravage, they probably get kills there, they probably take a Rax, right? So for Aurora, they kept the intensity of the fight to ensure that one move inevitably made some mistakes to then win the game. But yeah, like you said, for Aurora, they want to win the game on their own terms. They don't want to play hoping for mistakes to occur. Whilst one move, they don't want to make mistakes, and unfortunately this game was layered with too many critical mistakes from one move to be able to close out game 1 for them.
Yeah, and I think also as well, like, you know, when you get in these kind of commanding positions against a team that you're not supposed to be beating, some players, it can start to go to their head, right? Like, you can start to think, oh, we're actually really starting to get on top of a team like Aurora, and things can really start to get ahead of you. And unfortunately, sometimes one mistake compounds into two, and that's just kind of the way that the cookie crumbled here for one move. But I think they should be definitely proud about the way that they started out this game. That was a very fast start for them. They put themselves in a really good position to be able to win this game, but it was just a kind of the experience coming in from Aurora, right? Like, you look at across a lot of these players, there's champions all throughout that roster, and if you're, you know, putting them this far into the kit bag where they have to pull out all of the tricks to try and get it done, then you've got to be proud of the start that you've had. But conversely for Aurora, the start of that game, I don't know what's going on.
It was rough,
but, they need to fix that.
Yeah. But again, I think it's fine in the sense that they instantly identify the problems and then they play and itemize to do it, right? Like, one move, they had a good laning, they turned that into good pressure, but then you could see throughout the game, like, Aurora's like, they're making the moves on the map, they understand, okay, if we get to this timing, we can still win the game. So it's not as if Aurora are losing lanes, losing pace of the game and going, you know what, we really are stuck in base, right? Like, they're still being proactive, hence why they are such a dominant team on LAN. It's just the fact that losing lanes and having these moments in a qualifier where they are so far better than every other team in it is, again, kind of exciting for the prospect of what if a team's a little bit more disciplined, what if a team doesn't make the mistake, right? But yeah, for a game 1, Aurora, they are to win it, but the last 2 games that Aurora have won, it has been very close to them losing. So it feels like we're getting so much closer to them maybe actually dropping the game, but again, they're too good, man. They're too good.
Yeah. They're too good, they're too clean. They get it done. It may have been a long way around, but Aurora still get the game 1 victory. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break here, and hopefully on the other side of this, you're going to have the double English duo back once again. So thank you guys for joining us. See you guys for game number 2 after this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Road to the International, where we are getting into game number 2 of One Move versus Aurora. T-Gov, if anybody wasn't watching, or maybe perhaps wasn't there for game number 1 of this series, maybe dealing with issues for the first game of the series, can you give us a quick TLDR? No, I'm kidding. I did watch the whole thing. I was pretty much there throughout, but yeah, I mean, give me your takes on that game, and why are Aurora struggling in these qualifiers? I mean, sure they got the win, but like it's oh man, it's tough for them.
I think I just don't know how to phrase it, because I feel like if you're Raw right now, you're winning. You know that as a better team, you're finding ways to solve the problems they're getting faced. So I think if anything, they're just the caliber of tier 2, tier 3 Eastern European Dota is so strong that the top teams, when they need to go back to the qualifiers, they are reminded that, hey, the region's got really deep talent, and that's probably the better way at phrasing it. So I think unlike other regions where, the qualifying teams just aren't that good, and often we get to see these stomping matches, it is just refreshing that this is a region where, 10, 15 teams can battle out in an open qualifier, and any of them could get to the closed, and then the ones in the closed are still able to, show up in important moments. Of course, the lack of experience is hurting One Move. They probably should have won game 1 with some critical changes to some team fights, but yeah, that is just very exciting for the region that it's that damn good.
Yeah, and you can tell, there's a lot of teams are also boot camping for this as well. It's not like this is all online teams. We've got this team here, One Move. They are boot camping. We saw another one of the, I think was it Runa, or was it? No, it was Cyber Geese. They're also
it's the
together.
Geese, yeah.
So people taking this seriously, which is really good to see. And of course, actually, it's not so much saying people taking it seriously, but it's people willing to invest in the region, people willing to support these teams, and that's what's making it competitive. So it's nice to see. And Aurora getting a run for their money each time. Also, very, very fun to watch for us. So let's get into the draft here for game number 2, as we have Shaman kicking things off.
And with the Shaman first pick, you ban the Beastmaster. Of course, Shaman can be played between 4 and 5, so you don't really want to overreact to the Shaman by picking up like an Enigma or something, like a really strong lane counter to a potential 5 Shaman, because of course he can just go to another lane. But, yeah. Plenty of heroes are available. The Kunkers, the... I was about to list like 8 heroes and decided not to.
Yeah.
Go on.
I mean, do you know what's the main reason for choosing each facet here on Shaman? Like, when do you chicken finger and when do you mega snack?
Chicken fingers feels like the facet you take when you know you can reliably, get into the fight, use it even in laning phase. You know that your right click will set up the rest of your spells. When you're playing more of a defensive laning and your game is harder to play positionally, you then probably lean more towards the other facet because you can't use it. But also, I think the big snake, the big damage, it's really nice when the map's kind of a bit slow. You can do big damage to a single hero, just put down that snake, have the X12. So yeah, it's can I even use the facet? Can I get the kill? If no, why not go for the big snake? Just get more damage, pressure objectives more on the map.
Absolutely, and as we saw on the pop-up there, not a big difference between the two facets when it comes to win rate. So exactly the same, in fact, 66%. So 2 and 1 on the large snake, and 4 and 2 on the chicken fingers. So same win rate across both of them, just one picked twice as much as the other, which I think is kind of reflecting what we've seen as well. It has not been a load of the people going for the big snake, but sometimes it just looks really good, especially if they can't really kill it off too easily. Willow, meanwhile, coming out. We did see Gilgir going for the other facet on Willow last time, which was interesting.
Yeah, the facet is... I don't know if it's respected and or even good on the Shattering Crown. So I played a lot of Willow 5, right? And I take the Shattering Crown myself because when you apply Curse Crown to someone, it's like 35% of your damage gets applied once it procs the stun, and then it's like 15% of other units right clicks on your team. So like, it kind of does in essence sound good, where you put a stun on someone, everyone's hitting them, and then once the stun procs, anyone close to them, especially with the AoE talent, then also takes a burst of damage and a stun. but you don't like. I'm yet to cast a game where I'm like, oh my god, the damage from it's like I'm yet to see like that really come into play. But of course, the reason why you wouldn't take the throwing shade facet is because you need to be in the realm to do the damage, and like it's just a different playstyle. When you take the AoE stun one, it's just you just throw it out there and you don't overthink it. It's just boom,
Yeah, you're
done.
being a bit
Life
more
goes on.
backline as well versus
Yeah,
the
exactly.
throwing shade where you're getting in people's faces. Couldn't do that last game, so had to switch up. Smart move. But we're going to see Omni Knight coming out. This is a hero which I was kind of anticipating to see a bit more of, but they did give it like a cheeky little nerf right before these qualifiers started, which broke my heart. I don't mind Omni Knight being OP for a few weeks, like we can handle it, but he was very, very good.
I sit on the other side on that one, actually. I think Omni Knight it low-key makes the game boring when he's in meta, because he does things that no other hero can like truly do to that level, right? Like debuff immunity, running around, pure damage. Like when he's viable and can actually kill stuff, like I don't mind if he's a support, sure. If you want to AFK in the tree line and press some spells to keep someone alive, go to town. But when you're a core using all of these defensive capabilities in an offensive way, that is very scary to deal with. And that's why one move picked Centaur, so they can run away from their problems and never go near him.
Hooray! Not sure that's the strategy, but Death Prophet comes out, which makes a Centaur pick even better, in my opinion. You pop that them scary ghosts, you just get yourself out of there, or potentially get yourself in there and just blow her up. That's the other flip side of Stampede, is that it's also a good spell for just getting all your spells off on the right target as quickly as possible, because that's what movement allows you to do.
Well, one of just don't have damage though, right? Like as much as we're saying survivability, right? Stampede to run away, Oracle with his entire toolkit to keep someone alive. They don't have damage right now. The next two picks need to do that, because Aurora, if it is a carry Omni and a mid Death Prophet, expect a Radiance and maybe like a Blink on the Omni. You've got a Ags and a BKB on your Death Prophet. They're going to get into the middle of every fight, be really aggressive. And we spoke about how Stampede had value to run away from your problems. Disruptor, come back. Yeah, I mean, Lena's a good shout in regards to bringing some damage in, for sure, but Aurora's lineup is... With this draft, it feels like I'm expecting the 25, 30-minute stomp of they are seed one of the qualifier. That's what I'm feeling when they have these heroes.
Yeah, and it's a good draft as well. I mean, Disruptor is one of my favorite answers to Centaur Warrior as well. Everybody runs away, one person doesn't, or you get down that kinetic field, things become a problem. Morphling's going to be the pick, though, for one move here. Not sure how I'm feeling about this Morphling hero, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, it does give you that damage. Like, yeah, it's going to kind of be a problem. They don't have, like, any real answer to it. But also the pace at which Aura wants to play this game is just not something which Morphling can match unless he has an incredible lane.
Yeah. That's why you ban out the Enigma, right? You ban out a couple off laners that ensure that Morphling doesn't have a good lane, and at least for one move, the Morphling is, like, get him to 3-4 items, it's his game to play, right? We saw how Death Prophet kind of struggled in the previous game against the Terrorblade. He did die a couple of times, of course. There was other ways in which they can win the fight, so it didn't really matter if the Death Prophet was to go down, and Morphling kind of creates that same problem for a Death Prophet. Early on, Death Prophet thrives. Mid to late game, you're just food for the Morphling, right? And can one move even keep their map? Again, I agree with you. Is there enough map state for Morphling to find his items? And for them, at least, it's going to come from the mid lane. And yeah, I like the Lena ban from Aurora. You called for it earlier, but Lena, you just play on range from the Death Prophet mid. You never really die to her. You push the wave quick enough that you can kind of defend your tower. So,
Yeah,
they need
I
to
actually
find
wanted
the
it
mid
carry,
lane.
but I guess mid it could work as well for them.
Oh, fair enough.
I'll just be honest with everybody there that I wasn't anticipating the Lena ban at all. I thought it was their carry pick, but they go for the Morphling instead. We'll see
That's
how it
the
works
honesty.
out for them.
Very honest today. Calling out that you had some technical problems doing all this.
No, I didn't have any tech problems. No, it was a local orphanage on fire. I had to jump in the Ferrari and go sort it out,
God,
go rescue them.
Really good of you.
Yeah.
And you donated the Ferrari after driving there, right? Because you obviously have a spare at home.
Yeah, one of the Ferraris, I should have said.
Yeah. Do you do that as well, where you just drive your Ferrari to shop, and then once it's done, it's like, that's your one use, you got to get a new one, or what?
Yeah, you don't.
One car, one
I don't
trip.
like driving a car with any mileage on it. It just the moment it ticks up, it's just like, what were you really doing here, guys?
More than 10 miles, it's way too much.
Yeah.
And that was us role-playing a pro player on their incredible salaries.
Post TI winning pro.
Yeah, post, yeah. This TI 8, TI 9 winnings. Pog. What I'm trying to think what the mid pick is.
10 seconds remaining.
If they really wanted to,
Do just
they could technically go back for the Necrophos as well,
Remaining.
because the laning was good enough where the Death Prophet didn't like dominate the mid, and that's all I think I care about from this last pick from one move is a hero that won't just get dominated by Death Prophet, keep tower alive. But yeah, it's just difficult because you have Oracle Shaman as your support duos. Like both supports like to live behind cores. They don't really break the map. They react really well. They need levels.
5 seconds.
They don't really kill on lane. Not like so. Like everything's just awkward at the moment for one move. Where if they're outpaced, their draft doesn't allow them to recover until they have a lot of items. And okay, sure,
Shrag,
that is
okay.
yeah. I don't mind it. Right, it's an old school matchup to the Death Prophet. Right, if Death Prophet was to commit to you, you just have a ton of spells to throw back. And now Oracle has purpose. Right, if Leshrac goes for like Kaya Blink Dagger or even like the Atos and Kaya whatever, your Oracle just plays behind it. No matter what itemization path the Leshrac follows, it's aggressive. So now Oracle feels like, you know what, guys? If the game's good at 11 minutes, I have a job to follow. And ooh, Lycan. Ooh, that's mean.
You did not like that pick.
No, I like it because it's naughty. You know, I just feel bad for
Oh,
one
I
move. It's like,
see.
ooh,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
I like the pick. I like the pick.
It was a cringe in the other direction.
Yeah.
little
Sorry.
bit
Thanks for
gross.
correcting me there, just in case someone thought like the reason why it's gross is like we've already mentioned how one move they struggle because the supports are going to be potentially XP starved. The Morphling doesn't make moves on the map. The Centaur doesn't make moves on the map. It's only the Leshrac. And now you have a Lycan who is going to set incredible pace by Helm of the Overlord, followed behind a Omni Knight jumping around, a Death Prophet. Like Aurora's lineup is really, really just OP post laning phase, and for one move, everything is on Leshrac. Can he break open some early kills? Can he give life to the game so items can come kicking in? It's survival for one move. If they survive, sure, their draft is going to be really cool to play out at like 25, 30 minutes, but they just need to survive that long.
They do indeed, yeah. Can they get there? You're going to need a bit of thriving in the lane as well. You're going to need to have these lanes go pretty well for you. But I would say that, like, they don't look bad. Oracle Morphling is sort of like just a survive lane. Shaman and Gucentra, I can see that doing some work. I can see them getting some clicks in, especially on the Nightfall Omni Knight carry. Going to be pretty hype. Omni carry, by the way, is this where we anticipated the hero? I mean, is this where you anticipated the hero go? It wasn't where I thought it was going to go.
In what, the carry on Omni, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of did. I think Nightfall, he likes to play Doom carry, Abba carry, Omni carry.
Dawn.
I think, yeah, Dawn carry as well. Like he likes to play the minute 5 to 6. I'm enabled by being stronger than the offlaner and can't be killed by the offlaner. Therefore, map is broken by supports, right? I think this logic is really strong for Aurora and why they often thrive in a lot of their games. So yeah, as soon as I see Omni, I am kind of expecting it on him. Yeah.
I also feel like we've been told time and time again how vocal Nightfall is, how he likes to kind of control the pace of the game, not just be like, oh, when I am strong, this is what we're going to do, but actually throughout the game be like, this is what we're going to do. And a hero which comes online like earlier than a traditional carry is definitely going to allow him to do that and be that tempo setter both in gameplay and in captainship. So I'm excited to see this one. This is really cool from Aurora here. A bit of a flex up. But yeah, I mean, they're going to play at some pace. Overall, I mean, obviously I'm expecting Aurora to win this one, but if I was like looking at this blind, didn't know who was who, I'll be honest, I'm probably saying one move. I'm not brave enough to go for the Omni carry, even though I love it with all my heart.
Okay.
They got no stuns on their cores though, T-Gov. That's always a little bit scary for me.
Yeah, no. I see that. The support's coming clutch though, for sure, with the Willow and the Disruptor, but no, I do agree with you in the sense of if this was a 25 minutes of even farm, everyone's like towers are taken evenly, Roshans have been like not contested yet. I am leaning to one move because of course, Lycan and Death Prophet, they kind of fall out of the game a little bit, but the fact that Death Prophet, her current itemization path with Aghanims, we just saw Kiyotaka go for an MKB in the last game. He has Hurricane Pike and BKB.
Yeah.
He can then threaten the Morphling he wants to go Butterfly. So it's not as if this is a Death Prophet, an old school patch where it's like Yules and only utility. Like this is a right-clicking Death Prophet. So maybe there is a lot more late game potential than we kind of expect based on 7.39 version of the heroes.
Gilgear being a little bit ran at by 3 heroes here, but Corrupted comes in, 2-man stun to make sure they'll secure this bounty rune, but they are not giving up this chase here on Aurora. They want to try and get Gilgear here, and with the right clicks coming through, Blood Grenade coming out as well. It's looking like it will be the end. See you later, Mr. Grip. That'll be first blood going towards Nightfall. Why is he called Grip, by the way? We had, do we know this?
I don't know why pro players want to change their names. Like they build up like a history and like a career around a name, and they randomly just pivot. I have no idea. Maybe it's
why do you change your head? Why do you change your dress?
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. that was unintentional. My bad.
Brother. All right, Jesus. Why you bald, brother?
Yeah.
What's my hairline's not good, all right?
So often, T.
All right, sorry. Why
do you
does your
change your
microphone
beard
not work,
style?
Nomad? Huh? Why couldn't you cast game 1?
Yeah, no,
I'm only saying that because production's here, so now they feel. No. Oh, sorry. Anyway, what were you saying?
I was just saying it's it's a change up, new year, new me. Things aren't going the way you want. Yeah, switch up the name, and it's the only thing they've got. It's the only thing which shows to the public. Showing their faces on the webcams and in tournaments.
Pick your lane, boss. Which one do you want to talk about first?
Oh, this is Patrick's job. Patrick, take us to a lane. Or just stay on this one if you want to talk about this one. Man, every time I do this. Every goddamn time. There is actually a fight going on, Patrick. Gilgear is actually almost dead. And one more right click is going to get him gone. Of course, he knew. He's playing around with us. That's another death onto Gilgear here in the top lane. This is to be expected. Nightfall, Panto, Disruptor, Omni-Knight. Yeah, I mean, I said that they've got a strong lane in the Shaman and Centaur, but you give away First Blood, and all of a sudden, that's kind of going down the toilet.
Oh, and wait.
Wow.
Hold on.
Hold on, indeed.
He left the lane and just got Edict down. Yeah, that's
Okay.
a lot of damage, yeah. Ooh, nice play, though, at least to recover a bit of that mid-pacing, right? The Lycan sends a wolf to deny the bot rune. So even though Kiyotaka gets the top water rune, he does trade his life for it, and yeah. But Leshrac, no mana now due to the deny. He might have to take a trip back to base after this creep wave, which is not what you expect when a mid laner gets a solo kill, to see him then walking back to lane. Base, sorry.
Yeah, that is a Lycan effect, isn't it?
What a little mini waveform about, that was okay.
Yeah,
Pop in, on me.
yeah, it's going to be another kill going the way of the Omni-Knight. Nightfall living through that one, getting the turnaround. Hammer of Purity plus Purification. It is so much healing. This hero never seems to die. Chaos in the top lane. Very much favoring the side of Aurora. Down at bottom, meanwhile, it's pretty chill down here, I would say. I mean, the Morphling isn't getting a whole lot, though.
Because Oracle is such a weak laner. Like you play on Shore, you have Fortune's End and Purifying Flames, but it's like what, you're dispelling a 90 damage on a hero to then hope to get level 3. It really is like difficult. Once you enter the game, sure, hero is so good, great positioning, turnaround potential, but yeah, you are starved a bit in laning phase, and a Willow and a Lycan will happily utilize the weakness of the Oracle to get a couple more denies and
Yeah.
just
They've
remind
got
them.
some, like, good burst potential, I guess, at level 3. Purifying Flames, Fortune's End, Waveform. Like, it'll hurt,
But if you go in, then you get Bramble Maze, and there's a Howl, potentially a Howl if you levels it, of course, right? But yeah, like when you pick Oracle, you are just playing for block hard camp, pull small camp, and just everyone's happy with levels and farm. If you kill the enemy, it's because they've made a misplay, but not because your hero innately has a timing to get the kill. Of course, that might change if it was a different carry instead of morphing, right? Like if you had like a troll or something, then, or like a juggernaut, some like weird combination to play on with the root. But with this current matchup, they're happy just hitting creeps, getting levels, and trying to find an answer to the inevitable Helmut Dominator that will be coming out on Toronto Tokyo.
And that's a unit not going to be able to deal with too easily, and it's going to absorb a lot of the pressure from the Leshrac, helping to soak up these edicts in the fight. As yeah, constant aggression on Corrupted up here in the top lane. The volley's being thrown either way here, but nobody getting really low enough to be upset. Going on a pretty quiet laning phase, other than that kill at mid. And the constant trading up in the top side. But now Corrupted and Gilgir have kind of accepted their fate and are playing a lot more carefully, really getting too up into the business of Aurora. They're out there going on to Corrupted here. Panto, he's got the glimpse whenever he wants to throw it down here, and in it comes with the purification. They'll get the kill.
The mirror just rocks up with TP. Oh, thank you very much. I get the kill and off I go.
Well, comes to the top lane, gets a kill, leaves. Toronto Tokyo, he's absolutely fine by himself. The Oracle offers no kill threat onto him, really.
And we see Gilgir like trying to grab a wave. He obviously didn't do this earlier in the laning phase because the value of glimpse. When you're position forward trying to grab a wave, you get glimpse. You're too far from the wave, it de-aggroes and kind of the purpose falls apart. But the fact that his first attempt at wave pulling on a minute 5 is...
On to Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka tries to go for the exit and gets caught out by Gilgir. And that's going to be a kill on Kiyotaka once again.
Yeah, very, very good move. It's like the only lane that can truly kill him, right? It's around the Leshrac. As soon as the hero got picked in the draft, it really felt like that was everything one move needed, right? It's like the guy that can bring the damage, the guy that can fix the passive nature of the side lanes, and yeah, different so far. 2-0, 2 kills on the Prophet. Also, I think 2-0 on the pauses, but that's another story.
Well, look at that.
Yeah, the DP's not having a wonderful time, but you know, it was the last pick Leshrac, right? So this is clearly something which Difference wanted to play into. And yeah, the first death was a little bit maybe just miscalculating the value of Spirit Siphon into the damage of Edict with Misanthropy.
The difference is, the main thing is I'm just intrigued to know like what is his lycanization. Lycan getting poked in the bot lane, but Kiyotaka's here with an ultimate and a root from the Willow, and they're both dead.
Yeah, Kiyotaka just kind of rocked up and just ate them all. Just the ghost just came in and took them out so easily. Didn't look close at all. He's got some shamans and some... okay, this time let's kill on to Nightfall though. So both carries taking a fall here. Nice rotations from Difference. He is trying to be exactly that in this game. So far, so good for the Leshrac. Very impressed with this so far.
And going back to the point about his items, the normal build is like Atos and Kaya to provide a bit more lockdown. You eventually go for like Gleipnir down the line, but it's your own control to set yourself up. A pub build is going for Blink Dagger, and then you just jump on anyone you see and kill them off. Because you have the Oracle, you don't really need the tankiness of the Atos. So I'm intrigued, like, will he go for the Blink Dagger? Will he try and be super high pacing, or will he just stay traditional and continue playing the build that we often see? Now wrapping around.
Yeah, looking like we might have quite a big fight up in the top lane if Aurora want to take it. Without Exorcism, I would be surprised if they did. And the one thing the Leshrac does sort of miss with this build is ability to really push and take towers, but the difference he can make is huge. As Mira gets taken down, Edict just eats through these heroes, especially this Willow who's trying to get inside the Shadow Realm and sneak away, but that's just not going to happen.
Okay, he is going to go Atos. Panther, looking for a glimpse, gets the glimpse.
Yep, gotta go for the shackle here, but Nightfall's there to take it off with Repel, and now turn around and just bring down this Shaman with ease once again. It's another death for Gilgir up in the top lane. 3 deaths within the first 8 minutes of the game. That is less than ideal. You know what I really want to see this game, T?
No, but go on.
Omni Wolf.
Fair play. That's just, you know what?
Sounds
Didn't
fun.
think about it, and that, yeah, that does sound good. Hammer of Purities and whatnot getting thrown around from a wolf. Yeah.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you prefer to see Kiyotaka become a melee Death Prophet and make all of his crazy plays, but as a wolf? A wolf with spirits.
Yeah, true. Spirit Siphon's just permanently on you. You just cannot escape. Maybe needs a refresher.
Wait, isn't that one of the facets for Lycan? It's really bad. Spirit wolves, where you don't get to micro them and they just follow you.
Yeah.
Yep, it is. Oh,
It was
you can
like,
create a
really, really good at the start, and then
true.
think they-
Oh
they
yeah, it was
dumpstered
actually.
it.
Yeah. It was like the harpoon build or something. You just go for
yeah,
full right click. But now they're just bad. Yeah, good shout though. It actually was pretty good for a brief period.
but it was just that the wolves gave you like extra damage, and then Feral Impulse gives you bonus damage, and then it's just like okay, guess he just does loads of damage now. Mira, try smoking up. Is that a smoke? Oh no, it's not. It's the
Radiant's
Kobold
middle
Cup.
tower
My
is
bad.
under attack.
You're dead.
Yep, dragging Oracle back into the middle of everybody and taking him down. Nightfall will get that kill.
At this stage of the game, I was going to go, okay, let's check the morphing, right? The whole point of the Leshrac and the way that one move need to play is to buy time, but he's 3,800 net worth. He's only got a Falcon Blade to his name, and if he was at like 4,500 net worth at the moment, maybe sporting like a Yasha, looking towards that, I'd be like, you know what? The game is looking bad, but there's hope. But they're going to need to make some really, really big moves on one
Radiant's
move.
top tower is
The
under
Morphling
attack.
is on full mode recovery. Losing his mid tower, of course losing the bot tower, soon to be top. So much gold is going away in Aurora just through the economy of breaking the early objectives, and it's exactly what they did in the previous game as well. With the Death Prophet, they were able to just whittle down the tower so quickly.
Radiant's top
It's
tower
quite contradictional
is under
words, but
attack.
that's fine.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So ready to go, and empowered exism as well, the Spirit Collector. So you got to respect it. You can't really approach Aurora right now. They are far too strong. The Morphling is nowhere near fighting fit. Leshrac, he's strong, but he's going to need at least a false promise behind him if he wants to go and fight. And they're just going to take these ancient stacks now on the side of Aurora.
He changed the build as well. He didn't go for the Atos, he went for the Kaya. He kind of realized that he can't be a playmaker that might get a kill. He needs to be the mid laner that really secures a bit more of a fight uninterrupted. Every time he shows himself in a lane, it feels like he's just getting smashed by an Omni Knight or glimpsed by a Disruptor. It's rough. And interesting, they're actually smoking behind the Leshrac.
They certainly are. What do they want to get done here? I'm a little concerned. Because the Oracle's not with him. He's just hit his 6, and he is nowhere nearby. I kind of want to see them playing Leshrac and Oracle. It's such a strong combination. The Leshrac to just run in and have that safety net.
Radiant's middle tower.
Nightfall does get seen. Hex comes out. Stampede, Snakes, everything being thrown at Nightfall here, and they will be able to bring him down without much question. Omni Knight has fallen. The enemy carry dead. But this isn't one of those games where killing Nightfall is going to feel like it's getting them this big momentum-changing thing in this game, because you kind of got 3 cores which are all sharing the limelight on Aurora. So it's going to have to be a move across, now kill off Toronto, Tokyo, then maybe look for Kiyotaka again. Like, it's not going to feel great unless you can constantly... Oh my god, everything's being thrown to the Leshrac. They find him in the trees. Bye-bye difference. That is his first death of the game, and it is a big one. And now Eyesight as well, not looking too happy. Gilgear, is there anything he can do here? I mean, he's got his stuns available. Eyesight, though, it might have just said, I'm absolutely fine, guys. Don't worry about me. That's certainly what it's looking like.
Just walk it off, boss. Walk it off. And the value of positioning there. They see the Leshrac and just throw everything down, get the kill, and the hero with the tempo. His streak falls, and yeah, you're 100% right. Killing off an Omni Knight in the top lane, it's going to feel okay, but the fact that the Death Prophet is about to complete Aghanim's, the Lycan is about to complete Helm of the Overlord. And these are the timings that we were really scared to see from Aurora, and there's been nothing truly to stop them. DP. Ever powerful was another glimpse on Shaman.
high ground. Leshrak's respawned and coming over here with the Oracle behind him, but nah. I mean,
Can't fight
Shaolin
into the
gets
Omni,
out.
right? Like, if the fact that Leshrak is your big hero for one move, all Omni has to do is press repel on any hero Lesh goes on, and now Leshrak has to disengage from the fight. It really is quite a problem for one move. Let's
Honestly,
try and find a way to move away from. Sorry, gone.
I don't see how Leshrak is so disengaged from a fight. It's kind of feeling like once he's in, he's kind of in.
True. It's probably why he's looking towards the Bloodstone, right? He wants to just stand in the middle and press all buttons and see what happens.
It's only 60% magic resist on repel, so you're still doing something. It's not going to be a lot,
okay.
but
Silver lining. I rate it.
yep. Morphling still trying to farm up into this game, but he is so poor. We said he needed a good game, and that has just not materialized thus far. Too much pressure coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, and Mirror. Okay. A pause, then go.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Spirit Vessel going to be on the cards for Mira next. That's going to be a kind of preemptive answer to this Bloodstone already. You kind of know what he's going to do anyways. Also very good against the, well, kind of good against the Oracle, if he's used Fortune Jack already. Snakes just gets thrown down in the middle lane here, so trying to take this tier 1 tower at the very least. Panto, TP's in, not sure about this, though. He just immediately drops everything onto Grip to make sure that he himself can't be targeted, and Gil, well, suddenly finding himself without any friends, without any moves to make. Runs up the high ground, glimpsed on back here, tries to get back across the creep wave. I mean, he's already kind of taken the tower here, so I don't think he's too mad about this.
Especially when you die that many times in laning. Ooh, Centaur, hold up. Welcome to the fight.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, down goes Mirror, I suppose. Difference in BB3PX.
Have a glimpse if they can get the vision.
Trying to get themselves out. Oh my god, that was close. BB3 does get caught though. He gets grabbed back into the middle of everything, but
Hey, have some
pretty quick
belief,
going
man.
down this
Have some
river.
belief.
whee! Water sliding away to safety.
Okay, he doesn't have teleport, but he does place the ward, so he has the Duke advantage. They go left, he goes
Dude, he's
right.
done him. He's absolutely cooked him.
You cast a curse him into survival.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
great! Why are you
absolutely.
why are you tipping him? You're proving that he's now alive and still in the area. Don't tip the Oracle there.
It's good. It's good. It kind of implies that he's escaped and is in safe lands, when in reality he's actually behind enemy lines and still very much at risk. Smart. Now he's going to randomly find the Omni Knight here. Wonder if Omni's going to notice anything's wrong. I'm very invested in BD's story here.
Yep. I mean, he's gone on a beautiful journey.
Yeah, and he might have
He
just made
found
it out.
himself. Yeah, he has.
He can't believe it. I mean, this is during the night as well. He does not have much vision down in the slightest other than in the top side. So this was just like a blind run through the enemy side of the map. And indeed, he did get that sentry down as well, which Nightfall may
Observer.
well be suspicious of.
Don't forget, he also did place the Observer in the top to be able
Yep.
to survive, right? So, yep. The Oracle.
He is a deep sea diver, this Oracle.
It is in his name to understand what's going to be happening, so impressive.
Talking about worst name awards, I feel like Oracle may well be up there with BB3PX. Here we go. All right, they're going to commit a lot to this one as in comes a shapeshift. They're just trying to blow up difference here, but they haven't really kept him controlled inside this silence. But Oracle, he's right behind him. It's going to throw out the Fortune's End and the False Promise very, very early onto the Oracle to try and keep him alive. As Kiyotaka down to the backlines, Morphling corrupted. They actually find someone along with the snakes. Toronto Tokyo still chasing onto this Morphling. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage without his creeps in range to attack those. So this is a huge win here for the side of one move. What more can they get? I mean, not a whole lot, but I don't think they need to. Okay, Corrupted, he does get dragged back into the middle of everybody, and even with the Blade Mail upon him, Nightfall doesn't really give a damn. They'll bring him down regardless, so they get something for it.
If you are one move, even though you lose Centaur, Centaur is the type of offlaner that trading your life for a kill will always feel fine, right? Because your toolkit, like with Blink, eventually Crimson Blade Mail, like you're kind of done. Like any other item, it's a luxury. You might get an Axe, you might get a Lotus, whatever. But yeah, I think one move, especially with the pressure that Aurora could be applying right now, like the Lyca with the Helm of the Overlord, they took the bottom tier 2, but it hasn't progressed for, you know, more map play, right? So yeah, weirdly content that this game is slowly stabilizing for me. Of course, the inevitable Roshan take from Aurora, the post-Aegis, what can they do? That is going to be the real test for one move. The window in which Aurora should be truly breaking this game with their draft is going to be the next 5-minute window with the pickup of this Aegis. If they can find a way to survive this, then we may have a game on our hands. And look at the net worth, the Lesh, the Morphling, they just overtook the Death Prophet, right? They are, I mean, sure, Roshan now kind of deletes that, but the point still stands. They are creating games for them. That was a Morphling that was the bottom of the cores after the later phase, right? A very starved Morphling is finding his way very, very slowly into the game.
He was kind of given a chance by this fight here, killing off Kiyotaka, the injection of gold, able to farm now safely for a bit. As difference running into this though, Toronto Tokyo able to dodge out the stun. DD being super annoying in this one, but Mirror is dead on the back line. So they'll start off with a kill into a support, and in come the Cavalry Aurora. They'll TP in using the gate. Nightfall is here, and difference just gonna get absolutely rocked by this Omni Knight. Repellers upon him. A couple more hits will be required, but difference will fall as Toronto Tokyo takes out the supports. It's a great fight for Aurora. They take out 3 with ease.
Out in no man's land, Aurora, they're just ready. We're mentioning that this is their window to fight and kind of one move, put themselves on a platter. It's like, please, whatever you'd like, good sirs, we are here for you.
Radiant are scanning.
Is there anything that Aurora would be waiting on? I'm looking at, not really. It really feels like anytime they want to be aggressive, they can. There's not like a hero or item that they're truly waiting for. Of course, in regards to map progression, there's only 2 towers left before they get to the high ground, and the question is, does Aurora think they're strong enough to want to go to the high ground in the first Aegis? Is this the type of game where they'll farm, get pick off to the first Aegis, get the second Aegis, and know to try and close out the game cleanly? These are questions that we don't have the answers to. This is what Aurora and what they want to show us in the next minute or 2.
Yep. I'm a little surprised that Kiyotaka was the one to take up the Aegis. I know he's been having the most trouble in the game in terms of staying alive, but also light switch hero with the Exorcism, so...
That has changed with the fact that they rush the Aghanims. As much as you do play on Exo, having Aghanims does give you like a second lease of life on the hero outside of the ultimate. Corrupted is getting prodded up just with the summons at the moment, not overcommitting as of yet.
Dragon's not leaving him alone, but will now go down. And Eyesight gets that kill, which is 250 gold. It's pretty much a hero kill, as BB needs to get himself away, but with the Stampede, will be able to do so. And a nice TP out from Centaur as well, gets him to safety. Eyesight not going to be left behind either. They do get out of here pretty easily, but they are leaving their tier 2 tower pretty much for dead. This point in the game, an Exorcism for just a tier 2 tower is really not the end of the world. I think they'll take it, especially with this Aegis in the hands of the Death Prophet and that foolish grip. And they might even look for something when the Exo is down. It's going to be a pretty good opportunity to go. Like, sure, the Aghanims does work. I completely agree. It's a perfect item for the hero to be more effective across the game. But it is also a big ultimate which you could potentially look to exploit. They will need a better opening than just running at them with Exo down, though. We'll see if Aurora gives them one. Oh, no. Oh, Leshrac, very quick, though. On the... I still have the ulti going. Bloodstone comes off, but it doesn't seem to make a difference because Panto didn't just stay in range of the Leshrac because he's not an idiot. It means the Leshrac doesn't really get to lifesteal if anybody, so he is going to die. Nice kill here onto Difference, and that's just going to diffuse anything. Although, look at this! The Shaman going in, Ripper's Lash coming out as well, and Panto's just going to get solo killed by the Shaman, who's now going to TP himself away, and he makes it out as well. Gil Gear God.
651 gold and a solo kill. His game, you know, it's not been the best, but suddenly we're already looking at a Shaman to get to level 12, and you've got to take every little victory. We've been constantly saying that, and Yeah, do anything that you can during the Aegis. You lose the Leshrac, then you kill a Disruptor. Like, okay, it's not
sure
great,
about this
but
smoke though.
yeah, I would prefer to see the Morphling farm for the butterfly than spend 30 seconds running around. But
Like running around, maybe you find a Lycan and force a shapeshift
Yes.
out of him. I think that's like the best they can hope for in this. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll kill him. Maybe I'm
but
underestimating
they're
the
getting
damage.
scouted by a wolf. The wolf
Let's
is on the
see.
Morphling.
Yeah,
Tokyo knows they're coming.
he's just gonna leave. So this whole thing's just been a big old waste of time for Mr. Morphling, who's knows that there's. Well, there is a static storm actually. Just decided not to use it.
Tower
Okay.
is under attack.
Now BBE escapes. All right. Well, at least they get out okay.
I think going on to an illusion. Killed the illusion.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
One move, they really are playing with fire here. They're like running right up into Aurora, an Aurora that has glimpse and all this chase down potential, and then they get out, but they're smoking up again. Of course, it is a little bit naive to think that Morphling can suddenly farm the whole component of Butterfly, right? But at this point, he'd be moved 500 gold away, and now they find Kiyotaka.
Quick
The
reactions
BKB,
there from
yeah.
Kiyotaka, getting off the BKB, but is it going to make a difference? Morphling's got the damage, but he actually waveforms really far away. That's going to allow Kiyotaka to get back to his team and go for the reset here. Difference throws in the damage, but they've got the repel out onto Kiyotaka. The DP still absolutely fine. Difference going to be a little bit careful about going too deep. Oh my god, Gilgear, he wants him. Gilgear going in deep. Gilgear goes for the grab, but gets terrorized back, but it doesn't matter. Eyesight does not get caught by that terrorize. And now he moves in looking for more. This Morphling may well have just become the Giga Hero of the game. Jumping in, looking for more, repelling himself up as well with the... Oh no, he gets jumped by Nightfall. All of a sudden, mirrors on him as well, and there goes your Morphling. Oh my goodness, it was looking like he was about to do it all. And then he just gets completely stomped on.
The Oracle was not able to follow up the aggression of the Morphling, right? They jump the Death Prophet, she gets a disengage, he then waveforms to the right-hand side, doesn't kill the DP. Elon kind of makes the fight just so much more of a longer one than required. And on top of that, he jumps, what, 2-3 waveforms later. Where's the Oracle? You can't keep up with how mobile he is. One thing to note that we haven't mentioned, of course, is Morphling taking the Omni Knight, you get the repel on your carries, and Morphling, when he does get to Butterfly, Satanic, and Daedalus, all these items, it is going to be so scary for Aurora to play into a Morphling that is getting a free, BKB in essence. So execution just not helping one move there. Like, it feels like the first game. Like one little change to the way they take the fight, and then they're making the big moments, and they're having these, just successful engagements, but not working out as of yet. Also, I'm pretty sure he managed to dodge the terrorize. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, he did. I was trying to figure out what it was, whether it just narrowly missed him or whether he manted it. Didn't quite see in the fight, but yeah, the timing matched up with the cooldown of the mantis.
That is okay. A future hyping scenario will be when Centaur picks up Ags. You grab the Leshrac, and then you have Disco
yeah.
Pony Leshrac with Pulse Novas and Diabolic Edicts and everything just going thrown around.
A double man-horse combo. Very, very strong.
Yes.
Cool. Is gonna... No, he's gonna... Gonna say he's gonna make it back to the fountain, but who knows if he dies anyway. But yeah, absolutely getting squashed here.
What weathermancery is this?
So much damage at this point in the game.
We do have Butterfly on Morphling. We are yet to see Aurora have to try and tackle the high ground.
Radiant's
High
bottom
ground
tower is under attack.
with their heroes is somewhat scripted, right? It's DP with Exo or the summons from the Lycan.
Nice sight, hiding in the trees. They're trying to set up a trap here on the Watcher. I like the idea. However, going to be a difficult one to execute. Kind of notice it's something weird here as the wolf gets killed by the creep wave. Oh, on the top side. They found out Centaur corrupted. Get chased here by Toronto Tokyo. Tokyo, of course, doesn't care at all about the blade mail. and we'll just be able to kill him off.
Let's rack though. Let's rack.
Two-man stun coming out here. BKB's there. They'll need a little bit more to finish off Mirror, but they'll get it. But difference, he's just being right-clicked to death. Where is the Oracle? Is he nearby? No, he is not.
No.
He died earlier. Already
Not
used False Promise, so that doesn't matter, though. They don't chase that far on the left track. A little bit cautious, and difference will just leave. So I gives him the tip and says, well, thanks for trying to save me, buddy. I appreciate it.
You have to give credit to one move, though, that they are,
Are scanning.
even under the threat of Aurora's heroes, they're going to such aggressive positions. And at some point, it might be the kill that gives them life in the game. Or they die and, you know, whatever. Aurora wins game 2, right? But the fact that they're still trying to go for these really like, small percentage chance plays, and maybe this one's different, right? Because it's like Centaur getting jumped first and you're just trying to, you know, get a kill you can, right? But they're not just instantly TPing out. Running away from the fight. Kiyotaka throws down the Exo, goes towards Roshan.
Kiyotaka can pretty much solo this if he wants to. But Nightfall going to get involved in the action as well, just to speed things up a bit.
It was an Arcane Rune ultimate, right? We'll be up very quickly.
Quick cooldown.
They have a smoke if they want to on one move, and you have to. I mean, okay, Kiyotaka's showing that he's used Exo in the mid. I was like, maybe you have to assume it's on cooldown, right? But he's like, hi guys, I used the ult for this one.
Yeah, that is true.
The Wolves and Toronto Tokyo, they're getting so much vision throughout this entire game. Multiple ganks have been broken due to the vision from the Alpha Wolves. Even just knowing that they're in a position. And Centaur draws the line for his team. 4 heroes are smoked, Morphling still mid.
Yeah, Panto pinged it. Said attack the Morphling. Utilizing those lovely new pings.
Disruptor's actually, what, 50 gold from an Aghanims. He's already been hitting some stellar static storms. And now if you static storm a Morphling, pre-BKB, pre-anything, it's cheerio, boss. You're out of here.
Absolutely, and they may just find Mirror here. Mirror pretty low after going for the Tormentor and will be cleaned up pretty easily. So, you know, as is tradition, you die for the shard, whether it's by the Tormentor or whether it's by something else. Not 80% likely to die before or after receiving a shard from the Tormentor. That is a real statistic.
Is under
Yeah,
attack.
so where'd you get that one from? Toronto Tokyo?
Statistics.nomad. Hot new website.
Great plug.
Thank you.
Well, that's reveal.
Difference is just straight up dead. Okay. Just way too deep there. Like, yeah, the Oracle exists, but he doesn't have global range on False Promise, unfortunately, for you. And even if you did use it there, I
Imagine.
don't think it's going to make any difference. Yeah, that'd be
Just
cool.
a 25 talent. That would, shard? My god. Should be bonkers.
I think global range, but it has a travel time similar to how Fortune's
okay.
End has a travel time. That's what I'd be up
Okay.
for. It'd be really fun.
No, I mean, you balancing it with travel time, it becomes close to maybe being acceptable. Just global full stop, I'm like, yep, okay.
Like, I'm actually sad. The only thing we have close to like global with big travel time is Skyra, which is also very fun.
Radiant's top tower.
True.
Like, yeah.
Oh, Konkatsu, sorry. Yeah.
Anyway, up the high ground we go. Another day, another exorcism coming on down. That's that Arcane Rune going to work. We've got ourselves a Roshan's banner to aid in this one as well. Look at positioning from Aura here. They're a million miles away from Kiyotaka, smoked up. So if they do try to jump back lines, well, might be in for a rude surprise.
Are fortified.
Everybody out there, watch. This is how you go high ground, guys. Oh my god, they're jumping on the back. They're jumping even further back. Nightfall senses something is wrong. There's a cart out, but nobody's in it. Get in the cart! Get in the cart! Oh my god, he can't get in the cart. I'm not sure they know how this works, but this is just turning incredibly awkward incredibly quickly. They need to leave right now. Eyesight trying to just salvage something from this fight, but it is just not good at all. So I try to get up to the high ground, but Kiyotaka is not leaving them alone. Like, you can blast your damage into Kiyotaka all you like. It's not going to make a blind bit of difference. Eyesight now completely alone. Oracle's going to buy back and see if he can do something here, but this is just an absolute train wreck of engagement here for one move. And Aurora wastes no time in taking advantage of that, going up the high ground, taking these buildings.
Like you said, with no buybacks, what defense can they have, right? Shaman, sure, might buy back just for the fun of it, but this is an inevitable mega creep for the side of Aurora and a clean game 2 to close out the series, to progress them another round of the other bracket.
That was so awkward though, like that to know. He tried to get him inside the little cart, couldn't manage it.
Got something called, couldn't manage it, yeah.
Anyway, Eyesight beaten down now as well. Does have the waveform to get back. Gets healed up by DB3PX. So they might make one more stand here, but Mega Creeps are out. Looking very, very unlikely. Corrupted. Final target here. Stampede being used as well. It's not looking clean. They're running and not even catching this Aegis hero. And by the way, if they do kill her off, she's going to have another exorcism on the second life. So that said, killing on the Panto, pretty big news, and also Static Storm kind of fluffed, so not bad here, but now they're jumping onto Corrupted once again. Corrupted pulls out that little cart, tries to go for a little run, but he's just dead as well. Mira going to buy back into this one. They are wanting to end this game here, Aurora, and they might just be able to. Difference trying to fight up, but Kiyotaka, guess what? He's got a BKB of his own as Toronto Tokyo just taking down everybody. Kiyotaka finally going to die for a second time here, and again, another buyback. They are just not done with them. Grip's going to fall, and GG is called, and that will be the series. Aurora takes it 2-0 over one move. Oh, he's done the cart. Yay.
A much better game too from Aurora there. Even from laning phase, how they're moving on the map. Sure, there's a couple moments where one move get a kill or two, but you could feel that it was Aurora's game, right? Every death led to someone else stepping up. Panto and his Disruptor having an incredible performance throughout this game. The Leshrac kill at the bottom tier 2, constantly finding glimpses and pickoffs. It was a really, really good Disruptor pick, and also play here. I think Panto just doing incredibly well, and yeah, I think it just shows that Aurora's best playstyle is Nightfall on annoying frontlining body, with Toronto Tokyo and Kiyotaka being able to be these little playmakers, be it from scouting with wolves on Toronto Tokyo, or Kiyotaka just kind of throwing himself into the middle of any fight he sees. It is a reason why this team is so scary.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Kiyotaka just kind of playing super actively throughout this game as well, which really allowed Toronto Tokyo to sort of be the big carry in this game, which he's absolutely capable of doing. One thing about Toronto Tokyo is that he's just an incredibly versatile player. One TI as a mid laner, and then ended up moving to the 5. Now he's on the 3. He's happy to do whatever at this point. He's experienced it all, so doesn't mind having to step up and carry from the off lane. Absolutely within his wheelhouse, and what he was able to do this game for sure. 10-0-11, the most net worth in the game. Just playing a really, really nice game on Lycan. But it's not even like he was being like super greedy and not sort of helping his team in any way and just kind of greedy farming. Those wolves were not his. The wolves belonged to the team. It was those wolves were comrades, and they were going around the map. They were seeing everything. They were giving them vision. They were being very, very helpful in terms of the information which Aurora were able to get.
Yeah, it was really, really stellar game from them, and it kind of, I guess, upsets me a bit in regards to one move, because I feel like after game 1 there was an identity on how to beat Aurora. They kind of got taught hey, this type of draft, this type of play, and then going into game 2, their draft really just kind of fell apart. We already had concerns during the draft that the pacing of this game, it's not really theirs. They have to play comeback, and then they pick a Leshrac that kind of fixes the problem. But if we're saying that Leshrac is the problem to the pressure, all Aurora has to do is either dodge the Leshrac or kill the Leshrac, right? I feel like just opening your draft with Shaman Oracle, you're kind of setting yourselves up for a good team like Aurora just to take that all those little pieces and throw them apart. Yeah.
And what was say you said that they learned stuff from their draft in game number 1, which they didn't take into game number 2. What was the big difference between One Move's first game draft and their second game draft?
The first game draft was the fact that Kiyotaka felt like he wasn't the do everything hero, right? You have a Necrophos in mid lane that threatened his farm. Then when Deathwolf wanted to make moves on the map, it was running into a Terrorblade with meta. And you also had Nightfall playing Ursa, who died a couple times, and his game was recovery. Like critically, they were playing recovery, right? And that just wasn't replicated in game 2. They kind of conceded lanes, and yeah, it was rough for them. But Aurora, they continue their stride throughout the qualifier. Even though there's been games where they looked a little shaky, they still don't lose because they're so damn good. And then they're now in the upper bracket final, one best of 3, one best of 5 away from qualifying to TI.
Exactly. The end is in sight. The end of the road to the international is almost in sight now for Aurora. But of course, there is a very big enemy in their way. Most likely to be Na'Vi, but whether that prophecy comes to fruition or not remains to be seen. And we will be finding that out after this short break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a road to the international here in the EEU region, and we are jumping into our final series of the day, and we have Liga coming up against a bit of a raid boss in this region. It is Navi, or at least theoretically a raid boss, T.
Yes, the theory is that we haven't really seen this version of Navi, right? They've made a couple changes over the last couple of months. They think they played like one online tournament, sorry. They added Copy. We don't really have much information with Copy on Navi, so yeah, it really is like a, how good are they, right? But against Runa Team, 31-minute victory, 25-minute victory. They had a clear identity in their draft.
They looked good.
And they look good, for sure. They look like they are a scary team. And for Liga, you know, they dropped a game to the open qualifier team, Kambichata. Sure, they did bounce back in game 2 and 3, but you know, to be an invited team, having some troubles against a open qualifier team is not a good trajectory or a good, I guess, demonstration of your skill to potentially beat the Navis and the Auroras of the qualifier. So, yeah, hopefully for Liga's sake, they have learnt a lot from that series and show their best form.
Absolutely. And you get some nice, lovely stats on your screen there to get a better idea of Liga, how they're playing, what they're doing, and how they're doing it. But yeah, I mean, this is also a team which has sort of been under some shuffles over the year, you know, like they've made some changes here and there. But once again, you know, you can see, of course, Liga, pretty respected organization. They're all together. They're playing hard. This could be a close series. We shall see. Navi have looked like the better team. They are the higher seed, but I'm not expecting full consistency from Navi through these qualifiers. I'd love to see it, but I'm not expecting it. I can very easily see them dropping a game here.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Of course, I think yesterday we saw Copy in very, very good form, right? He was crushing the game on Storm Spirit, a first pick Storm Spirit. Then he played an Ember, and he was like, you know, rallying his supports to be very aggressive. And that is one thing to note with Copy is like he has his good days and his bad days, right? Like he isn't as consistent as other mid laners, but when he is in form, he is so good, right? And yeah, we'll see what they're able to create today.
So let's see how they get into this one. And are Liga considering that first phase Storm Spirit? Because I feel like Navi may well just do it. They had no hesitation doing it. And it's always interesting if they then don't do it in the next series. And it's like, oh, was that a series call? Or if you got like a different idea on how to do it? Like, you know, what's going on here? I always like it when that happens. So we'll see which direction they decide to go in. Raggy, of course.
Radiant team pick.
Always good to see him playing again. Went missing for quite a bit of time. Kind of fell off our radars for a while, but he's back playing in Navi. We'll see what he's able to pull out the bag. And then you have Milan, the coach, next to Boom.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay. We go with the Kunkka in the first pick. I'm kind of torn with Kunkka, where I've seen teams exploit it in the early phase of the draft, where there's like a ancient apparition, so then you don't really get to utilize the buffs, or you get like a lifestealer character. I think there's like a lot of options available to threaten him. So yeah, I personally am not too much of a fan of the opening Kunkka. I think like putting it on second pick and flexing it to the end of the draft is slightly better, but yeah, either way, we'll see what Liga team crafts around it. For now, Navi, they just pick up a tiny, not showing too much. Of course, we can entertain it being in many roles, but we won't bore you to death talking about that. Just keeping the cards.
Yes, we
close to the
will.
chest
Let's
for
get
now.
into it.
God damn it. Okay, Tiny can be the carry, can
Yeah.
be the mid.
Where else? Where else?
Woo.
Yeah, lots of flexibility to open this one up, but could well also just be the copy hero. Could be copy just saying, yeah, just give me this guy. I'll play him. No worries. You mentioned before that copies always feels good when he's just given like one of his strong heroes early on in the draft, and he just goes, all right, I'll get to now plan everything out, see what I need to do. We'll see if he sticks to that as well. I do want to see if Respect stops looking concerned at any point in this draft, or whether this is just like what he's like all the time.
Radiant team back.
Since they started drafting, there he is. He's just looked incredibly concerned about everything. So I'm going to be scared. I'll be honest.
Should I tell you why he looks so concerned?
Mm-hmm.
Because that isn't Respect. That's No Fear the coach.
Oh yeah,
So
that's
the
a coach.
coach-
Yeah.
Yeah, this is his big moment. You know, he's got to do the good drafts. He's got to beat an RV. So all the pressure's on him. This is his time to shine. I actually have no idea where respect even.
Yeah, I was going to
is
say
on the
he's not on
camera.
any of these cameras. which is
Wait,
why it's
he's not on
confusing.
any of the cameras. Yeah,
It's even an
where is the
empty
five
chair
player?
behind Malik. He's just not
Where
allowed
is
in the
he?
room whilst they're drafting.
Yeah. He just says he derails every draft.
Yeah, it's just
They had to
they
get
cannot
specific
control him.
approval.
He's locked away.
Hey,
Be very
admin, I know we're
interesting
meant
if
to
they
have
make
all
it onto
players in the
land.
room. Yeah. Well, you just sat outside the booth at TI. Just
Not allowed out the booth, bro. That's against the rules. Gonna have to
no.
gag him.
They get special permission. He puts
Oh,
all
yeah.
ear defenders on, and
Or he gets his own little soundproof booth inside the booth.
Dire team
I do love the booths at TI actually.
Boothception.
So good.
You know it's TI
Okay.
when the
Yeah.
greenhouses come out.
But Navi, they now pick up the Shadow Demon. Ari did enjoy playing it the other day, and not opposed to it. He loves playing with the max. Oh, sure, he maxed poison, but he's still going for like disseminate and playing on
5 seconds.
damage amps and buff ups. And here, when you have a tiny, let's assume it is just mid lane, the pairing of these two can kill anywhere on the map. Either the tiny finds them, toss them back to the SD, you stack up poison and die, or the SD finds the hero, sets up with the banishment, and then you go for the kill that way. But yeah, it's a lot of damage, and I'm just truly concerned for respect. I just
Seconds remaining.
every time we flip through the cameras, I can't get it off my mind, but it doesn't matter. Liga,
Remaining.
they go for the nature's prophet. We've seen it multiple times.
I'm going to
very
be
annoying
concerned
on
for
the map.
Navi though. If No Fit ever suddenly looks like a weight's been lifted off his shoulders, if he ever goes like and relaxes, I'm going to be like, oh no, Navi
Yeah.
you lost.
The draft is complete.
Yeah, maybe that's it. The last pick comes out and he just floats away, serene as anything.
10 seconds.
Rubik going to be picked up now as well. Yeah, really cannot understate the Shadow Demon pick. Like, it's such a good answer to the Conquer. It's just
Yep.
really, really strong. It's almost like there's a little bit of like not wanting to pick any of these like big scary agi carries into Shadow Demon in case he does go for the highlight points and disruption, and then with the other facet he can take, which gives him illusions, could be really strong. Don't see it often, but it is an option. But of course, I imagine he's going to be promulgating through this one as we have the Warlock coming out.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
Liga team at the moment, they're playing more for like a map skirmishing state, right? Where you've got Rubik, which we don't see too often, but in this game with SD and Tiny, now even Warlock in the mix, you've got plenty of spells to steal, so he's gonna have team fight value. There are some Rubik games where there's not that easy spell to steal. You're kind of locked into only one or two options, but here, plenty of options for him to thrive on the backline. My concern is just what is like their damage and entry to the game after a strong laning. Like Rubik Gunka lane is really good, Prophet laning is good. Like, what do they do after the fact? And sure, the next two picks are going to fix that. And Navi, they go back for the axe. It was a combination they ran in game one of their first round of the qualifier, and yeah, it worked out really well. We already mentioned the Shadow Demon, the stack potential, the aggression with the disruption, the disseminate, and now you put an axe to farm the stack to also follow up the fight. It's super skirmishing, very aggressive, nice well-rounded lineup for sure. And now Liga team are gonna have to find some answers. One, to the axe and laning phase, and two, give purpose to their support duo, because at the moment Kunkka isn't really giving them the aggression that they want to seek on the map.
Yeah, no, they're going to need a little bit more than this, but I do like this from Na'Vi. Like, usually when a team goes for double range support, you'll hit. You've heard it enough times, T-Gaff. No, I just don't like it. It's one of my pet peeves when a team goes for double range
What?
support. But
Really?
yeah, I know.
So,
Listen,
it's a very
chat,
generic, sorry. It's a blind statement to make. There's so many different options of range. But anyway, please, sorry, back to your point.
yeah.
Taken back shook off by your statement.
Indubitably, but there's when I say range support, that's sort of like you can generalize it a little bit. Hoodwink doesn't fall into that category, for example. But
10 seconds.
no, okay.
Go on,
Backline
please.
support. I'm changing it. Okay, we're retconning. Backline
Put
support.
out the fires. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Double backline support, bad. But tiny axe, strong. Frontline, stuns, good.
Yes,
All of a sudden,
yes.
backline support, okay, multiple. Let's have 3 of them. I don't care. But Storm Spirit's going to come out for Liga team, and that gives them a good amount of jump, and should have been predicted, but probably was predicted.
10 seconds remaining.
Again, Shadow Demon's going to be able to help out the Warlock. Warlock's going to be able to help out the Shadow Demon. This is very, very similar to what they did yesterday, which I think it was Shadow Demon and Silencer together, which kind of had the same thing. But then, of course, the team they're against then didn't even try and jump the back line, so it didn't even matter.
Yeah, the critical thing here, where you have the storms for it, does it do enough damage though? Because you already mentioned about helping each other out. The Warlock will probably go for an early Glimmer Cape. So then you have Shadow Word heal, you have the Glimmer Cape for the magic barrier, then you have SD with Disruption, Tiny with Avalanche. Like the early aggression from Storms for it, even though the supports are very, easy to find and grab because, they're just on the back line, just Nature Prophet TP in, gives vision, Storm jumps, right? You're going to find them. Do they have the damage at the moment with just a Rubik and a Kunkka to follow up? Like Prophet and Storm, they're going to be there. But Rubik and Kunkka, it's not as easy for them to find to the back. So, yeah, Liga team, they would love a carry that could also maybe have a bit of repositioning or ways to, execute heroes with speed. And yeah, I like the Lifestealer ban. It will complicate things. Like this is not the perfect Axe game where you're not going to be jumping the Storm Spirit of ease. He should be, in theory, harder to catch. Sure, you might catch him the odd time with a Blade Mail and get the kill, but yeah, if you have to try and kill a Storm and a Lifestealer, then it's going to be a lot of problems.
Dire team ban.
And they ban out a Tide, so respecting the fact that Kunkka could still move to the carry role, and then you get a Tide Hunter, which still complicates the game heavily for Axe. So Na'Vi trying to make sure that Boom can, have good impact on this game, because the first 3 picks, Axe will kill very, very easily.
10
Again,
seconds.
depending on the setup, sure, you can kill Storm, but we will see where they want to go with that one. They do have last pick in the draft as well. Not that it matters. Sure, Tiny can be, flexed between carry and mid, but what does Liga team need? Is the carry Kunkka truly the option that they want?
Dire team pick.
I don't know, but we're going to find out. What is the pick here, Liga team? Carry or offlaner? Carry or offlaner? One thing I would say is that I think Kunkka offlane kind of sounds worse to me.
Remaining.
I think giving a Kunkka carry and then just getting some sort of like big team fight here might. Hell, I know Kunkka gives a bit, but like I always like just see a more cohesive idea on how to kind of play the Kunkka. And right now you don't have it. A carry's not going to give it to you, but something like, yeah, I mean, Tide Hunter would have been great. Maybe Mars, if they want to play that, could be really cool. Something in those regards. But then you kind of set yourself up for counters if you don't pick like a really strong offlaner here either. And Kunkka's kind of hard to counter, so that's kind of a good reason to run it offlane anyway.
Radiant team.
Let's see. They'll just do what they want to do. And there you go, Centaur. All right. Yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense now. So you got yourself a bit of initiation, someone to go in with your Conqueror and kind of sit on the front lines. Storm should hopefully have the space to get to the back lines.
10
And
seconds
you got a
remaining.
nice Stampede to kind of escape the Warlock if you want to, or give your team a bit more strength to go in and also help the Storm out on the back lines if he does get caught out. Maybe it's not quite team fighty enough for me, but it's still decent. How do their lanes look though? I guess we don't know until Na'Vi pick up their carry, which either
feels
they're
like they
about
could
to
just
do or Tiny
Yeah,
carry. Yeah,
I mean, just put the Tiny to mid and pick like a Medusa last pick, right? It puts a lot of
Would've
threat on the
thought so,
Kunkka.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, unless Copy sees a different mid hero that's like, I know I can beat the Storm with this hero who have 0 game, right? But already with the Puck and the Huskar ban, they've kind of protected the mid Storm. But yeah, again, unless I'm missing something and Copy just has a different read on how to just obliterate Storm, I just think put Tiny mid, accept that's just 50-50, and give Uragi the carry of the game. Like, the problem with Kunkka carry is he can be annoying mid to late game, but there are certain cores that he doesn't really do anything against, right? Like Medusa, he doesn't kill. Lifestealer, he doesn't kill. You know, he can kite a lot of carries, but yeah, killing them, he often requires his team. And okay, they go for a Sven. I always
Same
forget
concept.
about Sven, because Sven is, at least in my pub games, with all these annoyingly good Sven players, they just seem to always clutch it up. And we're seeing it in the qualifiers as well. You don't contest a Sven, he randomly gets 3-4 items and now he's killing anyone on repeat. And to the same degree, Respect's back, by the way.
He's back.
Returned. He's back. Yeah, Sven is a nice pick. It uses the farm from the SD and the stacks.
Where did he come from?
It's explosive damage. I don't know. Again, he wasn't on any camera. Like, that's the thing. And now Nofair leaves.
Okay.
Oh,
as
is
he
this
should.
what a mysterious way to leave, just into the bright light in the back corner. It just
I must return
disappeared.
to heaven. Goodbye.
Ah, the draft is done. Yep. God.
All right. Yeah. So, Sven, yeah, as you mentioned, you already kind of talked about it, but yeah, it is another one of those heroes which Kunkka isn't really going to be able to do a whole lot against, and just give you a whole big punch off to start the fights. I also like it when you have one of these transformation heroes. You know, you make sure you get like the Warlock, the Axe. There's plenty of control to go with it. Disruption to keep him alive. Yeah, very much enjoying what Na'Vi have done in this draft. I think. Not sure I'd go as far as to call it an outdraft, but definitely favored Na'Vi this one, I would say. What about you, T?
I am leaning towards Na'Vi in regards to outdraft. I think they just have a lot of layers to their fight, which is super punishing. And I'm just worried that Kunkka can't convert his damage unless they absolutely pop off in the lane. And it's the win 3 lane type logic, right? But yeah, on an even game, I'm leaning towards Na'Vi. So Liga, they're going to have to find some little moments to step up and showcase why they are a potential contender to qualify for TI.
Let's see what you got. See if we can make this 2-horse race a 3-horse race. Well, it's going to be Ari just running up the high ground, immediately seeing the storm. Na'Vi, how hard do they want to go for this? Have they actually got it blocked here? No, they don't quite. And now Boom's actually the one taking a lot of damage back the other way with the Fatal Bonds coming out. Boom's getting low, and he'll be the first one to fall. Malik gets the first blood as they move over towards Respect as well. Respect is getting awfully low here, and he will die as well. Uragi picks up that kill, but now you going on the run. Na'Vi looking for another here. Disruption available, but he's getting under the tower. And that is not something you can dive this early on into the game. So whilst Liga get first blood, Na'Vi get 2 kills.
Yeah, I was so fixated on the fight that I didn't really pay attention to where Copy was. He turned up quite late to the engagement to then throw out a couple tree hits and a tree throw. Maybe if he was earlier to the engagement, we got another kill. But yeah, the Fatal Bonds, it is so strong early on.
Dude,
if
he had gone for Crash Landing, which, by the way, isn't that bad to start the lane with.
it could have been a woof. Yep.
Ooh, Crash Landing, Fatal Bonds, yeah, I'm down for that. But
if you say that to a mid laner, though, they would be very annoyed. Like, I don't level 3, level 1. I don't out deny my opponent. Unacceptable.
Yeah,
but no, of course, crutches. No, I think it's fine. Like, take the tree, play normally, whatever.
No, of course.
But yeah, no, I think the fact that Warlock, any kills early on feels great. Because often you're chasing 3-4 points in Black Grimoire, participate in that amount of kills, and already starting the lane with 2 is going to be very, very good in Respect. Shows himself top, gets disrupted, battle hungered, and already kicked out of the lane to some degree.
Yeah, he's getting his Angus's peppered here very, very early on, as Ari and Boom just becoming very well known for just bullying in these lanes, just choosing one guy and just not leaving them alone. So this will be the case in this top lane as they try to just completely take Respect out of the equation.
That is one of the good things about Ari as a player. Like, once he identifies his hero pool, he likes to really min-max everything. He wants to think about, okay, how do I go aggressive in this matchup? Like, he really, really thinks about everything. And that means that when he's comfortable, he looks so good. Sure, when he's finding his heroes and maybe not as comfortable in a patch, then he can feel like a normal 4 player, but when he's in his stride, in his form, then yeah, he does look very good. Just, of course, as you know from the OG days, there can be the good days and bad days. But at the moment, it's looking good.
Down in the bottom lane, it's Malik and Amarallis laning out versus Uragi and Kaori. Of course, Kaori hitting the level 2, most likely going to take a point in a Shadow Word, and it's probably going to be a pretty chill time down here in the bottom lane. Although, holding the point, yeah, no, we'll throw it down. Amarallis, he's going to block the camp, but Uragi's coming over. If he can get off the Stormhammer, this might be a kill, and he certainly does. Runs over with the Warcry. Kaori, oh, yeah, okay. Does Amarallis die to Roche?
Okay, he's walking
I almost feel bad. I almost feel bad.
Yeah, and he almost feels bad. He doesn't quite feel bad. Salve comes out on the courier, and yeah, this is fine, but Kaori's going to run across and sneak a little bounty rune across, which means that Erase won't be getting himself... Oh, this guy's so annoying.
That's so annoying.
Oh, Respect dead. Up in the top side as the right click comes through. Now he takes down another one. Bullying Respect. It does not stop.
or like it's gonna have to return to bot lane, of course, with this, you know, threat or nuisance of the Rubik. Sorry, Centaur is now level 3, uncontested in the first several waves, and now 12 for 5. And Ari, his aggressive positioning has now put him in a spot of bother, but he's still got a Fairy Fire. Sprout is up in 2 seconds. Move speed advantage to Prophet by 5 move speed, and a pause as well.
Oh my god.
No,
All right, chat. Now's your time.
He's dead. He's
Press
dead.
no. Let them vote. Let them vote. Press
Okay,
1
sure.
if you think that Ari is dead. Press 2 if you think he's going to survive. I'm interested. Are there any believers? Are there any Ari believers here? Any two
So now you need the pause to last long
Right,
enough.
Patrick has voted that Ari is dead.
He's dead. Yeah.
You know what? I believe you guys.
Okay.
Are wrong.
I know
He's
how
living.
Ari lives. I know how he does it. Respect
Yeah.
accidentally sprouts himself because he's so excited at the prospect of sprouting the Shadow Demon due to the pause. He's like, he already knew he was dead, but now the pause, the excitement has increased. You know, he's at the edge of his seat.
But it's
He
like,
double clicks it. Yeah.
his team's like, oh, you've got this kill, right? Like, there's no way you
Yeah,
mess
yeah,
this
yeah.
one up. And he's like, oh.
Here
Starts
it is.
sweating.
Trust me. Look. This unpause.
No,
into
Ari, he's going to immediately
self-sprout.
Iron Branch himself out of the sprout.
That doesn't. Okay.
He's going to do it. First player, the first time it's ever been done. Oh!
Don't go.
Yeah, let's go 2 presses. We win. We win. Suck it, T. Suck it, Patrick. Oh, yeah. It feels good. It feels good.
I think the only way to recover from that one is for Respect to pause and just say keybinds. just make an excuse. Just
Dude, we
something
were.
quickly.
I was right. He choked it. He was like, oh, the second
the pause
guessing
got
on the
him.
sprout. Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, I think he may have clicked on the hero and just lost vision around the tree or something. I don't know. Either way,
Yeah, he walked up the steps and yeah, it's
who could have predicted
shenanigans.
that?
Either way,
He had no time to think, really.
no time to think. Yeah. God damn it. But no, I'm just upset now.
Yeah, I'm gonna start my own Discord and only invite the people that press 2 there. We can just sit there in our
It's
in our
like
glory.
3 of you.
Yeah, all 3 of us. Knowing that
Yeah.
we're smarter than sea of ones, I'm sure, just flooded the chat.
Right, I'm loading up chat. I won't respond, I promise, but my attention is fully
No,
yours.
no
but-
more fighting with
Dyer's bottom tower
Hey, it was a good meme, alright? It was a good meme.
Anyway, mid lane is going to erase, not massively convincingly, but yeah, it's a good start. You trading pretty well on the top lane as well, despite the aggression coming out from Boom and Ari. He's been able to farm pretty well from this on the Conquer. Now we're going pretty aggressively onto Boom here. X marks, Torrent, just good harassment coming out. Boom's going to go for the core just to give himself a bit of armor to make sure he gets away, but he will. On the bottom side, sort of a similar story. Yuragi leading over the Centaur just a little bit, but a little bit less of a lead than the Kunkka has over the Axe. It's Boom who's really struggling in this laning phase at the moment.
Yeah, luckily again, there's already the kind of the comeback mechanisms, right? It's he can skip wave. The Prophet Shaw might be able to follow him and sprout him a couple times. But he should be able to. Okay, nice actual ball here. Just prolonging the time in which Boom gets his creep wave.
Because Respect is here, though, it gives Boom a way to quickly aggro the wave and make sure it doesn't run across. It'll just lose the catapult, which he doesn't really care about.
Yeah, it's all about efficiency now. Grab wave, Ari goes back, make some stacks. You're going to get your phase boots at a nice timing on the Axe. Depending on how the game's going, he might go Blade Mail, he might go Blink if they feel like they need that, but with the heroes they have, Blade Mail would be the better option. You already have initiation for your Tiny. Your Sven naturally leaves lane to go farm jungle, so it's not as if you have this like requirement to match your timings with a carry that also wants to be aggressive. Yeah, just sit back, hit some creeps, and try and get as many levels as possible. That's where Liga need to kind of find a way to help the Storm Spirit out. They haven't done that so far. The 6-minute rune. No support really helped out. The mid lane copy just gets the haste rune for free.
Yeah, that feels a little bit illegal.
Yeah, a smidge. 'Cause in regards to like playmaking, when Centaur's in one lane and Kunkka's in the other, your playmaker is only ever going to be the Storm Spirit, right? And leaving him by himself is not really going to enable your team to feel good.
I like how Ari considered going for the disruption there onto Boom as he got X marks, and it's like, actually, it's actually just level 1 torrent. Like these carry punkers are so like ineffectual. It's like, going for some stack steals here now. Copy and
Ragi's
Yuragi.
too late. Look at him. He's
Yeah,
like,
he's
"Guys,
like,
I'm
oh, what's going on here, guys? Mind if I
He didn't get a
get
single
in on
CS,
this
by the way.
action?
I only saw purple and blue numbers. I didn't see a single yellow number. Maybe I'm colorblind, but still. I don't think Yuragi got anything for walking over.
So, purples, copies. Oh, TP in here, a raise. He's looking for something, but Copy's gonna give him the toss and the avalanche and just punish him for being a bit cheeky. Take his mana, maybe even send him back to base again. Oh, he has to go back to base again. That's gonna suck. It looks like he probably will.
Okay, the real question is, do you think after this game, do you think like the Na'Vi support team will nitpick that and go, why didn't Copy toss back to the Axe, who sure had cooldown for 1 second, but they had disruption on the SD. You could have then disrupted the Storm and then had cooldown. You know, like, do you think they'll nitpick every little detail of that engagement there where Storm lives?
I feel like a coach
or-
probably.
Yeah, maybe.
If he sees.
I mean, the
that-
social media manager. I don't think that they're
Oh,
coming in
right.
going,
Yeah, no, I see.
doing a little
Social
tweet.
media Dude, if my social media manager comes in and starts like selling to my players, like, hey guys, you missed that one. They are gone. They're out of that door. Unless they're really funny, then they're gone.
Oh god. No, I meant in general. I mean, obviously we know that Milan's coaching, but I don't know how many other people that there might be. Nowadays, there's always seems to be like an analyst and a coach and a second coach and a whatever.
Analyst to analyze the analysis. I'm the coach of the coach.
Harry
The
though,
coach.
grabbing with it.
Spiritual coach. We're gonna get a spiritual coach in Dota. I want to see some crystals in that drafting room. Someone just going around and rubbing crystals on everybody's heads at the start of the game. Like, ah, yes, I'm empowering you to win this game. That'd be
I'm
hype.
sure there's been some coaches like that before. Probably not around for a reason.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, some tarot card readings. Oh, yeah. I want to pick Storm, spiritual coach. Should we go for it? Let me. Oh no, it's the Knight of Cups. That's bad.
The PI winning Magic 8 Ball draft.
Dire's middle tower.
Mid lane getting pressured. Courage throws down the golem.
Maybe I'll find my tarot cards for the next game. I'll draw a card to predict the draft for you guys. See if it works. Oh, why is there a storm hammer going across there? Okay. I don't know if everybody saw that or just me, but
Throwing onto the Sven didn't hit, and then follows over. Onto the Centaur, sorry.
Dire's
Okay.
bottom tower.
Storm Spirit is sitting top lane. Boom is half HP. Torrent hits, and the Storm connects. Boom is dead.
Radiant's top
he certainly is. Nice moves from the Storm. Big movement. Even though nobody helped him in lane, he still comes to help out the side lanes. He makes a rotation. What a hero. Ray's truly the better player.
Okay. Just to update you, it's a 50-50 on the
Yeah, I know.
average
It's
survival.
up on the side.
Radiant's
The thing is, when it's so obvious, it kind of like flips back to being 50-50, which is always
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
funny.
Oh, get the Discord open. There's
Yeah, big
a
party.
couple.
lads.
Yeah, it's a big party. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. It's open mic, by the way, straight into the stream. So jump in while you can. Next, farming up the stacks. Blade Mail will be completed 200 gold. And Boom not having the best start to the game does mean they're kind of sitting on the back foot. Of course, the way Na'Vi played the previous Ats game was like win the lane, he runs through the enemy jungle, like being super annoying. Sure, he goes back to farm the odd stack, but he was reminding them, hey guys, my lane was good. This time, he is playing in a more defensive position. And yeah, Ari has to give away the level 3 poison to the Rubik. Of course, pretty much the spell that you'll give away every single time to the Rubik.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, 3 and 2 is no big moves being made by the team. We just had that one kind of move up to the top lane from a race so far. Didn't get a whole lot done other than that, but you know, they're just kind of biding their time. I think has his armlet complete, and with that, they are going to smoke up here.
Yeah, I actually like the fact he went armlet. Some carry Kunkers just go for the Radiance, but in this game against Sven, big physical damage burst. Armlet's quite nice. Being a strength hero, you do gain from the bonus strength, gives you more damage, so you get base damage plus the strength damage. Okay, another current onto the SD.
Yeah, goes for the naked jump, and that does work out, but the boat kind of comes flying on through, doesn't really connect, and it's Kaori who goes down instead, but they'll move over towards the Tiny, and Tiny, well, he's out of life. Stampede gets used, and they'll bring him down. Nice moves out from Liga, just bringing everybody to the middle lane and trying to break this game apart, get this stalemate over with.
Yeah, I respect the speed in which they're making the aggression. Right? During the draft, I mentioned that Kunker and Centaur often are more kind of static side lane cores, but Liga, they don't care about that. They are still trying to bring them into the game, and when you bring 5 heroes mid, and Axe is, I mean, Sven's farming and whatnot, like you are going to be able to get the kill. So really nice rotations from Liga. 7,500 net worth.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's doing incredibly well. And I'm not really expecting Na'Vi to be too crazy on the map, right? Until Blade Mail and Blink is completed on Axe, they do need to chill on Malik. Get very close to the tower and copy with the Blink dagger, then toss back underneath the tower.
Yeah,
Way up
Blade Mail
first,
and
yeah.
stun coming out as well. Amaryllis coming in from the sidelines as well. Nice toss back. It's going to give Malik all the space he needs to survive this. And in fact, there is coming through the gate here. And it's a courier,
coming
just
through the
kidding. Fading out a little bit as Copy still looking for his quarry, and he is going to find it eventually. One more click will be required. Kaori delivers as the disruption comes out, cancelling the TP out from the Rubik here as well. Amaryllis also going to fall. Chum comes in to try and save his chum, but in the end just ends up being another one in the chum bucket.
And the Storms for that entire time was jungling, so he couldn't TP the tier 1 tower, and because of that, the Kunkka also didn't take the twin gate. The Rubik's Courier did, but the Kunkka was like, you know what, this is not my fight to take, and maybe if Storm had more resources, that would have been a different fight, but yeah, Na'Vi can be very happy that they eventually did kill off the Centaur, and then the Rubik. Gave Boom just enough time to get within 300 gold of his Blink Dagger. And the Blink Blade Mail. Kunkka or Storm, if he catches either of them, should be a kill. His team is behind him. Sorry, use your Polywog boss, get that health going. Oh no, it's Centaur.
over.
That doesn't mean anything yet, just... I saw Centaur appear on screen, I was like, oh, the Svet. Oh, that's not a that's a Centaur. Very, very different narrative here.
Yes, other man with big weapons.
Yes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At the moment, Conker farming very, very well for himself. Honestly, Liga, fantastic start to the game. Like, this is a start you can play off. They do need to make plays, but, not at any, great pace. They're not on some giga timer. They can hit their timings and look to go, but, yeah, definitely on the rails to have a pretty good game here. Of course, as time goes on, we'd expect Yuragi to start to take over if the Conker doesn't start to get involved in some kills. And Amaryllis once again dropping down on the bottom side again.
Kaori does not mess around with these golems. They're going on to a Rubik, and they already have the Avatos, the Sven in the air, saying, yeah, we're going to golem them too. That does secure the tower, and does enable Kaori to farm up the next wave.
Radiant's middle tower.
Utility items should be available on the Warlock. He is so freely using the golem to farm up in the early game.
Yeah, I think that is a big part of using Golem early on. Like, sometimes it looks a little bit trigger happy, but if you've got an objective to take with it as well, then it becomes super value. And then some, but then I'll say this, and then the next time we'll see it, and it will just be in the middle of the Radiant jungle. I'll be like, well,
I don't think it's that extreme, but yeah, it is very good. I mean, an early Glimmer against Storm Turret really breaks him. Right? Having that magic barrier, 300 magic barrier, that's now probably a quarter of the Storm's mana pool to get off a remnant, to do the damage, and to it's just rough.
yeah, it's not a game where you're allowed to sit around, sit on a support, waiting for them to come out of windows, waiting for the shield to run out, anything like that. And now, well, heal and disruption coming out. Is the disruption going to last long enough to survive the boat? It is, and Amaryllis has already done the sidelines. Copy jumping in onto a Raze. Raze has plenty of mana to work with, though. It's going to be able to get back away with the zips. He is gone. Conker also leaving this engagement as well, so it's just going to be another cheeky kill onto the Rubik.
The entry to the game for Yuragi, pretty much, right, in regards to the big blink reveal, but they only get the Rubik kill, and maybe they turn into a tier 1 tower top, knowing that Godstrom's going to be on cooldown. does give Liga a timing of their own, right? Especially because the Centaur is so big. And actually, oh, okay, he was going to go for the Blink Dagger, but opted just to go for a full pipe. So we are going to be looking at going to take 18-minute pipe on the Centaur. Look at Uragi, man. Yep, I see the TP.
Just camping this Rubik, who's just been killed over and over again. Stop it, man.
no.
1 and 4 now on Morales. And Morales getting absolutely shut down.
The entire game from the Rubik has felt like he's on the fringe of just dying relentlessly, right? Like, he gets stunned from the Sven in the laning phase, like he barely lives, and then he gets caught by the Sven in the river. It is a slippery slope for the Rubik. Yep.
Such a nice guy as well. Like, dude, do you know what an amaryllis is?
I have
Call it
no
an
idea.
amaryllis in this country. It's a flower. It's a lovely flower. And that's actually the name of his mother's favorite flower, which is why he's called that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that was an interview at Pijo Valahia, was it not? By a...
It was indeed.
And it was when we had the...
Season
Okay,
3.
I was gonna make a bad joke there, but no.
Jump in
No, that's good
on
content.
to you, and yeah, he's gone. Conker taken out of the equation. That is a pretty big kill. Violent does not want to be dying like that on the Conker.
This courier has been killed.
Yeah, it's gonna stall out the game, especially because the Kunkka had complete free farm, top net worth, and his team's kind of dying around the map, and then he also eventually does get picked off as well. Navi, their lineup is built around pickles, and they have to ward. They see the Sven, they pop the God Strength, and
Yep, a lot of damage coming in his way. They won't be able to respond to this one, at least before the Sven dies, but maybe they can get a bit of revenge after he dies. Golem coming down onto both the Rubik and onto Malik, but they've got the Stampede to start to get themselves out of this one. Turn around, but Copy, he's there with a big catch onto the two of them. Malik turns around, who stop onto two. Erase, he's waiting for an opportunity here, but it's just not showing itself. They're too close together. Na'Vi holding hands and reminiscing over their fallen Sven with 2 big kills.
Karo instantly runs to the high ground. He goes, yep, obviously there's a ward here. They just jumped our Sven with ease. And
Under
yeah,
attack.
it's cool to see a team, especially when you... oh, Ari, hold. Yep, he's fine. Nope. Now to shop. Okay, yeah, he's fine.
I'm going to even bother casting spells or anything. Wow.
Whatever. Congrats, yeah. Again, this was my concern when I see Kunkka get put into the core role. Into the carry role specifically, sorry. It's like, sure, you get the centaur pick that you want, you're going to have like a good lane for the Rubik, but what happens when the game develops and you're expecting your carry to be able to kill the enemy carry? I'm just not seeing it at the moment, unless Centaur and Storm or finding the perfect jump, like what we saw there. But how many times in a game are you expecting Uragi to be perfectly jumped at the start of a fight and no help to be there, no SD save, no nothing?
I was literally just about to criticize Boom of not really having that killer instinct. Like, we saw Storm rock up in the top lane, farm a wave, and then he just runs to the portal and starts TPing across the map, and I was like, what is this? Isn't the Axe I know and love. But Boom, one step ahead of the game, knew that the Storm wasn't a kill, but the Prophet absolutely was, and gets himself a solo kill. Excellent stuff. Smoke up. Na'Vi once again looking to see if they can catch out anybody in this top area of the map. They won't, but guess what, friends? It's 20 minutes. It's time to take down this big old cube.
Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it?
Ari. Easy.
Easy. Yep.
I'm not missing today, Tigo.
That's true. Well, other than the first game of the first series, but let's not talk about that. Got him!
Let it go.
Nope.
It's the orphanage,
all
I
the
swear.
real TI Eastern European close qualifier fans who are here for every single game.
Cool.
Or casters. Or caster, it wasn't.
Morales. Why have they picked Wall of Rubik this game? What does
Sorry, say Warlock or Rubik?
Rubik? Stormhammer? Is that why?
Rubik did get a bit more popularity in the recent event, the online event that we had. It's also from Eastern European teams. So it could just be like a regional thing where they just like it. But yeah, it's not, again, not because Stormhammer so was picked after the Rubik, but there is a Warlock and an SD and a Tiny in the game, right? Like, you could argue if a Tiny gets Avalanche, it's his fight. Sorry, if a Rubik gets Avalanche, it's his fight to win. If he steals Disruption, then he could counters the Axe, right? Like, on paper, Rubik often should have a good fight. The issue is with the hero, you rarely get to like Eighth Lens, you rarely get to the items that enable you to always get your good spell still, and with a Sven, Axe and Tiny, you show yourself for a millisecond, you are going to get jumped, and yeah. On paper it always looks good, in practice, not so much. Let's copy with the shield rune and the DD rune. Finds Malik with the lift up.
He's a little bit of a monster right now. Big toss back onto Malik, forcing out the Stampede, but Yuragi's there to play catch. Does manage to get off the Stormhammer, and now the Stampede runs out, but Yuragi not quite ready for it, but does chase him down regardless. Gets them the kill. But now, there comes the X-Marks coming out, but Ari's there once again. Disruption's coming through, and now the turnaround, but Yuragi's still in trouble. Boom in with the big call, though, coming onto the two of them, forcing them back, and maybe grabbing themselves a kill onto the Kunkka. Some nice toggles, buying him some time, but he is not going to get out of this one. Violent will fall. They won't get the storm, but still massive fight and keeping Yuragi alive crucially.
It's only going to get worse when Sven picks up the Daedalus. Anyone who gets hit by a stun will probably just get 2 hit. That is the power of Sven, especially having 14,000 gold at the 23-minute mark. Heroes get deleted. And yeah, you know, the Centaur, he's able to, you know, buy a little bit more time in that fight, get a bit further away, but there just wasn't enough damage, just not enough follow-up for Liga team. You see just the difference in the kind of the mid-game timings for Na'Vi. The Avalanche, the toss, the resets, the Sven, the Godstone damage, and you know, the Axe hitting, you know, multi-hero calls with the Blade Mail. Harry did a decent job at keeping the Sven alive. Sure, still gets hit by the boat, but because of Boom's follow-up, there wasn't a vortex, there wasn't anything on top of Yuragi to keep him inside that tower to get any additional damage. And for Liga, you could argue, so close to maybe finding a turnaround, but for Na'Vi, it was just a really, really strong fight, and they're going to want to replicate that. There's no reason for them to really sit back. Sure, got it on cooldown, but every time
Poppy and Arrays
go,
just
go.
kind of finding each other now. A toss over to Ari, though, and Ari kind of messes up a little bit. Couldn't get off the disruption, and he'll get away on the storm.
And off they go. And I'm expecting Na'Vi to be, every time you see Hero go at Hero, right? Like there's no reason to chill. I mean, Copy went for boots of travel, right? Like of course he bought that second item pretty much, and it's working out. But they are underneath a ward right now. They have yet to deward that. The sentry's on cooldown in SD's inventory, so he wants to deward, but
Oh, that's a really big zip from the storm, but with respect to back him up, who's just picked up this Orchid, there will be an easy kill onto Ari. Do they still want to fight here, Na'Vi, without their support? I don't think so.
I mean, they can if they get the jumper. That's going to be pretty annoying for Ari, right? Like, when you're a support player, you put your sentry into your inventory knowing there's a ward, and then you have to sit there for 6 seconds like, do I want to sit here and de-ward? You know, and then he gets jumped. So it feels bad, man.
We've all been there. Still a good game for Na'Vi. 5k gold up. Yuragi absolutely farming up a complete storm. He's got his inventory pretty full. At some point, he's going to swap out this this Quelling Blade and jump out into Boom. Boom. I mean, he doesn't love being initiated on like this, but, well, he does if it gives Yuragi a chance to just annihilate the Rubik. The Rubik Center is gone, and there's an ulti coming out from Kaori along with the Cool. It's a lot of damage. The Golem plus Boom coming in, and now Copy once again there to catch out Malik. Malik just cannot escape, and Yuragi, he is not done. Chasing and chasing and chasing onto this Conquer. Cool's going to be there as well. No TP for you. Culling Blade coming down, and that's going to be 3 dead on the side of Liga, and into the Roche Pit they will go.
I don't think League can take the 5-on-5, right? Like, what is their kill threat? The Sentinel jump, the Storm jump, like, there just is no damage, especially when Yuragi has the positioning that, you know, boom, he just walks up the high ground, he's like, you know what, boys, I'm a max, do what you want, and then Rubik puts out one spell, a single spell into the fight, and then a millisecond later, Yuragi's like, you picked Rubik, mate, don't forget, you're dead. Like,
One Echo Saber, and he is out of there.
You see the boom walks
Yeah,
up,
this is
of
3
course.
crits as well, so pretty insane. Yeah, literally 1-2 gone.
But that's because, to be fair, like the way Na'Vi took that fight is commendable in the fact that they aren't getting carried away by feeling they're in the lead. Sure, they kill Storm after the replay.
Ooh.
You know, that's going to be a very, very good pick-off between Yuragi and Copy. But the way they take that movement, right? Boom walks up the high ground. They know the SD Warlock's behind. Yuragi holds the tree line position. Like, they aren't just randomly walking up the high ground as 3-4 heroes, you know, just talking to each other, right? That is like the discipline of taking that fight, even though it's like a small move. It shows that Na'Vi are always thinking about, okay, what's the optimal way to enter this area? Now they kill Storm bottom, they find the kill for mid. He is put up for 9 seconds. And Stampede, he will be getting away. Oh,
Although Malik's actually going in. He wants to finish off Ari here, and he's going to be able to do that as respect. He's just out. Boom. Doesn't quite land the Berserker's call.
that's a missed call.
Radiant's
Yep.
top tower is under attack.
If that was a Mar, you already know his quick buy is going to Gleipnir.
Yeah. I like Gleipnir Axe. I think it's funny.
I like the fact that your 5th and 6th item on Axe can be anything you deem is necessary for the game. Let's word it that way.
Yeah, true. Now it would be bad, but get it later on, and maybe
Yeah,
we're looking at something more.
More fruity.
Yes. How close was it? I mean,
That looks pretty close.
I mean that looks.
That looks pretty close. That was
You saw the little line there.
that line was inside
We
another
get
line. That
VAR.
was, yeah.
Off back onto Violent.
I've seen this before.
Is
in the
in
replay.
a bit of trouble, yeah. Where's the Stampede? Should be coming off any minute now. Uh-oh, doesn't have it. He's dead. Yuragi gonna chop him up. That's a big death onto the Conquer here, and that's one of those deaths which is really just showing that this game has turned from a good game for Na'Vi into a sort of closing this one out, or at least starting to.
And they already look at the bottom, right? You got Yuragi drawing on the minimap, Copy TPing. They find the stones for it, but there's no one
They
else in the
don't
neighborhood. Oh, okay, yep.
Nah, he's got
There he is. But that is where Yuragi's kind of being like a conductor, right? It's like he's farming the triangle, but still he's like saying, guys, I'm here. They have to be down there. You know, he's telling Copy, go look for them, that hero. Don't allow them to farm those couple of counts. Even if they don't get the kill, just shoving, you know, Liga back into their base is going to feel, you know, very, very good. Of course, you can't always do it, right?
Curry
Nature's Prophet.
killed.
He TPs them back in after the fact and takes the farm, but still Na'Vi 9,000 gold lead. Trying to go through the motions to
Radiant's
trying to
top
close out
tower
this
is
game.
under attack.
Be close to each other. Don't allow anyone to get picked off. Choke out the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Push coming through into the bottom lane. And this one's going to go down with ease. No Godstone required. Poppy's there with the tree. As Erase is dead on the... Oh, wait.
Yep.
Why?
Yep.
How? And who?
So Axe jumped in with a Blink Blade now.
Uh-huh.
Ari then put some poison on him with a Demonic Purge. And
Wow.
then Boom used the ultimate, i.e. Cunning Blade.
Ooh.
Even though it wouldn't do the kill, he did the 575 pure damage. So then Ari can pop him the poison pre-zip.
Yeah,
Quite the combination between the two players of the offense.
indeed. Yeah, that'll kill him.
Yeah, and after that, they instantly smoke up and they're going to find the Kunka. They are just playing this map beautifully, finding different heroes across the map, getting constant pickoffs. Now the Storm obviously was dead, now you've chained that to a kill. They're mass TPing from the base, with Coyote's pushing with a Golem and a Tiny.
Kaori is pushing with a golem and a time. How Copy is just demoted to Kaori's minion now. Unlucky, bro. Oh, well, toss back. His minion's doing good things at the moment. Malik drawn back into the span, and bye-bye, sir. That big old sword doing crazy things as they'll kill off Amaryllis as well. And yeah, this has gone from bit of an outplay to an absolute smackdown. Liga, they've really fallen apart in this one. It's just, I mean, partly it's due to the draft, right? Like, Na'Vi have 3 heroes which can kind of jump and find kills. When they get into a position where all of them are having a great game, it's just going to feel impossible, so... Liga.
I said it once, I'll say it again. I don't like the 8-pick Kunkka. I mean, Kunkka is a hero that you see a couple of key aspects of information, then you present the Kunkka as a problem in the draft. But opening it up, you provide so many ways to counter it. The Shadow Demon for disruption, the Sven for the outscaling, the Warlock and the Tiny for the pacing of the game. The first pick Kunkka really just fell into the hands of Na'Vi and was like, sure, please have 15k net worth, but that's all you're going to have this game. You're not going to have anything else. Especially not a mid or bottom Rex.
Harry pings the arcane rune twice and then blinks on it to take it. Okay, bro. $15k net worth up for Na'Vi. They are looking great here. Liga, what is the play? Well, smoke out, see if anybody comes from mid. Nope, no one's here. Tormentor is up, so they should have an idea about what's going on, and they do. They're heading over. Aori gonna grab himself a shard. Some more imps to play around with. They're approaching Liga, but I just don't think they want to approach Na'Vi when there is 5, and they kind of know they are. They have enough information. They're thinking about it, though. They are considering this as their ward gets killed in front of their faces.
So what if they 100-0 Sven and no one on Na'Vi presses the spell? Very unlikely, but I think that's the only comeback option as Malik aggroes the creeps and
what? Reveals everybody. Okay. Not how I thought they were going to start this one, but maybe it works. Who knows? Let's see. Ray's jumping into the backlines, trying to kill off Kaori and doing an absolutely terrible job at it. Cannot do a thing. Meanwhile, Golem gets dropped in the middle of everybody. Slow down Malik's approach. Boom. Just jumping on top of Respect, and Yuragi comes over and deals the damage. Copy deals with Amarellis in the meantime. A jump back, but once again, Copy, he's just always there. He's got his number. Erase will be able to zip out of this one for now, and he's getting kind of low on Copy, but meanwhile, Violence is being chased by Boom and Yuragi, and there's the Cull coming in to put an end to his game. Malik trying to fight it up, but he cannot do it all. Boom takes him down. Another culling blade coming down from the axe. And Yuragi, he's looking in for more, and he's finding more. A buyback from the Rubik just to take a sword to the neck again. He's out of here. Die back onto the Rubik. And Liga, I don't think there's a whole lot left in the paint can.
We'll see if Storm and Centaur can 2v5 potentially with the Prophet, but I'm just being blindly optimistic for the sake of the cast. Yeah, Na'Vi, they're winning game 1, boss.
The Rays found this regen lane, zipped all the way out and zipped all the way onto the top lane. They'd probably not kill anybody and die with no mana, but it would be cool. Alright, well, I'll be playing into Megas, but it'll be one more fight for Liga. They don't want to call it yet.
Ooh, they tried to get for the jump. 3-man storm. That's about it. Yuragi is low. Mega's retained.
Demonic Cleanse, a little bit of Shadow Word as well. Boom jumps in with the call. Down goes Erase again. Copies there, just dealing the damage as well. Onto the back lines. Respect will go along with Violent. Again, trying to get Yuragi, trying to catch him. But he does pop the God Strength once again. It's off cooldown.
Stun in 3.
Yeah, let's see. Harry. Is he actually going to die here? Will the team let him die? No, they will not. Jumping in again. Boom's there with the call. Nobody can die on the side of Na'Vi. They won't let them. He's going to drop as well as Violent will fall. And finally, there it is. GG, well played. They wanted to give it one more go. The Oxford try, but it's not quite enough. GG is called as Na'Vi take game number 1, 35 minutes in.
Na'Vi, they're looking to be a pretty strong team, right? Like, I mentioned it in the cast, like the idea of like how they walked up that high ground, like Axe walking up first, Sven holding a different position to the supports, ensuring they weren't clumped up, like the small plays like that. And then when you fast forward like 10 minutes, the fact that you have Yuragi farming the triangle, telling them to go find the storm, they kill the storm, then they find another pick off, smoke towards top, kill the Kunkka. Like, these are the motions of a team that have an identity of their playstyle. They want to be aggressive, they want to break the map, and I think that's a really good sign for a team that wants to try and qualify for TI, because you're making your stamp in the qualifier as a team that has a clear playstyle. I think I'm yet to see another team, obviously outside of Aurora, but we already know that they have an identity, right? I'm yet to see another team in this qualifier to have made a game look as if it was their game. And now that we've covered, this is our third game of Na'Vi, our second series, I am looking at another team that really is a true contender to qualifying for TI, because this was just impeccable stuff. Sure, in the highlights you might see the odd kill from Liga, but again, I'm not expecting like 0 deaths on the side of Na'Vi, right? But the way that they played the map was really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And the punishment as well, you know, it feels like every time Liga went for a play, they'd have to trade like 2-3 heroes, even when the game was relatively even. Like, you go and kill the Sven, look at the cost here. It's a Rubik and it's a Centaur, and that was kind of the story throughout the game. It was always going to cost them. Even their Kunkka was dying an absolute ton in this game. Being focused down, sure, but you know, it's a carry. You've got to expect that. And they just did not really take any prisoners on the side of Na'Vi. And yeah, I love what you're saying about the identity as well, especially for these players. Almost everybody on this team has been sort of maybe getting to a few events, but never really kind of looking like they're absolutely clicking or they're absolutely looking fantastic. You know, like Nouns, for example, they had some great moments. They were, you know, dominating the NA region for a bit, even able to beat out Shopify at the end of the year. But again, just never really clicked, never really found that formula which worked for them. And I think that can be said for pretty much all of these players. You know, Kaori on Quest, Boom, I think he was on Secret for a while as well, Ari on OG, but now they all come together and, you know, maybe this is the start of something great for them. Maybe they've sort of found a formula which works between them. That remains to be seen. Still a long way off, and Liga, not the toughest opponent, but we're seeing the starts of what could be a pretty good team and definitely a real contender for this TI slot, which is exactly what I want to be saying at this point into the tournament. You know, I didn't want this to be the full Aurora sweep, and at this point, I think we're all starting to have doubts about that. So good stuff from Na'Vi so far. Let's see what they can do in game 2, T.
Yeah, it's of course now finding consistency, right? It's like they need to try and find ways to continue replicating that, and maybe we are seeing some of the best strategies that Na'Vi want to show us at the moment. Maybe, again, I'm expecting them to have more, but, you know, Boom, Axe, a couple games in a row now. Ari playing the SD. They've used Axe and SD to win out a couple of their games. Again, we've only seen 3, so that's quite a large, you know, a stat in regard to the hero they're playing. So I think for Na'Vi, they need to start, at least in this series, expect their kind of some of their specialties of the qualifier to start getting banned out. And for Na'Vi's sake, have a plan B, have a plan C ready, because you need to have depth to be able to play up against Aurora. And of course, Liga, they're going to need to try and, you know, find some solutions to deal with Na'Vi, because in game 1, it was not close.
Absolutely. Well, let's find out how close it is in game number 2. We've got a short break, and then we'll be back with the second match in this series. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, good friends, to the road to the international. We're here in the Eastern European region. We're into game number 2 of Na'Vi versus Liga. And Liga, you know, they're a ragtag bunch. They've come together to try to take a TI slot here, at least try their very best. But their best was not quite good enough against Na'Vi. Or maybe, just maybe, they haven't shown us their best yet. And that's still to come in game number 2. I'm still not counting them out, you know, T. They're a good team. They got some solid players. And Na'Vi, you know, I'm expecting at some point for this consistency to drop. But so far, so good from them.
Yeah, I think the consistency will drop when a team kind of forces a draft more towards Boom not being on like comfort. You know, Boom playing Tidehunter on Axe. Like, these are some of like the staples where he has looked good on throughout his like previous teams. And, you know, maybe if they can find a way to, you know, punish the offlane duo of Na'Vi, and then now the big annoyance of Ari and Boom on the map won't be there. And not only that, Copy, he's having absolutely stellar games. The Storm, the Ember, the Tiny, 3 very active mid laners, and he's, you know, trying to break the map as early as possible. So, you know, if I was a team trying to go up against Na'Vi, I'd try and punish the laning phase of Boom, try and just force him to play comeback, and then don't allow Copy like every rune to be able to read the map perfectly, right? It's like stop the mid pressure, stop the offlane, and then try and play out the game from there.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you need to choose something to break. Because last game we saw like 1 or 2 ganks. Yeah, I think there was an idea about breaking Yuragi, about putting pressure onto the Sven. Didn't really have it. And nobody in the early game was really pressured at all. It's partly due to their lanes looking a little bit funky. And ultimately, everybody's kind of had a game on Na'Vi in a game where you didn't want everybody to have a game. And I think these heroes could have been shut down. Like, Sven doesn't take... I mean, Sven's fine playing from behind, but Axe hates playing from behind. Tiny hates playing from behind. And neither of these 2 heroes were kind of prioritized. So you kind of just had 3 heroes doing whatever they wanted, which is always pretty illegal. And it's interesting as well, isn't it? Because you can kind of say the same thing about Na'Vi. Like, they didn't really pressure anyone in particular. They were mostly just killing Rubik over and over again. They didn't really focus on any one particular hero. Like, the Kunkka didn't have much of a game, but that was mostly by his own volition. So it just kind of comes down to the draft, comes down to how they're able to enable their heroes and the sort of game plan, which didn't really work out for Liga there.
Yeah, man. Okay, Na'Vi with the Kunkka ban. Okay, to be fair though, my statement about Kunkka does hold true. Where Liga being second pick, Kunkka does look a lot better than a first pick Kunkka. So I like the fact Na'Vi do ban it out, as it is a comfort hero for Liga clearly, and they're now in the pick order to correctly utilize the hero compared to the 8 pick where you just get outflexed.
Yeah. You got to look at all of the options here, and also they probably have an idea of what they want to first phase here, and you know, if they don't want to take certain heroes or they don't want to give them Kunkka and then allow them to ban out the Shadow Demon, something like that, things can get a little bit awkward for Na'Vi. So I respect that, and it's a sign of a good drafter as well. If you just beat a hero and then your plan's going to change for game number 2 because you're no longer first pick, and therefore you should, if it's important to ban that hero, you ban that hero. So
I think at first and second pick, the drafts are very different. Like, your identity does drastically change, and they pick up the Batrider. Very, very, very strong laning hero. I had the fun of playing against Ari Batrider earlier this morning, and let me just say, it wasn't fun. Lane was not good. Well, luckily, we won the game, but my golly gosh, was it so annoying. Like, you have... he went for Stoked in that game, so bonus Moosied and Magic Camp when you're using Firefly, but yeah, he stickies you in lane, he throws... what was it? I forgot the name of the second spell. Flame break. There we go. Flame break on top of you, and yeah, just a lot of damage. And of course, BKB piercing stun throughout the entire game. Very fun to play on, but yeah, very strong laner.
yeah, he's a bit of a monster, this Batrider hero at the moment. And playable as a core as well. We haven't seen a ton of it, but it is possible. See if Na'Vi end up doing that.
10 seconds remaining.
Could be a flex pick is all I'm saying. Liga, they'll get their hands on the Tiny this time around. Copy. I don't think I've ever seen Storm get tossed post-zip as many times as in that last game. Like, I don't know. Copy had his number for sure.
When you are a Storm player yourself, you kind of know the mindset of a Storm will zip this far to manage the mana to ensure he can continue the fight. But, you know, so like Copy clearly had the read of, when we're fighting, I know exactly where you're going to zip, based on the fact that this fight is going well, going badly. Like, it was just, yeah, really good positioning from Tiny.
See, it's a part of the game where if you're being read too much, you know, you need to kind of either push your brain
Use
into
all your
overdrive or
mana.
just turn it off a bit. Yeah, just all right. I'm just gonna zip back to Fountain and TP back into the fight. Screw it. Become a herald, then no one can predict what you're gonna do next. Become like chat.
Wait, hold up. That's
Hold up.
mean.
True though.
Isn't the average MMR of Dota like 2.5k or something?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Okay, sure. Good chat.
I mean, there's different ways to calculate that sort of thing. I think that's always a stat which is going to be kind of cursed because it's like, well, how many people are regularly playing? Is this counting people that have like one game a year, or what are we talking about here? Or inactive accounts? Or
All right.
there's
got
too
it here.
many factors.
The average MMR based on current accounts in Dota 2 is Archon 1. I have no idea what MMR that is, sorry, but
I think I think that's about 2.5,
okay.
maybe 2.
The Archon 1 in chat is like, how dare you? It's 2.6. They've been fighting
2.6, yeah. Hey, when you get down there, trust me, when you get down there, every little bit of MMR counts. Okay.
That's true. I saw like a post earlier, like a Twitch comment, and it was like, you know, Immortal players do 1,000 MMR in a day, and you know that's just another Tuesday. But like a 2K player, that's like months of work.
Absolutely.
Radiant team pick.
Mareska has arrived.
Willow going to be coming out next for Liga. You got your tiny Willow combination. Good to toss people back into the Bramble Maze. Which is generally a pretty strong hero right now. We've seen a lot of this, especially from Queasy.
10
Playing a very
seconds
strong Willow.
remaining.
But across the board, people have not been afraid from picking this hero anymore, which is
5
nice.
seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Yeah.
Bristle. Okay, well, talking of heroes whose stock has been fluctuating, Bristleback coming out for Na'Vi, a hero we've been seeing a little bit less of in the new patch.
It
Not
feels like this is already the boom lane, right? It's just like to simplify the point, right? We spoke about boom axe and boom tide, and what is his other heroes? Throw in the Bristleback as well. Like, what is the philosophy of the offlane duo from Na'Vi? It's annoying, aggressive, in your face. Of course, Bristleback is going to be one of the top heroes to fill that role. Surprised that we actually haven't seen it earlier, and yeah, sure you could argue there's a little flex in it, but I'm really expecting the Bat and the Bristle to be your offlane duo.
Yeah, that's a lot of stacks. Although, what a wand lane coming out.
Yeah,
You
true.
get a wand to just got family on 15 charges.
5
Excellent.
seconds remaining.
Though, I don't know. I still feel like they've got a lot of flexibility in this draft on Na'Vi. I think Bristle Warlock's also a really good lane. And, you don't turbo feed one charges the entire time, which is kind of nice.
I don't think it's required though. I think the lanes that I mentioned are
Dire team pick.
like kind of the way to go, unless Liga pickups a lane where it's like, oh god, we're gonna change it. But I think the default path will be what I mentioned, and it's Shadow Fiend. I mean, sure, it's been picked up twice in the tournament, but it's just not a hero we see too often. And of course, from the mid lane, you're still going for like Blink, Yashakaya, Aghanims, like the big Requiems. You're blowing people up. You're not really doing like the right click build.
5 seconds.
So maybe just finding a Warlock or Batrider on the backline,
Go on.
instantly blowing them up would be pretty cool.
Radiant
No,
Plus the
no, no.
song
Get
setup,
me a
yeah.
Darkseer. Get me a Darkseer last pick for Liga. I'm ready for it. And now the axe
There
does
it
come
is.
out, so the Bristle
They
will
do-
be
they
the
do
carry.
do it, yeah, they do it. Again, I feel like
I told you I can't miss today, T. Stop.
No, you
the more
can't,
You
but-
learn.
what I was trying to say, whatever, fine. No,
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to do that thing where we don't overanalyze flex. 'Cause I think in drafts it happens a lot. So I was trying a new tactic, but it's fine. It's all good.
Dire team back.
Reminds me of this book, was a very popular book series, where one of the characters has one day where, like, he's basically got a curse where one day he's like super, super smart, but then in other days he's really, really dumb, and it just kind of every day wakes up and he's a different level of intelligence. I feel like that's just me. That is
that's
just
you.
me
Okay,
normally. Yeah.
No, that's fair. No, respect.
I'm having a good day. I'm going to enjoy it make hay whilst the sun shines.
Why'd you
Tomorrow I'll be
use it
back to my
today?
normal self.
Yeah. Why do you use it?
Yeah, I
today
should
of
have
all
saved for the
days?
grand
So-
finals. I don't know. I can't control it. It's a curse.
Yeah, fair enough. Well,
I wish I could save it up, but
Dire team back.
alas. Give me a Darkseer, please. I'd really like to see a Darkseer on Liga. Then we get the Sing into Vacuum, into Requiem. Front page of Reddit, easy peasy.
I'm not going to bother speaking. Please, take it away.
Well, I didn't have anything much more to add to that. Other than that Darkseer is actually just generally a strong hero, but...
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
It does look like they need to find a way to deal with the Axe on Liga. I mean, that's, again, the reason why Boom, he's played 2 out of his 3 games on Axe. Why not go for another one? You know, you see Shadow... I mean, there's not really anything that he's scared of, right? Sure, Song down the line will combo break him potentially, but you can grab the Willow from the Realm, so you're never worried about him running away. The Shadow Fiend, you go to Blink Bikuri Requiem, you instantly get the Blink Call yourself, so you can counterplay that. Yeah, with Yashakaya, the cast point will be quick enough that, you know, the Axe might not even be able to react in time. You might even see a Yashakaya Axe himself if he wants to try and play the battle of reactions, but...
That'd be
yeah,
hype.
it would be pretty hype. I'm just more intrigued. Is it a mid Shadow Fiend? Is it just a random carry Shadow Fiend that I just haven't seen at the moment? And normally it is just the mid lane. Like Navi's draft, just everything just looks good, right? You've got aggression from the supports once again. You've got lockdown with the Axe, really good laning across the board. And then for Liga, I'm like, you've got like disengage from Naga, but it doesn't matter with how overwhelming Navi's pressure is. You got control with Willow, but no major damage. Tiny, your mid, Shadow Fiend, your carry. They both. It's like I'm just concerned for Liga that it's just going to be a. When they're online, they just don't have enough damage, so they need to be like winning lanes to get even more items, which is just unexpected. Because again, like the flexibility of Liga, it's like what is Tiny your off lane? Probably not. Therefore, it's most likely your mid. So it's like you're flexing Tiny and Shadow Fiend between mid and carry, and both of the carry options needs a really good lane to feel good in the game, and that's into a Bat Axe lane, which is just going to run you down. Yeah, I have major concerns for Liga. I have major concerns.
Yeah, these side lanes look really hard, and carry pick still to come out from Navi by the looks of it. You know, they did pick the... I mean, the thing with grabbing this Axe here is that they've sort of made Copy's game a little harder by having 2 of his picks being banned out here by Liga. So really, like, or you would assume all of the best Shadow Fiend stuff is now gone. So you kind of have to just pick into whatever you just want to play into a lane which you're probably not going to win. At least not hard. You can't counter pick is what I'm trying to say because of because they picked the Axe. So bit of pressure there on Boom to do well.
You can go back to the basics though, right? Just go back for like a Pangolier or something. Is Liga really going to put off-lane Tiny, then to pick a mid-puck to counter the Pangolier? It's like, the draft really gets lost very quickly with the fact they do that. And yeah, they do go for the Pangolier. Redemption! Oh, redemption!
Woo-hoo!
Yeah!
There you go.
We're in
You
the
can
clear.
relax now, buddy. Let's
Thank
just
you.
both
Right.
relax into this last pick here from Liga. And
Yep.
again, they're, probably, actually... Yeah, nah. It's Tiny mid. It's Shadow Fiend carry. They should get themselves an off-laner here, and it should be Darkseer.
5 seconds remaining.
'Cause I don't think you want to lane anything into this bristle particularly badly. It does feel like they need to win a lane somewhere, though, and that's not really happening, but... Yeah, at least Shadow Fiend will be fine at mid. Sorry, Tiny will be fine at mid.
Well, technically, Shadow Fiend would be okay in mid because you have Raising at Pangolier, but one rotation and a death, and then your game is pretty despair. It's very volatile.
Yeah,
They do go for the Darkseer.
Your heroes.
obviously.
Obviously. So their route to winning this game is we really hope to hit one good song to vacuum them all into death. I'm just worried for Liga that their entire draft is built around, let's assume that lanes go better than we expect, and we hit the perfect team fight. But if you don't hit the perfect team fight, you're also running into constant pressure of Panga running at you, a Bristle running at you, Axe jumping you, Bat running at you, Golems. It's like, to construct that team fight, you need to have survived an initiation first to then hit a song, right? I am very concerned for Liga, but I'm already ready to be, I want to be proven wrong. I want them to show us something that I don't see in their draft at the moment. Again, I respect the fact they have the comeback, the team fight, the woo, oh my god, wow, Reddit highlight clip type draft, but to get there, you really are banking on Na'Vi not having a 10k lead at the 20-minute mark, not crushing you in the early game, presenting an opportunity to let you get the combo off. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Survival is Liga's main task until they get online.
Yeah, and there is that concern as well that looking at this fight from Na'Vi, it's not like this is a draft which wants to stay together too much. Like, sure, they've got 3 melee heroes, but maybe you can grab the axe and the axe and the bristle together. But the Pangolier is kind of just like spinning around doing his own thing, not really staying in one place. And of course, when he's in that Rolling Thunder, you can't sing him anyway. So in terms of like executing a full combo here onto the cause, it is not going to be super easy. However, it is possible. They do have that lifeline, but they need to get out of these lanes, and that is our biggest concern here, is how well can Liga do in this laning phase. That's what we're going to be finding out here in game number 2, Na'Vi versus Liga in the upper bracket with Na'Vi 1 game up. Of course, Liga do get to survive to fight another day if they drop a game here, so they will lose the series, but they'll go into the lower bracket to continue fighting for their spot at TI. You really don't want to be setting Na'Vi and Aurora up on this sort of pacing to just be heading on a collision course towards each other. You want to be a threat. Na'Vi, big smoke, once again, looking for action. Won't be finding it. Ping's coming out, although there is respect in the trees here, but there's no heroes to catch them, so respect will back out. Absolutely fine.
It's kind of funny that Na'Vi make the same move again. Like, not to say it's disrespectful, but Liga did fall for it in the game 1. Like, do you think in game 2 they're like, you know what, lads, let's just stand in the jungle and die again? It would have been kind of fun to see Na'Vi play like a bit of a 50-50, right? Where it's like, you know what, game 1 will go here, game 2 will go there. Liga, of course, adapting, understanding the motions that Na'Vi do in the start of the game, and they dodge it nicely in game 2. Of course, future teams who want to go up against Na'Vi need to respect this smoke. They are a team that smokes always for the kill, it seems, at least in this series.
That is abusable as well. If you feel like you have something stronger to answer with, then you can certainly bully. And they also always do this as well, bully somebody up in the top lane as they try to get to the lane. The axe is very well kind of played by Na'Vi at this point. That also means that it can be very easily read. Alright, still sticking around, but Kaori will soon head off. What do you reckon? 1 Fatal Bonds? Yeah, 1 Fatal Bonds. And oh my god, they're going for this. They're going for this right now. The level 1 attempt onto the Shadow Fiend under the tower. Are you kidding? Boom. Getting first blood onto Violent in a really, really brutal manner.
There is no pressure in the bot lane, right? Like, the Darks is not going to suddenly threaten the Bristleback, which means you do have an extra like minute or 2 of freedom on the position 5. And
no way. Courier goes down as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Ari loses his courier in response, I guess, but
a fair trade.
Fair trade indeed. And he does still have tango. I was worried that was his minute 0 tangos, and I was like, okay, this is just over.
This is just it. That's why we're going to be seeing a lot more from Kaori, right? Like, once the Bristleback takes maybe level 3, level 4, I wouldn't be surprised if the Warlock takes another trip to the Twin Gate. Especially if the lane is pushed up closer to the Radiant Tower. There are plenty of kill opportunities. With the Flame Break repositioning, the Battle Hunger slow. Shadow Fiend can die many, many times in this lane if he's not careful.
There's a lot of interesting lanes. A lot of lanes which could be convincing one way or the other. SF, he's kind of a feast or famine sort of hero. Tiny at mid. Could get into trouble from the Pangolier as well.
The last game, they just kind of ditched a race in the mid lane. They didn't even bother trying to help him out. And
They really did.
got every rune, right? Yeah. So that's another adjustment I'd like to see. Nagasai, of course, the illusions, you can send them out to the runes. They're not in position. Ari just diving onto the Shadow Fiend.
That is aggressive. It's very, very aggressive. No, but they'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Right clicks coming through, but Boone does go down, so Violent gets a return kill as Ari continues trying to stack up the stacks onto Respect, and Respect has got the mirror image, so it doesn't really care. It does get it forced out, which means that mana is going to be lacking. Ari, does he want to contest for this Lotus in 15 seconds? I'm going to have both the other cores back to help out with this.
I mean, your carry Shadow Fiend's already got like the 2-minute 50 pair of boots, right? Like you know he doesn't want to be anywhere near the Bat Rider or the Axe. He's trying to run away from his problems. Yeah, even the fluffy hat, right? Sure, that's probably going to become a Falcon Blade, right? But weirdly enough, though, the fact that Axe dies, I'm pretty sure Ari's kind of happy. He's like, you know what, solo XP on a Bat Rider. Once he gets to level 4, I believe you take Firefly then. And that's when diving towers are really good.
Fortify from the top lane here to go onto the Shadow Fiend again. This is unusual. Is it going to pay off? They'll need a little more. He's coming in with the sticky napalms. Ari will not leave Violet alone. Another kill onto the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. It's rough.
It's very unusual that we get to see the Fortify being used in the side lanes like this, but yeah, I mean, absolutely worthwhile in this situation. Gets you a kill onto the enemy carry.
An enemy carry that doesn't have a TP for 14 seconds, so yeah, either has to walk back to lane or just sit in base and watch the lane just trickle away from him.
Patrick, could we take a look at this Shadow Fiend, please? Sitting in the base. Thank you.
Yep, you're going to TP. 2, 1. Now, do you think he insta-dies? He has TP very aggressively.
Yep. Yeah, he's getting good damage off onto Boom here. Boom
Nice.
might
Raise.
just be falling. Yep, there
fair
you go.
play.
Damage comes in. All right, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. I was waiting for like the way he was TPing there. It's like if Ari's a little bit closer and you don't hit all 3 raises, you're probably gonna die again. But no, he clutches it up, hits the raise, gets the ensnare, drags them underneath the tower, and yeah, Boom gets punished for his aggression.
Malik. He's pretty deep down in the bottom lane, but of course has got the surge, has got the. I just want to get him away from this creep wave, and he still gets the iron shell off. And now comes and aggroes it anyway.
Yeah, he has to play behind the tower. He can't just sit in the lane against the Bristleback. He'll keep getting cooled down, and that's kind of the problem, right? When you got a Warlock there as well, like the Warlock can just shove a heal on you, just run around, just keep annoying you. It's
Malik
simple
okay?
as- yeah.
0-1 charges.
I wanna say
Shadow
no.
Word, and yeah, well he gets a
Yeah.
deny.
The Shadow Fiend's died twice. Your offlane has denied himself to a neutral camp because of a Warlock. It's not really setting the seed of a happy early game for Liga, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe
nah.
at the 6-minute rune that can change, right? Tiny gets a haste rune or something. Start making moves to the side lanes. Would be
Right.
an option.
Disgruntlement came from the Avalanche toss combination, but you've got Crash Landing and he tosses the Pango himself rather than using the creep. Just a little bit of positioning there. And now Chaotic running into the middle lane. Erase does not have a lot of health here, but Copy doesn't have a lot of mana, so this is just them trying to secure themselves the 6-minute rune and also a decent amount of damage. Amaras comes in though, and they will not be hanging out poor old Erase to dry once again here. This time around, both supports come in, they secure the rune. Even get themselves an Observer Ward in the process as well, so Ray's going to get a little bit of the pressure taken off, but still probably going to have to go back to base here. Counter is up.
Hey!
I think last hit's maybe a little bit misleading in this game, just because of the amount of kills we've had, especially onto big core heroes. Yeah, net worth looking a little bit different. I'm not super concerned though. Like, sure, Erase isn't having the nicest of times, but other side lanes are going okay for now. Again, I don't think OK quite cuts it for Liga in this draft they've kind of put together, but
Hearing a little bit of cloak in your voice, it's fine.
yeah, I'm hoping for a competitive one here. And with Shadow Fiend being ganked by Yuragi, I'm not convinced we're getting it, but
It's not always that in a draft I go all in on like my fear for someone's lineup, right? But yeah, my fear really is it's coming to light. The comeback play, we're gonna already be looking at like, Tiny getting a blink dagger, look at a toss into Requiem, like this type of stuff. It's Darkseer, it's not really that value of a Darkseer game outside of the I have sleep, I vacuum them all for the big Requiem. Like what, taking a wall of a bristleback, that's not really that impactful, right? Taking a wall of an axe, not that good. Taking a wall on a pangolier, it really is hard for the Darkseid to see his purpose in the early game outside of his team having good time, and that's why it does compound to. It's only a 1,000 gold lead, but it's going to grow.
To add on to that as well, who's your Iron Shell buddy? Where's your Nyx Assassin? Where's your Tusk? Where's your Bat
It's going to
Rider?
probably be the Tiny. You're going to have to throw your mid laner into the mix, but yeah, having a cheaper form of body for the Iron Shell is quite nice. And
Exactly. Still,
with
I
an
mean,
Sorry.
you know,
get the illusions.
it's all worth it if they land that big combo, that big moment. Though, of course,
Gonna get Boom here.
they are indeed. Yeah, Boom is getting forward out, thrown back into the bramble. That's a combo which you always like to see. And Erase is going to be the one to secure that kill as well with the tree. Nicely done from him to make sure that he does get the kill credit, the extra bit of gold, and secure his game a little bit more.
Ari has 2 Tranquil Boots in his quick buy. Do you think he's going to accidentally buy them? I'm going to go with no.
Yeah, he's using the new Dota Plus feature. He queues stuff up, so the moment he has money, he can instant match.
True.
Malik going down on the bottom side. Ari and Yuragi are teaming up, stacking up those quills, stacking up that napalm. Oh my god, Kaori just throws a golem at Amarasa's faces. And hey, if he gets you the tower, then why not?
It's the tower golem. We saw it in game 1. We're going to see it in game 2.
Hero is a very simple man. If there is a hero near a tower, I will golem them. Whether they die or not is not my concern.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Copy now has the Diffusal Blade. He kind of rushed it. Yeah, he did. He had just Wand and the Blight, but now with the Diffusal Blade, the Golem walking towards mid. He's got another 20 seconds on it. Let's secure the 10-minute rune. That's a regen in the bot side of the map. And Shadow Fiend, okay. Poking his head into the enemy jungle to take a couple stacks, and meanwhile you're getting some pressure onto your tower.
In fairness, that stack was just made by respect, so
Dire's
no thievery taking place here.
No thievery. Batrider, of course, 10 minutes in won't have a Blink Dagger, and your Golem is on cooldown. So the pressure is going to relax for a minute or two. After the lanes, Navi, you do need to sit back, be just efficient, grab an item, and then you go again. Of course, unless the opportunity presents itself. Harry being very aggressive.
So Malik here has got the lasso available, and he wants Malik to use the surge, but Malik will not be doing so. There's no such thing. Even respect coming in on this one. Throwing over the ensnare, reel in.
He has the Cobalt Cup, so going to be quite quick here, but yeah.
That's more than quick enough. Harry with a bit of a feed down here in the bottom side.
He was trying to be a bit of a cheeky devil, you know. He saw the Darkseid area, he wanted to farm the wave and the jungle, be really efficient, take away some camps, but yeah, Darkseid was already there, and he's like, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah.
Get out of the jungle.
Easy punish. The power of the Nagasaran support as well. The repositioning ability of Reelin is pretty insane.
It does feel like the calm before the storm, right? Like, okay, they're smoking up. The storm's coming. Which core is going to run into it? Oh, Amaryllis. Yeah, beautifully tank the smoke and...
Over in the top lane, however, Boone being grabbed by the Shadow Fiend. There is a blade mail coming out as you will just about survive it. Ari looking to punish here, but in comes the song, not the Requiem. Song used. Respect says, don't worry, buddy. Save your cooldown. I'll get you out of this one. And does do so beautifully. Respect is just ruining Ari's game, but over towards the middle lane, Amaral is getting golemed, getting, okay, fatal bonds, and doesn't seem to care. Navi showing us some cracks here, as Ray's going to be able to get on top of the Warlock and kill off Kaori. So another kill going their way. Yuragi trying to get on top of Ray's. Ray's very low. Oh my god, Arala. I had some bad things to say about Amaralis there. I take it all back. I didn't say them, but I take back the unsaid words. He gets out absolutely fine. Great read, as Respect does die. Ari ain't done. Maybe Ari should be done. But Ari has a lasso, so he doesn't want to be done. And he's got a Yuragi as well. Fear going to actually miss here. So yeah, they can get both of them. Nice job here from Ari, just baiting it out long enough to get them both the kills. Erased with the 3-man Avatos. Brings down Ari. Yuragi still fine though, still looking for this tower. In comes a Shadow Fiend from the side. Oh, misses the raise though. If he doesn't start getting some of these raises off, he could be in some trouble himself as a raise getting brought down under the tower. And see you later, buddy. Finally, a move onto the Pangolier. Copy does lose his life. Yuragi, gotta be careful. You gotta respect the damage that can come out from this Shadow Fiend here. And I think finally Yuragi will take his foot off the accelerator and let Liga breathe for now.
To say that he's still running back in. He's got the 13-minute Lotus Orb. Like, he is very, very strong. He does not care about any root or anything that can be thrown down. He can just instantly spell it. And he throws out the Seeing Red.
Yeah,
nice.
there you go.
I'm running at you. But that's it. Let's chill for a second.
The
Na'Vi, there was some
Lotus
cracks,
Orb.
right? Like, in regards to that play, the Axe dying top, Bat trying for the kill. Meanwhile, the Pango and the Warlock get their smoke broken by Dark Willow. They commit, have to disengage. So the roll was wasted. Then the Golem, you could argue, was wasted until Liga then continued the fight. And yeah, it was up and down, but critically, Na'Vi started the engagement not the cleanest, but still was able to capitalize on Liga, getting baited into a fight. And that is where Na'Vi's draft does look so strongly. They love the scrappy skirmishes in the chase down. I think the silver lining to this is the Shadow Fiend and the Darkseer at least are keeping up with the farm. Sure, Tiny is ever so slowly falling behind, but the fact that the Shadow Fiend has got the Mask of Madness, the Falcon Blade, and at least sees a path for his game is good. This could have been so much worse. He's 2-4-2. Like, it's not looking pretty, but I had visions of this game being so much worse. Copy uses the roll. Of course, doesn't care about song. We'll chill out for a second, actually.
Reelan.
They're on mass TPing on Na'Vi.
I'm not sure you want this, Liga. I'm not sure you want this smoke, but they are here on everybody. They want to see if they can land a combo, perhaps. And yeah, there you go. Toss back onto the Bristleback. Yuragi gets taken out. Great play there. Violent gets a kill, and now wall out from Malik as well. They're looking for more with the vacuum coming through. They're going to be able to find it. Kaori falls. Copy dead as well. Hello, Liga. Welcome to the series.
I kind of joked about how Toss Requiem could be like the way that they win the fight, but I didn't expect to see it so early. Okay, normally that's like your high ground defense or something. Like, oh no, the game's looking real despair, but yeah, 15 minutes in, they see Yuragi and Toss Requiem. See you later, boss. And Na'Vi just don't feel like they're on the same page, at least in the last 3 to 4 minutes, right? Okay, we'll see a replay of this beautiful fight here.
I was saying I didn't think Liga won this, but in reality, like, Boom was just waiting for his Blink Dagger. He basically had the money for it. Why is Na'Vi there?
But that's like the last 4 minutes, right? It's like when your smoke breaks mid, Boom's dying top, then you take the fight mid. I think you're very lucky to get kills there. I think a disciplined team wouldn't even engage. They just accept the fact they dodged it. And then again in bot lane, Copy uses the roll on the Naga Siren, doesn't really connect. The team TP's in, Tiny outplays, right? So it's just Na'Vi doing a lot on the map. And unlike the last game, the last series, all those map plays compounded to kill, 10k gold. Oh my god, it's amazing. This is like the first time that we're seeing Na'Vi make the same type of plays they have been doing, but get outplayed at the moment. And, that is good for Liga, at least to show signs of life in the series. They are stopping that constant skirmishing pressure that Na'Vi has leaned on so far. And that network, we said that the Shadow Fiend and Darkseer were like keeping up, with the Axe, maybe not the Bristle. Now they're already within a couple hundred gold of actually getting to the Bristleback, who was having such an amazing game.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You buy this Lotus, you're kind of expecting to be the frontliner who's somewhat untouchable and putting on pressure, playing the game. You get caught out once like this and it just completely deflates you. You have to really kind of change your attitude as Ari running from a raise here. A raise a little late there on the avalanche, but it gets really awkward in those trees being able to put eyes into the Bat Rider. He did have the blink on Ari, so a little bit weird. Kind of thing.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, hello, buddy. See ya, buddy. Bye-bye, buddy. All right, yeah.
I like the buddy system that Liga have. That's like they keep moving around the map, respecting that any minute, Axe or a Bat or a Pango could just jump you and start the fight. So I really actually like the fact that Liga are always like within proximity to take a 5-on-5 if Na'Vi were hungry enough to look for it.
And one thing which is sort of interesting is Shadowfiend using the tier 2 Dormant Curio. So we see Ari kind of getting brick walled up against here. Can he get out with the vacuum? Absolutely not. Gets brought down again. Got Rocket out from Bristleback though. Should allow them to close the gap, but this is looking a little bit awkward here. Requiem, Wall, all gonna come down at the same time here. Boom. Can he get off the call? No, he cannot. He gets vaporized as they just all drop on the side of Na'Vi, and Bristleback will be going down as well. I mean,
I would like
was
to
what we were
formally
waiting
apologize to all the League of fans. I did not expect your team to be able to execute in the early game to match the aggression of Na'Vi. I did not expect your draft to come online this quickly due to the fact that Na'Vi was so damn good in Game 1 and the previous series. I'd like to again formally apologize. I take everything back. The Tiny is the MVP. He is crushing the game. Thank you very much. I hope you accept my apology. Right, sorry, I had to do that for legal reasons. Anyway, moving on. My golly, gosh, they're fighting well.
Yeah, everybody's kind of doing their role here, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, in this session here, like, they're respecting the Batrider enough to the point where they're not just throwing heroes at him, but they're very carefully using their spells. Song's still up, and then, yeah, you jump in on Boom here onto a Dark Willow. You know what's going to happen. The Song's going to be there right as the Pango enters the fight as well.
The simplest takeaway from that fight, though, is it's kind of on copy, right? Because, like, your Axe jumps in, you're kind of greedy on the Pangolier going for the swash. Copy's job at this early game is to be the stun during Song, to be that Rolling Thunder, right? You know that if you're jumping a hero, expect the Naga Song. Don't fully commit with the swash and the shield crash, hoping to maybe get the Rolling Thunder off after. I think if Copy just takes a breather for a second, like you got the Blink Bladebend on the Axe. He can kill heroes by himself. He doesn't need the hero. So the fact that the Pangolier didn't use the Rolling Thunder was enough to give the no BKB Shadowfiend the perfect setup and positioning for Na'Vi. It was great in Game 1, but this game, they're kind of getting baited by themselves.
Na'Vi, if they get baited here, it could be really bad. No, they won't. They're trying to leave. Copy going to actually use the Rolling Thunder into the TP away. Oh. I thought that Shadowfiend was about to go on an adventure.
Yeah, I would love it if he did. That'd be great.
If only.
Oh, they're TPing in.
Okay, Golem's going to get killed off very quickly here. Liga are hungry, man. They've tasted blood in the water, and they don't want to stop. And they know there's no Rolling Thunder available, so Copy's going to be going down as well.
I mean, this is the fight from Liga that I was expecting in 10 minutes' time, right? I thought the game would just be harder. So the fact that they've been able to create this, and it already feels like they've kind of broken the tempo of Na'Vi, right? Yuragi on the Bristleback, he went from being top net worth of a Lotus Orb to dying once or twice, and now he's like stumbling his way to an Aghanims. And once he gets Aghanims, he then needs the BKB, right? The Bristle that could have done it all now needs to recover. Again, there is some pretty big items on the way for Na'Vi, at least. The Bat's kind of close to a BKB, the Axe is close to a BKB. So there will be like a second wind in Na'Vi's aggression. But by the time those items come out, then Shadowfiend will have his own BKB. Darkseid might even have a Shiva's. Tiny will have a BKB. The fight in a couple of minutes' time will really be just a clash of two very, very powerful lineups. It's just a matter now of who jumps who.
Yeah. Of course, Liga have a slight advantage in that regard, especially with the Aegis in hand. Song available. Their team fight is very, very good. Na'Vi a little bit more pick-off focused, but the fight shouldn't look too bad if Copy is to use a Rolling Thunder quickly. Like he's got a lot of pressure on him to be the combo breaker. Azari getting punished once again for trying to catch a wave at mid. Does kill off just over half of it, but still not feeling great for him at the moment. He wants his Blink Dagger to be able to just start the fights from a bit further away. Maybe regretting this Aghanim Scepter purchase. A little bit.
The item was fine. It's just the fact that him having it is now in the window where BKBs are in play, so it's like, once he gets to Basher, it's going to look really good, right? It's just that the one big death in mid lane. Actually, I guess there's two fights. It's the death's bottom, where they try to go on the Naga, and then the fight here where they go on the Willow and get Song. Like, there's two major team blunders from Na'Vi. Gave Liga so much entry for this game, and Axe is dead top.
Yeah, he's just trying to cut a wave and then go to the Ancients.
Rocking up. Yeah, there's Shadow Fiend there.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy kill, actually. Oh, never mind. Song comes out from Respect, hiding in the tree lines, hitting that reset button. Can they do anything else, though? Poppy, without his blink, just can't come in. Violent hasn't actually left, though. Neither has Malik. And they're going to be able to try and get a kill onto the Batrider here, and might actually just work. Yeah, Ari just slapped down by Violent in a matter of seconds. Goodness.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Age sight in 30 seconds. I'll keep looking at the items from both teams. Okay, Uragi. I mean, there's no wall, there's no song. You can be a little bit more aggressive if you want to.
Yeah, they have all their cooldowns, but Na'Vi just don't feel the impetus to go and make something happen.
Astro's gone up for 20 seconds. Getting that back up would be pretty helpful. But Race, he's giving them no time to breathe. He's running behind the tower. He has a BKB. He's looking for the backline. He finds Warlock.
They have to punish this. Kaori's got to get that golem off. He will, but it doesn't really land on anybody. And NK come with the vacuum, but Rolling Thunder is out this time around. Not doing a whole lot with that Requiem either, though Copy cannot stand his ground versus Shadow Fiend, even inside the Rolling Thunder. Now a toss back onto the Axe, but boom, it gets him up for a really nice call here. He's going to be able to take down Raze at the very least, but does die himself. And now Shadow Fiend just continuing to attack through this fight. So much damage coming out from this SF. Uragi trying to get off these quills, trying to get off the damage. It might be enough to kill him off. It is, and his Aegis is gone. Uragi, the king of the fight, looking to finish this one off. Malik, is there anything he can do to help out Respect? I don't think so. Respect eventually just going, oh, I say that. They're coming back in. Uragi, he's getting low, but he's also very close to a rampage as well. Is he going to get it? He wants to stick around for it, but there's a wall coming out from Malik. I think Malik might be the winner of this one. Uragi's got anything left? I don't think he does.
Oh.
And there you go. Malik with 9 heroes just lying dead across the battlefield. The only one left standing.
He's about to be level 20. Like,
Oh
you
my
get a
God.
solo kill on an ultra kill Bristleback. Bristleback did so much damage, but that fight, that is where if you're Na'Vi right now, you know that should have been the fight 2, 3, 4 fights ago. You shouldn't have, squandered your early game advantage. You made it difficult on yourself, and finally we see signs of life from them. Because Liga, they go so deep behind the tower. Tiny by himself.
Sorry, 5,600 XP gained by Malik in that fight. And that's honestly what kept him alive. Like, if you watch his health bar during this fight, like, he's kind of like on half health here, but then a little bit later on, heroes will start to die. He'll start getting the levels up. Yeah, gotta be honest, that toss back from Erase maybe not the best. Made things a little awkward to start this one off.
The Axe didn't have BKB there. I think it was on his courier flying out to him, but he didn't have the BKB. So, like, what if the Axe had BKB then? With the blink call, he doesn't die, they're dying. Now Axe is alive to assist with the Bristleback and have the chase down. Malik won't return in. He's level 17 here, of course, when he gets the kill on Uragi. And the kill on the Warlock, he then bumps up to basically level 20. But yeah, it's...
And it's like, I'm going to kill you right. Wait a minute, I need a quick top up on some health and mana here.
Oh,
Thank you very
look
much.
at that.
It's crazy.
Radiant's bottom tower is
What a
under
beautiful innate, actually.
Yep. Aggrandize. When Darkseer levels up, he restores a percentage of max health and mana.
I'm just happy this game is very, very competitive. It really had the makings of something very different, but yeah, Liga. They don't want to be sent to the lower bracket. They want to be the team that has potentially 2 chances to take down Aurora. Of course, you got to play in the best of 3 in the upper bracket finals. If you are to beat them there, they probably will return to the grand finals to see you again. So I think every team in the qualifier wants to get to that upper bracket finals to have as many chances to learn and to play against Aurora as possible before you get the best of 5 against them. As we're into the later stages of the game, Na'Vi, they do need their offlane duo to have good entries to the fight. Of course, Shadow Fiend, big stand your ground style hero, get that BKB, get the Requiem, unleash with a flurry of right click, and Of course, both Axe and Batrider hard counter this logic, be it with the call or the lasso.
They
So it's
need
between
this
Boom or
Roshan,
Ari to
really,
do
like-
this. Yeah.
Even with the BKB, it's just so much easier for Violent to play the game if he's got that Aegis in hand.
He does have a Daedalus. He does so much damage with the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, but that Daedalus is also going to be his downfall if the Boom does
Sure.
find it. But Boom going on the back lines, finding out the Naga Siren, and, well, messing up the Cull. Might get the song off here, but Copy, he's going to fix Boom's mistakes and make sure he stays alive. But Ari just killed off by Violent once again. And Copy, he's in an awkward position with no Rolling Thunder. He's going to fall as well. Being one of the back lines, Morales just causing so many issues here. And in comes Malik once again with the wall. Vacuum going to be available soon, but doesn't really find a target for it. They'll just make sure they kill off Kaori instead, and he will die. Na'Vi get wiped off the map here, forced back into their base by Liga, who are taking control of this game too.
The jumps from Na'Vi just aren't clean enough. Sure, I mean, they carry your Shadow Fiend with a Daedalus versus the Bristleback of an Agamemnon, right? It's night and day the damage they can do, but for Na'Vi, they want to stop the Naga Siren, but it takes them an additional 6, 7, 8 seconds to get that kill, and in doing so, their formations just ruined.
And
Very
into
happy
the
to get
pit.
Roshan. Yep.
These scary fights for Shadow Fiend just made so much easier when everybody
Look at the
shows their
replay, right?
hand on Na'Vi first.
It's like boom, they jump onto Naga Siren, they miss the Cole, and then doing so, Amaryllis on the high ground, he then combos up the Warlock, threatens there. Batrider jumps in to instantly die to a Shadow Fiend. Now Copy's still next to the Shadow Fiend, he dies to him. Like, they're not together. It's all one by one, and Dark Willow, he kind of creates this imaginary wall between the kind of the supporting force of Na'Vi to get into the fight, whilst Batrider and Pango, they're just standing victim to the Daedalus, and yeah, Shadow Fiend. You need to control his right clicks, and you also need to stop the Naga from singing. So yeah,
Radiant's middle tower
good luck playing against him.
I think there's some idea where Ari and Boom both jump at the same time. Boom goes for whoever he sees first, and then frees up Ari to go for another target, trying to catch out the Shadow Fiend potentially. But yeah, this isn't the way to do it. Just a little too gung ho. Just play it slower, play it smarter. I think Na'Vi can still probably take fights, but I mean, with this Aegis, it's just way too difficult.
I mean, I think they need the fight to develop a little bit more, right? They're kind of playing on the explosive entry that they've been doing in all of their games, right? But that does change when there's so much damage. Like, if Bristleback can soak up the start of the fight, there isn't a clear way of killing him, right? Like, Shadow Fiend has to right-click him several times, Tiny can cut, like, it needs to be a lot of teamwork to kill off the Bristleback. So maybe then it exploits the
Oh,
position.
talking about the Bristleback. There's a toss
Yeah.
back coming in the middle lane, but not very far. Yeah, they're going to get a lasso off onto Darkseer here, actually, and this has been one of the huge problems. Call to come out as well. Respect brings the song of her people, and under the cover of that Ghost Scepter, Malik will be able to get away, and now comes out that ulti from Violent, but they've lost the Naga Siren here. They are running out of resources a little bit here on Liga. Rolling Thunder's about to end, in which case it could be trouble. Big damage coming out of the Shadow Fiend, though. They might be able to take his first life, but Boom goes down at the same time. Not ready for them hands on the Shadow Demon. Shadow Fiend, sorry, as Kaori's Golem going to get killed off on the side.
Radiant's top tower is under
Buyback from the Naga Siren. Okay. So Na'Vi have shown that
Man,
they
they
can
wanna
kill the
force
Shadow Fiend
this.
once. That's important.
But no Golem, no Rolling Thunder, nothing really to threaten anybody. And yeah, Raze wants to take full use of this, throwing back Kaori, and Kaori just gets obliterated. Just a pair of smoking boots where he used to stand. Run out from the Darkseer, of course, utilizing this Ghost Scepter. A call comes out, it's only onto the Willow. You don't want to overcommit to this and set yourself up for a Raze to go in for another toss back onto Boom, but Boom runs himself out. He's going to be okay. They've lost another buyback coming out from Liga here. If Na'Vi can keep on bleeding them, this could get awkward for Liga. In fact, I'd say it's already a little bit awkward for them. Buybacks from both teams, but the Aegis push failing.
You know what I think the solution is for Na'Vi? Ready? Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I'm going to
wouldn't
already
it?
give you the answer, but...
I was gonna come up with it.
Oh,
are scared.
sorry, mate. You've just been too on form today. I was worried that you were going to keep popping
You need
off.
to get in there fast.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Appreciate
Sorry,
that.
no time for you, no, man. If I keep talking, then it's... But, okay. The way that Liga are winning the fights is explosive physical damage, right? And, like, you see from the quick buys, both Bristle and Pangolier are thinking about AC. Hopefully they both don't buy it, but... With one Ghost Scepter, you use that, you go Ethereal, you can eat through the Shadow Fiend BKB, any form of his duration of BKB dwindling, and then you can take the fight after. So unconventional, of course, to pick it up, but I know the 33, for example, has done it several times, and 4 seconds of Ghost Scepter, when your BKB gets to 6 seconds, that's pretty good numbers. They're looking for 4-stars, they're looking to kite. Both Batrider and Axe are looking to pick up a 4-staff.
All right, so
Kaori, though, he knows. Yeah, he's got Ghost Scepter queued up.
Yeah, I'd really like to see it from the bat as well, but for now, Ari's sticking to the Force. Always a nice item to have on the Batrider, but
sure. I think I can understand the bat going for it because, like you said, you get to the high ground. If you can displace the Shadow Fiend from hitting the tier 3 to under tier 4s, you're going to be killing him. That's fine. But it's between the Pang or the Bristle. I think one of them just needs to pick up an item to survive the fight slightly longer for the Axe or Bat to thrive, and they are supposed to +5 right now. They are looking. Amarant's
in a great position here, but boom! Oh, the blind catch onto the both of them, but immediate song coming out from Respect, ruining everything here. Copy, though, he's still got that Rolling Thunder coming through, and there comes the ulti on the sidelines. Requiem coming down. Ari forced to BKB and back himself out. Another call coming down, this time onto Amarant's again, and they will kill off the Willow. Na'Vi, do they want to stick around and keep this going? They sure do. There ain't no song, there ain't no Requiem, but Erase is there with a toss once more, doing the damage to Yuragi. Raggy on the run. He runs back in, the Madman, and there's a Golem coming down, but it's a little too late. They've already lost Boom, and over on the sidelines, Ari's been caught by Respect. He's trying to get himself away, but a singular click from Violent will put an end to his little bat life.
Yeah, the fight from Na'Vi there, once again, just disjointed, right? It's you survive the song, you go for the jump, but then your Axe jumping back in without the BKB, so he instantly disappears to the Shadow Fiend. You know, Bristle's trying to do as much damage as possible, but the roll was used during the song. The lasso hasn't connected, so they've got nothing's really working out for them. And the Shadow Fiend, so much damage. Of Silver Edge. Sure, the break was instantly gotten rid of by the BKB, but the toss back from the Tiny, forcing Bristle back deeper into the engagement, was just enough time for the Shadow Fiend to get the right picks.
Now up to the high ground we go. No Aegis, no problems. They just have to get some control on this Shadow Fiend. Like, he cannot be allowed to free cast every fight like this. Erase once again with the toss back. Copy, though, he's got the roll up, but the roll up's actually giving him issues here. But there's a lasso coming out from Ari. It drags him out of position. Requiem not available for another 8 seconds, but Yuragi, he can't get off the damage. He's just going to be able to walk himself out of this one, and Copy can't come close. He'll get one shot by the guys, so they'll just leave on the side of Liga despite Ari's best attempt. And now toss back into the Requiem. Yuragi, he's gone once again. Buyback available, and he might need to use it if they want to keep these barracks alive. Liga showing no signs of slowing down here. Catapult's doing the work for them. Once again, Erase, he goes looking. He is cooking.
The guy is keen.
Yeah, he's...
Look at Kaori. Look at him just standing right next to him like, I'm going to upheaval evil forever.
Ow. Ow. Oh, I'm taking a lot of damage here. BKB's coming out from just about everybody as Malik jumps in. Doesn't really matter, though. Kaori is already dead. They just cannot protect him. Yuragi, once again, just trying to get onto the Shadow Fiend, trying to chase Violent out of the fight. He can't get off his damage, though. He can't find his targets. Malik taking absolutely no damage here from Yuragi. As on the backlines, Boom tries to go in, but gets caught out and dies. No buyback available from this Axe right now. Yuragi as well could be in trouble once again. Violent just smacking and smacking away. The Shadow Fiend is untouched, unbeatable, and they know it. GG gets called. Game number 2. It goes to Liga, bringing us to a game number 3 in the final series of the day.
Yeah, and I'll say with confidence, right? The fact that in the draft, I was really concerned for Liga, right? I think we mentioned that their draft looks really good. 30 minutes into the game, 40 minutes into the game, they have the combination, but getting there should have been a major problem. Like, this shouldn't have been this easy for Liga, right? Because Na'Vi, they had every element of aggression built in, baked into their lineup. But for the first time in the qualifier, they just made multiple back-to-back mistakes. And I think critically, Copy, he's been having a stellar run in the qualifier, but this game just wasn't his game on the Pangolier. You know, he forced out some aggression in the bot lane on the Nagasarian. He kind of baited his team to then die. He then jumped in to help Boom kill a Willow, but he then didn't have the Rolling Thunder to prevent the Requiem. So yeah, it's this was not the strongest game from Na'Vi, and we're already kind of showing some of those moments from Liga. 15 minutes into the game, a race on the Tiny was having a splendid game, multiple tossbacks, throwing them into Requiems or Walls or Willow Roots. He was really just fishing Na'Vi throughout the entire game. But again, I cannot state that I did not expect a Liga at 15 minutes of the game to have such a grip on the fight compared to what Na'Vi should have been doing.
No, absolutely not. It really did feel like just one or two blunders and things just got really out of hand. And that is kind of how it goes. You know, Shadow Fiend, he is, as we mentioned, feast or famine here. Oh, I don't want to see this again.
No, we do what we want to see it. We want to see it because it was a beautiful, song into Requiem in the draft. This is what we wanted to see. It's why we're excited at the prospect of the late game.
But I wanted, an outplay from Liga, not a huge mistake from Copy, and ultimately that's what it was,
okay,
right?
Sure.
I think...
This is not a Reddit
song...
clip. You wanted a clip, right?
Oh, of course, yeah. No,
Okay,
that was just, unfortunately, Copy making a mistake by going in way too early without the Rolling Thunder and without seeing the Naga Siren. You should be ready for this. But, lessons going to be learnt, and hopefully improvements will be made as they do go 1-for-1 now. And honestly, 2 convincing games from both teams. Yeah, they had a really great lane for Na'Vi to start this off. But yeah, Boom on the Axe just really unable to bring that into the mid game. And again, I do think this comes down to sort of communication and a bit of discipline in the way they played this one. The 2 fights which went really badly, which basically made this game look awful, was that play in the middle lane, which we just seen over again. Which was Copy's bad, and then also the fight down at bottom soon afterwards, which was sort of just everybody's bad, because Boom was still waiting for his Blink Dagger. The Axe should not be dragged to a fight pre-Blink Dagger, and think about how easy the game looks if you have Blink Dagger Blade Mail for that engagement. It just makes so much more sense. I think Na'Vi just needed to take a step back, reevaluate things. Nobody did it in the moment. I'm sure somebody did it afterwards, but doesn't matter then. You've already put yourself in the position where Liga have suddenly got all the resources they need to make this draft work. And once it got online, they looked so scary. Hasting up this Tiny, he blinks in, just feeding kills towards the Shadow Fiend. Absolutely brutal. And that's going to draw us to the 1-1
Yeah, again, I got no complaints, especially because the way that Liga did it, the moments of Malik on his Darkseer popping off, a race on the Tiny getting these great tosses. It was a great just team fight display from Liga. And going into game 3, Boom's axe has finally fallen short, and Liga have stepped up to the importance of the series. So yeah, we get a game 3.
We absolutely do, guys. Stay tuned as we'll find out how this series is going to get resolved. Will Na'Vi continue winning a series, or is Liga going to send them down to the lower bracket and claim that upper bracket finals against Aurora for themselves? We're going to find out after this short break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the TI qualifiers. We're here in the Eastern European region as we're getting into game number 3. The first time we've seen one of the big teams here really being pushed to a game 3 in these qualifiers. Na'Vi, can they stand up to the pressure? I mean, here is where the questions start to get asked to you, because it's easy for a team to look good when they're just kind of cruising through, but when they get pushed to a third game, you know, now, if they can pull it back together and convince us in the third game, then maybe there's still some hope alive. But if not, then this may just be Aurora's qualifiers.
Yeah, I think the main thing is we are seeing kind of the resurgence of another possible team that can make it to the grand finals, right? Coming into the qualifier, at least in the last couple of days, we weren't truly inspired by other teams. I think game 1, that was like kind of the moment was like, oh my god, wait, Na'Vi could contend against Aurora. It really felt like that was like the best data that we'd seen from them so far yet. But then for Liga, you know, they struggled a little bit against Cal Machado. You know, game 1, 52 minutes they lost. Game 2, 53 minutes they win. And I just wasn't too impressed. But game 2, whew, if they can find a way to get that game 2 energy again, then yeah, my god, Liga, that was really impressive stuff. And for Na'Vi, I guess you did technically call it. You were expecting Na'Vi at some point to stumble. I don't know if we expected it to be in the Liga series, but stumble they did. And like you said, they need to find a way to show how to recover and to, of course, show that maturity as a team, that dropping a game in a series isn't the end of the day. They just need to make sure that game 3 is as polished as their game 1.
Indeed. Yeah, polish is what it comes down to. And, in that last game, the major mistakes they made was sort of down to the style of game where Liga, I don't want to say they predicted Na'Vi to make a mistake, because no team ever goes into a draft going, we're going to draft, so they pull ahead and then make a mistake and come back. But you have Shadow Fiend, very snowbally. They have pretty snowbally heroes as well. And let's not forget, they keep picking Axe. Why is Axe not that popular? Well, if the hero falls behind, it can kind of do nothing. You just kind of jump in and die, and it's too high risk for most players. But Boom loves playing it. He's pretty confident that he can secure himself a decent lane, and that's why they've been doing it. And he did. He was right. He secured himself a decent lane, but fell off the wagon pretty early on, and then you're just dying first, like every fight, jumping in and just getting absolutely blasted by this Shadow Demon, Shadow Fiend. Sorry, jeez, I keep saying Shadow Demon. I don't know why.
Yeah, you keep doing it. Yeah. May I make a counterpoint to your point?
You may, sir. You may refute.
Yes, let's make this panel volatile. I think it's actually Copy's fault. I think that the first game, they had a good lane on the Boom, on the Na'Vi, on the old Bat Ride and the Axe. They got a couple kills, but it was the entry to the game. In multiple games, we have praised Copy at, being the Tiny in the game 1, the Storm, the Ember of the previous series. Like, it was like he was commanding. And, when I coached him on Jiggling, the mind control team, if he pops off on his mid lane, he is so good. But as soon as he makes one mistake, that often will unfortunately compound into another mistake and another one. And his ability to redeem himself in the game isn't always there. He's very momentum based. He wants to crush his opponent. He wants to be like a true mid laner. Win mid, own the game. I'm the mid. And yeah, this game around it didn't happen. So going into game 3, just needs to shake that off and see if he can return to his previous form. What's that?
Last pick Pangolier. You can't do it. You've said it the whole time. The truth has been right there in front of us. If you first phase Copy's hero, he has a good game. If you pack it late, he's going to have a bad game. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter. Like, nothing else matters. Copy just gets progressively weaker the longer you wait to pick his hero, unfortunately.
Monka.
Yeah, that's his curse.
Again, we technically were in a qualified position to say this, because I did coach him for like 5 weeks. So we ticked the box on being able to critique a player to this level.
Good old Jiggling.
Yeah. I keep saying, when I say Jiggling, I have to say the mind control team, because people might not remember the name Jiggling, so I'm like, just in case. So what's he yapping about? Jiggle what, huh? The reason why I chose that team name was mind control actually said to me, it was like, yo, boss, when we make this team, you should call it T-Governor Fans. I'm like, there is no way I am ever calling a team over myself. And he was like, yeah, but call it. I'm like, brother.
So bad.
It's like, sorry, but if I'm the one on the website making the team, how vain do I have to be call it this? So if you're making the team,
that is a bad PR move, and no one's gonna believe you if you're like, oh no, mind control told me to do it, guys.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, yeah, sure, whatever.
This guy's like, yeah, you should do it. It's like, brother, if you're making the team, then you do you, right? But I'm the one making it, right? So then I just decided to just pick an emote in chat, because I was hoping that chat, every time they saw the team name, it would just be flooded with the Jiggling emote. So you know, there was some logic behind it, but yeah, thank God we didn't have to deal with the T Governor fan team. Goddamn mind control trying to ruin my career, I think.
Who is?
What, Ali?
There's a malice
didn't
in his
know.
heart, that boy.
No, he's a good egg.
All right, well, we're going to pick things up with the first phase Darkseer. No surprise there. Malik absolutely turning Navi inside out with his Darkseer in game number 1. And you have to ask the question, are things looking to go similar, Navi? Is it time to ban out the Shadow Fiend? Is there any logic behind that?
Yeah.
And
Go
there
on.
is. They seemed way too comfortable with it as well. Like, everybody seemed to know what they were expecting from Violent in that game. And
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend was like the kind of the ticking time bomb, right?
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Looks very devious. Rubbing their hands together, the lowered.
5 seconds.
He's
You
using
banned my
devious
Shadow
mode.
Fiend, yeah.
Yeah, so that you fallen into my trap. I'm going to pick. I don't know yet. What's some Shadow Fiend-esque heroes you can play as carry?
When you say Shadow Fiend-esque, that is very broad due to the fact Shadow Fiend has both magical and physical aspects to the hero. Do you mean the big right-click damage from a million miles away, so like a Drow Ranger? Or
I kind of mean, like, it gives you that damage and team fight and, like, kind of snowball capability.
technically it'd be Medusa, because you have Stone Gaze and right-click aspects, but you do need a lot of items to do that, and then maybe Lena would be the same. Again, not heavily on the team fight, but the fact that you're always in the back line, you're doing a lot of right-click damage, you do have LSA, or your stun, your Light Strike Array. So again, there are some options, but Shadow Fiend is in like a unique position that if you do get a foothold of the game, you have massive AoE stun or fear with Requiem, plus massive right-click damage due to your passive. So yeah, it's Shadow Fiend's like kind of in a box by himself. Just getting the items on him is so hard to do because he's quite a greedy carry. Hence why we don't see it too often.
So Doom taken out of the equation, TB gone for Na'Vi, and Ursa going to be taking another ball from Liga, suggesting they want to go for some sort of kind of tankier, slower hero, maybe in the carry role. But they'll pick up the Dark Widow for now. And that'll be another Dark Widow game coming out from Liga.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. The counterplay potential throughout the entire game is so good, right? You've got the auras from a Darkseer, the Terrorize from Dark Willow. If you ever misinitiate, you are going to be reminded, and that's kind of what happened with Ari on the Batrider, right? Like, he picked up the Blink Dagger, kind of blinked into his death 2 or 3 times, and didn't really become a thing, and that's why the double ban, yeah, I guess Terrorblade also kind of fits the bill of what you're asking for, to be fair, with meta, but again, item locked. Shadow Fiend and Terrorblade, they have such large ranged right clickers that if Bat ever misinitiates, he is just going to insta-die to this hero, so yeah. These bans are protecting Ari, it seems. But it's maybe, I don't know, to be fair, Kaori does play the SD. So it could just be your support duo being locked in, yeah. We all know based on the next pick. I wouldn't be opposed to just locking in the carry. You already see the Darkseer, right? Normally here you can pick the Sven yourself. If you wanted to keep the draft more alive, you technically could pick Lena, because then the Lena could go to mid or carry. Lena is nice against the Darkseer, but yeah, they go straight for the Sven. That's a lot more stable than start talking about Lena and flexing it and all this stuff. That might be a little bit too left field for you for Na'Vi's playbook.
Yep, and also gives you potential combination. If they do want to go back in for the Axe, then, you got that nice combo between Sven and Axe, which team seems to work quite well. It's what they went for in game 1. Certainly did good for them there. And again, I don't mind the Axe coming out again. Like, it's something which they play really well. And I think they should keep doing it if that does suit their style, which it seems to. Liga. What do they want to go for here? And that's the thing. There is a bit of a question mark over Liga here, whether they want to keep on kind of pushing.
The same
this.
draft.
Same draft. Let's go. Nope, no Shadow Fiend allowed.
No, but the first 3, lock it in.
You know what could be cool here?
10 seconds remaining.
I'd like
If
to
you
see
say-
Underlord being played as a carry by Liga here.
5 seconds remaining.
kind of like it. It's like a fundamental counter to the Sven, gives you that global repositioning. You can song and then TP in, TP out. Some cool stuff to play with, if they play it. It's a sort of speciality thing. But Gyro going to be the pickup instead. 1 pick, 2 bans, 0% win rate.
Yeah, but this is one of those moments where for drafting the gyrocopter makes sense because you are just protecting yourself because Na'Vi can still pick Beastmaster, they can pick Enigma, right? There's a lot of the nuisance offlane zoo heroes that are available in the pool that an 18 pick boom would love to play on. So yeah, I think the gyrocopter is less about, oh my god, it's the perfect pick for us, but more, let's really just threaten the draft, force Na'Vi down a specific line of heroes. And even with their draft, it does combo nicely, right? You've got the vacuum to keep everyone close together for the flak. You have the control of the support, so Gyrocopter will do damage. But my main concern is just Sven is and used to be the counter to Gyrocopter, because once you get to like Daedalus, you blink on top of the Gyro, you just kill him very, very quickly. And Gyrocopter will never have a Butterfly and a Satanic and all the big defensive physical items at that correct time. So yeah, it felt like they were trying to play for the draft, and we'll see if they can. Again, it's very good on tempo, of course. Like we see, use the Twin Gate. You can hunt the Sven early on. You get an early level 6. You just throw it onto the Sven lane. You can kill the tower. But yeah, it's a exciting little kind of gyro pick there. A lot of layers to it.
There is, yeah. See how they utilize this pick and how Na'Vi answer it. But in a way, it does feel like Na'Vi already have the answers to it, which is sort of scary. League are obviously very confident in this hero. Does give them quite a strong lane as well. Naga does have that outstanding ability to reposition heroes and get them out of the wave, which can really set them up for a lot of damage from the rocket barrage. So potentially be able to pull off some kills here onto Ari if he's not careful. And Ari is rarely careful.
An early pipe on the Time Hunter will be able to mitigate a lot of the damage from Liga. The difference in this draft from Liga to the last one is Shadow Fiend with a couple items. You don't mind joining your team. We saw how the 15-minute toss into Requiem was super explosive, but Gyrocopter after lane and maybe the odd Twin Gate rotation, you want to farm the Ags, and you want to farm another item, and you might join the odd smoke or two, but you're a lot greedier, I would argue, than what a Shadow Fiend can do on the map. So we'll see if Na'Vi can look to exploit that. Again, they just need probably the mid lane, let's be realistic, for copy. So what's available? Storm is available. That's kind of decent. Alright, it's gone. Alright, unlucky.
Now you're kind of left with like Void Spirit. Hangar obviously still hanging around. Not sure anybody's too excited about that one after last game, but still obviously a strong hero.
It could just be the case that they go for it again. Like,
yeah,
it's not one of those ones where it's like, as long as Copy just slightly adjusts what he didn't from game 2 to now, it's perfectly fine, right?
They ban it out though, so they'll go in a different direction.
Gone.
Yep. So, God, what is left? Not a whole lot. Again, I feel like Void Spirit's probably sticking out to both mid laners at the moment.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Sniper.
There we go.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, right? Like, Sniper is an obnoxious drafting hero, again, where it's like, to beat a sniper, you need a really specific hero, right? You need to either outrange the sniper, or you need to concede the fact that you can never kill him, right? And it's like, now, I'm talking about like a Lina, for example. That's like one that can maybe deal with him. So now if you want to pick a hero to beat the sniper in laning phase, your draft integrity kind of falls apart. Because Liga team, they wanted themselves the Pango, the Tiny. Again, I'm listing heroes that are banned, by the way, but they wanted the playmaking mid that could do everything. But now it's like, to survive the lane, you need a really specific hero. But for the game, you need heroes that technically sniper counter due to the fact that you have headshot and shrapnel in lane that really bullies a lot of these types of heroes. So yeah, again, I don't mind it. You have a Tired and a Sven. You have plenty of frontline. So just for draft value, it's pretty cool. But also that's where I praise the Gyrocopter pick, because like for draft, it forced Na'Vi towards like Tide Hunter and beefy heroes, and not Zoo heroes that could have maybe broken the early game, right? So both teams are using some of their picks to force the enemy. And you know, do you really think Liga team entered this draft going, wow, I really want a 24 pick DK? That really sounds a way to get Na'Vi, right? Like that is just what Sniper has done in the draft, and yeah, we'll see if the Sniper pick really pays off. Did forcing Liga towards the DK punish them, or did it maybe help them? Where another blink stun and a way to zone Na'Vi is going to be a way to do it. But Kaori's also now playing the Batrider this time. Position 5, Matt.
Oh yeah, interesting. But yeah, as you're saying about the mid lane, like it's also a case of like you're sort of going for like the worst blink initiator out of all of them. Like your other options were all banned out because both of them need a mid laner, and I think that's just a good read from Na'Vi, where they were like, well, the only thing they could really do here is like DK, because Void Spirit doesn't lane into Sniper. Like it's not really possible. So I think this was probably the only option, I would say. Maybe there's like no, I can't. I genuinely cannot think of anything else I could have picked in this situation which would have like survived the lane, even unless you wanted to just tank the lane and just be like, well, you know, we'll go like Primal or something and just like accept that we're never laning this, but we can cut the waves and spam mount spells and whatnot and just try to counter the Sniper later. So this is definitely the option which Na'Vi were expecting, but is that going to make a difference? As you say, you know, it still fills up the hole in the draft which they needed. It's still a hero which does what they needed. So yeah, we'll see how he does through the lane. We'll see how Copy's able to handle this one. And I do feel like there is kind of pressure on Copy now to make sure that he does well in this mid lane and then kind of deliver. Because snipers always have that thing where sometimes, you know, they just don't do enough. And then you're like, well, what if we had something to brawl with at mid? What if we'd have had something which can actually can play more actively? And also, not just that it put pressure on Copy, but almost more so, it's putting pressure onto Kaori, who's now in this position 5 Batrider. He needs to make stuff happen. And without the vision, it's going to be kind of difficult.
Na'Vi's lineup though, it's very well rounded. Like I don't really see many holes in it, and I mean the nice thing is, like, if the game does go late, Gyrocopter, you're trying to outrange a Sniper that's going to right click you, plus a Sven that's on top of you, a Batrider that's lassoing
it's
you,
too extreme,
right? It's like,
isn't it?
They have all the ways to kill you from close range to max range, right? So yeah, Na'Vi, they're very happy with this draft. This is like, if you were playing a best of one and you were like, okay, the game's going to go to 35 minutes every single time, this is the type of draft that you would want. It has like an aspect of pick off, map play, high damage, magic, and physical. Like, it really does do everything. And for Liga, it feels like they've gone back to like a lot of comforts, right? They've got the Darkseer, the Willow, the Naga, and I think the Jara and the DK were more, again, reactionary compared to what Na'Vi was picking up, but it's still very independently strong heroes. I think Liga will feel much better if they can take a bit more of a grasp in the early game. I just really want to see Gyrocopter Twin Gate and put some pressure on that Sven in the early game. That would be, you know, around minute 7 or 8, that would be really ideal for Liga to feel good in this game. Fight with the bounty.
Gonna get caught a little here. Ray's getting jumped, and yeah, I mean, that'll secure you the kill, that is for sure. Copy's gonna be able to take it down and get the first blood in the middle lane.
Oof. First blood to a Sniper, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It is, I mean, killing the enemy like DK is like, you know, it's decent. It's going to slow him down a bit, but yeah, getting that Wraith band out really, really early on. I think he's got a wand on that courier as well. Yeah, stick coming out to him. So, oh man, that's going to be a pain in the ass for a raise. One of the worst heroes to give a first blood to, I'd say. He is so kind of stat dependent in the mid lane.
You've been very bold there, good sir. I feel like we could technically debate that. Do you want to tier list the first blood? Do you want to make it?
Okay. Would you say that he's an S tier, or do you think he's lower down than
that? Let's say S tier has like 10 to 20 heroes. He might be at like the bottom of it, or at the very top of A tier. But he is very good to give first blood to. I'm not knocking that. Don't worry. I won't go that controversial.
I like discussing things. I like a battle of ideas, if you will.
I think anyone that likes playing Vanguard It's pretty good for a first blood, but yeah, Gyrocopter, hold up.
Boom, giving his life to kill off this gyro, and we'll be able to do so. Ari having to step away from respect. Yeah,
the
Ari.
repercussions of having Gush level 1, right? Like, you don't have Kraken or Anchor Smash to be able to mitigate the right-click damage, therefore, Tide is relatively squishy going into the lane. This is a really big wave coming into him. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ari just gives all the XP to the Tide Hunter, allow him to try and get his way to level 3. That'll fix the problem, but yeah, copy. Poking mid, 9 to 6 to the 6 and 2 of DK. I talk about it as we look away from it. That's how in sync me and Patrick are.
He's taking damage, but he's also dealing a lot of damage to the Gyrocopter as well. Will Respect finish the job here? Does
Run,
Gyrocopter
Ari,
have anything to throw? Oh, he catches him. The deluge comes out, and Ari goes down. Not the boy who lived this time around.
The lane's really just pushed up into Tide Hunter, so alright, thanks mate. I'll just farm up. He's missing a couple CS to be fair. Didn't use Anchor Smash, but...
No, one's hold on to it. I mean, I guess he's not got the most mana available. And they wanted to go for a kill. That's why. Immediately coming back, jumping in, body blocking up the Gyrocopter. He can't get away. Damage onto Violet. Very nicely done from Ari and Boom. Now Respect still chasing here, and I'm not too sure this is going to work out well for him. He's very, very fast on the Naga Siren, though. And I think that's going to allow him to get away. Brown boots out whilst Ari and, well, Boom doesn't have his, Ari does have his, but can't really chase too easily. Down in the bottom lane. A lot of pressure being put here, but, I mean, it's a Sven. He's a very good hero to play up into the Darkseer.
Yeah. One of the best lane counters where Darkseer never really kills a Sven. You have Warcry for move speed if you really need to disengage, and you know, just have kill threat, right? Batrider plus Sven. Flamebreak and Stormhammer, plenty of ways to stop the surge away. Of course, Malik hasn't even leveled it yet. But yeah, Yuragi farming well, Sniper farming well, Tide farming well, Na'Vi in general farming pretty well.
Yes, they are.
I got you. There you go. Don't worry, I got you. It's a long-winded way to say it, but we got a long game ahead of us, so I don't mind it.
Yeah, and I would imagine a pretty quiet laning phase, to be honest with you. We've had a bit of action up in the top side, but I don't know how long that will continue for as the Drag gets boots. Like it's much harder. Like I said, he's still going for it. He's got boots in this courier, right? No, he doesn't. He's going for the full Falcon Blade. All right. He just doesn't want to get outstacked by the Tide Hunter anymore. Keep fighting up. And Copy, definitely the big winner off this laning phase so far. You know, sure, it hasn't been like shutting down the DK much. It's a DK, you're kind of not going to, but he's definitely got a pretty significant lead. DK's been resorted to pulling waves past just to try to not lane into the sniper, who is pretty much a full 600 gold ahead of him at this point. I like this adjustment from Copy as well. I don't like this adjustment from Copy because he failed to stack the camp, but utilizing the fact that the waves will push and he ends up in this weird situation to try and stack a camp's nice, but yeah, then kind of didn't stack the camp.
I'll be honest, mate, I've just been watching the Batrider. Because I'm trying to learn Batrider 5 myself, so I'm like, you know, we don't have access to replays anymore, so I'm really just using this time to go, how does Kaori play the Batrider?
Well, you have access to this replay, buddy. You can do it after.
No, I think it's really important to do it mid-game, yeah. Okay,
I found myself doing that subconsciously sometimes where someone's picked like something mid or carry which I'm really interested in playing, and then I'm just constantly looking at it like, and then I find myself talking about it a bit. I'm like, wait,
yeah.
This is my subjective bias coming into play here.
Oh yeah, I was talking to Ari earlier today, and he was like, yeah, if you want to win a lane, just play Batrider, but it doesn't really matter because Copy in the mid lane, 3 heroes are upon him.
Yeah, but he's standing his ground here, and there comes a disruption from Ari. If they can kill them off in time and stop the damage coming out, then Copy may well just survive this, and he will. The supports from Na'Vi responding wonderfully, and even looking for yet another as Kaori trying to run down Amoralis. And with that stoked, he is just staying on top of him, running him down. Kaori, triple kill for the Batrider. Oh my goodness. He might not be done. He's got a flame break here to use onto Malik, but Malik holding the surge, holding the healing lotus, and with a ring of health means that he's never in any trouble down here.
Isn't that kind of like just historically like the most iconic thing about mid sniper? It's a lot of points in shrapnel, throwing him down, the turnaround. Sure, this time around he does have, you know, supports coming in to help him out, given the burst of heal, but yeah, that was a rough one from Liga. The damage that they have from their supports just not to really help out. Like, sure, if no one rotated in, Copy's dead, but Na'Vi, they've been very present on the mid lane. Every single game that we watch them play, they are, you know, religiously going to the mid lane. They're never really backing down from trying to help out Copy. And it's very easy this game. You don't need to help Sven, you don't need to help Tide. Therefore, expect Sniper to get as much help as he needs.
Yeah, and Liga should be ready for that as well, in all fairness. Like, they know the state of these side lanes, then these very stable liners, which Na'Vi have gone for. So, have to be ready if you ever make a play into the sniper. This should be the answer, and they just got reminded of that very, very heavily. As Violent up in the top side, going to be losing his life as Copy makes a rotation over. I mean, didn't really do a whole lot, I'll be honest. Just a shrapnel, and that was pretty much it. Didn't really need to use the Assassinate. 167 damage. That's my mid laner right there.
And the fact that he's already rotating, he's also making his own stacks. That's all that matters, right?
He also messed it up again, T. I'm not.
Oh no.
I know, I'm sorry, I've called him out for missing up 2 stacks
Yeah,
now.
I know, but I looked at it and I was like, oh yeah. I said
Yeah,
he made
it looks
my,
so good.
My camera was following him going up. You know, I was
Yeah.
like, he's made the stack, and then you called him out. I looked back
Sorry.
down. He's like, whatever. Come on, we could lie to the fans for a little bit, you know.
I know,
Give them a bit
I was
of
tempted to do it a mid as well. I mean, the thing is, because I made my point, and then I realized I was
Yeah.
wrong because he messed up the stack, and then
Yeah.
I wasn't about to let you do the same thing.
No, it's not bias.
I know that if you'd have seen it, you'd have said it.
No,
That's why I
yeah,
said it.
you know, see it, say it, whatever it is, or whatever the phrase
Yeah.
is.
Sort it. Kaori,
Yeah.
he's kind of baiting here a little bit. Respect should just be going down, trying to split up his illusions. Ooh, big old volley coming across from Amoralis. They realize there's just loads of Liga heroes just running down the river at them. And they just decide to run away. Not too sure what that was from Liga. I guess just trying to keep their heroes alive, but it's like 4 hero rotation into the river for nothing.
3,000 gold lead for Na'Vi, and at least in the last game, you could feel like the hype of, oh, okay, maybe the Tiny, the Shadow Fiend, they can do it, but I'm just not that inspired by a DK, alright? As he is getting jumped. Shrapnel, 3 napalms on him,
No
no
shrapnel.
becomes 6, but yeah, nothing else to really get the kill. When Batrider gets 6, be the turning point for him, as he does get the Kobold Cup, a really nice item. Anytime you have Tranquil Boots on a hero and Kobold Cup, it feels very good.
Oh yeah, you're speeding. Throw in the new stoked facet along with that as well. And yeah, Kaori's blazing through the map. Oop, Kaori gonna take a ward here, but yeah, under the cover of Shadow Realm, going to escape, but this does leave the tower for dead. Copy will take it with relative ease here. And that's another thing as well. You know, you're playing this DK, you take the corrosion, and, well, your tower's dead
Usual
first.
tower, yeah.
You've done, how much is that? 204 damage to the enemy tower, so
But
not
that's because
ideal.
normally when you pick DK, you're the supports like the Tusk in the 4 role, the, you know, the Disruptor or something in the 5 role. You're the one that you bring yourself in the mid lane. That's not the case. The supports and Na'Vi, they're the ones making the move like that. Kaori
Kill.
plus SD. The early level 6 from the SD really enables them to get that quick kill onto the Darkstone. Yeah, even the Tide Hunter just pops his head into the fire. It's like, hello lads, you need me? No, not really. Alright, I'm gonna waddle back to the Twin Gate. I'm gone. Thank you, mate.
Get your Ravage. Anybody want a Ravage? Ravage is here. Nope, alright.
Nope. He actually just TPs in the end, but yeah, they're looking at some incredible item timings on Na'Vi. Yeah, the pipe. And he's
And-
already on the way to Echo Saber, and yeah.
You made the point earlier that Liga don't have the comeback potential, but I also feel like the lead is so much more stable from Na'Vi this time around. I mean, not don't have the comeback potential, but have less comeback potential, in fairness.
You're speaking definitive today. It's really been a...
They will never come back into this game, is what you said. You said it's literally impossible. You stake your career on it.
Whoa, hot Jesus Christ. All right. PGL already just tried firing me at the start of the game, by the way. It's great in Twitch chat. We're popping off, but...
Excellent.
No, it's fine. Memes. What was I saying?
I was saying.
I lost my train of thought. My career was flashing before my eyes. Do you know, like when people say that, you know, they're on their deathbed and they think about all their wonderful moments? The last like 2 seconds, I was like looking at TI finals, you know, Seattle, people screaming at Toro, everything just flashed before my eyes. All right, let's focus up. Uragi getting jumped, but it doesn't really matter. It's just a support.
So many flashing before
to build
your
on your
eyes at
point
once.
though, pre-memes was Liga in Game 2. Their comeback was like beautiful combinations of heroes working together for explosive damage. This time around, because Gyrocopter wasn't the aggressor, both in lane and post-laning phase, he's only hitting creeps. He's not thinking about fighting. And missing out on... He has secondary strikes. It's a really good facet to get a quick kill, and they just haven't punished the map at all yet. And sure, the Blink Dagger and the DK, they're hoping to find a hero. They have scanned up the sun as well. It would be a really big kill, but in the meantime, with Gyrocopter...
Oh, Gyro, getting brought down again. The damage comes... And somehow Ari picks up a kill again. I don't know how he's doing this. Good timing on the Shadow Poison, I guess. But Uragi is dead elsewhere on the map, so it's a carry trade here, which I think Lia are going to be pretty happy with, especially because they've got a tower to take, and Na'Vi don't really have any objectives to grab in this area.
They've got to take anything in this type of game, and I kind of wished for Liga's sake that the Gyrocopter may have joined that smoke. Chill out on the farm for a little bit, go help your team. You wouldn't die, but then maybe the argument would be if he's smoking bottom, they would give a lot of information of, wait a second, Gyro's not on the lane, they're probably going aggressive. So he does sacrifice himself for the move to be successful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sniper showing off the greatest change that has ever been made to Dota 2. Mark item for sell. You get an item delivered to you. They just swap in your inventory. No more backpack, like juggling your items, and then you drop it on the floor, and then the enemy next comes over and stuns you and takes your items, and you start crying, disconnect. It doesn't happen anymore. Now you just smoothly swap out.
Am I right in saying, by the way, that the cone of vision from Take Aim is literally everything in front of him? So he doesn't see behind him?
Yeah.
Okay. Because like when I read that patch change, I thought it was like bristleback level of vision, but like narrow. I was like, this is hilarious. But obviously it's not. It's like everything in front of him he sees, behind him he loses vision.
Oh no, it's pretty tight.
Is it?
It's pretty tight.
Ah, okay. I must have gone to max level when I tested it, because I was thinking I saw a lot, which obviously 1250 is a good part of your entire forward screen. So it's slightly annoying, I guess, in early levels, but
the cone is it's 140, so it's sort of like yeah. Pretty wide.
So please explain that to
I
the
played it,
audience,
and I'm trying to. How do you describe that? It's definitely not like Bristleback though. No, Bristleback's is way tighter.
But when I initially read it, I was hoping it was worse than Bristleback. I really wanted it to be like a literal crosshair where he has to like find this little angle to pew pew. But no, Valve were forgiving with that patch change.
I'm just going to check actually what Bristle's actual degree radius is. I'm kind of curious now. Doesn't say excellent. Anyway, back to live.
Oh, I didn't mean.
Oh my god.
Assassinate. Yeah, my bad. But whatever. Assassinate.
That was a very, very close.
That was very close.
When Easton would have cancelled the TP absolutely there. But a bit like Neo in the Matrix dodging that bullet. Respect gets out. And again, pressure continuing to mount onto Liga, but not really capitalizing too much on their advantage. That is sort of the state of the game at the moment. In previous patches at this point, they'd be doing Tormentor, then you kind of looking towards Roche, things kind of collapsing a lot quicker, but the way the meta sits at the moment, we're seeing games going to sort of averaging out. Even the stompy games sort of tend to average out around 30 minutes, because it just takes a little bit longer to get that Tormentor to turn that into Roshan, and move around
I
the
do
map.
need to give props though to Gyrocopter. His item build is one that says, I can't be greedy, I respect the fact that my team needs me. He went for Falcon Blade, SMY, and Small Crit. Like, he's minutes away from being able to actually enter a fight. And then once your DK picks up the Mage Slayer, we already saw just seconds ago that Darkseid had Crimson. Like, Liga are itemizing to fight at that Roshan pit, to try and, you know, engage. Even though they're down 6,000 gold, I like that they are buying like just enough cheap items that maybe that gold lead is a bit of a bait, especially if all the items in Liga are presenting fight-ready items compared to Na'Vi, where, you know, some of their economy is a bit more farm intense. Farm gold to get more gold.
That is true, yeah. I mean, if you get on the sniper, I would argue that they actually have a pretty good shot at taking the fight at the moment, Liga.
Mm-hmm.
They've picked up a Mage Slayer on the DK as well, so
Yeah,
that's just been
they're
finished
ready.
up. They're ready.
But Na'Vi, they're the ones smoking. Well, Blink Dagger now on Kiori. His smoke does break as he walked up the high ground.
Yeah, they need to find
Flashbacks
this
to the
wall
previous
here.
game where Ari died in this exact position on Batrider.
Yeah, and they lost the game from that point onwards.
Yeah, with the Blink. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Right, not going to meet the same fate. He's going to be okay. Just singular hero sitting on that high ground, not a Shadow Fiend revisiting this series. Yeah, so quiet on this map. And like, I get it. You know, you have Sniper, you have Sven. Farming should be a friend. But they're farming very, very well in Liga. So, again, they're slightly pulling ahead, Na'Vi. I think Liga won't mind taking a breath here, allowing things to plateau. I think a good thing to do is sort of, like, it's a shame there is no option to do this, but like looking back to sort of the 12-minute mark when Na'Vi were really far ahead, I reckon their net worth advantage is probably around like 35 to 40%, but even though it's the same now, it's only 20% because there's so much more gold in the game.
Yeah, Liga have done a good
Oh,
job.
you can
at
check it.
Just
Radiant's
stabilizing the
bottom
game.
tower
Oh,
is under
there you go.
attack.
There you go. So at, yeah, 11 minutes into the game, it was at 30%. Now it's at 19%. So that really gives you a good idea on how gold sort of changes through the game. But they're bored of waiting for the Tormentor. They're going to go and try and get Roshan. But there is... Oh, no, they got rid of the vision. Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to try and send in some pesky Nagasaran illusions to go and see what's up. Get the D-Ward, take the vision. This is getting awkward here a little bit. Malik comes in, drops the wall, trying to force him out of the pit, and he's successful in doing so. Aori, though, he's going to be okay. He's flying through the map, keeping himself safe. Smoke up.
They have no god strength now.
Have no gods, yeah.
Just a single Naga illusion and a bit of pip in their step, and Na'Vi just ran away from the pit. Of course, the vacuum, the water. I mean, sure. I mean, it was onto a back right, so I didn't want to hype it up too much. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of.
Sure, but it's still there, stopping them from running back in. And
No, I agree. I hadn't finished
no
my sentence. so
reductionism
it's
today.
okay. I was trying to hype up the support, but fine. The core also helped. I mean, they should be able to finish it. They go back
Yeah.
in. Hit shrapnel. All right, round 2. No wall this time.
Yeah, those pesky Naga illusions being kept away. They've distracted them with another ward. This is a play. Feed them wards, and they will. They will not go into the pit.
Still love the fact that that was a bug for like 2 hours of Dota. It was so hilarious.
What? How did you activate that bug, or was it just always
No,
there?
it was just a matter of like once you buy your wards, the next time it like restocked, it would just randomly go to 4 and then have infinite supply. But then if you stopped buying them, it then went back to working normally. But it was just like every time you deplete the stock and restocks, it just worked. It was really weird.
Oh, cool.
yeah.
Well, Sniper's got an Aegis, and he really wants to use it here. Walks right up into the DK's face, and will be losing his life. So Array's going to kill off the Sniper's Aegis, but Godstrength coming out on the sidelines kills off Respect. At the moment, it's just supports, but I'm not too sure if Array's is going to get out of this one, especially with that Ravage catching onto both him and onto Malik, and in fact, Copy. He wants Malik, but Malik wants Copy. They're having a romantic meeting in the jungle, and, well, I don't know if Malik's really going to end up too well after this one. We'll bring him down despite the vacuum coming out. Array's also does get finished off by Yuragi at the same time, so at the end of the day, it is Liga dropping 3. They just didn't have the heroes in position to really make that play happen. I feel like Copy kind of knew that, forced the issue, trades his Aegis for 2 kills and a Tormentor. It's, you know, it does extend their game a bit more,
Is under attack.
but also not the best use of an Aegis you could have asked for.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
anything, I'm still a little bit baffled at the fact that Liga didn't try more at the pit. I feel like when you see the Sven with the God Strength having to like leave, you know, he's not really going to be a threat. All of his kind of economy is then somewhat obsolete for the engagement. The fact that Liga concede the Roshan so easily, and it just makes this lead for Na'Vi so much bigger. As now they have 12,000 gold. The game had stabilized, right? It was like what, 6,000 gold lead, but then you fast forward to now, and now it's like 12,000 gold. All because Liga didn't respect that first Roshan. They didn't have enough numbers to fight at the pit.
And they've returned to the same percentage level they were at 10 minutes into the game, which is sort of what you want to be seeing. Keeping up with that same level. There you go. Thanks, Patrick. Also a fellow graph enjoyer.
I wish the in-game graph though had the option to toggle for damage done. That is so hilarious. Like
Yes, please.
When someone's like popping off in your team, like, oh, you're griefing and all this stuff, you check the end game and it's like your Shake is like lowest damage, lower than a Chen. It's like, my guy, you use Mike more than anything. Maybe you should have used Echo Slap. Like, it's hilarious. I love that so much. Oh well, Shadow's getting jumped on the DK.
Here's a little bit. Yeah, and should be finished off here. Does get off an ulti before he goes down, and Yuragi's absolutely going to take that. Amara just standing way too close to his buddy and ends up getting cleaved to death. Respect going to sing the song of his people. Does get stunned out. Kaori trying to mess with him as well as
He's
in comes
surrounded.
Boom round the sideline. Respect is just surrounded right now, and an assassinate from Copy will finish the job from the sidelines.
No Miona perk on it as well. That was rough.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Time to click the buildings.
I will say my favorite iteration ever of Sniper was when he had the Aghanims, which applied his attack damage in an AoE on Assassinate. That was so good.
Dire's middle tower
I am happy that we're not in the phase of mid sniper rushing Ags, even support sniper going Ags. That was like such a weird era of Dota.
I mean,
I
we
think
were
it was
never
like
really
Valahia
in
season
that
1 or
phase.
2. Yeah.
It wasn't ever
kept
good. People were
trying.
just doing it.
Yeah. And like you win your lane, and then the rest of the game you're like twiddling your fingers, like team, like sniper should stay as a core. It's like,
Rude.
yeah. Navi, they're grouping up, going to the bot side of the map. Small crit is now complete for Yuragi. And they are smoking up. They have to wait for his courier to actually deliver it, but they don't care about that. Curry, he's hunting top. He sees them trying to go for him, but his blink's on cooldown. Oh, whoa! They
Boom
found
walks
two
in,
heroes.
immediately sees the gyrocopter. The rest of the team, they are not here right now, but Liga also don't know that. They don't really consider that
Oh, Yuragi
the
jumped in.
Tide and the Bat might be jumping them completely alone, as that is what's happening. Now Ari jumps up to the high ground, immediately gets taken apart. A little bit of a misengagement there from Ari, and does get punished appropriately.
They're seconds away from Navi just entering that fight with so much confidence, but you know, boom, he blinks in. He's like, you know what? Maybe this isn't the Ravage yet, because my Sven, he was actually by the top rune. He was about 7 seconds away from the engagement, so of course the Ravage would not have enabled him. And then Yuragi, he entered the fight jumping an illusion, which gave, I think, Ari a bit of false confidence as he kind of wrapped around the high ground. Liga capitalizing on a couple blunders there of Navi. With the BKB on Gyrocopter, I really expect him to want to join a fight. That is the main reason he hasn't been following his team in some of these engagements. Is he's been prioritizing his farm, ensuring that he can try and keep up with the Tri-Core that are somewhat evenly scaling on Navi. If the Gyro join these map players, he would probably have 2,000-3,000 gold less. So, of course, in hindsight, we kind of wish he was joining a couple fights, but also, if those fights didn't work out and he joined them, he would have no game now. So. This is the time for Gyrocopter to try and make a statement in the game as he sits at a 1-4-2 scoreline.
Yeah, but third in net worth and pretty close to being second. He's now second in net worth, pretty close to being first. So like close to being first, still a little bit behind the Sven. And of course, there is still that kind of natural counter matchup where if Yuragi finds the opportunity to get on top of Sven, to get on top of the Gyrocopter,
Get on top of himself. You have to fight his inner demons. That is the big counter. So
we all do before we can move on to fighting others. Don't forget that, guys. Copy doing some thrilling tower taking here.
if you can't love yourself,
Incredible
I won't
stuff.
finish this. There you go. I was gonna say iconic phrase.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm just hoping someone in chat can finish it for me. I won't be reading it though. Don't worry, PGL. I'm okay. I'm not watching. I'm not there.
Radiant's top
I'll check the VOD
Good
after.
lad. Lock in.
I promise.
As Na'Vi need to lock in if they want to go high ground here, which I don't think they do, but it's more just a method of trying to get Liga back into their base. Restricting their resources, putting pressure on this high ground. Naga Siren's being really, really annoying here.
Radiant's top
I'm not sure you can kind of leave respect on the map like this.
Reggie walking back, looking to try and protect the wave they are to walk down the lane. Not as if they're going to go for the tier 3 here. Oh! Black Rider going for a little D-ward, but gets jumped himself. Disrupt to save for now.
Yeah, but a Raze is ready when he comes out the other side. But Kaori has a full BKB, but Gyrocopter's on him. Everybody just throwing spells, dumping them into Kaori. And Kaori gets out absolutely fine. Full safety here. Of course, did set himself on fire with the stoked the whole time, but it really doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything.
So real, yeah, a little bit of damages. It would be funny if it was like armlet level damage, right? We're like, wow, the entire time.
Would be very good.
Yeah, when I read the facet, I really thought it would like be more damage, but you know, 2% actually isn't really attributes to much.
Certainly does not.
I'm guessing you can't deny yourself from it. I'm sure there'll be clips from Reddit already about that, so I'm guessing it's non-lethal damage.
Yeah, I think most self-damage stuff is non-lethal these days. So I imagine it's the same for Stoke.
Yeah, there's only like 3
Ooh,
or 4
respect
self-denies
has
left
been
in the game.
seen. Kaori getting this kill here would actually be pretty big news, and I think he can do it just by himself. Damage coming out onto Respect. Respect, does he have anything to stop this? No, he does not. A nice little solo kill there by Kaori. Just stumbling across the weaker support and taking him down. And also, yeah, I mean, look at all these illusions from the Naga. They've just been all across the map, and now they finally get taken out. Going to be a big breath of release here for Na'Vi. Boom and his Aghanims finished off as well, so got that big AoE anti-armor to really assist the Sven. So Gyro comes in, kills off Kaori. Wait, what's happening up here in the top lane? Are we just trading? Yep. Has he got the damage? He's going to need another crit here. Miss crit! Ooh.
That's really, really... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to swear. That was really fucking cool. All right, so he goes to the secret shop. He then buys the talisman, toggles it into his inventory, but because he's next to the shop, it instantly activates, which then gives him the miss chance. I'm pretty sure I saw that correctly. I'd like a replay if possible, but that was darn cool from the Gyrocopter. If he
Saved
doesn't
his
make
life.
that play, he is dead.
Yeah,
Whew.
100%.
All right, I'm sure we're gonna have a replay soon. That was a banging play. What the?
That was crazy, wasn't it? Could have gone either way, but yeah, it's fun. I mean, even then, a bit of luck involved as well.
All
But
right, here's the replay. Right, so Gyrocopter comes in. We're gonna click him at some point, I believe. Here. So right now,
yeah,
Talon's in the back.
he's bought it, swaps it in for the Sanjin Yasha, and then
Yeah.
gets himself out.
But yeah, he can only do that because he's next to the
Chef's
shop.
kiss.
Yeah. So I think he already had it prior, right? But it's the fact that
Yeah, he
because he's
gets
at the
into
shop,
the
he can
shop.
toggle it. Yeah, it's very, very good.
It's kind of more hype because you buy it. If you got it delivered in the courier, you still get like the grace period anyway. But
Yeah, you know, casually there, goes to shop, easy days. But no, that's been just chilling and they're marinating away, but the secret shop comes in clutch. I've yet to ever see a secret shop assist, to be honest, so that's cool.
Lasso out, catches Array's going for the TP to safety here. He's also going to die. Kaori being a demon on the map now, causing real issues for Liga, who are just trying to get out. In fairness, they are playing this map pretty well. They're building so much space for the Gyrocopter to keep on farming, to keep neck and neck with the Sven. They're keeping it relatively competitive.
Sure, but to keep us somewhat grounded as well. It's also a Gyrocopter that is yet to, putting it bluntly, do anything for the team, right? He is farming for his own game, which is fine, but at some point he needs to be like, all right, I'm here to play Dota, right? Maybe this is his moment and I'll test it. No, okay, Roshan already falls, probably takes the Aegis.
Yeah.
Thought we had to go
Roshan
for
goes
Portrait
down.
then.
Sven used nothing for it as well. It wasn't a god strength Roche, so still plenty of tools available for Na'Vi to fight with. Ravage, AoE Gush is going to cause big issues. Like, such a good Aghanims game for the Tidehunter when you've got these two right-clicking supports.
No.
Sorry, cores.
God
My
damn, so
brain is
toxic.
absolutely cooked.
Yeah, you're fried.
I'm fully fried.
So how many games have you cast today, Nomad?
Let's mention this. Thanks for mentioning it.
If I can bring it up once per game, I'm happy.
I think you're currently on track for more than that, but
No. Oh no, you gave me the. Oh god. Okay, we'll talk about
No,
it
it's
after the
fine.
series. It's fine.
yeah, talk about it in post game.
Oh, when we do our replay reviews, we'll do it then. So anyway, what were you saying about tire dags and it being really good with the Sven and the sniper being big jumping?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. But he's getting jumped right now. Not really the target you want to try and bring down. And this nice anti-armor out onto everybody. Boom still absolutely fine for the time being. They do make him burn his pipe of insight though, so won't have this for the fight, but if they get able to take down the Dragon Knight, start this one off, it could be big news.
Sven jumping
Harry
in.
jumps in, and Sven just takes down that singing Nagasara, now gets on top of the big boy. Gyrocopter being chased out of the engagement. Once again, Amaryllis just positioned terribly and gets killed off by the cleave. Assassinate comes through, it's not enough to finish the job. Gyrocopter still on the run, Yuragi, his blink gets cancelled by Amaryllis.
Blink him one, blink him. Oh, he blinked the wrong way.
Oh,
went up. Gyro went
Violet.
down.
He's giving him the run around. Gyro just sitting in the trees now. They'll look over towards the Willow. Willow blinking away as well, but this time the Assassinate should be enough. Crit on the creep wave. Doesn't quite reach the Willow, but Willow will be falling. But still, the Gyrocopter survives.
So close to dying.
Again.
Yep.
Violent, if they turn this game around, Violent has to thank, like, fate.
The butterfly at the secret. Oh, vacuum. Okay. No wall.
Trying to set up here. Violent trying to get off the
right
damage.
clicking.
He's just not doing a whole lot. And Sniper, of course, still absolutely fine in the back lines. Untouched, unbothered, moisturized, happy. What is the angle of attack here? You've got no Song of the Siren. You've got no BKB on Gyrocopter. You've got no Wall of Replica. Feels like they don't have a whole lot to.
Dire's middle tower has
No, they don't. No side fire. Oh, wait, lasso. No siren.
Yeah, it's a very good target here. I mean, they're going to try and jump
Vacuum.
on that.
Oh.
Four-man vacuum, dragging the ball back in. Respect already lost his life. Yuragi standing his ground, but the Sniper, he's lost the Aegis. And Yuragi, he is dead. Couldn't stand his ground against both of those cores. And now Typer just immediately going to try and get out of this one. BKB, TP away. Nightfall yourself out of there, buddy. You've lost your Sven. It's time to leave.
I kind of forgot I was casting for a second because I went for a very authentic reaction. The vacuum was like, wait, I don't know if it's that good for the cast, but it doesn't matter. That was a
I
really
liked
beautiful
it.
vacuum.
I like seeing the real you when you let down your walls and let us in.
Yeah, I let my hair down this game, that's for sure. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, massive vacuum. Gyrocopter being able to flack them all down. So close to killing a couple more heroes there, but they live on a sliver of HP, and Gyrocopter, after that engagement, he's now top net worth, gets the Satanic. We were asking the Gyrocopter to enter the game, and Malik, he hit the vacuum to say, please Gyrocopter, this is your way in, just follow my lead. Maybe if the Gyro gets to... that's the problem with Gyrocopter in an even game. You're always hoping for another item. Like, even with Satanic, It's like, he can survive the Sven jump because he can then proc, but he doesn't have the Aghanims, so he doesn't have the side gunner to assist him. So he needs as much damage as possible. And because he went Butterfly, he really needs Daedalus. So like, once he gets to Daedalus, I could see a world where Gyro can truly stand his ground. Of course, that's where we're assuming that Bat hasn't jumped him, holding him in place with the Sven clicking him, right? And Sven does have an MKB, so it's not as if the Butterfly has major effect at this stage of the game anymore. It helped him live a couple of times, but now the Butterfly is a bit more of a novelty in his inventory. And this is where Satanic is going to be the key factor in Gyrocopter being able to stand his ground. He needs to be able to get it off. He needs to be protected.
Yep. And just to update everybody on the this new thing, which I'm sure everybody's loving. Percentagely, 12% gold advantage to Na'Vi now. The last time it was this close was back down at 5 minutes into the game. So this is the closest the game has been in the entire last 30 minutes.
If Liga win it, we can truly hype up that secret shop survivor, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah.
his death there easily adds an extra 6,000-7,000 gold to Na'Vi through how much map they dominate. Now we're only 1,200 gold away from a Daedalus.
Big
course, at
pickup
any
here
minute.
from Boom. Hex out from him.
Yeah.
That is for sure a difference maker, especially if you can hide it. But immediately gets pinged.
In regards to neutral items, Nagasarin did get the outward staff, so if he is jumped, leaves the world, comes back a second later, or 0.7 later, would be enough. Beating into
Up here, Kaori jumping in, Lasso coming out until the word started off, but Yuragi straight onto the gyrocopter, but the song is there to disconnect. BKB used from both cores, and Morales will be the one to fall as copies in the backland, not held back by the Song of Respect. And now there's a big old anchor onto Respect, another big wall, but the Ravage is there to respond, preventing the follow-up from really coming through here. Array is getting so very low, dead on the backlines, Hex out onto the gyrocopter, but no one's really on him. Copy a little bit distracted on the backlines, killing off Malik instead, and finding those critical targets. A TP without a BKB? It's going to get him out. There is no stun available anymore. Somehow, the gyrocopter survives once again. They can just never kill this gyro, but still, Na'Vi, clean fight from them. 3 heroes dead, uncontested.
Yeah, the start of the fight was just a really bad choke point for Liga. They're trying to get themselves into the jungle to set up some vision to make sure they're ready for the fight, but Na'Vi, they're already there. They get the double jump, and at that point, the Song plus the gyrocopter BKB was used at the same time. At this stage of the game, you either want to BKB and fight with the gyro, or you want to Song disengage, preserving the BKB for that secondary fight. Eat through the Sven's BKB to give your carry the upper hand, but it wasn't to be the case. They used them at the same time. And that then means Liga are just on mode retreat.
I love how Boom patiently played it there, holding off on the Ravage until later on, using the Hex very nicely, stopping any follow-up from that back team. Gyro, it really just is the only problem here, and unfortunately for Liga, Na'Vi have the answers.
Yeah. It's kind of like problem asterisk, not really, if Na'Vi execute the fight on their own terms. You know, it's like, Gyro isn't the carry that beats the Sven. We said this during the draft, right? Sven, you always jump on the gyrocopter. There is a brief period in the game where if the gyro is doing really well, you get Butterfly and Satanic. You just don't care about Sven jumping you. But now Sven has MPB, so he does care. And of course, we already mentioned that there's the Hex and the Tidehunter, the jump from the Batrider. It's close to impossible for Gyro just to 1v5 a fight. In other games, Gyro can, right? You have these moments of flack, but Na'Vi have got the layers of lockdown built into their lineup to be able to do it, and multiple cast range neutral items available for them as well, because both SD and Batrider, they want to play on that jump, and SD either saving you or catching you based on the perspective of the fight, and Batrider of course only wants to catch you out of position. Copy, getting down the tower.
Getting the dream combo for his neutral item here as well. Magnifying Monocle, Timeless Enchantment as well. I feel really, really nice. A bit of extra duration on both the Hex and the Ravage.
Okay, Gyrocopter's looking for the Rapier. He buys the Demon Edge. Third of the way to the Relic. We wanted him to get damage. We spoke about Daedalus, but you know, why not upgrade that to a Rapier?
Absolutely, it feels like it's time. When this vacuum comes off, heroes need to die. That's not going to happen with crits. But man, it's going to feel tense. I mean, yeah, he's not died in the last few fights, but he's come damn close every single time. What a game this is. 40 minutes in. Yeah, Na'Vi are ahead, but Liga have just been finding ways to just narrowly hold on to this game, clutching up, making Na'Vi really, really work for it. Yeah, same thing's happening to Aurora. You know, sure, they haven't dropped a game yet, but man, they've come close. They've been pushed into these late game situations by these smaller EEU teams. The closer we get towards the end of the year, the closer we get to TI, the more this region just becomes scarier and scarier.
This is smoke up from Na'Vi. They have the advantage. They have the jump. The position goes towards Liga. They don't have buyback on the Dark Widow. She's the one right now positioning to break that smoke. And the scan, it connects. Na'Vi, they know they're on the high ground. They're going to take a deeper wraparound.
Na'Vi
Might
much
even
more
find
disciplined
Malik
on the
here.
buyback here. Malik could be a great catch, and they're going to get him and execute him. Respect tries to use the song, but it doesn't do a thing. But with the assassinate coming through, Respect, you need to move, my friend. You need to move. Oh, he does dodge out the gush, but that's not going to make a difference. It's another hero dead. No buybacks available on either of them. The lanes not looking in a fantastic place right now, but bottom side, they do have some creeps running in. They might not need him. God Strength still up on Yuragi. Poppy attacking from down the low ground as well. It will be enough to take these middle barracks, and now they can move towards topside if they want, or get into Roshan. He's alive in the bottom pit right now.
What a really cool smoke though from Na'Vi, right? They take their time, they don't run up into the high ground straight away. They wait for the scan, they place it in, they see the position, they wrap around, and Fiori, critically, he jumps to the high ground because the smoke breaks. He uses his body as a wall, allows for the fight to be understood, then they instantly get the dark side with the vision he applies. If he tries to blind jump behind a tree, go for the RNG guess with what spot is he in, they might have missed it. Malik might have got the blink out, so in that clutch moment, they smoke for a good position, they scan really well, they use the high ground for their vision, and they get their kill. And Liga, they were not ready for that. A Roshan that maybe could have been the chance for Liga, get everyone grouped up, the vacuum wall into flat cannon from Gyrocopter, the Darkseid Gyro in tandem, that is the comeback potential available for Liga. That is the only main play that they have. And at Roshan, you could argue it's a choke point, but Liga unable to take the fight. They do get picked off. Again, from a really, really beautiful move from Na'Vi. That was just a really well executed smoke. And another thing, Gyrocopter, he wanted to buy the rapier, but because both of his team died, two of his members died, he just completed the Daedalus instead. He kind of panicked in the moment. He thought that could have been the last fight of the game.
Yeah, understandable.
Yeah. So
I'm sure we would have been saying really nice things about him right now if he did turn that one around.
Are scanning.
That is how casting goes, correct? I think, is that our job? Do we have to praise them when they do good things and try and not be negative when they do bad things? We are a
Something like that.
TMA cast.
It's been a while since I read the guide.
Yep. He's disassembling his Daedalus because of course that's how Gyrocopter works, and now he's got the rapier, so
Yippee.
he buys the relic, makes the Daedalus, doesn't need to use it, now disassembles the Daedalus, now makes the rapier.
All right, here we go. At least for the
But he
casts
is
we've
smoked.
done. This
Yep.
is the second rapier of the game after this
Ooh.
tournament that we've seen.
Have we seen a Rampage yet?
Yeah. I don't remember who was there.
Oh, okay. They don't
I was
know.
gonna say that. It was a Raze looking to start this fight, and I mean, this is what you do here. You just try to start things off by creating the distraction. It's doing a good job. Copy so low, discovering this rapier, which is doing so much damage, but the lasso out from Kaori, it's slowing him down, but it is not stopping him. Gyrocopter is not done, but he's got to be careful now. He's got no BKB, and the rabbit is going to be there from Boom, but where is the follow-up? It's not coming in, but he can wait a long, long time. Refresher coming out, a side there as well, but nobody's here to help Boom. Boom's locked the guy down for half a decade, and Yuragi comes in, kills him off. Gyrocopter gone, out for the count, and GG is called. The team will not be able to defend without him. The rapier, it will go over to Na'Vi, and they will take game 3. Man, do they have to work for it though, T.
Yeah, I mean, they had to put an absolute shift to win that game, but to be fair, you gotta give credit to the Gyrocopter. I feel like he was making a couple clutch plays to keep his team in it. The rest of his team, we're going to see the scoreboard in a minute. It wasn't looking too pretty, but the butterfly, the talisman pick up at the secret shop, moving it into his inventory as he TP'd to keep him alive, and then barely surviving a later engagement. Like, these are the moments that may give you a chance of a comeback. The issue is the rest of his team just didn't have a game to bring him to life, and that's where I think the sniper pick was quite beautiful, right? Like, as much as it's maybe not that riveting to talk about, the draft after an epic game, but picking the sniper on 23, forcing Liga to find a hero to maybe survive the lane against the sniper, even dying to the sniper in lane due to support rotation, it meant Liga didn't have tempo from the mid lane. It was just a DK, but if there was tempo to play with the Darkseid to bring life to the Gyrocopter, this game could have been very different. So I think that sniper pick was really cool, and yeah, Na'Vi, sure, turbulent game, but it was more just Gyrocopter making these little special plays to create life to the game rather than it being Liga ever truly in it, because that's Sven, the MKB, the Daedalus, whatever, ripping them apart the entire time.
Yeah, That's truly a really, really fun game to watch, to be honest, because you were never quite convinced that Na'Vi had got it in their clutches, you know, like Violent making it competitive till the very end. And as you say, unfortunately, they did get baited into this DK pick a little bit, I would say, like all the mids getting banned out, the sniper comes out, really nice drafting there from Na'Vi. It put Liga in a horrible position where they basically didn't have a hero to pick. They went for the DK, ended up not really being the answer they were hoping for. Doesn't really do what you want from a DK in this game. Didn't really survive the lane particularly well. Sure, it did better than most other mid laners would have done in that situation, but yeah, Na'Vi just with a really, really good read there and putting Liga in a horrible position. So yeah, from the draft through to the game, I think Na'Vi had this one pretty much on lock. Sure, we did go to 44 minutes and Violent definitely getting us there with a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, but ultimately could not close it out. And yeah, I mean, you can give the MVP to pretty much anybody on Na'Vi here. I don't know who's going to be. Let's find out. Oh, Mr. Copy will get it on the sniper. Some sniper fans over in production. Not surprised.
Yes, I think it was a fair 50-50, I think, between Kaori and Copy, right? Because Kaori, his backrider, it was really obnoxious to deal with, right? But, you know, you got to give it to Copy on his sniper, of course, because of the way in which, I mean, I'm still hyped about the draft, but I know 99% of people in chat really don't care about it, and they care about the gameplay, right? But, you know, I'm still giddy about the idea of what the sniper did to the game, both in draft and play, and yeah. I think for Na'Vi at least, they are showing really cool moments in the game where the way that they smoke or they approach a fight, it really shows that this team has got some just really good like fundamentals being built into them. It's just they're rough around the edges, right? Like they still drop a game to Liga. They still look a little bit shaky in certain moments, but they are looking competitive. They are looking like they could potentially take Aurora to 3 games. I don't know if they're good enough to take the series, but you never know, right? They have a good conversation tonight. They're the closest we've got to beating Aurora, I feel, obviously in the qualifier. So we'll
Absolutely.
see.
I think partly it comes down to them all being able to play up to the best level possible, finding the consistency, but also I think Milan has a lot of work to do in terms of setting them up for success in that series versus Aurora. Like he has to becoming very, very prepared to that matchup. Otherwise, Aurora will read them. You know, they'll have been watching all of this. They've got all the data they need to dismantle Na'Vi. So you need to make sure you've got the answers to Aurora. You also need to make sure that you have your own ideas and a little bit of magic to bring to that matchup. But I'm certainly excited to see that one tomorrow. But of course, these are all the matches we had today. We've had a bunch of games, an even split of 2-0s and 2-1s. Namiga, Cybergoose, Aurora, and Na'Vi all winning their series today. We say goodbye to Quantum and Runa, of course, and this is how the bracket now looks. So as you can see, across the board, all the info being updated and those close matches between Na'Vi and Liga and Quantum and Namiga, putting everything how it looks at the moment. And we do have our upper bracket round 4. As expected, tomorrow we will have Aurora Gaming versus Na'Vi. So get excited for that one, because that one is going to be a banger. Yeah. And here's the schedule coming out now. So we've got One Move versus Cybergoose to start things off. Then we move on to Liga versus Namiga as our second series of the day. Then we'll move on to Aurora Gaming versus Na'Vi, our upper bracket final. See who can take that one in their first round against each other. We may be treated to a second. Who knows? And then we'll be playing the winners of One Move versus Cybergoose and the winners of Liga versus Namiga.
Yeah, I think the cool thing to note here is, of course, One Move versus Cybergoose. That's going to be the first series of the day. And the winner of that one will then have to play the last series of the day. And when you know that, you know, your TI lives are on the line here, you're in the lower bracket, it is going to be exciting to see that whoever wins that first series, like, you're trying to keep their form, make sure they're focused, obviously get through the entire day to then play another deciding best of 3. But yeah, tomorrow, I think that's everything we want to know, right? Who's the team that is going to be potentially contend the Aurora and Na'Vis? And then finally, the debate is going to be solved between Aurora and Na'Vi. Is Aurora truly the first seed in the qualifier? Has Na'Vi got enough in them to take down what has been such a dominant team from Eastern Europe? It's like the best of the rest here, right? It's like you've got BB, Spirit, Paravision, they're not in the qualifier. Aurora easily is in contention with all 4 of those names. And then you have Na'Vi trying to, you know, get into the top echelon of the Eastern Europe. So yeah, tomorrow, that upper bracket final is, yeah, there's so much weight to it.
Absolutely, and most people just wondering, can Na'Vi do it? Can they come back? Can they make themselves a return? And of course, they don't just have to do it once, but you got to do it twice. You got to take them out again. Potentially, of course, there's a chance that someone gets locked down in the lower bracket, but not super expecting that to happen as things stand at the moment. But yeah, join us for the clashing of fates tomorrow, and of course, finding out how the lower bracket's going to tumble down as well. Tomorrow, we are back live again, but from today, we are all done, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more Road to the International action. Goodbye.